There just aren't enough points to score. There aren't enough members of Now 4. 3, 2, 1. Black Hand is your world champion of Pokémon UNITE.
इन पोकेमॉन को पूरी तरीके से आप भी हरूगा क्योंकि उन्होंने चार्ज कर सके स्टार्ट कर सके 그 जवाब
선수 기다리고 있습니다. 자, 일단 썬더를 양 선수가 썬더를 마무리하면서
Trainers from around the world, we are back again bringing you the action of Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series for the India region. My name is Lucifer. Along with me joining is going to be Nekroz, as we are going to get our two India's best teams today as they fight out in a bracket of double elimination. Who are those two best teams is something that we are on the hunt for, and they will represent India on the global stage for a world's trophy. But now we will talk about what's going to happen as we progress and find our best new teams. And Nekroz, what do you think is going to happen? We have amazing lineups coming in from every team. Every team has been practicing with all they've got from April, and now we are at June. Like almost 3 to 4 months that teams have been giving, whether they've qualified in the April qualifiers or right now in June LCQ, they're doing their everything.
I mean, if you just talk about on the clock, it started from the month of April, from the month of May, then we have seen June, we have seen the April qualifiers as well. But talking about the total teams, there are total 31 teams over all the World Championship Series from all the regions as we see. From Japan, we will have 4 teams. From Korea, we will have 2 teams. From Asia Pacific East, we will have 2 teams as well. But if we talk about the road to the World Championship Series, we have seen the April tournament, we have seen 3 teams, we have seen 3 teams coming in from side of May tournament as well, and from the LCQ, we do have some more teams as well fighting in this Pokemon UNITE regional playoffs. And from here, we're going to get 2 teams who will go down to the none other than Japan in Yokohama and will represent our country.
Right now, see, I'm looking forward to who those 3 teams are going to be, but as you said, teams have given their all, their grit, their determination, their dedication. Not too sure how far they've exceeded on the planar, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have one heck of a show today. So telling all our viewers to gear up, because this is not the Pokemon UNITE action you want to be missing. And if you have your friends who are right now somewhere who have not tuned in, make sure they join up. But right as now, tournament rules again for anybody who wants to brush up. A quick shiny shoe polish coming in. First 2 games is going to be first to win 2 games, BO3 they move ahead. Again, this is in the double elimination format, right? So you win games, you move ahead, you keep going, and once you reach the grand final, you have become one of the top 2 teams. Whether you get the first seed or second seed is something that we look forward to. This tournament right now is going to happen with the tournament top 16 teams eliminated after losing 2 matches. You know, as I said, a double elimination. Top 2 teams qualify for the WCS 2023 representing the India region. For a lot of viewers, you might be confused a little. Why does it say top 16 teams when in the whole, right, we had top 8 teams when we talked about the qualifiers of April, May and June respectively. We'll come on to that quickly. Before that, I'll give you an idea about the match rules. I think nobody has any doubt about this. It's a 10-minute match, 5v5, Thea Sky Ruins. No limits on the held items or its level, but there are Pokemon which are banned. And you would have guessed it right. It is the recent Pokemon, which is Umbreon, released. Next is going to be Leafeon, then we are going to see Inteleon and Blaziken as well eventually. So for now, it is Umbreon, but alongside Umbreon is going to be the trusty buddy Zacian, which we have been seeing banned throughout the Pokemon UNITE WCS. And last but not the least, no medals. You cannot equip any emblems. So it is going to be a fair game on both the ends, but draft pick, I think nobody has any doubts. But again, I'll quickly jump into the topic of Nekroz, the top 16 teams. So I hope the viewers who tuned in May remember there was an issue in the points, there was discrepancy, and it was being looked into, and we were just conducting the playoff stage based on the previous day's points. So right as now, after viewing that, we've understood there has been discrepancy. So there have been teams who have been given a chance to play here in the June, what will you say, the last hit or the last fight or the last playoffs, right? If they win it here, they might get to be one of the top 2 teams, and that's the reason we have top 16 teams rather than the top 8. But quickly, Nekroz, why don't you walk us through the prize money?
Oh well, Lucifer, I'm really pumped up to announce first position team who will be there will be getting a 15,000 massive amount of USD in their pocket. In the second position, if you talk about it, it's going to be $7,500. In the third position, it's going to be $6,000. In the fourth position, it's going to be $3,000, and the fifth position will be rewarded with the 1,500 US dollars respectively. As we see, the regional playoffs prize money is definitely quite huge if you just see, and it is going all through the entire month. But now, as far we have seen, this is going to be the tournament bracket as we really wait. The upper bracket round 2 will be starting in a short while, starting off with SETOD Sports Final Evolution. We'll have True Rippers versus FSC Sports. The winners of both these matches will be going to the upper bracket semi-finals, while the losers of these 2 matches will be going down to the lower bracket round 2.
There are teams waiting there. No Lapras, Farming Simulators on my way. These 3 teams are looking forward to who their competitors are going to be, and that's what we are trying to look forward to, what's going to happen as we proceed ahead. And also the one thing that I'm looking forward to is the grand final reset. So if anybody is new right now, who's just, I would say, walked into Pokemon UNITE World Championships Series India region, or if you watch the other region, I'm pretty sure you know, the grand final reset is when a lower bracket team wins and make sure the finals team loses. But quickly we'll come back to it. But talking about, there is a Halloween coming up, a new one, and that is for the favorite Pokemon that's been equipped these days. That is going to be the Glaceon, and that is going to be a new Halloween for Glaceon named Graceful Style Halloween, and it will also come alongside the new Battle Pass, which is going to be available from Monday, that is the 12th June. And here is a video for you on the same. I hope you enjoyed those new holowares coming through. I mean, you saw the battle pass as well, right? It was kind of very majestic in feeling, and amongst them, I would see 3 of my favorite Pokemons have been lined up with holowares this time. Glaceon, Scizor, as well as Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime was my go-to Pokemon when Mr. Mime was right in the meta. So right now I'm a little bit excited. I might tune myself in getting my hands on that on 12 June. So again, don't miss out on the new Halloween coming in for Glaceon. There's going to be the Graceful Style Halloween along with the Battle Pass from 12 June. That is going to be Monday. But Nekroz, we did see the Halloween, but it's time to see Halloweens which have been in action, right, for the previous 2 months and later as well. The teams will be equipping. It'll be interesting to see their animations, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the score that is going to matter of who is going to make sure that every game that they play, they keep themselves on top. But what do you think as we start this off? Who do you have your cards for? Who do you think can kind of have a dominating entrance or a dominating carry over the games in the brackets?
I really believe it's going to be Griffin. If you talk about in the previous
Oh.
forms in the previous month, if you talk about the May tournament, we have seen Griffin getting in an outstanding performance. But yeah,
True.
if you talk about a good performance but a good timing as well, True Rippers, Revenant Esports, those are two teams. They have got a good amount of break time, or I might say they have got a good amount of time to practice out themselves in order to come up in this very regional playoffs and come very prepared to fight against the best of best teams. Because if you just talk about SATL Esports, Team Griffin, there are n number of teams. We have got 16 teams in this regional playoff, so it's not that easy for you to make it to the top two. It's going to be really, really difficult to make it to the grand finale of this India qualifier. So if you have to come on the top list, but you have to be the best in each and every move that you're using.
True, and as you mentioned, right, top 16 teams. For viewers, I do want to let you guys know, do not be disappointed. We might not see all the matches throughout these double elimination brackets, but I'll make sure with my utmost trustworthy confidence that I can put down to you guys that I will keep you updated of what's going to be happening in case we have a match going on our stream and another one going offline simultaneously. I'll try to keep you guys updated with the scores as well if possible. So make sure that as you guys are viewing, keep your ears also a little bit keen, because I'll give you updates of your favorite teams who maybe you do not get a chance to witness, because we have a long day today. And the main intention for every viewer at the end of the day is to see, are their favorite teams qualifying and becoming the top two best Indian teams? Because at the end of the day, that's what it matters, right? Now, after becoming the top two best Indian teams, it doesn't stop there. As you did mention, right? Prize pool, $15,000. They might take it and walk away with it. But the journey doesn't end there. Teams from there will fly to Japan and then represent India on the global stage, fight in the battle arena for the world's trophy. Can they bring it back home? They've tried it previously 3 times, I think, yes. And they've gotten closer every time that they represented India, but it has been taking some time. So I hope this time they're gearing up, and especially this has been a couple, not even just, because this has been like 3-4 months long tournament that has been going on, and before April itself we kept announcing. So I'm pretty sure teams have been gearing up, making changes, working on different metas, as well as equipping themselves and acquainting themselves with the recent patches coming through to make sure that they put up their best performance, Nekroz. And what such Pokemon are you looking forward to? We did talk about Zoroark in May, a lot of it to see him in action. We saw him in one game, but what do you expect today that we might end up seeing that can be a surprise for you?
Zoroark will be definitely one of those Pokemons that I'm really looking forward to see on the comp. But eventually, I really want to see some Cinderace action. It's something like, you can call it off a demand from my end. But yeah, if you just talk
Shall I throw you off board a little?
You can. No problem. I don't mind it.
So my pick would be Duraludon, and I'm not too sure it's going to come out at all. But let's go to the versus right now, as we see the first match for the day is going to be SATL Esports versus Final Evolution. Again, we know how close SATL were to become the May's first team, right? The first place team, but unfortunately they weren't. They came in second, as you mentioned, Team Griffin. Both of them went toe to toe until the last game. It went that best of 5, and we will see how it functions today. As we see right as now, it's going to be Might, Snowy, Badshaw, Rex and Kyurem representing on SATL 10 and Final Evolution. Why don't you make the introductions, Nekroz?
Well, it's Kyle, and I'm Beyonder Lynch. Sorry, but in Infinity, coming up on the side of Final Evolution, where we talk about, it's going to be a very close battle. Though we can say it's upper bracket round 2 match, there is going to be one winner and one is going to go down to the lower brackets again. But still, the way SATL played previously in their, if we talk about in the May tournament, they performed pretty well. They came in 3rd position, couldn't finish in the 2nd or the 1st. But definitely it will be a good level of competition. Final Evolution is also definitely a good team. We have seen them perform pretty well as well. But now, if we talk about against SATL Esports, I don't find it quite easy. But when you just talk about the roster changes, addition of Badshaw, Rex, and these kind of players, and the new lineup of SATL, and having an IGL like All Might, it's really, really not that easy for Final Evolution to get through SATL. But I really believe they're going to give them quite a tough time. It
will. I'm pretty sure SATL will have to run to get their victory. They will not be able to just take it easily. They might try to dominate. We know one of the best players right now in the Indian region is going to be All Might on the top path. He's the best top path player as of now, but we've seen him having troubles, right? We've seen him switch from the all-rounder role to a ranged attacker role to even a defender role. This does tell you that the team has been working on different metas and different play styles and strategies, and I'm looking forward to what they've geared themselves up for now, because they, on their team, as I said, Might is one of the best top path players. They have Bacha, who's one of the region's best Mew players, and in the recent times, right, Mew has been able to being caught up to. They're immediately jumping on the Mew, making sure Mew does not have those long range damages coming in, because that's one of the Pokemons in the throughout entire Pokemon Unite fray which has the reset option where it can change the moves based on its need, right? The Electro Ball can come through, the Surf can come through, or the Solar Beam, looking forward to the last hit, which makes it very unique as a playstyle and strategy. And teams have also like picked it when it's like, how would you say, the last chance or the last hit, or how would you say, make it the last steal is there, but it's like, okay, everything is, we have tried everything but nothing is working out. We'll see what will happen now as we jump to the first draft pick from SATL versus Final Evolution. But before that, it is the ban that I'm looking forward to, and Nekroz, go for the picks. I mean the bans.
I'm looking forward to Glaceon ban for sure from the side of Final Evolution. We don't want to allow SATL taking a good advantage.
True, first pick.
If we just talk about SATL, it might just go up in favor like a Cliffable or a Dutrio. I'm looking forward for it.
Yeah, there might be a defender as well, or maybe a Slowbro. Looking at Final Evolution, and they might be good, but both the teams decide. It's just Glaceon that we have problem right as one of the Icicle Spear, right? With the Ice Shard makes Glaceon like a very tough Pokemon to deal with. Yeah, close to invincible, I agree with you. But Might quickly picking and locking onto Lapras. On the other end, it's going to be a Slowbro and Cliffable coming through.
Oh man, I'm really looking forward to the next few picks. I'm looking forward to Bacha taking a Zoroark, but if you talk about Rex, might just go with the Snorlax again. Snowy just coming up with the... Oh my god. This is going to be quite a good pick. Two ranged attackers coming up from the side of SATL.
Finally, I am going to enjoy, right? There are fiery Pokemon choices coming through. Yes, we have seen Delphox a lot, but Chandelier is going to be finally seen, and I'm going to be enjoying it. I think Snowy might not play it. He might give it to Kyurem, and Kyurem right now will pick his Pokemon, which might be an all-rounder. But on the other end, we see a Ninetales also coming in again in the recent patch. It has got a slight buff, making its Blizzard even better in terms of making it available, decreasing its cooldown. On the other end, we do have a Blastoise, and as I said, there will be an all-rounder coming through, but it's Rex picking it. So there might be a quick change on both Rex and Kyurem. We'll see in the preparation phase, Buzzwole coming into the game along with none other than Eldegoss. But Kyle, I'm not too sure who remembers his reign of domination in the Spirit Shackle that he used on the Decidueye. Oh my god, Kyle, I was just complimenting you, and he decides like, no Decidueye, I'm going to come up with a Zoroark. So I think it should be a feint attack Zoroark, which will be interesting because Night Slash, if you miss your hit, your entire combo is going to go down the drain, and I think that's what is going to happen. But we'll talk about it later as we see the Buzzwole in the final preparation phase taken, and that will be none other than All Might picking it up, and Rex will get the Lapras, and Snowy looks like he will stick onto another Chandelier.
Well, still Bacha with the Delphox, not going to surprise us at all. But yeah, we really thought it, Lucifer, that All Might will be going with that Buzzwole again, and we will be seeing Lapras going to the Rex side. But now it's going to be the very first round of this regional playoffs, the first match of the day, the first round of the day. It's going to start up in a very short while. We have seen the draft pick players just getting pumped up, but this 10 minutes will give one team a bit of confidence boost, but the other will face some consequences of the loss. So it all this depends on the next 10 minutes that are going to come up.
Yeah, who can give their best initial top control? I think it should be Might coming through with the Buzzwole that he has. The all-rounders give you that early control when they are at level 5, so I'm looking forward to if Might can keep that going. But on the other end, right, I'm not too sure what Final Evolution can do. Their pick is very varied. They have a speedster, a ranged attacker as well coming in through, coming in with a double defender composition. So I think for Final Evolution it might be a slow start if their Zoroark doesn't function, because on SATL's end, right, they have every Pokemon working in their favor. They have a Chandelier, they have a Delphox to an eye from range. In the close range, the Buzzwole is going to be there, and with the attack weight that All Might has, he will always go for the early stacks. Irrespective that they'll try to stop him, he'll always look for these early stacks. Unfortunately, he went for more Eos energy so that when he goes for the goal, he at least has 4 coming through, but not too sure why. He could have just gone away with the 2. For now, gets pushed back on the top path, but control in bottom path. Rex overextending. He will survive. He's a defender, can take up all the damage coming in. Early Whirlpool as well as Ice Shard, so I don't think it should be a trouble for him. And Bacha already on level 4. Good decision making, like making the ranged attackers level up and evolve faster.
I believe, at this point, Rex is just, working up, like, getting in privilege to those ranged dragons that you can level up as fast as you want and just guard yourself. And when you want to go for an attack, when you want to charge up to the towers, I'll be there to be in the front line where Zoroark steps in, trying to get some, a little bit of damage out there. But when you just see around, it's not really easy, because you also get to see the Lampent just sticking in the bottom lane, Zoroark going to the mid lane, just trying to get out some of those KOs, maybe for himself with a spotter. Just tries to sneakily get some good scores, but Rex just trying to give him some good amount of damage. The Clippable still giving a constant healing, which is actually helping him around to get some good early scores.
Right as now, it looks like Final Evolution have the ones who are getting their scores dunked. I thought that maybe it would be SATL getting the early scores, but looks like their intention of evolving their ranged attackers has literally slowed down their gameplay. But I think later down the line it might change. But as of now, how the defenders are playing, right, you can see from Final Evolution, they're always in the forefront, making sure none of their other Pokemon ever get caught in the hands of SATL's players. They are waiting for the next Altaria and Swablu on the top as well as the bottom, and also waiting for the Regis to spawn, which is going to take 40 seconds, still a long time. But you can see how they're hiding in the tall grasses, but they're keeping a check on it. They're not letting anybody creep up so close. But unfortunately, I think because Rex is right now intending that let the Altaria and Swablu spawn, we'll take that and then look forward to pushing towards the goal zone and get the score. They're just waiting it out and looking forward to it spawning, and finally it will. They will all look forward to taking it away, and Rex with level 6 now will look forward to jump, and Final Evolution on the other end as well, using Zoroark, wanting to jump on none other than All Might, but Buzzwole immediately goes into the goal zone, and therefore no fight yet being given from SATL actively for Final Evolution. So we are right now going to only look forward to the fight that's going to start happening while the Regis have spawned. Oh, All Might is caught.
Uh-oh.
He was saving himself for now. Made the wrong move here.
Definitely a wrong move. It's a triple stack coming from inside of Final Evolution. They knew that there will be All Might in the top lane alone. Instead of just trying to guard out with Regiliki. If you just talk about it, the bottom lane, SATL Esports managed to get this objective in their favor, and they're just trying to get some good output from their end.
Final Evolution have kept the score completely in their favor. They've already reached triple digit. I hope SATL finally get back into the game some or the other way. The top goal zone has also been destroyed, and you can see Might alone trying to hold off the Regiliki. The Chandelier looks like it's rotating and should be going to the top path to help All Might to kind of take down the Regiliki as soon as possible. But on the other end, Final Evolution taking this advantage. Look at them. They're overextending, taking control of the other side of the map and letting SATL in a difficult position. If their Lapras gets caught, looking at how Zoroark is trying to push up, it's going to look bad. They'll get the bottom path control as well as then destroy the bottom goal zone. For now, it looks like they've started rotating, and Might has called in a ranged attacker for the top path, where you can see Zoroark was trying to flank them, did not work out, and this is the opportunity SATL tried to push up, understanding that the speedster is out, the defenders and as well as none other than the supporter is there. We have to push up. Delphox's Unite comes in. They're still trying to fight. Push them back. Fire Spin is annoying Beyonder as of now. But can this stop? Yes, as Fireworks stop, it even stops, making sure they don't get anything further. But look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the Water Spout did the damage. Then the Rapid Spin. Then the Unite coming in from Kyle on none other than the Zoroark. Again, keep top path in control. Final Evolution not giving even a slight glimmer of hope as of now. 5 minutes are done and SATL is still sitting at 0. Now let's hope SATUL, this second part of the game, are able to do something different. For now, they're just looking forward to level up and evolving. As you can see, they're not lagging behind, but they're ranged attackers. They're unable to kind of combine the attacks together to push forward to a proper execution.
Well, I'll just talk about it. It's going to be it's still not an easy job. If you see, SATUL haven't scored a single score as of now. They're still trying to get his objective. They're just trying to level up. Preparing for the recoup, like the Rikwaza fight, if we just talk about in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah.
But is it quite enough? Because if we just talk about Chandler is there, he's got the imprisonment right in front of him, but well, we'll get the Reggie Rock in the favor, but well,
Blastoise Unite as well.
This Unite down exactly right now might be useful to the side of Final Evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure if anyhow SATUL manages to make a counter attack, it will be a big problematic situation for them. They haven't got a single score till now, but they are focusing on the KOs as much as possible.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorak is here. He's combining and jumping on everybody. But Chandelier is good for it. Does the damage. Now it's only Ninetales. Trying to hold them off with the Avalanche. Does not work. And it's finally SATUL coming back into the game as they destroy the bottom goal zone. Only reached 28 as of now. But not too sure what happened here. Cliffable had already crossed over to the other end of the goal zone. Had 28 to score but did not score it. And eventually when they destroy the goal zone and headed back, Cliffable was still there trying to score. Maybe the Altaria Swablu stopped. I'm not too sure because we didn't get that perspective. For now, even though they lost the bottom objective, Regirock, this time they're looking forward to taking away none other than the Regieleki in their favor. The Unite from the Delphox did come through looking for the last hit. Did not work out, but they're still trying to push the top path. You can see Buzzwole is there fighting with Regieleki at its path. And everybody else trying to push the others, the defenders, that the Blastoise is there, the Zorak, they're trying to push them off the goal zone. And the fight is still ongoing. Snowy, can he do the damage which is needed? Might dragging everybody out. Nice superpower and Smackdown use coming in. Again, drags the Cliffable out of the position of the goal zone. But eventually there are other players. The Ninetales also joins into the fight, and that's the reason SATUL decide to start backing off and then jump on the Regieleki, which was looking forward to making their goal zone vulnerable. For now, we have the last 20 seconds of the game, Nekroz, where we will see the Rayquaza spawn. And then SATUL, do they have the game? Looking at the levels, they're very close. Actually, they're even better compared to what Final Evolution are. We see one at level 13. One at level 14 compared to the players on Final Evolution who are still at level 12 and 11.
What I believe is that SATUL did eventually focused on the KOs and leveling up rather than just scoring and getting the scores, because they eventually know that if we get the Rayquaza, it's all done and dusted from our side, and for that we need to get the KOs in the final stretch as much as possible. The healings have been provided, they need the KOs right now. The Lapras trying to make some good move. The Slowbro is there using his particular movesets, but will it be enough to serve? Just getting some moves. The Water Pulse is being activated. The Ninetales can be one of those X factors that Final Evolution are completely relying on. The Fire Spin is just making some hindrances for them, but they are still trying to melt down the Rayquaza as fast as possible. Before that, SATUL needs to find some openings, but Rex is into some serious trouble. He needs the support, and Buzzwole steps in. All Might will get some of his movesets down and will get the first kill as the Cliffable goes down.
Zorak tried to use his Unite but did not work out. Then the Blastoise steps in with the Unite, does work out, finds one now with a Rapid Spin, trying to take down All Might, but his superpower and Smackdown is just too good right as now, doing hefty amounts of damage, and the Blastoise also goes down. Now it's only left to Ayambi under the Cliffable right now, just respawn. But in the meantime, look at what SATUL are doing. They're looking forward to jumping on none other than the Rayquaza, trying to drain its health away as fast as possible, but this Slowbro, it's not letting that happen. The Surf is going to be there looking for the last hit. Can they get it? Yes, the Cliffable snatches it away. How can this happen? Final Evolution, make sure SATUL will have a lot of trouble. All of them had respawned. All of them will have shield. Oh wait, okay, Zorar doesn't have the shield. He spawned in later. But at Final Evolution, they scored one on the bottom goal zone. They've destroyed it. Pushed their overall score to 220. They still have their shields active. They can go for another score, but they're trying to hide. Slowbro's shield gets destroyed, but look at Rex scoring a big 100. Is it going to be enough? No, not at all, because Kyle is counter scoring a big 72 coming through, and nobody could stop it. Then there's a 50 coming in from the Ninetales, which is going to push this overall score to close to 400, and Final Evolution seal this first game in their name.
Oh man, you gotta say this, Lucifer, that this last second tragedy that happened at this position, SCTUL Esports were not all expecting it to be. Everything was just going the way they wanted it to be. Even the KOs, the triple KOs that they have secured in the very final stretch, though the timer, it did not give them that kind of privilege to come up again with some counter-attacks. But that Cliffable, you have to say that he is going to be that real MVP from the side of Final Evolution for this particular match. As if he wasn't there and if he even got a steal from his end, this results might have tilted towards the side of SCTUL Esports.
SHL did not have early game control. It did not work out on the top path, and now you can see the early game also did not work out. Late game they tried their best, but they could not take down the Slowbro. The Slowbro was annoying. Look at the amount of damage that this tanked upon. 74,000 damage. Cliffable as well was very annoying with 56,000 damage taken. But on the other end, you can see Final Evolution, they don't have any proper heavy hitters coming through. Everybody did do their job. But on the SATL's end, you can see even though they had Snowy and Badsha doing close to 70,000 damage, along with Rex helping them out, they never had a close ranged heavy hitter who could do the hit and find the KO as well. I think Might stacking never happened, right? You saw SATL had 0 goals until like 7 minutes of the game. And then is where they got the Regirock, and when they made a push where their defense and special defense got a boost because of the objective. Otherwise, I think it couldn't have gone at all. And I am beyond it. Brilliant utilization of Amnesia and Surf coming through. He was making sure he concusses them. And if they're doing damage on him, use Amnesia. Get that blue HP turned into his proper full HP coming through if possible. Otherwise, he'll keep the fight ongoing. And I think that was just something that he made sure he bought time for his teammates, right? You see, if there were 2 ranged attackers, they should have been able to drain the Rayquaza health very fast. They tried. But it did not happen because that's how smart Final Evolution played. They kept their players making sure they had a check-in, as I told you. Till 6 to 7 minutes of the game, we never saw SATL having even 1 score. And because of that, the stacking became super hard, and having an attack weight on a Pokemon, and when you're unable to stack, does not work out. You can see Might not even having a single score. I thought maybe he got a score somewhere in between, but he has 0.
It was a big tragedy. If you talk about SCTUL Esports, I believe from this match they have got some idea that Final Evolution, like all the teams playing in the regional qualifiers, they are here because they have won it. But if you just talk about a recap again of this very particular round of this upper bracket second round match number 2. From the very start, SCTUL Esports, they were focusing on getting those KOs as well as leveling up themselves. But if you talk about Final Evolution, they gave them the room of making some good scores from the very early stage, which actually accumulated them the advantage to get a big heavy dump in the very end. If you just talk about SCTUL Esports, had a good decent start with the scores as well, they might have got a single chance in the final stretch to come up with some 1 or 2 counter scores, and which would have been enough for them to make the difference or to win this round.
As of now, there's been no difference. Look at this last fight coming through. They were very smart about how they played it. The Unite was also not a cascading Unite. It was very methodically and strategically played out, where they did find the KO, right? As you can see, the Chandelier was not there. This is what I was talking about. They had 2 ranged attackers. If they played it smart, made sure the ranged attacker survived. Rayquaza drain would have been super fast, but it was not the case. Way before Snowy respawned, they already made sure they got the last hit, and Cliffable getting a last hit is not at all easy. But making that happen was really wonderful that I saw from Final Evolution. And also, there was no overextensions that we saw coming in, right, from Final Evolution. They were making sure when they had a push, they pushed together. If they saw that they were jumping back into the goal zone, they did not extend or jump into their goal zone and fight, understanding that they'll get a blue shield access. And I think that was just very smart. And when they went in for an all-in hit, they made sure they trapped at least one of the players in that path, pulled them out and found the KO. You saw, right, when everybody rotated to the bottom path when the first Reggie spawned, they immediately went for the bottom objective first. It was only All Might who was on top. As soon as he came out, he was looking forward to moving towards Reggie. Everybody jumped on him, scored more and destroyed the top goal zone. I think that's the kind of play Final Evolution were looking like. Let SATL try to make a play, we will overshadow them and jump on top of them, making sure they don't get their play working in their favor.
mean, it was a completely, on-point plan that actually worked out for the side of Final Evolution. They have a good start for now in this series. It's already 1-0. So if anyhow they manage to beat down SCTL Esports in the very next round that is going to come up shortly, it is going to be 2-0, within which we can say the Final Evolution might have a chance to go directly into the upper bracket semi-finals, while SCTL Esports might have to drop down to the lower brackets and compete all the way along to come down to the grand finals. So it's going to be a harsh journey for the one team who will go down to the lower bracket, but it actually works like that. You cannot actually win always, but definitely SCTL Esports, the team that we have seen performing tremendously in the May tournament, cannot just go down like this. I'm really looking forward that All Might is going to come up with a good counter attack this time.
I feel like somewhere, as much as Delphox's Unite we saw, right? We rarely saw the Unite coming in from Chandelier. I think that's something that they had to look forward to. Their Chandelier had evolved to level 14, is one short of level 15. Delphox was on level 13, whereas everybody else was at least 1 or 2 levels behind the players of SATL at level 12 and 11 respectively. So I think that should have been something that they should have thought about, and also trying to pull out the Pokemon which they're trying to hide, such as the Ninetales, right? You see how much Ninetales was always being kept behind the players of Blastoise as well as the Slowbro, and I think that's what SATL couldn't kind of help themselves or hold themselves off. As soon as they were trying to chase Ninetales, there was the Blizzard and the Avalanche coming through, and then immediately the Blastoise and the Slowbro jumping on top of them, and on point defense coming in, right? They never let either the Zoroark being caught alone, drifted alone, Ninetales being drifted alone. They always made sure these Cliffable, the Blastoise as well as the Slowbro coming through, they were the ones who were the first point of contact in any fight. They never made sure that it was their Ninetales or something. So that's the reason they got the first game. Can they get it again in the second, as you said, to get a clean sweep against SSU? We'll jump to the draft pick and see if it happens.
Looking forward for the bans again. It should be a Glaceon coming up from the side of Final Evolution, but might expect for a Zoroark ban maybe, or a Cliffable ban might be possible from the side of SCTL Esports, because they are quite aware that if they don't ban the Glaceon, if SCTL is not banning the Glaceon, then it's going to be the next option. But yep, it's still the same. It still remains the same, Lucifer.
Yeah, it generally is. Right as now, it has been that Glaceon, as you said, right? Slightly invincible. It's not easy to jump onto or grab onto, and especially at this professional level of the circuit, everybody knows getting closer to a ranged attacker at any point, irrespective of who you have in your opposition, is never easy. They always make sure the defenders are there. Initial picks coming in to be the same. Almost looks like again we might end up seeing a mirror composition. Rex and Kyurem this time being the early picks rather than Snowy and Badsha. Snowy, he's going to be the pick who makes it. He eventually jumps immediately and says, I do want the Chandelier back again and want to try something else. Kyurem bringing back the Eldegoss. On the other end, right, you can see they are sticking on to the same Pokemon choices, that is Final Evolution, whereas SATL want to throw maybe an offbeat gameplay with their last two choices. I'm not too sure, Nekroz. Yes, they want to. The Trevenant is there. What is going to be an all-rounder, or is it going to be a ranged attacker? And they bring in... Is it? Badsha, do you lock onto the Venusaur? And he does. This is going to be a very interesting gameplay. I'm not too sure if it's a Solar Beam and Poison Sludge Venusaur or the Petal Dance and Giga Drain. We'll wait and watch. But on the other end, they had enough with Zoroark. Kyle coming in with the Dodrio.
He just shows this time, I'm going to go for the scores. There's no matter. I'm going to come with those drill packs and get some scores, get some KOs, get some steals for sure. Gal has been a prominent speedster in the previous match. If you just talk about like with the Zoroark, he really performed pretty well, not just well. He performed pretty well with the Zoroark. Yeah, might have got KO'd in some crucial moments, but eventually managed to back it up and just got some good outputs for his team. But this time again, if we just talk about the composition, almost remains the same. Just a small change in the space of Zoroark, because they might have now understood that SATL might be coming up with a counter attack for the Zoroark. So this time it's better to go with the Dodrio. But again, Badsha picking up the Venusaur and then again a Trevenant. It's going to be something to really talk about or maybe to look out for, because this composition from the side of SATUL is looking a bit dicey, but whenever this kind of situation happens, we really know what the results might just turn out to be.
Yeah, I want to see what their strategy this time is. Previously, the early game did not work out. They did not get stacks at all. This time, can they make it happen is something I want to show. Early game is very crucial these times. I think the level difference, right? Otherwise, you kind of get accustomed to just going into your mid paths and trying to get level and experience on the wild Pokemons that you have. And you kind of, once you're routinized with that, right, it's very difficult for you to indulge yourselves in a fight. I think that's what SATUL were caught, like in a spiral of let's get levels better, let's get levels better. I hope this time they do something different. Initially it looks similar in terms of the mid path. Previously it was the Zorark as well as the Chandelier. This time also it is going to be the Speedster as well as the Chandelier as well, who are going to be going into the mid path. But there's been change. Rex is not going to be playing the Lapras. It is All Might, and I'm looking forward to what difference he makes.
All Might needs to step up this time. He needs to be the one to take the control of the entire game from the side of SATUL Esports. This isn't going to be the decider of or maybe an equalizer from the side of SATUL Esports. It's going to be a tremendous setback that they are going to face in this entire bracket. Because if they go down to the lower bracket, we know the consequences they are going to face. And I really not a single team participating in the regional playoffs wants to go down to the lower brackets. So it's quite difficult if we just compare from the upper brackets, because you have to go all the way through and beat all the teams to become the only one to qualify from the lower brackets and make it to the grand final.
Oh no! Snowy, thankfully he had the eject, was able to run away, but Kyle was ready to take him down. Not a fully evolved Chandelier, but this Drill Peck is annoying. He's making use of his agility and making sure it does a lot of heavy damage coming through, and it's working out as of now. They were pushed to their goal zone. They were made sure that they kept their path in check rather than overextending. Finds an opening, Infinity, gets that initial 4, wanted to steal away the 2 Chaos Energy, but look at what Final Evolution are doing. They're pushing to the opponent's mid path, trying to steal their buffs, but 2 people, they make the bad decision and give up their level and experience. They let SATUL's players feed off of them. And now look at this, they're going to punish SATUL. They're jumping, scoring, get a big 44 very early on in the game. The Drill Peck is not stopping, they do get Kyurem. But do they get anything else? No, it was just the healer.
Oh, this time even if you talk about the Absolsaur is there, trying to get some steals or maybe just try to level up as fast as possible, because we are quite aware that the completely evolved Venusaur can be very much destructive. But at this point, it needs to be something that we're looking forward to. With Lapras, we just talk about getting those heals as fast as possible. The Cliff is also giving a constant heal to the water. With Lapras steps in with a bubble beam, trying to get some KOs, just trying to do some good amount of damage with those water pulse again. He needs to put up some good output at this point. He's got the Eldegoss as well alongside the Clickable will be there, but we are seeing the Dodrio stepping in right now to make some good impact. With the Drill Peck, might just get 1 KO down. The Lapras is in a low HP, but Dodrio won't be able to get the output. He's trying his level best to get things done from his side, but eventually if we just talk about the Regice have been appeared, and the bottom as well as the top objective have already appeared in the second marker.
It is Final Evolution who started the battle, but there are more number of players from SATUL who tried to cause trouble, and that's the reason they wanted to push back SATUL. And look at the Dodrio again swooping back in, along with none other than the War Turtle as of now, but did find value. Venusaur with, yes, the big Solar Beam does take him out, but doesn't matter, no, because the Regice is taken away from Final Evolution. They might go for the push, but they decide that the Solar Beam might be just super effective. Let's go back to our goal zone, but in the meantime, Might, as we always say, will keep top path control, does keep top path control, and even destroy the top goal zone of Final Evolution. Now you see, even though Final Evolution have control, right, they're getting objectives, they're finding chaos, they're unable to score, which is the objective of the game. Can they find it and make it happen? Nice Unite coming in, isolating none other than the Ivysaur, finds a KO on the Ivysaur. Kyurem is also super low, chasing him. Dodrio finding a second, after which he gets KO'd from none other than the Lapras with the Unite coming in. All Might making sure he causes trouble. Nobody has still got a chance to score, and that's the reason the War Turtle decides to score on the top, with giving Final Evolution some kind of breathing space as they score a little more from 13 to 43. getting 30 dunk. But in the meantime, SATL, are they stopping? No, they are here in the intention of destroying the bottom goal zone as well. Snowy has 40 AOS energy that he can dunk, but his teammates need to help him and push back the players of Final Evolution. But Final Evolution jumping with everything. Blasters Unite was used. Now there is no chance for SATL to jump back into the fight, but the bubble beam coming in from none other than All Might is causing trouble. Trevenant with the Unite finds the KO. Ninetales is out, and they've gotten back themselves into the bottom path control. Bottom goal zone also destroyed. SATL starting off strong here, and 5 minutes done, they already have 185. They're going into double century here.
And this is going to be really trouble for Final Evolution. We need to stop it, or SATL is going to take this right through their hands at this point. Imprison using the Chandelier Snowy we just talked about alongside Lapras. Trying to melt down the Regiliki as fast as possible before anybody from inside the Final Division can step in and will get the Regiliki completely secured from their end. But if we just talk about eventually right now, bottom objective is just trying to spot up. It's going to be the Reggie Rock that's going to appear. But if we just talk about the Dot Trio, is just trying to steal the buff from the side of SATL Esports. Not a good sign for them, but eventually the trio will be one of the crucial Pokemon right now.
He's working on stacks right now, which is a good decision, but for now I think Final Evolution need to also pay attention to the objectives. Top Regiliki was taken from SATL, the bottom Regirock also being taken away from other than SATL. Final Evolution, they need to go for a team fight. If they don't, they'll not be able to do their early. I will feel like the early fights that they're using their Unites as well, right, is what is causing trouble for them. All Might right now with Bubble Beam wanted to slow down the players, but it did not work out. Imprison also coming in from the Chandelier. There was not enough to hold off the players of Final Evolution. Final Evolution also reached the triple digit mark. Let's see if they can push up still.
Yeah, like even if we just talk about Lucifer, the main important thing that I'm noticing pretty well is that if you just talk about All Might playing on a Lapras, it's been a bit more effective than what it was in the previous match.
Yeah.
If you just compare, like Rex couldn't do as much, like this kind of good moves as what All Might is doing in this particular match. Imprison being used, just denying the Drio to score for now. Will have some after effects for that, but Kyle is just trying to go out.
No.
But, oh, it's going to be tough.
His jump did not work. He's still trying to run. He's in the opponent's flux zone. He is running ringer roses around the mid path, but finally SATL itself decided he just has like 3-4 stacks. Let him get that. 4 AOS energy is nothing for us to cause a lot of trouble. What we'll do is if he's pushing our mid path, trying to take away our buffs, we'll do the same. Might was very close to being KO'd, but unfortunately Kyle finally gets caught. They were in the tall grasses and he couldn't make it out as he was running back. Top Regiliki has been spawned, and next 30 seconds we're going to be seeing the Rayquaza as well. There is still a small gap where the bottom Reggie is also going to spawn. Trevenant is already holding guard of it, and SATL looking at the way they're making this play, they might just make the push with the Regiliki on top to the next tier 2 goal zone, and I think that's something Final Evolution need to pay attention to. There's just 7 seconds on the clock. They need to get this Reggie steal. They will boost their attacks. Yes, they do. And now it's time for the final stretch battle. Can Final Evolution find a way to get a clean sweep? A big 40 is being tried to dunk from none other than the Dodrio. He does, but unfortunately because his scoring gets split into 3 sections, he just scores like a section of it, 14 goals, and just backs off.
He's just waiting right now. The final stretch, the final fight. It's that place where SATL Esports couldn't figure it out in the previous round, but this time the lead they are having right now, it's really decent, and I believe from this they can make it through. But eventually we talk about Final Evolution needs to step in, but yes, the scores are coming up right inside of the trio, getting a good output from their end. It might be a good comeback, but need to get the KOs. Triple KOs have been completely done by Final Evolution. They will get a 4 as well. Lapras being only a single survivor. It's a complete disaster from the side of SATL Esports. Lapras is still there trying to make it through, but is it going to be possible? Lapras Express has been activated, but no, it's not. It's Final Evolution who takes it again. One more time, the Rayquaza goes and falls in the favor of Final Evolution. They will be stacking some good scores indeed. And now SATL Esports are completely clueless, as this is going to be the series point for the side of Final Evolution.
Yeah, this is done. I don't know if there is a chance. They do destroy the shield. on slow bro. He's still surviving the blue HP and doing damage. Finally, the solar beam from none other than Badshah will take him down. But look at the players from Final Evolution. They've already respawned and they are holding their base. But look at Cliffable slowly going in. I think Cliffable still has the shield, will score a big 50 and nobody will be able to stop it. Trevenant comes in first, tried to go in, was not able to do it, but Cliffable with this big 50, scoring in the 100, seals the deal, and there is no way SATL are going to come back. A nice eject and unite coming in. The hydro cannons are going to do a lot of damage, find a couple more chaos on none other than the players of SATL, and it's again Might left all alone, stranded on the bottom path, close to the tier 2 of Final Evolution, gets KO'd, and a 2 KO streak for none other than the Dodrio as Final Evolution qualify into the semi-finals in the upper bracket.
Oh man, nobody would have expected this, but if you just talk about Final Evolution coming on the top against SATL, so we were just talking before the match that it might be a bit tough game for the side of Final Evolution because the way SATL Esports have a form going up from their side, it's really difficult for them, for a new team, to make that much impact. But well, after all, it's Pokemon UNITE, Lucifer, and things do turn around in a very, very haphazard manner, and we are really witnessing those kind of matches right here, right in front of us. It's a complete 2-0 clean sweep coming up from the side of Final Evolution as they push down SATL Esports into the lower bracket. So it's a very, very tragic side for SATL Esports, but they're still not out of this region qualifiers or the playoffs because there's still a lot of many more matches they have to play.
Team game, right, makes the dream work.
Yeah.
That's all happened. In the last fight, Kyle was annoying them as he was running around in the bottom goal zone to the top goal zone to get those scores. And SATL were unable to figure out, wait, should we go and defend our goal zones? Should we fight? Should we jump into a battle? And they finally decide, yes, we want to jump into a battle. But what happens is, Might was in a different position, whereas his teammates all get caught off in the bottom path. As you see, the water spout rapid spin coming in from Infinity was just brilliant, and after that the Avalanche and Blizzard causing trouble, finding especially the ranged attackers first, right? Snowy got caught off guard and Badshah tried to jump in as a rescue, but he also eventually gets taken down. And once your ranged attackers are out and you had to have your defenders as the first point of contact in the battle, it did not happen. The game immediately cascaded and snowballed away from SATL in favor of Final Evolution. And you can see, until then SATL kept Final Evolution in check, made sure Final Evolution had trouble. It's not that they had constant scoring going on, it's that they made sure their team game was better than Final Evolution. And this time you can see All Might got his stacks better. Previously he had 0 stacking with attack weight, but with special attack specs this time he continuously kept on stacking, because of which his output was true good. And even in the final battle, we will see in the replay, I will talk about it, but you can see on the other end Final Evolution had nothing. There are 6 minutes of the game, they barely scored some. They were still stuck in 85.
I was really stunned out there. If you just talk about the start, Final Evolution, they were trying to make some good impacts, but eventually SATL Esports, this time they got a pretty good advantage, or maybe I can say a pretty good ground for their side. I did not even expect that this result will be turning out. I thought it might be a decider or an equalizer that is going to come up from the side of SATL Esports, but the way they were playing SATL Esports, securing each and every objective, getting the KOs on the right point, getting some good scores as well, just trying to get the good output, best output possible for any of the teams. They were just completely on track till the final stretch happens. But in the final stretch fight, if we just talk about Final Evolution, they got so many KOs, one after another, that turned the entire game around for their side.
And look at this, Lapras, All Might jumping right into the center, heart of the battle of the final stretch. It was not enough. He did everything. Tried to use Water Pulse, tried to use Bubble Beam. Not enough, and now you see here, he knew there's nothing he and his teammates could do. The game is long lost. After that, Cliffable got that 100 scored, and now you can see the updated brackets. I was about to give you the idea in case we didn't see that, but we are. As you can see, Revenant have defeated God's Reign, a clean sweep for them, along with that Team Griffin as well, clean sweep. They will fight against Revenant. FS Esports have got a clean sweep against True Rippers, and right as now as we watched Final Evolution. So in the semi-finals, we are going to see FS Esports versus Final Evolution, and on the other end, Revenant versus Team Griffin. Upper bracket semi-final matches are getting spiced up, Nekroz.
Oh man, I'm really pumped at this point. I would just imagine it's really early to predict, but just imagine the best of the best teams. It's all 2-0 in the upper bracket round 2. There's not been any decider or something.
Yeah.
There's no 2-1 at all. All the 4 matches are 2-0.
The fun fact is, in the upper bracket round 1, which was all offline, you can see there are scores of 2-1. Not all have been clean sweeps. And in round 2, we see all to be clean sweeps, which is a surprise, as you rightly say. I was not ready for that. I thought from the get-go of round 2, we will see a lot more closer battles. But I think here teams have decided they don't want any closer battles. They want clean sweeps, and they win it right out of the gate. For now, yes, it is going to be an interesting game that we saw from Final Evolution, a nice composition, and when they needed to catch those range attackers, right, they were the first ones to fall from SATL. If that did not happen, I think SATL would have a chance, but they still have a chance. Viewers, whoever was rooting for SATL, they are going to go up from the lower bracket. Now they have to give it their all in all the games. They don't even have a single game to lose. As you saw in the tournament rules, you lose 2 matches, you're out of the tournament. And right as enough, this is WCS World Championship Series. No team wants to go out so early, because your chance of qualifying and going to Japan, representing India on the global stage and winning a world's title for now will be put to halt. You would have to look forward to it again in the future, and again would have to go all through these efforts.
Just imagine there are 4 matches that are going to start up shortly in the lower brackets at round number 2. From there, 4 teams are going to advance to the next lower bracket semi-finals phase, and
4 teams will eliminate.
4 teams will be bidding us farewell, a goodbye, and will be coming back again into the next India qualifiers that will be happening again after some time for sure.
End of the year?
End of the year. But for now, for this month, the June tournament, if we talk about it, it's going to be the last and the final chance. The final matches that are being counted for all the teams, especially those 8 remaining teams in the lower bracket.
Yeah.
Only one is going to come up on the top in the grand final. It's a very tough battle. Out of 8, you just have to select one when you have got so many good teams lined up in the lower brackets. Talk about True Rippers, talk about God's Reign, talk about SATL Esports, or talk about Team Liquid. Oh my god, the names are just not stopping. But eventually, I'm really a bit sad because I don't want to see any of the teams just going out.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. I've been enjoying the Pokemon Unite action happening from the Indian region, bringing it to the roster changes that we have had, how teams have evolved, right? All of these things have been spectacular. Let's jump into the next game. We'll quickly talk about it as well as we give you more highlights into what is going to happen. And now, this is a match to witness. This is the clash of the Titans. Right now, as you see, the best team that qualified in the May qualifiers, that was Team Griffin going against Revenant Esports, one of the best teams coming out in the April qualifiers. Merriam, Walk, Tencent, Tesla and Vixen. On the other end, we have Blizzard, Nova, Crowley, Zshol and Swifty. And for the entire Indian circuit, everybody knows Crowley as the big brain IGL, coming in with numerous stats and a deadly player to kind of work around him. Let's see what Revenant are going to cook up in against Team Griffin, who have had the cleanest runs throughout Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series in the India region.
This is going to be definitely one hell of a match. If you want to avoid it, why not? It's going to be a really a tough one. But if we just talk about Team Griffin, they have won the May tournament. They are coming up in the month of June. So I'm really looking forward how Revenant are going to respond, because Revenant have not won the April tournament.
Nekroz, yeah, I agree. They haven't won. They gave their best fight. In April, we saw numerous teams like giving it their all, because that was the starter of the April qualifiers, right? Where all teams went ahead. And again, it's not insider information. The players who fought, they know. It was Team Griffin who never even got closer to the playoff stage in April qualifiers. And from there, they became the first place team in May qualifiers. That tells you how Team Griffin have evolved, right? How they've corrected their mistakes, how they've re-strategized, made better compositions, worked around their meta. So I think it might be a little bit troublesome for Revenant, because now, just think about it, right? Team Griffin did not get a chance to qualify in April, not get even closer as well to the top 5. And whereas Revenant, they got their place themselves, and they were looking forward to all the teams fighting in the May qualifiers. Now Team Griffin fought with everybody else again, and then became the first team, got the first seed, became the best team in the May qualifiers, and now they're trying to fight with Revenant. Now Revenant might have an upper hand because they got a chance to watch them, and everybody remembers, right? Revenant as a squad, they've had troubles in getting that last hit secured in the final stretch with Nekroz. I feel really bad from the bottom of my heart. It's like having such a fantabulous game from the first minute till the 8th minute of the game, and then the final stretch happens. The Rayquaza appears and they do not get the last hit and they lose the game. And I hope, and after how I've seen their games played out, right, their practice and all, they have actually done a lot of justice to making sure that they get the last hit. Whether they're fighting for the Rayquaza or if somebody else is draining Rayquaza and trying to take it away, they always look forward to the last hit. And I think Revenant might be just strategized better here today. I hope Team Griffin are ready for them, because previously they lost. They cannot lose now, even though they're the best team of May qualifiers.
See, there's one thing for sure at this point is for that Revenant Esports, they have got a pretty good time to, observe all the teams, to get some good info, to get some counter strategies planned for their end. Because if you just talk about the April tournament, they did not have to play the May tournament because they already qualified for the regional playoffs in that particular moment. And now, if you just talk about after so many long days, yes, they have got time to practice along and all, just trying to grind up, make some new strategies as well. But right now, it's the time to showcase what you have been doing for the past month, this entire month, if you just talk about. But yes, the first draft phase just starts and comes up exactly in front of us. But what it is going to be, I'm really, really pumped up. 2 bans?
I think it should be same, Nekroz, in terms of ban. There shouldn't be no... Yeah, it should be Glaceon coming in, because again, as I said, no proper counters as of now. But Revenant also can be worried about Team Griffin's defenders. But again, giving up a first pick, I think Revenant will not do that. But actually, it looks like they're worried about the Dodrio coming in. And for people who do not remember, there are 3 players that are able to play the Dodrio from none other than Team Griffin. I would say 4 as well. I've seen Vixen as well play. Volk, Vixen, Tesla, even Tencent can go for it if needed. He generally plays the support or the defender role, but we'll see what he'll do today. As of now, the first picks have been done. The Lapras has been taken away from Miriam. On the other end, it is Zishal with the Slowbro. Looking forward to Crowley's pick, but it's going to be Sada who locks in place of Crowley. They do not want to give away their ranged attackers early on.
This time, Volk might just go with the Delphox at this point, because he has been brilliant at heart. He might just also play with that Gardevoir as well, because he is quite a one to look out for if he plays a ranged attacker. Okay? Tesla comes up with the Hoopa, Tensei with the Snorlax, Blizzard and Swifty. If we just talk about Swifty, will be a bit disheartened because he is not getting a chance to play that Hoopa for sure. But yeah, Blizzard with that Sylveon, and we see Swifty coming with the Blastoise. Okay, so that's going to be something to watch out for.
Finally, the ranged attack is coming in from both the ends. Volk was looking forward to a Chandelier, but then decides that maybe even though we have the Chandelier, they might just try to run away. So let's get that Delphox, and Vixen, he picks up none other than Chandelier coming through. On the other end, Crowley, he was looking forward to being the second pick for Revenant Esports, but will be the last pick, coming in with... I was about to say a Venusaur, then he immediately is like, we need a speedster. We need to jump on their ranged attackers. Somehow we need to get to the backline. And Crowley, last second, he locks onto none other than Decidueye. I am not too sure if this was just a random pick while he was about to lock into none other than the Zoroark, but he then gives it away to Blizzard, and Crowley plays the Sylveon. He generally is an EV player, so having an evolution is something that I was looking forward to. But Nekroz, there is evolution going around for our viewers who can play it in the quick match. So make sure you go ahead and play the EV Apilorama, which is a lot of fun. I've been like asked together sitting in Apilorama and enjoying these cute evolutions and fighting with the randoms that I get. It's been fun. But right as now, only the first EV that we finally end up seeing here is going to be a Sylveon. but with the Decidueye was something that I was not ready for coming in from Revenant, and also Decidueye being last pick. I was thinking maybe get into the backline, invade that backline and make sure the Delphox and the Chandelier get shut down, but that doesn't happen. And Miriam as well, I was about to have second thoughts on him because he's a wonderful all-rounder. I'm pretty sure viewers remember his Zacian. I'm not too... from other games, I think I'm talking about his Zacian as well as his Urshifu. Oh my god, his early game is menacing for any team that comes in front of him. But right now he's gone in for the Chandelier. We'll look forward to it, and I want to see what's going to happen. We have the picks, we have the choices coming in. We will look forward to what's going to happen. We have a quick info for our viewers. The game has been paused as soon as it started. We're just looking forward to, I think there's been some network issues, so making sure that before we start the game, Nekroz, right, no troubles. I mean, in between the game, if we have a trouble, then you can't help it. The game has to go on. That is something that we can't control. Then you would have to look forward to coming back into round 2. But with this picks, right, I want to ask you, Nekroz, what are your thoughts? What do you think can work out? A double ranged attacker setup coming in from both the ends, and they are varied range attackers. A very long range attacker coming in, that is going to be the Decidueye. On the other end, it is little bit limited, that is going to be Delphox as well as Chandelier. Is it going to work? And especially if it's a hyper voice Sylveon, I'm worried for Team Griffin.
Exactly, we just talk about, Revenant, and especially when you talk about Crowley is there, he's playing, and he is one of big brain Aijin we call in our Indian circuit, that he has got some, always he's coming up and preparing some new counter strategies that nobody would have expected. That this team like Revenant can come up with this kind of strategy against us. It's not at all possible. But when it's Crowley, I believe there are a number of possibilities that you can actually tell. If you talk about the composition, the Sylveon as well as the Decidueye, Crowley is just one player who is so much flexible. He can play any kind of Pokemon. You give him a Cramorant, he's going to play it. If you give him a Decidueye, he's playing it. You give him a Defender, you give him a Speedster, you give him any kind of Pokemon, he can play it pretty well. And in that category, he is stepping in as the Decidueye and just taking all the responsibility on his shoulders.
He's not playing the Decidueye, he's playing Sylveon.
Oh, it just changed.
He made the choice for his teammate, so Blizzard is going to be playing the Decidueye. But as you rightly said, I mean, at this point of Pokemon Unite here in the Indian circuit, right, every player plays every Pokemon, but they master in only a couple of areas. But I agree, Crowley is one of those players who has mastered in all the areas. He plays for the team at all times. You never see him alone stranded, and making sure he even calls the shot while he's doing heavy damage is something that I'm looking forward to. And he has his trustworthy teammates, right, that he can rely back onto and make sure they get that game. And I'm pretty sure our viewers also know Revenant for one thing. Revenant from the start of Pokemon Unite in the Indian circuit have been known as the team who have been the heavy hitters, who are right out into the battle. They never stop. They always keep hitting the opponent. They never let them recover after their Pokemon has fainted. Again, get back into the path. They make sure they keep oppressing them. And I'm looking forward to can Revenant do it again.
I mean, this is one of those teams we have seen n number of time representing the Indian region in the world stage, but again, the
most number of times
has already finally started. The first round of this PO3 series, Revenant Esports versus Team Griffin. One team is the one to take the first position in the main tournament, and another one is the one to take the second position in the April tournament. But now in the regional playoffs, those things doesn't matter, because here you need to be the grand finalist in order to reach Japan and represent your own country.
Battle has started. As you said, Revenant have been the team which has represented India numerous times as of now. Numerous meaning a couple of times in the world regions, global stages. But now it's just Revenant who got an early score of 2, but that's all. But Crowley, his EV has evolved. We've seen a lot of players have trouble evolving this EV, and then the game just stumbles away from them. For now, Revenant are not making that decision. They're making sure that his Hyper Voice EV does a lot of trouble, but finally we see the first KO. It is going to be the little teeny tiny cutie Squirtle to go down. And now this might cause a little bit of trouble for Revenant, because Team Griffin have gone all Pokemon in, all game in, without giving any players any space from Revenant to do anything.
they need to get a good start from very early stages as well. The Sportle has been KO'd. Talk about getting those buffs, getting stealed by a Snorlax isn't a thing that Revenant would like. But sure, there's no other options right now. We talk about sending back the Jet back and the top lane. Not a great start for sure, but definitely if we talk about the scores, doesn't matter at least for some 2 to 3 minutes. But have to focus on getting some good outputs at this position. Looking forward for the high speed goal. Just trying to grab some good healing, going back to the spawn again and getting some good heals, coming back again and taking the fight. Raptors is still there. Vexen, if we talk about for his assistance, Tesla steps in, and Griffin knows that if they win this match, they're going forward to the upper bracket final, and that's going to be the biggest breakthrough that a team in this regional playoffs can actually imagine for themselves.
Both of them have palindrome numbers 32-23 as of now. Let's wait and watch. Again, Altaria and Swablu spawn. Both of them snatch some away here and there. Nobody gets the majority of it, but Vixen, you can see how much of a control he has on the top part. And he's not even letting Blizzard take this last Altaria. Finally, the Regis spawn. A fight for the Registeel, boosting the attack. The Destiny has targeted the Registeel, making sure gets that hit. With the last hit, it is going to be none other than Revenant who get that attack speed boosted. But can they find value? No, the Slowbro is the one. Their front line gets taken down and Revenant are looking in trouble because now they cannot push up to go in for a score. And Team Griffin taking advantage of this, and with a block coming in from none other than Tencent trying to push them away, but will still be unable to score because of the ranged attacker. The Spirit Shackle trying to do damage. Team Griffin decide to back off as of now. Even though they have lost the Regi, they will look forward to right now rotating and getting the Regi Aliki on top. Swifty wanted to score a cheeky 9, but scoring 9 AOS is a little bit tough. 7 at max is something that you can do, and if you have a scoring shield, then you will be able to score, I think, 9 and close to 10, not more than that. As of now, players have started to rotate. This bottom fight did not work out for either end. Even though Registeel was taken from Revenant, they got no space to even score.
They need to just step in right now. They need to get the best output that is possible. Just talk about Delphos trying to get those rules in Hysteria in their favor, then not to get get diverted to that side. They want to focus on the Resident, melt it down as fast as possible before even Revenant can make it through. The Hydro Typhoon being activated, not going to make it up to the mark. But yes, he does work out for the side of Chandelier. Delphos just using the Unite at the right moment. Trying to get some good output, but the knock has been activated. Will get some good output, but Delphos will go down. Again, just talk about the last one. He's just trying to resist all the attacks and just nullify it. But won't have a good chance because Chandler gets again KO'd. Seagun goes down. Hoopa will get the Clippable down as well. But the Spirit Shackle might just be a good prominent attack. It won't make a very good connection for their side. As Team Griffin, they have got a successful attack on the top lane.
Top goal zone gets destroyed. Team Griffin with 128. Registeel has spawned again in the bottom. And this time it's only a lone Slowbro who's trying to take it away. Walk has made his way down there, but can he go for a steal? He's getting pushed from numerous players on Revenant's end. Spirit Shackle comes in, puts an end to the last player. Now finally there is the Chandelier also coming in, but Crowley is looking forward to the last is Hyper Voice again after the cooldown comes back in. Will get the Registeel, but look at this Walk again with his fireworks is causing trouble, taking a player, and Crowley is now left alone. Cliffable is going to be there, that is 50. Can he help Crowley here? Tensai behind them will look forward to a block, push them out of the goal zone. Yes, he's done on that on Cliffable. Crowley trying to use his Hyper Voice and trying to save the team, but it's not working out, and he finally gets taken down from the overheat on Merriam. They're looking forward to scoring a big 40 and destroying the goal zone. Walk trying his best, but the Blastoise jumped immediately in with the Unite, takes down none other than Walk, and on top of even the Destiny helps with the Spirit Shackle. The Snorlax is down. Now it's only Merriam Somehow he escapes away with the hyperspace hole back to the base, gets the full heal, and will be walking, not using the hyperspace hole to get back to the position, because he knows there might be overpowering Pokemon which might catch him off guard. For now, again, the Delphox Unite comes to Spirit Shackle from the backline from Sadao. It's ready to activate, try to do damage, but finally a nice Unite coming in, making sure that the Decidueye finds no value, and Vixen as well overextends coming through, takes down the Decidueye. Now they should have a chance to score. Nice block coming in from none other than the Slorax. No chance to try and defending the goal zone, and 241 to 67. They even score a big 50 on that Lapras. What a game coming in from Team Griffin, full in control, but Revenant immediately turn their gears to the top path and score and destroy the top goal zone. But as you said, the overheat is menacing. It's taking players right, left and center, not letting anybody survive in any direction.
The combination of Chandelier as well as the Lapras is working out pretty well for the side of Team Griffin. We just talked about at this position, but well, Veeram knows it pretty well. The Regieleki again being secure will definitely go back to the base just to get some healing results for himself. He's quite aware that by pushing the Regieleki on the top lane, it's not going to be that easy for Revan Esports to make it down, and it will buy them some time for just to secure the bottom lane objective that is going to be the Regice. But again, the Chandelier steps in, the overheat and the Imprison being used. Snorlax also is there just to manage it out. The Chandelier can alone take this Regice for his side. Well, again, another objective being secured by the side of Team Griffin. They just obliterating, and just before the Rayquaza fight, it was really, really crucial.
I was a little funny. Both of them thought they had already gotten it, but the basic attack was not enough. Now, Decidueye coming in from the top, but the Lapras has pushed them back to their buff region, the mid path. Zishal trying to push them away with a Surf. Blizzard, he is trying to circle them from the bottom path. Crowley with the Hyper Voice does push players out of the bush, and they take control of bush. Nice control, but immediate jump coming in. Block being used. They're isolating none other than this Slowbro. If the Slowbro goes down, this game might be just done. Miriam at the right time just jumps into his goal zone, but look at Crowley chasing this Chandelier. Does not work. Crowley, he got the Unite on the Chandelier, but the Chandelier Unite was not enough. Did not reach in range, and Crowley is trying to survive, but barely. He's trying to run around in circle. Walk wanted to chase him, and Walk finally does not find in which tall grasses he is hiding, and Crowley is back to safety. As of now, it is Team Griffin who have not started the fight in Rayquaza. They're just waiting it out. They know that they have the lead. Spirit Shackle comes, stacks a lot of damage on Miriam. He needs to run back. He does. Knock Knock comes through doing damage. There is even the Unite from Delphox, but Blizzard is caught. He might be KO'd right as of now. They're punching him with fire, but Blizzard somehow is surviving right at the heart of the Rayquaza pit, and now they're jumping in to take away this Rayquaza. It's all about the last hit. A jump comes through, and the last hit gets secured from the Blastoise on the rapid spin. They're all running right now to the goal zones, but one at least shield should be destroyed. But look at the position where the Decidueye is. Brilliant positioning coming in. Full safety, ran away from everybody and will score the big 50. Nobody's going to be able to stop it. But on the other end, they're trying to score 100 on their own end. None other than the Chandelier tried, but the players had respawned and they're guarding their goal zones. This game, which Team Griffin had so well in control, was lost because of that last fight.
That's
Revenant, what a game!
That's how Revenant plays, Lucifer. And we just talked it right before the game that they always look forward for the last hit, and they again made it possible. But you have to say the entire team game coming from the side of Team Griffin was tremendous. Just the last minute, I would say a small mistake just turned the games around.
It was not a small mistake, but it was Revenant's good calling, I would say, Nekroz, because both of their defenders had pushed ahead. You saw first Zishal understanding he has very little HP. If he tries to run back, his backline will be opened up and they'll immediately jump onto Crowley, where Crowley was already getting suppressed in the mid path, right, in the buff area of none other than Team Griffin. So he had to cause some kind of a distraction. Zishal decides, okay, I will jump in. Make sure that Sadao has some other position that he can jump into. Then Blizzard also swoops in, understanding that I need to help out Zishal here. If we both try to survive and buy time, our teammates can reposition, get better position around the legend repeat, and that's what happened. And Blizzard, even though he was barely surviving, nobody from Team Griffin could reach Blizzard at the legendary pit because of the position that he was in. And if Blizzard was scared, it could have been Team Griffin who could have taken it away. You can see damage hefty coming in. Miriam with 1,05,000, Walk with 75,000. On the other end, 50,000 is the max damage, and that 50,000 damage is also being seen from none other than Blizzard, not even from the ranged attackers. So Team Griffin, they did everything right, but the one thing that went wrong was the Spirit Shackle as well as Surf, both of them connecting none other than the Chandelier, that is Miriam, and you saw immediately his health was drained to quarter. Like 30% is all he had, and what he does, takes the hyperspace hole and immediately goes back to the base, and that's the opening that Revenant got to jump into the last stretch battle.
Well, this fight, this round, it's going to be really something crucial for both the ends. Revenant definitely have a lead of 1-0 scoreline, while Team Griffin need to be prepared and come up in this next round with some real good equalizers. Otherwise, it's going to be again a 2-0 in which we might be seeing Revenant Esports just going ahead in the upper bracket finals, while Team Griffin might be dragged down to the lower brackets semi-finals again. So it's going to be a tough call. But yep, eventually they have to look forward to get some win in the next round. Though we can say that yes, Team Griffin did play really well, but experience is all that matters. But talking about the replay again, we will have a look of what actually happened in this previous round.
Again, you can see there was level difference, that Griffin had advantage on the level, but their backline was always vulnerable. Their Revenant's players could always jump into the backline and find value. And I think that's where Revenant were having trouble. You can see here again, Walk was jumping in, Miriam was jumping in on Chandelier and Delphox. Their front line was trying to move closer, but also as they were moving closer, having confidence on their front line, Team Griffin was also jumping up closer to go into the battle, but it was not enough. The counter fight coming in from the front lines on the opposite end was also better, and that's the reason they weren't able to find proper value out of it. But you could see here Chandelier's Unite was constantly being used, damages were being done. Big 50 also gets scored. It's not an easy thing to happen, right? So I think Team Griffin did everything that was possible. But again, you see here again Walk being taken down from the Blastoise. That is just good game knowledge and presence of mind, understanding who can cause us trouble. Tanks, yes, will annoy us from tanking on damage, but the main problem is always the ranged attackers. And it was the reason that the Blastoise always, the Slowbro always was jumping on none other than the Delphox as well as the Chandelier. And that's the reason we see none other than Team Griffin. Right, as of now, even though they tried their best, it did not work out. It was Revenant getting the first game under control, and this is why I said Revenant have polished their gameplay. They made sure that their final hits come in their favor. They work out in their favor. They make sure they have Pokemons enough to find those last hits. They save their movesets just for that last hit, and that's what happened here. Revenant got that last hit, moved right into the scoring areas and scored. And you could see Sadao understanding that they might try to destroy the goal zone, right? Might try to destroy his shield, my bad, not the goal zone. And what does he do? He immediately goes to where Regieleki spawns. Who would even think? He just ran all the way there, wasted a couple of seconds, and then slowly walked to the tier 2 of the top path and scored 100. That's just in understanding the game of what Team Griffin can do against you.
That's a quite presence of mind. You can sort of just see, like, he was quite aware and he had all the pros and cons inside his mind. That yes, if I do this, this is going to be the result. If I do this, this is going to be the result.
He literally mapped out all the possibilities. He literally put out a math equation over there. He's like, okay,
just in 2 seconds.
Okay, yeah, and he got that. Man, it's just again.
That's why you need maths. That's why you need maths. That's the importance that you actually get. But
I'm bad at maths, Nekroz. I'm bad at maths. Okay.
I know that.
Wow,
you know?
2 people who are bad at maths are speaking well about it. Wow, this is wonderful. You can understand, guys. people are bad at maths, but at the end of the day, they do love maths, because if you are unable to add, multiply, filling your pockets is also difficult.
See, I'm crying right now. There's tears in my eyes. I don't know. It's just for like happiness, or I am
Both.
quite happy that I don't need to do
Both.
maths anymore. But yeah, still those small equations.
I
have
still
to-
do math, guys.
Yeah, you know.
I
you
have to
something-
calculate when the goals get scored.
So
But
basic
again,
maths.
apart from all these jokes, a very well strategized, well thought gameplay, never giving up attitude coming in from none other than Revenant, right? You saw Crowley, he was in a very tricky situation. Thankfully, his vision was denied as soon as the chandelier ran away. If the chandelier didn't run away and Crowley's vision would have been there, Walk was ready to find that KO. And if that KO would have been found, I think it could have been Team Griffin trying to close out. They would have had confidence. Oh wait, Crowley is down, their IGL is right now respawning, their time is being wasted. Find Sadao, find that Decidueye, hunt him, take him down. That could have been the case, but that did not happen. As soon as they realized, oh, we are down a ranged attacker, he went back to full heal on the base. Their ranged attacker also went to full heal on the base. It's just Walk on one end and Sadao on the other. They were all jumping towards Walk, and Sadao comfortably, right, sitting on top of the arc of the final stretch, Rayquaza legendary pit. He was just doing damage, looking forward to the last hit, and his defenders, they made sure their defenders didn't jump onto him.
And that's how a team game works. That's how a teamwork actually works out. And it's not the first time we're seeing, Lucifer, that Revenant is coming up with these kind of performances into the very final stretch, and on a cliff-hanging position from there, where they can actually go to represent our own country in their own country. It's the Indian flag just flying over in the stadium of Yokohama. And I'm really looking forward to what's going to happen if Revenant can just make it to the Grand Finals, because the two teams who will make it to the Grand Finals will eventually fly down to Japan and will represent the country.
We are ready for the second game. Let's just jump in, see what the draft is going to be this time. Are there going to be any changes? Team Griffin decide they want to have second pick this time. Previously, they did have the chance of going in for the first picks, and Miriam, you saw, he immediately locked on to none other than the Lapras. This time I want to see what Revenant have cooking. They have the first pick. It'll all depend on what Pokemon they ban. Team Griffin, I think they might ban the Lapras, which is still annoying. The Bubble Beam traps you, does not let you use your moves, and causes trouble. But right as now, it's going to be Glaceon on the other end. Revenant have had issues because you saw Team Griffin at many a times, right? Put on the hyperspace or teleport, go back to the base, get the full heal, get back into the fight and destroy Revenant's players, taking away their goal zones, destroying it one after another and scoring more goals. Finally, Blizzard, he's going to be getting up that none other than Lapras for himself, but on the other end, Miriam again quickly locking on to Chandelier with Cliffable by Tesla's end.
Now it's time. So might just go with it. Yes, sticking with the slow bro. Double defender composition coming up on the side of Revenant again. But this time, if we talk about Crowley, Canna Sylveon. So the next two picks coming from the side of Tencent might be expecting a Snorlax again, and Vixen might just be with a long range attacker. Delphox, or I really want to see a Gardevoir badly. I don't know why.
They have a speedster choice right now.
Yeah, they do have it. Oh, they've
There
got
you go.
Dodrio.
Previously, it was Revenant denying them of getting the Dodrio. Everything worked for them, but just the scoring part of it in the final stretch, because they lost the Rayquaza, did not work out. You saw Miriam with his teammates tried to push up, but the Cliffable was there. Cliffable is the tank. You cannot take down Cliffable so easily. So this time Tesla, he takes away the Cliffable from Revenant. Swifty, he goes for an Eldegoss. Walk still sticking on to the Delphox. Both fire Pokemons as of now. One mystical fire, one your regular fire. But this speedster on Vixen is going to be interesting. Final choice is done, but Sadav, the Urshifu with the double defender composition which Team Griffin had previously. Now they don't. This is going to cause some trouble. I hope they're prepared for it, because if not, I think it should be Revenant's second game, because Sadav, with having an attack weight, will look forward to early stacks, and if this Urshifu gets early stacks as well as early game control, Team Griffin might have to do a lot of heavy lifting, and especially if it's a water moves, the Urshifu Man, I have had some nightmares against the water moves Urshifu.
It's better, you know. We are team trackers, if you see.
Yeah.
Whenever I'm going to play any ranked games, especially when I see Liquidation Urshifu coming exactly right in front of me, I always try my best not to just come in front of him, but he's the one stepping right.
You dodged the first set of surging strikes.
Yeah.
Then you're like, okay, now it's my opening, I'll do damage. His cooldown is so low and he also has the blue buff. What are you doing? He immediately jumps onto him. That's all done. You're getting KO'd.
Oh, that's a
Let's jump into the game.
It all happens in the blink of an eye, but this match isn't going to go like in a blink of an eye. Though we can see Revenue Esports do have a 1-0 lead against Team Griffin right in front of us. Team Griffin, quite determined, quite aware of what kind of circumstances they are going through, because they need to win this round no matter what it takes, because you don't want to just go down to the lower brackets right now from this position. Though one team out of these two will eventually go down, but I don't think Team Griffin just want to end it right here. They want to come up with an equalizer, but for that they need to come up with a good start and play the game throughout till the final stretch as well.
Tesla going in for stacks alongside the duo who wanted to take the citrus berry. Tesla, come on, you can do it. He had to commit as XP to finally get that last citrus berry. Gets himself healed up. Vixen trying to stop Blizzard, does not work out. With the XP, he's also trying to run away. They've done the damage, but unfortunately overheat doesn't connect. And now Tesla, he's caught. There are 3, make it 4 Pokemons on the top path. It's only 1 on bottom. Team Griffin need to take advantage of it. It's just slow bro, but unfortunately they do not have any heavy hitters or the range attackers on the bottom path. So it will be a little bit tough for them. Oh wait, they do have, it's a Delphox. It's still not a fully evolved Delphox. But look, this is what I was talking about. Evolved Urshifu, level 5, they're trying to do damage, he barely surviving, and Chandelier connects the last hit, making sure that Urshifu goes down. Now they're chasing the other players. Can they find a couple more KOs and get a couple of scores done? As of now, it is Revenant having early game control with 53 already dunked.
Right now, Revenant Esports, they're not letting anybody to just come into their own,
oh wow!
Get all those buffs for their side. But Urshifu again just tier stacking, trying to get some KOs. Lapras trying to make him.
Look at both the teams have pushed opponents' buffs, trying to do damage to them. Zisha, look at them. He comes in from behind with their flux zone, trying to do damage, but understanding that he's a tank, they'll not be able to do a lot. Finally, Urshifu takes down the Chandelier at the mid path. But can he do a lot more? There are 2 more players over there trying to annoy him. Crowley helps him out. The Snorlax is down. Cliffable decides to run away with the Moonlight. So the center control completely taken from Revenant, and from there they're running towards the bottom, because the next 30 seconds we're going to see the Reggie. Whether it's a Steel, Rock or Ice, we'll wait for it. Dude, as of now, top, it's going to be Dodrio and Slowbro, who's invaded. Oh my bad, it's not Slowbro, it was Crowley who tried to invade. I thought previously it was Slowbro, this time also it should be the team. But try attack Dodrio, I thought it was a drill peck, but again try attack is going to be good. Does not have to come in contact with the range itself, can do damage on the try attack. Fire Spin and Fire Blast, Delphox coming through. Previously it was Mystical Fire being used from Walk. This time he wants to make sure, like, hold off that Urshifu with the Fire Spin.
Right now, we were talking about the Reggie's key being completely contested by both the teams right now. It's not that easy. Delphox trying to make some good impact, and now it does making
the surf.
Slow bro. We'll steal it. We'll steal
Unite.
it. Entire
look at this.
goes in vain for the Urshifu. He's not stopping. He's into the flood zone, but eventually his SP is getting drained out. The Eldegoss is still there to provide some good heals, but the complete big stack coming up inside of Revenue Esports and will destroy this tower eventually. Crossing and almost reaching to the 150 marker, though this time Sylveon won't let this Cliffable just go around like this. Will be punished just for entering the flood zone. But Revenant Esports, the
he knew he's
attacks,
done for.
Oh my god.
They are known as the heavy hitters. This is why. Early game control, they did not have complete of it, but especially after getting the Reggie Riders now, they'll be more than happy. There's so many things that Team Griffin need to worry. from the straight in front of their faces, they will be seeing the surf coming in. From the left flank, it is Crowley with the hyper voice. From the right flank, it is none other than the Urshifu with the surging strikes. If they want to stop, who will they stop? It's a three-way threat coming through, a triple threat which they're unable to deal with. All the teams, all the players, majority of them have all rotated to the top part, and especially Team Griffin looking out for their first objective. They're fighting, but from behind, Blizzard swoops in with his Unite. Does a lot of damage. Delphox had to commit the fireworks, caught the Urshifu at the right time. Good move coming through, and they are trying to secure, but look at the hyper voice secure coming in from Crowley. They're trying to isolate the players, but the Dodrio goes down. Unite from Meriam, it does not work out. Block coming in from Tensai, but the hyper voice is good. Takes down the Snorlax as well. Cliffable with the gravity, trying to slow the players down, but the hyper voice is still good. Then the surf, and look at that, a 2 KO streak. Crowley going huge in this game. He is punishing every player from Team Griffin, not giving them any chance. This is why I said how well Revenant are playing. They're not clumping up together. They're attacking Team Griffin from different directions where they're unable to run away.
No, it's really difficult. Team Griffin, they're in the double digits. Need the scores. Look at it. Vixen not being allowed. He was trying to make some scores, but not even for a single hit. He was able to do it.
Finally isolating Crowley.
Will be coming with the Unite. Might just have an upper hand, but Snorlax is still there, but will be
again secured.
Going again for the side of Revenant Esports. Again, the Regirock stays with Revenant. Crowley manages to fall back. He's quite aware. He's hungry for those KOs, but he knows it pretty well. Slowly and steadily, Revenant has got a very huge control of this entire round, and they don't want to let this go right.
Yeah, they're not overextending. Look at that peeling of decision coming in from Revenant. They could have fought after taking the Regirock, but everybody decided to back off. We have our goal zones. Let's just wait off. Do not feed them now, because we have less than 1.5 minutes for the last stretch, the last hit. And we have to pay attention to that. For now, Team Griffin, what will they do? Understanding that they've been suppressed so much, they will look forward to wild Pokemon where they can gain a lot more experience. They're trying to go for a bottom push. It is a 3-man play coming in the bottom path. The Urshifu is also there, along with none other than the Sylveon. Unfortunately, don't know what the Eldegoss is doing. Gets KO'd. Unite was committed from Urshifu, but does not find a lot of value. Only 5 hits. And look at that, understanding the Urshifu is there, and as well Sylveon playing in range with a Hyper Voice. Team Griffin had to back off. Now if they decide to go and rotate to the top path, they have to go faster, but they know there is none other than the Lapras in the top path, because numerous times that Vixen tried to score, Lapras hiding in the tall grasses never allowed for score happening in the top path. Zishal, nice decision making, understanding that Team Griffin will be hungry to get the top objective. Gets a score of 40. Is Crowley looking forward to getting a 50? Yes, with his teammate will get a 50. 90 already done in that goal zone, and it also gets destroyed. Regieleki will be taken, and Revenant look like they might just barely fight for this, but this, I think, goal zone might be given away as well. But Lapras is not giving it away, still fighting. Bubble Beam coming through, the Slowbro is here, the Surf coming through, and now all players from Team Griffin running back. But Sadao with the Urshifu, he's chasing them. Dodrio, can he do something from the backlines? Delphox had to commit the Unite, and now we are close to the final stretch. Just 5 seconds, and understand the hunger. And at the right time, 100 score coming in from Wall, but everybody is stuck. Wall gets taken down, the Delphox is out, Meriam barely trying to survive, but they're chasing him. Overheat coming through, pushes the players of Team Griffin back. 13 seconds for the Delphox to respawn, but look at this Tesla. Their Cliffable goes down, but a big 100 trying to being scored. Does destroy the goal zone, 229 to 356. Difference of the score is 130 right as now. Team Griffin, it is doable. They just need to make sure they isolate the Urshifu. Urshifu, I think he wants to score a sneaky 100. Look at him on the top path, waiting for tier 2. Gets 100 Eos energy. It's just Slowbro right now in the tall grass, being assisted from Crowley on the bottom. As soon as there's Vixen going for a score, I think Urshifu might also go, but Urshifu is jumping in the battle. They've seen Delphox. They want to take down the Delphox. Snorlax is super low. Walk has been isolated from 3 directions. Unite from Cliffable does not find any value. Trying to survive. Urshifu is down. This might be the opening. Can they find value? But Blizzard, they have to take down and do something. But the Slow Bros unite. Slow Beam grabs onto none other than the Dodrio, and this game is looking out of Griffin's hand. They might be here for a clean sweep. Crowley, look at him menacing them, not even giving them any opportunity. Tesla just came there for a quick checkup. Are anybody in the tall grasses? Hello. And he's like immediately from one side Hyper Voice, from another side Bubble Beam. But again, Team Griffin not giving up. But they have 20 seconds on the clock. If they have to do something, they have to do it right now. They have to jump on their Rayquaza right now. They have to get their shields up and go for the scores. But they do not have the AO synergy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed. And they do get the secure. They have to run 6 seconds on the clock. Nobody is close to the goal zone. They are running. They're being stopped as well. And no, they don't get the score. 48 does come in. But as you said, the Lapras also scored. So this is Revenant's game. And getting a clean sweep here. They will be going to the upper bracket finals.
You have to take a bow. Crowley, definitely the MVP. No doubt in that. 8 KOs, 115 goals and 5 assists. But the way he contributed throughout the game with that Hyper Voice was brilliant, and not allowing Team Griffin to even single chance in the final stretch. You know what was happening. I was really wondering at that point. Urshifu did make a, like, you can say an insane amount of damage, or you can see insane amount of trouble. And he was quite annoying for the side of Team Griffin. But well, again a 2-0 in the upper brackets. Lucifer, as we look at Revenant goes up to the upper bracket, the finals, but Team Griffin will fall down to the lower brackets. Oh my god, the lower bracket is just getting more heated up rather than the upper brackets at this point.
Yeah, it will. Clean sweeps all across the board as of now. Again, great try. You can see the damage dealt.
Position, the defense, the total amount of
damage.
They've done
good, Nekroz. Yeah. You can see 91,000 on Merriam. On the other end, Sadao, not a lot, but 66,000. But it was Blizzard and Zshal. Look at them, both of them. They might not have done a hefty amount of damage, but they have been annoying. Crowley, any time that he was about to be caught off guard, there was Zshal to help, or there was Blizzard to help. If Sadao was being caught, there was Blizzard or Zshal to help. These two defenders were running across the map like it was their playground. Whereas Team Griffin, they had to find an opening. At all times, even though they pushed together as a team, in the replay, I try to break down as much as possible, show more in depth of what things went down. But as you can see, scoring, nothing for Team Griffin. Whereas Revenant, at all minutes, all players have got something or the other to score. You can see there has been no one who has had, you can say oh, look at this player, he had trouble, he couldn't score. Everybody from Revenant scored, whereas from Team Griffin there were close to 4 players that you can say did not get a chance to score. And look at Dodrio having an attack weight, and if you're unable to stack, right, your attacks don't seem super effective, and that's the reason he was running try attack. He wanted more stacks, but he couldn't get those stacks just because how well they were guarding the goal zone.
Oh man, this is just getting... You just talk about the entire match recap. It's how things worked out. Firstly,
now look at this.
All the objectives.
You saw the Unite coming in from Merriam. It was too early. He thought opponent will also start doing the damage. Once his Unite got emptied, that's when they jumped upon. And now you see here, when there is a fight happening, right? If it's a 1v1, look at Swifty. He is going to go down. But there are other players who jump on to him immediately. Look at this. The entire team, Team Griffin, is clumped up. When they were pushing for the bottom path, from one angle Hyper Voice coming through, from another angle there is Surf on the slow bro. Again, look at this. From the backline there is Sadao on the Urshifu. Along with him there is Crowley. If you stop, who will you stop? That is the question. That is the trouble which Team Griffin had at all times. And look at this. Sadao immediately jumping in, committing his Unite, finding value on the Unite, then again using his Unite. That's not justified. That should not be allowed. Even though he gets KO'd here, he respawns again. With this respawn, he got his Unite back in play, and he jumps on Walk again. Look at him. Connects the Unite again. Make sure Walk has a lot of damage. Because of Walk getting so much damage, right? Walk could not get back into the game, and there was no time on the clock, and they lost the game.
That's how the entire thing actually looked up. And if you just talk about again the entire brackets, Revenant Esports becomes the first team to enter in the upper bracket finals of the regional playoffs. For now, there's one more spot still left because there is FS Sports versus Final Evolution that is yet to be decided. But if you just talk about the lower bracket 4th round, we see Team Griffin just waiting. As for now, if we just talk about True Rippers, they have already defeated On My Way and they have moved up to the lower bracket 3rd round. Still waiting for the others to just come and take their place. The teams, the 3 more matches that are still left to be over from the lower bracket to 2nd round. And we'll see 3 more teams joining the lower bracket 3rd round eventually. But still, we are still looking forward for the FS Sports versus Final Evolution game because both the teams, they have already done 2-0 clean sweep in the previous matches as well.
It's going to be a tough competition. Who would have thought teams who have done in the round 2 clean sweeps will again look forward to a clean sweep? I mean, it's not something that you think about, Nekroz, but it happened. Team Griffin was thinking they will get a clean sweep, Revenant were thinking they will get a clean sweep, but one or the other team had to miss out on that opportunity of winning and the other one had to lose, and it was Team Griffin this time. They tried their best, but the opponent, their team composition was too good. Their front line was phenomenal and their heavy hitters, they jumped in and swooped in at the right time, causing trouble. Whether it was trouble or distraction, made sure that whatever Team Griffin had planned or cooked did not work out. You saw they had intention of stacking, never got. In the first game, they planned, did not work. That's how well strategically they played. If not for the final hit in the last game, right, there could have been chance that Team Griffin could have won. But for now, we'll take a short break. Don't go anywhere. There's still the upper bracket final, lower bracket matches. A lot more coming in to see the top best 2 Indian teams after this short break. At the right time, good move coming through, and they are trying to secure, but look at the hyper voice secure coming in from Crowley. They're trying to isolate the players, but the Dodrio goes down. Unite from Merriam, it does not work out. Capable with the gravity, trying to slow the players down, but the hyper voice is still the path. The Urshifu is also there, along with another. Now with the Urshifu, he's chasing them. Dodrio, can he do something from the backlines? Delphox something from the backlines. Delphox had to commit the Unite, and now we are close to the final stage. Just 5 seconds, and understand the overheat coming through pushes the players of Team Griffin back. 13 seconds for the Delphox to respawn. But look at this test. Snorlax is super low. Walk has been isolated from 3 directions. Unite from Cliffable does drop and go for the scores, but they do not have the Aeos energy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed, and they do start happening while the Regis have spawned. Oh, All Might is caught further, but look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the water spot did the damage, then the rapids.
Get this Reggie Rock
Right
in
from
favor,
Slowbro.
but exactly right now might be used to decide the final evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure. If anyhow, SQL manages to make a counter.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorark is here. He's combining and jumping on every. Reached 28 as of now, but not too sure what happened here. Cliffable had all. Can he do the damage which is needed? Might dragging everybody out. Nice.
Some openings, but Rex has been confused. continuous struggle. He needs the support in but those steps in all might to get some of his moves down. Goes down.
Zorak tried to use his Unite but did not work out. Then the Blastoise steps into the Unite, does work out, finds one now with the Rapid. Two good riders now doing hefty amounts of damage, and the Blastoise also goes down. Now the surf is going to be there looking for the last hit. Can they get it? Yes, the Cliffable snatches it away. How can this happen? Five of his agility. Evolution are doing. They're pushing to the opponent's mid path. And now look at this. They're going to punish SATL. They're jumping, scoring, get a big 44 very early on in the game. The Rilpek is not stopping. They wanted to push back SATL, and look at the Dodrio again swooping back in along with none other than Shinar. Our mid path trying to take away our buff. We'll do the same. Might is very.
Yes, scores are coming up right inside of the trio. Getting a good output from their end. Might be a good comeback but need to get the scales. Triple KOs have been completely done, but SATL esports are completely clueless as this.
He's still surviving the blue HP and doing damage. Finally, there's a lot of damage. Find a couple more KOs on none other than the players of SATL, and it will
the United right move. He's trying to get some good output, but the knock has been activated.
away. Walk has made his way down there, but can he go for a steal? He's getting the cooldown comes back in. Will get the Reggie steal. Is going to be there. That is 50. Can he help Crowley here? Tencent behind them. Will look forward to a block. Push them out of the goal zone. Yes, he's done on that 40 and destroying the goal zone. Walk trying his best, but the Blastoise jumped immediately off guard. For now, again, the Delphox Unite comes to Spirit Shackle from the backline from Sadao. It's ready to activate. Try to do damage, but finally a nice Unite coming in, making sure that the Decidueye finds no Griffin full in control, but Revenant immediately turn their gears for the top one. Now they're punching him with fire. Blizzard somehow is surviving right at the heart of the Rayquaza pit, and now they're jumping in to take away this Rayquaza. It's all about the last hit, and nobody's going to be able to stop it. But on the other end, they're trying to score 100 on their evolved Urshifu. Level 5, they're trying to do damage. He barely succeeded. Unite! No, look at this!
Wait for the Urshifu. He's not stopping. He's into the floods. Sylveon won't let this Cliffable just go around like this.
With his Unite, does a lot of damage. Delphox had to commit the fireworks. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move coming through, and they are trying to secure, but look at the Hyper Voice secure coming in from Crowley. They're trying to isolate the players, but the Dodrio goes down. Unite from Merium, it does not work out. Block coming in from Tencent, but the Hyper Voice is good. Takes down the Snorlax as well. Cliffable with the gravity, trying to slow the players down, but the Hyper Voice is still bottom path. The Urshifu is also there. Along with another now with the Urshifu, he's chasing them. Dodrio, can he do something from the backlines? Delphox had to commit the Unite, and now we are close to the final stretch. Just 5 seconds, and understand the overheat coming through pushes the players of Team Griffin back. 13 seconds for the Delphox to respawn. But look at this test. Snorlax is super low. Walk has been isolated from 3 directions. Unite from Cliffable does drop and go for the scores, but they do not have the Eos energy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed, and they do start happening while the Regis have spawned. All Might is caught further, but look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the Water Spout did the damage, then the Rapid
Kind of him, but well, get this Reggie rock in
from
the favor,
Slowbro.
but exactly right now might be on the side of Final Evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure if anyhow SCTL manages to make a counter.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorark is here. He's combining and jumping on every. Reached 28 as of now, but not too sure what happened here. Cliffable and can he do the damage which is needed? Might dragging everybody out. Nice.
Some openings, but Rex has been in serious trouble. He needs the support in but those steps in all might will get some of his moves down. Goes down.
Zorak tried to use his Unite but did not work out. Then the Blastoise steps in with the Unite, does work out, finds one now with the Rapid. Two good riders now doing hefty amounts of damage, and the Blastoise also goes down. Now the surf is going to be there looking for the last hit. Can they get it? Yes, the Cliffable snatches it away. How can this happen? Because of his agility. Evolution are doing. They're pushing to the opponent's mid path. And now look at this. They're going to punish SATL. They're jumping, scoring, get a big 44 very early on in the game. The Rilpek is not stopping it. They wanted to push back SATL, and look at the Dodrio again swooping back in along with none other than our mid path, trying to take away our buffs. We'll do the same. Might is very...
Yes, the scores are coming up right inside of the trio. Getting a good output from their end. Might be a good comeback but need to get the scales. Triple KOs have been completely done, but SATL esports have completely clueless as this is.
He's still surviving the blue HP and doing damage. Finally, this a lot of damage. Find a couple more KOs on none other than the players of SATL and
Using the United right movement. He's trying to get some good output, but the knock has been activated.
away. Walk has made his way down there, but can he go for a steal? He's getting the cooldown comes back in. Will get the Reggie steal. He's going to be there. That is 50. Can he help Crowley here? Tencent behind them. Will look forward to a block. Push them out of the goal zone. Yes, he's done on that 40 and destroying the goal zone. Walk trying his best, but the Blastoise jumped immediately off guard. For now, again, the Delphox Unite comes to Spirit Shackle from the backline from Sadao. It's ready to activate. Try to do damage, but finally a nice Unite coming in, making sure that the Decidueye finds no Griffin full in control, but Revenant immediately turn their gears to the top. Now, they're punching him with fire, but Blizzard somehow is surviving right at the heart of the Rayquaza pit, and now they're jumping in to take away this Rayquaza. It's all about the last hit, and nobody's going to be able to stop it. But on the other end, they're trying to score 100 on their evolved Urshifu. Level 5, they're trying to do damage. He barely survived. Unite!
Oh
no, look at this!
Win for the Urshifu. He's not stopping. He's into the floods. Sylveon won't let this Cliffable just go around like this.
With his Unite, does a lot of damage. Delphox had to commit the fireworks. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move coming through, and they are trying to secure, but look at the Hyper Voice secure coming in from Crowley. They're trying to isolate the players, but the Dodrio goes down. Unite from Merium, it does not work out. Block coming in from Tensai, but the Hyper Voice is good. Takes down the Snorlax as well. Cliffable with the gravity, trying to slow the players down, but the Hyper Voice is still bottom path. The Urshifu is also there. Along with another now with the Urshifu, he's chasing them. Dodrio, can he do something from the backlines? Delphox had to commit the Unite, and now we are close to the final stage. Just 5 seconds, and understand the overheat coming through pushes the players of Team Griffin back. 13 seconds for the Delphox to respawn, but look at this test. Snorlax is super low. Walk has been isolated from 3 directions. Unite from Cliffable does drop and go for the scores, but they do not have the Eos energy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed, and they do start happening while the Regis have spawned. All Might is caught further, but look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the Water Spout did the damage, then the Rapid Split.
Of him, but well, get this Reggie Rock in
from
the favor.
Slowbro.
But exactly right now might be useful to the side of Final Evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure if anyhow SCQL manages to make a counter.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorark is here. He's combining and jumping on every. Reached 28 as of now, but not too sure what happened here. Cliffable and can he do the damage which is needed? Might dragging everybody out. Nice.
Some openings with Rex is in serious trouble. He needs a support in Butthole. Steps in. All Might will get some of his moves. It's down. Here's the Cliffable goes down.
Zorak tried to use his Unite but did not work out. Then the Blastoise steps in with the Unite, does work out, finds one. Now with the Rapid, 2 good riders now doing hefty amounts of damage, and the Blastoise also goes down. Now the Surf is going to be there looking for the last hit. Can they get it? Yes, the Cliffable snatches it away. How can this happen? 5 of his agility. Evolution are doing. They're pushing to the opponent's mid path. And now look at this. They're going to punish SATL. They're jumping, scoring, get a big 44 very early on in the game. The Drill Peck is not stopping. They wanted to push back SATL, and look at the Dodrio again swooping back in, along with none other than pushing our mid path, trying to take away our buffs. We'll do the same. Might was very.
Yes, the scores are coming up right inside of the trio, getting a good output from their end. Might be a good comeback if you get the scales. Triple KOs have been completely done, but SATL esports are completely clueless as this is.
He's still surviving the blue HP and doing damage. Finally, there's a lot of damage. Find a couple more KOs on none other than the players of SATL, and
using the United right move. He's trying to get some good output, but the knock has been activated.
Away. Walk has made his way down there, but can he go for a steal? He's getting the cooldown comes back in. Will get the Reggie steal. Is going to be there. That is 50. Can he help Crowley here? Tensai behind them. Will look forward to a block. Push them out of the goal zone. Yes, he's done on that 40 and destroying the goal zone. Walk trying his best, but the Blastoise jumped immediately off guard. For now, again, the Delphox Unite comes to Spirit Shackle from the backline from Sadao. It's ready to activate. Try to do damage, but finally a nice Unite coming in, making sure that the Decidueye finds no Griffin full in control, but Revenant immediately turn their gears to the top. Now, They're punching him with fire. The Blizzard somehow is surviving right at the heart of the Rayquaza pit, and now they're jumping in to take away this Rayquaza. It's all about the last hit, and nobody's going to be able to stop it. But on the other end, they're trying to score 100 on their evolved Urshifu. Level 5, they're trying to do damage. He barely succeeded. Unite.
Oh
no, look at this.
Wait for the Urshifu. He's not stopping. He's into the flood. Sylveon won't let this Cliffable just go around like this.
With his Unite, does a lot of damage. Delphox had to commit the fireworks. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move coming. Got the Urshifu at the right time. Good move coming through, and they are trying to secure, but look at the Hyper Voice secure coming in from Crowley. They're trying to isolate the players, but the Dodrio goes down. Unite from Merium, it does not work out. Block coming in from Tensai, but the Hyper Voice is good. Takes down the Snorlax as well. Cliffable with the gravity, trying to slow the players down, but the Hyper Voice is still bottom path. The Urshifu is also there. Along with another, now with the Urshifu, he's chasing them. Dodrio, can he do something from the backlines? Delphox had to commit the Unite, and now we are close to the final stage. Just 5 seconds, and understand the overheat coming through pushes the players of Team Griffin back. 13 seconds for the Delphox to respawn. But look at this test. Snorlax is super low. Walk has been isolated from 3 directions. Unite from Cliffable does drop and go for the scores, but they do not have the Eos energy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed, and they do start happening while the Regis have spawned. All Might is caught further, but look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the water spot did the damage, then the rapid sprint.
Kind of him, but well, get the Reggie rock
Right
in
from
the favor.
Slowbro.
But exactly right now, might be useful to the side of Final Evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure if anyhow SCTL manages to make it possible.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorark is here. He's combining and jumping on every. Reached 28 as of now, but not too sure what happened here. Cliffable had all. Even though it was clean sweeps, it never felt one-sided. Again, quick introductions. My name is Lucifer. Along with me, it's going to be Nekroz joining in. For any new viewers who is just joining us now, our first game was clean sweep, where unfortunately SATL, who wanted to go ahead, were unable to do. They lost against Final Evolution. This is I'm talking about on stream, the matches that we got to witness. The second one was the upper bracket semi-finals, where Team Griffin suffered a similar loss. It was a clean sweep where Revenant had complete control of the game. Their final hits, their last battles coming through the final stretch was spectacular in terms of their composition, and Sylveon held the upper card here. Nekroz, what do you think is going to happen in the next upcoming games? Because majority of them we are going to witness are going to be the lower bracket ones, because it's going to be a longer journey for the teams who have been pushed down.
Oh, I mean, if you just talk about the teams those who were just taking the part in lower brackets, it's going to be a do or die for sure. We were waiting lower brackets. Round 1 has already happened. The round 2 matches have already happened as well. Round 3, round 4 just going to get started in a very short while. Though there's some few more matches to go in the lower brackets, but we'll have a look on the brackets and how many teams have actually made it up to the third round. Well, as we were talking about, True Rippers were the first team, then SATL Esports have managed to diminish Farming Simulators with a 2-1 scoreline, and they have managed to go and get this slot confirmed in the lower bracket third round, while God's Reign also defeated Flip It with a score of 2-1, and they have managed to get their place in the lower bracket third round as well. But just waiting for Team Liquid and No Lapras. Both the teams, they have promising performance in the previous tournaments or in the previous matches that we have seen, Lucifer. But and just imagine with a 2-1 score.
Ironically, no Lapras picks Lapras. That was something to watch out for, but we will see if that'll happen or not, or if that's the game that we are going to witness. But as we said, we will keep you updated with the scores. There's still the upper bracket semi-finals, round 1 that needs to happen. Match 1, which is going to be FS Esports versus Final Evolution, where Revenant are waiting for their contenders in the upper bracket finals, and Revenant now looking forward to becoming one of the first grand finals. They're just one step away. And for the teams such as SATL, who pushed to the lower bracket, and teams such as Team Griffin, who pushed to the lower bracket, you can see God's Reign, SATL and True Rippers, they're 4 steps away from reaching to the grand finals, and Team Griffin right is now 3 steps away. But they're not just going to be sitting there. There are going to be 3 more teams, and in total 4 teams in the lower bracket round 4 who will be there trying to find out and fight out in the next lower bracket semis, right, where there will be one more team getting eliminated and they'll be joining to the lower bracket finals, whoever wins the game. So lower bracket is looking super tough. All the big name teams, all the teams which we have a lot of fan favorites, right, they're ending up going to the lower bracket, which I'm pretty sure are not a lot of viewers thought about. Revenant is still there, but on the other end you saw it is Final Evolution who will be fighting against FS. So there are new and upcoming teams who have been doing a lot of damage in the Indian circuit, especially in the World Championship series that started from the April qualifiers, happened in the May qualifiers as well, and is now happening after the June LCQ here in the June regional playoffs. Nekroz, I'm worried for all the, I would say, big name Indian circuit teams, and now they have to literally run for the money and the title that they need. If they don't, they'll be out of the World Championship series, not just for the Indian regional champion title, but also to represent India on the big stage, the global stage, where they will fight in Japan.
Exactly, it's a very, very cliffhanging position for all the teams fighting in the lower brackets for now. You see SATUL Esports versus True Rippers, that one match is going to be very crucial because you see both big names. We can see in the previous time we used to call it, these are the top 5 teams in the Indian circuit. True Rippers, Revenant, Godstrain, SATUL, and now you're going to see SATUL and True Rippers getting on a head-to-head in the lower brackets, round number 3, not even in the top 5, but from here only one team will advance to the lower brackets, round number 4. Not that easy because one team, either it's going to be SATUL Esports or it's going to be True Rippers who will be just taking a departure. But if we talk about the next match, it is definitely this one that everybody, all the fans of SATUL, all the fans of True Rippers are looking forward to. Talking about the roster, starting with SATUL Esports, if we just talk about SATUL All Might, SATUL Snowy, SATUL Rex, Bacha and Kurim will be there. But on the other hand, True Rippers, I would love this way if we just do the formalities.
Daku, Prod, Dream, Kyo and Eagle. These are going to be your 5 contenders trying to fight against SATUL Esports lineup. Can they make it happen? Yes, is going to be a question. As you can see, True Rippers are April qualifiers first place team, whereas SATUL are the second place teams from May qualifiers. Now True Rippers, I'm pretty sure everybody has seen their journey, did not have a great one in the India Open, then came into ACL where they showed up that they had a lot of game in them, but unfortunately when it came to the playoff stage they were eliminated. But here they're giving it their all. Even though they're in the lower bracket, you can see they're fighting, but here for our viewers, it's kind of a wake up. Either SATUL or True Rippers will be eliminated at the end of this battle. Whether it's SATUL or True Rippers, I'm not too sure. SATUL, when the lineup was announced, when they made these changes, right, that composition and the players looked really well. But after that, it's been some time, right? After the April qualifiers, it has been shaky for them. They were unable to get a proper footing. They were unable to get themselves completely in control. So I hope today, especially this match, they don't make any fumbles. A small little fumble, small opening where they let their defender be back and their front line immediately jumps into the battle, and True Rippers will punish that. Same goes for True Rippers. If they make even the smallest of the errors in this game, it's a best of 3, but it can immediately conclude in 2 games. SATUL and True Rippers will be hungry for a clean finish.
All the teams are hungry for a clean finish, but I don't think it's going to be that easy because yes, we are like, just take it as an example or a funny fact that we have seen all the 2-0s happening in the upper brackets while we are seeing all the 2-1s happening in the lower bracket. So yes, it's just going in a different way, but I'm expecting to be a 2-1 again. But SATUL Esports, they will be very, very disappointed because the way they were completely pushed down by Final Evolution from the upper brackets to the lower brackets, pushing them to a long journey in order to reach the grand finals and make it to grand finals, and just trying to represent the country in the World Championship. It's not that easy, but the first draft pick comes exactly with the buzz. But I'm expecting again a Glacier and a Trio ban from both the ends. I'm really expecting SATUL to ban a Trio, while True Rippers might be going with the Glacier as well.
Waiting for the bans. This is going to be a super intense matchup happening in the lower bracket. True Rippers versus SATUL. A match to witness and be awed after the end of the game. We'll wait and witness. Now the ban is going to be done. Glaceon should be a ban. But on top of it, what else are we going to see? Surprisingly, there's no Glaceon ban. And I think without thinking twice. There is Badsha who will play it. They should pick up the Glaceon right as now. Is a really good Pokemon, but they work on the True Bro. They know that they need the Slow Bro and pick it up. Lapras and Hoopa ban is interesting. Not having Lapras meaning that there is not a hefty tank which also does damage and also takes damage is something that True Rippers did not want to give away to SATL, and you see Might, he is too good. But True Rippers are not going to make the mistake. Glaceon was given up. Kyo immediately locks on along with Blastoise on Ego.
But right now, if you just talk about Daku and Dream, just looking forward to grab their own picks for now. But yes, as they need a long range attacker as well, they're still going with the Trevin and True Rippers. Daku has been a very, very promising defender to use. The Trevin and get some good outputs for his team, but while Prod will stick with the Eldegoss.
Come on, you couldn't do that. There could have been 2 EVs. We could have seen finally 2 evolutions. Sylveon was the only Eve as of now that was being used. I think Eevee will not be used in the game except for Glaceon, but on the other end, All Might back on Buzzwole and Snowy picking up a SCDI is going to be interesting. In all the games so far that we have seen, Chandelier has always been picked. Yes, we see. Dream, thank you for listening to me, even though you cannot listen. Why would you do that? I was giving a very complimenting and thankful speech here, and Dream says, man, you're just doing too much talking right now. Stop it. And picks up a Dodrio. Dream eventually takes up a Eevee and gives away his Dodrio for now. Badsha, it's going to be interesting how he plays up this Chandelier. Did not get a chance to pick this up previously because Final Evolution always kept that in check. This time they do pick it up. 20 seconds on the clock for the final preparation. There was just one change, right? You can see that's just Kyo and Dream. But on the other end, all Pokemons are same. Slow Bro, I call him the True Bro. Whichever team picks it up, they show a True Bro performance coming through. So right as of now, I will wait and see how it functions. But we have our final lock-ins and preparation phase done, and it's going to be the loading time as we jump into the game underway very soon. Nekroz, who do you have your cards for? Do you think SATL's Pokemon choices are good, or is it going to be none other than True Rippers?
Well, I believe, though the cards, I really believe it's going to be in the favor. I'll go with SATL, but still, it's all come down to that team game that we're looking forward to. Every time a team comes up all together and sticks with a single plan, executes it properly, the results always comes in their favor. But right now, this first round, it's going to be crucial for SCTUL as well as for True Rippers. The one who takes the lead will have a little privilege of getting a bit confidence boosted for them, while the other will be in a vulnerable position, because if they lose the second round again, they will be getting eliminated from this World Championship series.
Nobody wants to be eliminated, but they know they are at the brink of elimination. Ego will go for early stacks, but no, Buzzwole is not letting him. Finally, he does get the stack through. But I think he might just KO it before going back to his goal zone. And yes, he does. Might punishes him. And now Might can take away the wild Pokemon in his favor. But in the meantime, the Glaceon has evolved very early. They're going to suppress SATL completely in this bottom path. Do not give them any chance. Will keep stacking as well if possible. And yes, they're enabling Daku to do that stack. The Dodrio as well, after finishing the mid path, is looking forward to his stacks. Will be stopped, but the Glaceon is not stopping. The Slowpoke has been taken down. Finally, the Decidueye trying to do damage along with the Chandelier also coming back out of its mid path. And now I think the Chandelier will take down the Glaceon. Punishes the Glaceon for overextending so much in this early game.
Well, for now, if you just talk about even Buzzwole, it's just trying to get some good outputs for there. Just trying to get the water down might just be a good decision. But yep, as long as the Eldegoss is still there and sticking around the water turtle, it will be difficult. Though the Cliffable is still providing the heal to All Might, and how to just get the KOs done right now. But now Trevenant walks in, just trying to make some good scores, but the Lament won't actually allow him to go through the things. But
he cannot score this 13.
Not easy. But Lucifer, do you really think that at this point, Rodrigo, though he's just trying to get those steals of buffs from the side of SATL Esports pocket, but I don't think it's going to be possible because now he's been chased. He's been pushed back completely.
I want to see how this game kind of unfolds because there are two players from SATL who are at attack weight. And one, without any surprise, is your All Might with a Buzzwall. But on the other end, even the Decidueye has stack. I'm not too sure if it has gotten any stack as of now, but look at the damage coming in. Overheat is good, Imprison is good, finding a KO on the Eldigers as well, sending them all back to base one after another. SATL, yes, have kept True Rippers in check. Early game True Rippers, yes, they were able to score, but it was only in the bottom part. But other than that, nothing else. Daku waiting for Rex to do damage. Overheat and Imprison coming in, trying to take that last hit, but it did not happen. But as of now, it's a 3v2 fight at the bottom path because we are just 9 seconds away from the Reggie to spawn. Trying to steal away the buff was the Dodrio, but he sees two more players attacking him and he goes away. And finally the Decidueye fully evolved, ready to jump into the battle. Dream has already started with his Icicle Spear, but on the other end from the backlines the Spirit Shackle is ready. Can that Spirit Shackle look for a steal? The Overheat was now coming in, but the last hit was a little bit too early and the Dodrio from the backline flanks takes down the Decidueye. Prod doing damage along with his teammates. Unite being committed on the wrong end of it, but they're not giving away the pace. They're still keeping it up. Badsha playing from the backline brilliantly from the cover of Rex, but they're trying to push him. Dodrio unfortunately is just a speedster, so he has to quickly connect his attacks, but he's unable to connect it on Badsha because he's hovering and also has a speed advantage in the flux zone. Therefore, True Rippers, even though they got the objective, they get nothing in the game, but having the eject, barely surviving. Glaceon makes it back to the goal zone and survives.
Somehow he just managed it out. But if you just talk about the Decidueye is still there, hiding into the long grasses, if I'm not wrong. But yep, he will be stacked. He will be stacked. The Chandelier is there, just trying to make some impact. But on the other hand, the Buzzwole comes up from the top lane. But not that easy. Clifford will be sticking with the Buzzwole. He needs to be there just to provide him some support because there's a triple stack coming in from the side of True Rippers. Though we see the Decidueye in the backlines, might just use the Spirit Shackle in the right moment to get some value generated from his end. But the Regiliki, Lucifer, it's not that easy for SATL Esports to get this Regilic in their favor, though the Buzzwole is completely getting melted down one after another. But the Icicle Spear just actually worked it out in the right moment. But now the Regiliki will be stacked by the side of True Rippers just to melt it down and get it in the favor. Though the Glacier, the War Turtle, as well as we can see that Eldigos is just trying to get this thing right on the track, and they will eventually get it.
Reggie has been taken, but can True Rippers get scores dunked? Unite was committed from the Blastoise, but still hasn't found any value. They eventually make the Reggie push, and even the goal zone gets destroyed. All Might gets taken down. Good conversion for True Rippers on the top path. Now the tier 2 is open for business. On the other end, Trevenant is keeping that Slowbro inside their goal zone, not letting it walk out or stroll out. Trying to steal away the blue buff. Yes, does do it. Dream. Nice game as of now that we are witnessing. Rex, Surf, but no connection. Daku, Trevenant is level 9 as of now, which is good. The opponent Slowbro is also level 9, but the Reggie has spawned again in the bottom. Level 11 Badsha. On the other end, level 11 Glaceon. Dream. Let's see what happens. Shadow Sneak does reveal the position of one of the players. Snowy has come so close to the Reggie. Daku might try to push up, but looking at the last hit, the Spirit Shackle is ready, but the last hit comes in from Daku. Trevenant acting as the last secure from none other than True Rippers. This is brilliant to see. And now look at this. SATL think they can get some scores done, but there are numerous players. They were hiding in the tall grasses. They fell into the bait, but the slow beam on none other than the Glaceon overextension gets punished. Nice move, and this is the opening that none other than SATL needed, but the counter Unite coming in from that Trevenant caused a lot of trouble. Cliffable is down there chasing even the Unite coming in from the Blastoise, and look at this. Badsha is running for his life, and with this hit coming in, the bonks from that wood hammer, there's nothing he can do. They will eventually get the scores done, but Might, he was getting a little bit trouble, none other than from the Dodrio, and he says, my bird friend, you're going to be sent back to the base and fainted. But as of now, True Rippers' intentions of scoring on the bottom goal zone after uniting near their goal zone and pushing did not work out, Nekroz. So True Rippers are peeling off slowly and steadily.
Although we are seeing Decidueye and Buzzwole just trying to melt down on the top lane as well, but this time the Icicle Spear again trying to make some good amount of damage, and Dream needs to step in right now. On the other hand, we can see that SCTUL is securing the Regiliki for the side of SCTUL Esports. They will be stacking on the side of True Rippers, but this time the tower getting destroyed. We'll get the heal eventually. Glacier needs to just fall back to the spawn, and we'll try to make some counterattacks possible. The Dodrio steps in on the top lane trying to divert, but this time the puzzle. This time it's going to be a Unite dump, but now the serve being used, they're just trying to make it happen. They're just trying to stop the Buzzwole, but will they be? Yes, it is. And this time a KO arrives, True Rippers trying to get a good hold of it.
They had to punish one of the other players, they did. 20 seconds on the clock for the final stretch. Quickly talking about level Glaceon at level 13. But on the other end, the two ranged attackers, Destiny as well as the Chandelier, both on level 13. But True Rippers, they've been able to separate these ranged attackers. Reggie at the bottom is going to be there, but nobody is going to pay attention because 8 seconds is going to be too tough to melt that Reggie Ice so too fast. And if they try to do that, they give away the legendary pit. Imprison coming on the Glaceon, but initially both the teams just throwing some moves towards Rayquaza and each other as well. No proper battle being initiated, but Daku, he's jumping in, and now there might be Unite commitments that we might end up seeing. The bonks are also coming through, and yes, the first Unite, the slow bro, I think this Unite was a little bit too early. Might jumps in with his Unite, but his health is super low. Coming in Glaceon Unite, the surf is going to be there, which pushes them away. Unfortunate, otherwise True Rippers could have taken multiple players away. Moonlight heals many players together. Now look at the health on none other than the Blastoise. Too many players pushing together, they had to run away. Knock Knock being committed to find value, and they do. They take down the healer as well as the ranged attacker, and now immediately SATL jumping on none other than looking forward to the Rayquaza. They might secure the last set. They are going in, swooping in. Daku looking forward to the last bonk on none other than the Rayquaza. But looking at the troubles coming in, SATL
Dodrio
faintly have stopped, but now with the superpower and then the smackdown coming through, easily will be able to secure the Rayquaza without any trouble. Nobody around the legendary pit. What a play coming in from none other than SHL Esports to secure this first game in the favor.
Oh, it's going to be done and dusted as all the scores are being done after one another, and True Rippers are quite aware they can't stop this. If even they try it, it's not at all possible, though we are seeing that Blastoise alongside the Eldegoss trying to make some impact, trying to get some KOs. Buzzwole is still trying to get some good scores in his favor. The shield has still not been breached, but eventually another KO faced by True Rippers. Yes, it actually doesn't matter at this point because it's all done.
It's
just the
3
formality.
times the score that True Rippers are at. This fight will just go on and on. Might will take those bonks again and again. Another slow beam coming in, and on top of that slow beam, Bacha uses his Unite. Wow. SATUL, what a game. Even though they were clustered in that opening, they played phenomenally in that game. I think the decision making of pushing ahead and unable to capturing one of their players kind of fell back in True Rippers' favor. It fell flat on their faces. They couldn't do much about it. Nice try, that's all we can say as of now from True Rippers. Even though they had the control from the start of the game till the final stretch, even the final stretch battle which started, but they couldn't push further because of Curem on Cliffable. The Moonlight saved Might as well as I think Bacha or Snowy. One of these two ranged attackers it saved. That was the game changer which worked out, and then Snowy immediately jumping using his Knock Knock, and then All Might using his Unite as well. Turned the game entirely around in the favor of none other than SATL Esports to win it all out. And look at this, Curem, phenomenal game coming in as an healer. 1,21,000 from his Moonlight.
Eventually it worked out so pretty well. SATUL managed to get the first victory in their favor, and overall the contribution, if you just talk about Bacha, with a 1,24,986 damage, the amount of damage has been dealt, but you have True Rippers. I won't say that they haven't performed pretty well. If you see Dream with 94,425 total damage he have dealt from his end. He tried his level best with those all moves, especially those Icicle Spears, dealing a good amount of damage for sure. But eventually when you just talk about this time, it was definitely not in the favor of True Rippers, but the next round will have to be in their favor. Otherwise, it's all going down to SATL Esports, and they will be just moving forward to the next round of the lower brackets, while True Rippers might just be completely eliminated from this World Championship Series 2023 qualifiers India regional playoffs.
True Rippers do get their first loss here and one step away from walking out. SATL on the other end, they're one step closer to going into the next matchup. But again, still a long run. This is the one game out of their 4 games that they need to win continuously on a stretch while they're under pressure of losing. Look at the graph. It was a good, tough battle put up from True Rippers until the end game. In the replay, we will see where it all went wrong. All the defenders started running away in different directions from True Rippers. They peeled off at the wrong time. Even though their health was low, their healer was nowhere close by to help them out. All these things kind of fell flat on their face. Well, they couldn't kind of figure out what is the next strategy. How will the Glaceon find value? I think while the Glaceon used the Unite at the right time, everybody got clustered in the moonlight of that Cliffable. If that did not happen, maybe True Rippers could have got this game in their name.
If you just talk about even from the start, everything was just going all in the favor True Rippers. You just see the Glaceon Dream being with those Icicle Spears, just trying to make so much difference. And again, this Blastoise with those serves, eventually making and pushing all the players of the SATL back again into the flood zone. When it came down to the objective fights, yes, SATL Esports definitely had an advantage. Using the Unites in the right and the proper manner was definitely into the use, but True Rippers were managing to just make some counterattacks possible, but well, the things actually did not went the way they wanted it to be, Lucifer, because if you just see, the Buzzword definitely made it
go
work.
in their way.
Yeah, last final stretch.
Here,
especially.
oh, this is where I kind of missed this Revenant getting caught up. That's what I was thinking. Blastoise ran away, but where is the other defender? It was so fast that it happened and it was so chaotic that the entire fight got lost. And look at this, Blastoise went in the tall grass with the intention of going in for a recall. But that recall couldn't have been completed because that's how fast SATL started taking this Rayquaza, and with the bare minimum health that the Blastoise had, still tried to jump into the battle and eventually get scared. True Rippers, unfortunate. And I mean, very rarely do we see the defender uniting on a defender to find so much value. But I think it acted really well here for SATL. You saw, right, Daku on that Revenant was so annoying with his woodhammer boinks coming through. Like, somebody's trying to push him, boink. They're trying to run away, boink. Hold them off. That was so annoying, and I think that intention of Slowbro uniting on none other than Trevenant to take him off the board, right? Taking away the stun from the entire team worked out really well. And you saw immediately once Trevenant was getting KO'd or stuck, the entirety of True Rippers ran. They're like, back off, peel off. Mayday. That Mayday call kind of was heard here from True Rippers. Unfortunate for them. Great game in the start. End game is always what it matters. Final stretch. We have seen teams, even though other teams take away Rayquaza, immediately their shield gets destroyed and not even a single score gets dunked. So there are still possibility, True Rippers. You have to just hit the reset button right now.
Yeah, that's for sure, Lucifer. They need to come up with a complete new fresh mind, and they need to come up with some new fresh strategies. Though I wouldn't say that they did not work out. I wouldn't say that because yes, they did work out pretty well in many of the fights. But yeah, the final stretch, it was definitely SATL who came on the top. But now it's the time. It's a do or die situation. You need to just step in. You need to come up with an equalizer. You cannot just let go, let SATL just walk away with this victory and just get this 2-0 done and move forward to the next round. So if you want to win it, if you want to get it through, or you want to make this, no, we're going to fight till the very last match or the very last round.
That's how you become
you
a
need
Pokemon
to win it.
master.
Yes, that's the hard work, the hardships, and the hard battles actually make you the master of all the Pokemons.
It is a tough game. It is a team game as well. So you would have to make sure. There are numerous possibilities. Even though you're playing one of the best team games, you would be like, wow, our team is flying right now. It is sky high roaring. Nobody's able to stop it. But still there is a situation that happens where the opponent team, right? Maybe it is a slight nudge. Maybe it was a sudden haphazard move that they made. But that move worked out as a team fight, and eventually your entire team gets wiped and knocked out. that brings them back the confidence, and you lose your mental game there. I think that's what it's all about. Pokemon Unite at the end of the day is till the end. How can you keep your mental game being the A game? If you lose your mental towards the final stretch, where whether you're thinking, oh my bad, our teammates are right now KO'd, we have a big cooldown right now for them to respawn, I am the last person surviving, this is a lost cause, this is a lost game, we cannot do anything. If you start having those nervous, I would say, thoughts in your mind, then you will lose the game. Even though there is a slight ray of hope where you can win, you will still lose the game. But here was a brilliant, I would say, show coming in from the team of SATL, because at numerous times I've seen, right, Slowbro commits Unite. The slow beam is there, but nobody is there to find value. Here they did really well. Slow beam Unite coming through, then what does Buzzwall do? That is All Might. He immediately uses this Unite as well. He's like, I don't want to use any of my movesets, I'll use my Unite, take him down and do damage to them, and that's what worked out. But right as now, we'll jump into an info which will try to gain more idea about what can True Rippers do, and from their end, it is going to be Prod that we are looking into, one of their trustworthy supporters who did play an Eldegoss in the previous game. Does also play a Cliffable, but it's just 20% pick rate that you can see. But I think one problem I clearly see here is his average recovery has been 67,000. If it was surpassing a little more, close to 80,000, could have been good Nekroz. Again, understandable because it is Eldegoss, doesn't have an AoE healing compared to what Cliffable has on the Moonlight.
Exactly, and eventually when you talk about, and same goes for Eldegoss, if you just talk about, he's got a good pick rate as well, but the main thing is that Cliffable can actually make some kind of good steals as well. We have seen it happening in the previous rounds. If you just remember, maybe in the starting game, he was able to get some Rayquaza steals, which was not that easy for sure. But in this one, this player from the side of SATUL is definitely one of those key players that I'm really looking forward for in the next round as well. Badshah. We have seen him playing the Chandelier, we have seen him playing the Ninetales with a pick rate of 40% in the Ninetales. You can see the average damage dealt, it's 84,630, and from there you can just get an idea of how beautiful he can play those long range attackers, and he can get you the value what you want.
He's not playing a complete long range attacker, but yes, these ranged attackers, as you said, from none other than Badshah, have been just phenomenal. He's been working and doing a lot for his team, and this is why I said in the Indian circuit he's been one of the best Mew players. But as of now, he's been shifting as the meta is shifting, as we are seeing newer Pokemons, patches coming through. Chandelier again is the newer Pokemon in terms of being allowed to play in the World Championship series. Earlier it was just newly introduced, so we couldn't see it, but finally seeing, I'm enjoying it. Let's jump into the next game coming in. Can True Rippers make a comeback? As many games that we have seen here, especially on stream, Nekroz, all of them have gone for clean sweeps. I don't know, we are having a clean run today, so SATL, if this luck continues, they might finish it off in a clean sweep. But right now, it's going to be the first pick advantage for True Rippers, so we'll witness what bans are going to be there, and based on that, the picks. But as of now, SATL in the previous game, they denied that Glaceon pick to be an advantage.
Even after getting the Glaceon, I don't say they haven't got a good value. Dream was playing pretty well, but now again they will have the privilege to go with that Glaceon. The Chandelier has been banned and the Hoopa has been banned. So Prod still will be a bit of, unhappy, because we know all that, Lucifer, that he plays the Hoopa so pretty well that it can cause a real problem for SCTU esports if that Hoopa falls in the hands of Prod. But eventually, if we talk about the first pick, it's Lapras, and on the counter we are seeing the Glaceon and the Slowbro being picked by the side of SCTU esports. So what's going to be the strategy for the side of True Rippers this time?
Looking at the picks, I feel like this is clean sweep from SATL with the Glaceon, as well as having the True Bro at their end, the Slowbro. Is going to be tough for True Rippers. They do bring in a Buzzwall as well as an Eldegoss. Prod continuously playing, and I think one of the very fewest players who still stick on to Eldegoss. At this point of time, we see players have switched on to Hoopa, they've switched on to Cliffable and other supporters as well. We see them on Mime coming through. Very little of Wigglytuff, because Wigglytuff doesn't have any kind of healing. It is an annoying Pokemon which slows the opponent slowly, puts them to sleep in between, stuns them. But as of now, hefty picks as ranged attackers. We see Mew coming back into action, and that's going to be Dream And alongside him, it's going to be Kyo, who's picking up a Sylveon. Might. Everybody remembers his monstrous Lucario gameplay, but it looks like he doesn't want to pick it here. Lucario is also a little bit, if it's caught off guard, becomes squishy, and cooldown is a little bit higher on the move, so you kind of get worried, and that's the reason he goes in for none other than Urshifu as the last choice of Pokemon from SATUL's end.
Now this composition is talking something different at this point. True Rippers, it's a do or die for them. They win, they stay in the series. They lose, they are out of this WCS 2023 qualifiers. That's going to be a very, very important battle. But for now, SATUL Esports, they are very, very determined, as what we see in the composition, Lucifer, that they want to finish these things off in the 2-0 scoreline. But I don't think it's going to be that easy. Though True Rippers, they've got a Buzzwole, they've got a Lapras, they've got a Sylveon as well, and we have seen the effect of Sylveon in the previous match, in which we saw Revenant in action. And the way Crowley played it, it was definitely tremendous, but we have to wait and we have to be sure that how True Rippers are going to perform with this Sylveon in their lineup.
Crowley on Sylveon was a match to witness. Everybody
Indeed.
was like, wow, so much value. Everybody was enjoying that happening. But as of now, another Sylveon, but this time Kyo, and also a different player from a different team coming in. But on the other end, the lineup coming in from SATUL, I feel like is a little bit too good. The meta is too good. Early game, Urshifu, or early game Glaceon can find a lot of value. Whereas on the other end, I don't see anybody who acts as an early game valueful Pokemon. The Sylveon is going to be there, but if Urshifu is also evolved from the other end, right, then that Sylveon will be of no value. I hope the Sylveon plays Mystical Fire rather than Hyper Voice. In Hyper Voice, it doesn't have a lot of movement. It just stands in one position to do damage. And against an Urshifu, I don't have a lot of hopes for it. But as of now, True Rippers as well as SATUL get some random 2-3 scores dunked. But in the meantime, I'm looking forward to evolutions. Who and which side of Pokemons are evolving? Might, they wanted to snatch away the wild Pokemon adjacent to the goal zone. Doesn't happen. But the second one they do, Might recovers immediately. Back in the goal zone, barely, but still. But on the other end, Badshah, he's evolved and he's out. But on the other end, Sylveon also has evolved, and as I said, it should be a Mystical Fire, and it is, because it gives you movement.
Have to see it. Eventually, we talk about in the bottom lane, Lapras will be there alongside. It's a Slowbro as well as Delphox is striking, but oh, Buzzwole have caused a brilliant amount of damage. You see alongside Sylveon, this time it's really, really hard for Glaceon to survive, and in order for that, the Mystical Fires have been used, and now you're getting the KO. Sylveon will be coming with some good scores as well. True Rippers, they have got definitely a good start at this point. I don't think that SATUL would have expected this kind of push in the top lane eventually, but yes, they will get the score. Sylveon is there to just steal the buffs. Glaceon as well as the Clippable will be there to just get themselves a bit of leveled up for now, but they will find themselves exactly in front of Sylveon, just try to get this buffs stolen from their side, from their own pit. But still now the Flood Zone is there. 8 more scores will be needed on the top lane, Lucifer, to get that tower down.
Initial fights going back and forth, but True Rippers again, early game, they've kept the scoring thing going. Might trying to run away, Ego chasing him, level 7, Might work out, and Might is not playing a water moves Urshifu, he's playing fighting Urshifu. Glaceon immediately coming in back up at the center, and therefore Urshifu survives along with a Cliffable as well at the center with a healing. 36 seconds on the clock, and we are going to be seeing the Regis finally spawn, but early leveling up, True Rippers have concentrated on it really well. Level 7 versus level 5. Prod himself, the healer, is at level 6, and you can see how much of a trouble it can be. Snowy, even though he's playing none other than the Glaceon, is still at just level 6 and again becomes level 8. The Buzzwole is playing really good. Kyo is also level 8 right now on the bottom path. This is something that can cause trouble to SATUL. 4 seconds, we're going to see the Reggie, and there will be a Reggie battle happen. Can they find value on it? Unites are not yet out from any sides. One side it is there, that is the Sylveon has the Unite. If somebody causes a lot of trouble with the Unite, will jump on them, draining their health. Icicle Spear on Daku, but he's a defender, nothing much to be worried about. But all these battle that is happening in the bottom path, nobody has touched the Regirock. But finally, as I say, True Rippers do the initial damage, but the fire spin coming in from Bacha trying to cause trouble. But the Regirock's damage itself trying to push back the players, and they do find a KO. Their healer is out, and now they have to tuck tail and run away. Might is stuck, but the Surf, it kind of gives a little bit of value, but the Buzzwall along with the Sylveon's help takes down the Urshifu, but the Urshifu takes down Buzzwall as well. Unite being committed right as now as SATUL move back into the fight, as many of the players from True Rippers also get takedown. That causes trouble. If the Sylveon survived, it could have been better for them, but this Regirock will be taken away without any trouble from SATUL, and now they will try to push up as they've also gotten their Unites. One Unite already out on Glaceon.
The Glacial Stage after being activated, the Delphox is just making True Ripper suffer at one point, but on the other hand, if you just talk about the scores are being coming up from the side of Urshifu. Buzzwole was trying to make the counter, but won't be possible. All Might is just there, just trying to get the Buzzwole down. He knows that it's going to be the breakthrough. It's a hell of a competition. 5 more scores addition, but the Mystical Fires and the Sylveon steps in. I don't know that at this point whether it would be that much useful. I really expected it to be a hyper voice from my side, Lucifer. I don't know why he went up with the Mystical Fire, but yeah, still, it's going to be that their decision. Well, I'm just looking forward to get some good action. Buzzwole is into some serious troubles, but we'll be pushing back SCTU Esports. Just trying to wait for the right moment to strike in.
As of now, even though True Rippers have scored, they have not gotten value in objectives. The first objective went to STTL, the second also looking like, but the Solar Beam on the Mew, this is what we worried about, and then the Mystical Fire finding value on Glaceon. Cliffable is also out, the healer is out, Might trying to find some value, but from range, Kyo doing the damage, taking down Delphox with a Unite the Fireworks, not letting the Regieleki get in, and buying time for his teammates to respawn, causing trouble. And look at them, he's held them all back in just one player's moveset, and this did not give True Rippers any chance to push up and score. But in the meantime, using a Unite, the Lapras Taxi being committed to get the goal zones dunked on the bottom goal zone was just wonderful to witness. The Sylveon was about to be taken down, but the Unite being committed to run away from that position will safely tuck tail. Oh wait, actually not even the Unite. I think it was just an eject being committed over there. But in the meantime, Snowy commits the goal of 40 and destroys the top goal zone, making sure the tier 2 is open on the True Rippers end. Right now 178 to 91, SATUL again starting off. This time they are the ones starting off first on the Regirock. Again, this is only give them the defensive boost. Daku is looking forward to the last hit right as of now. There are no other players close by to this Regirock. They have to watch out. Prod, can he find any value? Oh no, the slow beam coming in from the slow bro. This buys them time to secure the Regirock, and now look at this. All Might wants to jump into the battle. Snowy as well trying to find value. Delphox's Unite coming in again. Daku might be caught, but for Daku it's not going to be worrying. He knows he's a tank. Fire spin coming in, tries to take down one, and yes, that's going to be Prod going down. All Might barely surviving, but can they find value? Buzzwole unites, but Buzzwole himself gets KO'd. Slowbro finding the value. Mew in the meantime takes down Glaceon, but Mew, Dream trying to take down that Delphox. Go down himself, but nonetheless his teammate, that is going to be the Lapras, finds a 2 KO streak to slow down that fight that happened. But SATUL, in all that fight that happened, they managed to score some more. They are sitting at 147 now.
Oh, this time Cliffable, they're still in the top lane alongside the Urshifu. The Glaceon just trying to level himself up because there is 1 minute, or I would say less than 50 seconds time left for the final stretch to begin. True Rippers, they might have a little bit of advantage in the means of score, but they're trying to get this control all over from their side. The Regieleki will be important, and they're stacking for it. You see the Buzzwole just around the corner, just trying to make a steal possible. No, it's not going to happen. Buzzwole was there just to get some good value for himself, but the Regieleki has been pushed down to the tier 2 goal zone for now.
He was there thinking that his teammates will be there in time and he can assist them, but it did not happen. But look at what SATUL are doing, understanding they will guard the tier 2. They all rotated to the bottom path in the intention of destroying the goal zone, and will successfully destroy it, but they only destroyed with just 22. There was a 50 on Bacha, there was a 50 on All Might, but understanding there was very less time, they decided that they'll just destroy with very little goal zone and then commit on Rayquaza. Very close battle indeed.
Oh, Shifu! He's going, Lucifer Ushifu is going
Yeah,
for the score.
Reggie
He will
advantage.
get the 100. He will get the 100.
And SATUL take the lead.
Oh, it is going to be a complete game changer just in the very starting phase of the final stretch. You can see all the players just stacking for the Rayquaza. SATUL knows that this is going to be the crucial moment. But True Rippers, are they ready? Are they prepared
Nice
for
solar
this
beam.
final stretch?
SATUL now know they're on the lead. They're not going to start this Rayquaza battle, but look at this. Might was hiding in the tall grasses, jump right into the backlines, trying to attack on Prod and Mew. Can he find value? In the meantime, Lapras, Daku trying to go for a 1v3. He gets his team's assistant. That's going to be Prod with the Unite coming through, but look at Urshifu back into the game. Sylveon is caught. Sylveon uses the Unite. I don't think Sylveon can find value, but the Mystical Fire, yes, does the damage. Pushes back the Urshifu. Daku trying to commit a big 40 score coming through. He is barely about there, but the serve puts a stop to Daku, and Daku will just run away. Even though Daku might try to do it again, but the Slowbro is going to be there. Kyo barely surviving. Prod with very little health, but Dream gets an 100, and now True Rippers back on the lead, but there are just 3 players surviving. Lapras not great in health, caught in the surf of none other than the Slowbro. Back again into the fight. Buzzwole, can he find value? No, he gets caught in none other than the Icicle Spear. Targets him, takes him down, and feints Buzzwole right as now. Mew, the last and the lonely survivor. Everybody is chasing him. There is no last hit that can be connected as he also goes down. And SATUL secure a clean sweep in their favor. But do they? I've called it, but they're still running into the goal zones. And yes, with this 50 they do. That gives them 100. Another 100 to follow it up. 70-100. Back-to-back scores coming in from SATUL. Sealing the deal and walking to the next round in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, True Rippers, they have to bow their heads down because SATUL played a phenomenal game against them.
It's pure domination as we witnessed SATUL Esports marching flawlessly with a 2-0 scoreline. They will be just moving exactly to the next round. But if we just talk about it's going to be really something. SATUL Esports, they have made a milestone. They have made a benchmark at this point. Though it's really disappointing or disheartening to see, or to say as our casters as well, that True Rippers, the journey in this WCS 2023 qualifiers India regional playoffs just comes to an end at this very point. They have been phenomenal.
Imagine, Nekroz, the team which came in the first position, right, of the April qualifiers, and they're already out. That is the level of the competition that we are seeing here in the June's regional playoffs to become the best 2 Indian teams. SATUL looking like they're still in the run of the race. Can they make it happen? But Kyurem again, cliffable value is phenomenal. 1,25,000 coming in. Previously as well, it was because of him 1,21,000. This time you can see Might went all in. I was worried with the fighting moves, how much of value can he find? But that coned damage that he can do, right? If he powers up his punch, he was using it very effectively. 85,000. On the other end, Dream, you can see 86,000 damage coming in. Tried his best, but Kyo as well. Credits to him with the Mystical Fire, understanding if he used Hyper Voice, he did not have value. Found KO on Might. But Might was very sharp. He always used to peel off immediately, and when he used to peel off, right, his teammates, the front line, used to reposition in front of him, and therefore forced Kyo, Dream to back off, Ego to back off. And at a lot of times you saw Prod was always being caught alone. He was, I know that entire Pokemon is all of cotton, but needs to be healing constantly, but that never properly happened. They were jumping on the healer first, and they were invading the backline not in the intention of taking the ranged attacker, but in the intention of taking the Eldegoss. And that is the reason SATUL were able to always pressurize True Rippers.
And they actually managed to do it so pretty well. True Rippers were, I wouldn't say they won't have a control again. True Rippers were just trying their level best to make it up, but SATUL were definitely better in the plannings, better in terms of scoring, or maybe in the terms of executing the plans and the strategy that they have decided from the very starting of the game. True Rippers tried to bounce back this time in the very second round, but they were completely being shattered away. Yeah, completely held off by the side of SATUL Esports. But yes, as SATUL have won this match for now. They will be advancing to the 4th round, but before that, we'll have a quick recap of what we saw in this particular round, starting from those getting this objective fight, securing SATUL Esports. They were completely, from the very start, they were being pushed back.
This fight, which should have worked in the favor of True Rippers, once they lost this first objective, right, immediately the Unites opened up for SATUL. Until then, SATUL did not have Unite until they secured the Regirock. If they would have secured in their favor, having a Sylveon Unite themselves, this could have worked out better. And after that, you can see at all times it was just SATUL getting objectives in their favor. Once we saw that big solar beam go for a steal, but look at this. Prod already being hit with so much damage, right? Prod would have to back off, and also in such a position he will be away from his teammates, finding no value. And I think here the solar beam commitment should have not been done from the Mew. His position was not known. He was kind of in an offbeat position, but when he committed the solar beam to kind of help his teammate Buzzwall, it did not work out. It fell flat, and then you saw SATUL immediately rained hell on that Mew to get that victory for themselves. As of now, we still have Team Liquid and God's Reign to see who will be right now fighting against Final Evolution. But a match to witness, another one cooking up in the lower bracket. Team Griffin versus SATUL Esports. This is going to be a headache of a game. You will not understand what's happening, what's being dumped down and thrown about, and it'll be a run for the money. But on the other end, quick update for our viewers as well. Look at the upper bracket semi-finals. Final Evolution, they lost on a clean sweep against FS Esports, and they've pushed them to the lower bracket, where Final Evolution is waiting for their opponent in the lower bracket round 4.
That's for sure. One more match again. We will witness one more team going down to the lower bracket again. But for now,
what is happening, Nekroz, in this lower bracket? First SATUL versus True Rippers. Now it is Team Griffin versus SATUL. All these teams are the teams which a lot of people are expecting to be in the upper bracket, in the grand finals. And they are all coming in the lower brackets and at the edge of elimination. Like, one small misstep and they just fall off the ship. And that ship is World Championship Series ship. The one chance to go to the global stage to fight and represent India and bring back the trophy home, which a lot of us Indian viewers are rooting for. Teams have been gearing up, getting better. But look at how the competition is turning out to be. Imagine a lower bracket team, that too all the big name teams, fan favorite teams, they are right now in the lower bracket and at the edge, at the brink of elimination. I'm kind of at a loss of words to kind of figure out what is happening, but on the other end, I'm also enjoying this because this tells our viewers and us that this is the level of the competition that has evolved over the time of Pokemon Unite in the Indian region.
It actually justifies that the new players, the new teams, those who are popping up from the scratch, they're coming up, playing the tournaments. These are, like, if you talk about the WCS, was completely open to all. All the teams were allowed to take part.
From
they were
April,
yes, of course. You got so long duration of time to practice, to come up, to participate, to compete among the best of the best and get your slot right exactly here. And Team Griffin were one of them. Team Liquid, No Lapras, Final Evolution. So many teams, they had the chances to come up to this particular position. But when you just talk about the new teams, the new players, the new aspiring Pokemon trainers, they're just coming up and they're showcasing their skills in so much high level and so much high class that even the top teams are facing so much difficulties to just retain their position.
After this regional playoffs of the Indian region, right, it's time to change the top 5 best teams of the Indian region for Pokemon Unite. Rankings have to change. As you can see, it is only Revenant right as now surviving in the upper bracket. And of all the love and hate stories that they've had with Rayquaza, today is looking really good for them. Let's jump into the next match and see what's going to be happening. The upper bracket final is also going to happen shortly, but before that, the match that we just spoke about, the match which is going to be super deadly, Griffin versus SATUL. This is going to be a brain wreck for us viewers as well as casters as well as the players, because they have to come up with so many new things to win this out. Because remember why I'm saying this, both of them went against head to head in the May qualifiers, and both of them are the first and the second place teams in the May qualifiers. So today, for both these teams to fight in the lower brackets is insane, for this to be even happening and being seen. Imagine both these teams were in the grand finals of the May qualifiers. Hello? What is happening?
See, at that point, Lucifer, it was something that you want to qualify for the regional playoffs, and there it doesn't matter. Yeah, let it be first, let it be second. Yes, there might be a first and second tag just beside their name, but that actually justifies that they just need to qualify for the regional players. But now this match is going to decide which team will stay here, which team is going to stay in this WCS 2023 India playoffs right now. But oh my God,
I mean.
A perfect revenge time.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a perfect revenge time. But all of us would have expected this either in the upper bracket semi-finals or upper bracket finals. But for this to happen in the lower bracket round 4, not even lower bracket finals, Nekroz. I don't know what is going to happen in this game, but this game is one to watch. I will tell everybody, grab your popcorns, grab anything and everything that you need, snack up. Because this game is not something that you want to miss. You blink and the game is gone. Info card right now, average damage dealt overall that we are seeing from the players of SATL is going to be surpassing and crossing and reaching close to 2 crores. On the other end, if you talk about damage taken, is also close to 2 crores from Northern SATL. Recovery on the other end, a little less. My bad, 20 crores, both the ends.
Quite a close one, but indeed, we are quite aware.
I'm sorry guys, yes, this proves that we are bad at maths. It is 20 lakhs on both the ends. And then this side, it is going to be close to 10 lakhs. But you can see the highest picked Pokemon, right, Nekroz, that is coming in is Chandelier. And that is from every team. We see at least around 40 to 50% of teams using Chandelier. And the main reason of using Chandelier is that Imprison move, which puts a stop to the moves that you can use. Even the eject button that you can use, it puts a stop to it for a second or two, where the team immediately finds value and KOs you. Man,
I really am looking forward to what's going to happen.
Imagine damage of 2 crore, 20 crore that I was speaking about. I was like, wait, this is not something that I've seen.
It's not the number of digits that it should be there in that.
But you guys can understand how much we are losing our minds to see both SATL and Team Griffin here in lower bracket round 4.
It's very hard to imagine one team will just, bid us farewell.
One of these two teams is going to be out.
Can't even imagine SATL or neither, like Team Griffin or Team SATL. It's very hard. There's a meme, which button to press. Is it SATL or is it going to be Team Griffin?
Yeah.
so tough to, decide out of any of the spills. But yeah, it's all happens in all those circumstances that actually happen in a tournament. You can't even support one because, here is Griffin, here is SATL. It's not even perfectly balanced, bro.
How can we kind of put it in terms of Pokemon right as of now? Which are, Glaceon and Lapras. Which are you okay with taking? Which are you okay with giving it away?
We both want it, We both are something that we require in our composition. We want to take it, but we can't. Yeah. One has to be banned.
This is a game to witness. I mean, previous was one game to witness. And both the games, right? True Rippers had early game control. End game they didn't have. Here as well, it's going to be a similar function. Today, Team Griffin on their last hits, in their final stretch fights, had nothing in control. They didn't look organized. Even though they started it, they couldn't end it. They were getting taken down one after another. They were getting flanked. They were getting surprised. And I think Team Griffin, they kind of took it a little bit slow as they started the game today, especially in the upper bracket, because the early games maybe could have been a little more tactical, where they were confident and they thought that less calling or maybe communication was less, and especially they were also surprised, right? The heavy hitters coming in from Revenant, they never stopped. They were always oppressing them. Like, even though Team Griffin was scoring, right, the way Revenant were hitting them back, even if they didn't get the scores, was something that they were always worried about it. But very soon we are going to jump into this matchup. Let's jump into the draft and see what's going to be happening, as we will see how this game progresses.
Well, that's for sure. And eventually, when you just talk about in this SCTL versus Team Griffin match, it is definitely one of a crucial match. And for that, we do have a change on our caster desk as well. It's going to be Raider joining the place of Lucifer for now. And I'll welcome you, Raider, to this brilliant match that we are going to witness. But talking about right now in the ban phase, we are expecting a Glacian and a Dodrio ban for sure. But we'll see what actually happens.
Oh yeah, let's have a look into it. At this point, if we talk about the ban phase, definitely I guess we do have Hoopa and Lapras getting banned. We'll have to see how SCTL is going to start, because yes, just before that, before this particular matchup, if I'm not wrong, SCTL was able to become quite victorious. Now Chandelier coming into the play by Badsha. Let's see what Tesla and Volk is going to pick. Okay, that's interesting. A Cliffable along with what is going to be there for Volk. We do have an attacker coming in from SCTL Esports, and same goes for Team Griffin, because we do have a Glacian right now along with supporter. That's interesting. If we talk about a defender approach, that could be Slowbro coming from Nexus Corner.
Well, the other picks will be important. Curem, what is going to be your decision? We'll be sticking with the Delphox, eventually working pretty well for them. The Delphox as well as the Chandelier composition is really working so well for the side of all the teams also taking the part in SCTL. Will be definitely looking forward to just keep this composition up for their side. But Vixen again with that, the trio will be needing so much of it. They need to step in, but All Might, not an Urshifu, not a Buzzwole, but this time he's trying to come up with a Machamp. Alongside Snowy will be there, sticking with the Eldegoss. A difference in the composition, because he's quite aware that definitely Team Griffin and the others will have witnessed the matches. They have seen the matches and the play style that we were going through, so they might just come up with any kind of counter strategy. So it's better to just change the composition a bit. Where Volk, if we just talk about, will be going with the Blastoise, and now it's time for the preparation phase as we just see it.
Well, the thing is, SCTL is trying to have an approach of a double attacker, and they are missing its piece. On the hindsight, when we talk about Team Griffin, they have got the double defender approach coming in, and yes, definitely there is a lack of all-rounder. But then I would love to see how All Might is going to be compatible with Team Machamp. Obviously, these guys are the giants, but yes, as you and Sam were talking, like, one of these teams is going to go home from this particular equation. So definitely, I guess the contestment is going to be surreal. And moving forward, this is indeed the final preparation. The Pokemon happens to do whichever players is going to choose, whichever Pokemon is going to be there. Bacha is coming up with the Delphox, Rex is there with the Slowbro, Kyurem with the supporter, Eldegoss coming in the scene, and All Might. I would love to see how All Might is going to perform with that particular Machamp. Obviously, that is a very good all-rounder, but eventually if you are able to use it at the peak, that would be absolutely amazing as well.
I mean, I'm really pumped up to see what is going to come up next, because we are just witnessing all the matches that are being streamed live again. We were talking about just a few minutes back. Lucifer was telling it, all the matches that we are seeing and witnessing on the live stream are just going with a 2-0 streak. Is it going to be another one? Because I really don't expect at least this match to go with a 2-0. But it's, it's still something unpredictable. So, not going to waste any more time, ladies and gentlemen. We will hop into this very first round. SATUL Esports take on Team Griffin, one of the most, I would say, much needed and vulnerable matches of the WCS 2023 India qualifiers. This regional playoffs is just going to be more heated up, Raider, for now.
Oh yeah, for sure. The heat is going to be there, no doubt in that. But trying to level up at this moment is going to be the meta for every single guy. That is either from Griffin and also SATUL Esports. Everybody is just trying to have the advantage of orange or purple buff at the same time. And if I talk about the Doduo, goes in and scores some good points, and same goes for Team Griffin as well. They're trying to just completely step up a notch and eventually score as many as points that they can from the start. This is kind of a basic gameplay for Griffin. On the hindsight, SATUL is also going to answer with another set of 5 goals, if I'm not wrong. That's kind of interesting, but at the same moment, there is some tussle going on between the Eldegoss and also the Squirtle. I would love to see how far this tussle is going to go, but obviously getting a KO is not going to be that easy at this point, because they do have a Cliffable along with a Glaceon in the top lane, and that contestment is obviously pushing Machamp and the Eldegoss way back in their own goal zone.
SATUL knows it pretty well as well. They don't want to mess things up at this point, because if they lose, they're out of this entire tournament and they will lose the chance of representing the country in a global stage. But for now, they have been stacking up quite nicely, as we just see the Icicle Spears making the mark. Medium will eventually get the value that he wants for himself. The Lilamond is still there, just trying to level himself up in the middle lane, just trying to get the values, feeding himself up on those neutral Pokemons. But yes, eventually there might be a chance. The slow bro is there, just coming up against the Snorlax, just trying to get the KO's Walk. Just comes up and just gets the score so easily done. Will be just departing, just getting a departure right exactly in the time. Delphox tried to just stop the Dodrio, but you know, it's not that easy to stop a Dodrio just while he's scoring.
Yeah, I mean, the scores are looking good, no doubt about that. At this point, Team Griffin has got the lead, but eventually just 2 minutes have been passed. And pretty soon the Regis are also going to appear, so I'm actually waiting for that perspective as well. But all the while, all that particular time is moving on. I guess the players from SAT Esports are trying to level up as fast as possible because their defender is already at level 5. Yes, the level buffs can be actually quite crucial. Tencent on the hand side is actually quite lit, but still the cover is there from the back end. Like Glacier is already there to come up with the KO, but unfortunately, Snorlax is going to go home and he will be going to the base and he will be respawned pretty soon in I believe some seconds. Yeah, at the end, 69 points coming from SAT Esports. That's a huge chunk of points that has been dished by SAT's perspective. If I talk about Griffin, yes, they are struggling, but I believe pretty soon when they have got the right level of advantage, they can easily bounce back a lot.
Well, for now, if we just talk about, they're just trying to get the output and just feeding on the blues and Hysteria is definitely quite useful and in need for the side of Team Griffin as well. They're just trying to get some, just stacking. The more use of it, they're stacking in the bottom lane, just trying to get the battles. 4 more seconds to go for both the Regis to spawn up. We see the Regirock in the bottom, the Regilicky on the top. The Rodrio has been faced with a good amount of damage, not to just make anything happen. The Raptor, oh, the Fire Spin will eventually affect it. The Delphox creates an hindrance alongside the Chandelier. Will create so much impact with that overheat as well. I'm really looking forward. The Chandelier as well as the Delphox, the duo always makes so much hindrances to the opponent. And it is actually making it for real in this match as well as SAT Esports. They do have a good start, but Team Griffin is not very far behind from there.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that this kind of amazing chaos coming in from SAT Esports is going to push back Griffin, but that is not the case. Griffin is also leveling up as fast as is possible. You can clearly see that Glacier is already at level 9 on the hindsight when we talk about the particular guys. Like, they are trying to come up with a KO. Is it going to be that easy? I really believe that Blastoise is also there with level 9. Definitely the damage is coming in. There could be a KO, but before that, the Hydro Spin comes in. Not a lot of output with that precisely, but yes, Dodrio was able to get the Chandelier out of the equation. Now he's going to spawn pretty soon, but before that, I believe the top lane goal zone might be actually obstructed and maybe taken down, but a very beautiful clash is there, and yes, the hindrance has been created. Delphox finds another one, and that is going to be clippable. The supporter for the Team Griffin has been taken down. Now the push that was there on the top lane from Griffin's perspective is getting reverted by SAT Esports, and another goal zone has been destroyed. In a fashion, I believe Griffin is still going to have the advantage because in the later stages, if you have to score the goals, you have to push back a lot, and that can actually affect SAT's meta a lot. But at this point, they have got their 6th ally, and that is the Regilicky.
Oh, Team Griffin, they might have a chance to get some good scores in the bottom lane. They will eventually do it, though the serve came in a bit late. Volk did what he wanted to do. He got the scores what he wanted. Alongside the Clippable will be still there, getting the good scores alongside. Just falling back is a good decision that he can actually take it for now. The Machap will be on the top lane. Yes, the towers have been breached. Team Griffin, they've been pushed back for sure. SAT Esports, they have a small lead for now, but they will be looking forward to get leveling up themselves as fast as possible just to get some level difference in front of Team Griffin, because we all know that the last in the final stretch, the entire battle depends on those last few minutes. Oh, the Fire Spin gets activated. The Snorlax coming with some body slams will try to get some impact. The Registeel has already appeared. The Blastoise will get the Chandelier down on a very early stance, and that's going to be a very crucial move on their side. As the Glacial Siege has been activated, it will create some hindrances, but this time SAT Esports will get the Registeel in their favor. As Team Griffin, they are into some serious trouble. As it seems, the Glacian is still trying to get some good values and just trying to make some good scores in order to just reach through this tower.
But seems like that Griffin is actually getting the hindrance at this point because both Clippable along with Dodrio and I guess so one more Pokemon has been taken. That was Glacier if I'm not wrong. So yeah, multiple KOs are coming in. Blastoise finds another one. The attacker from Team SAT Esports known as the Delphox has been taken down. It's kind of good, but Blastoise is also going to get taken down. Chandelier comes up with a beautiful KO streak of 2. Let's see how far they can establish this hindrance, but at this point, Purple Buff is going to get concerned. I would love to see who's going to seal it. I guess, yeah, that's Glacier who is going to take it home. Another punch back coming in. seems like that at this point there could be some more KOs coming in from SCTL's perspective, and yes, Dojo gets taken down. Now this is the turn for Snorlax. Let's see how he's going to survive, because yes, Blastoise is also coming in with Hydro Spin. He's trying his best to establish the connection at this point. Ooh, that was interesting. With that, Snorlax has been taken down, and also the Glaceon finds one good pick, and Blastoise on the other corner gets the supporter. Not just one, 2 KOs are already there.
Good time for a counter-attack indeed. Team Griffin not in a mood to make any counter-attacks, but now Chandler needs to fall back. Chandler and Delphox, they both are those long-range attackers that can actually generate a good amount of value. The overheat being used, trying to get damage to Regieleki as fast as possible. They have got a big responsibility. Both the backline attackers, they need to just melt it down as fast as possible. Just Slowbro just try to buy some time for them, and they actually managed to do it pretty well. Though there is a diversion, so we can see this the Snorlax just being on the bottom lane, just trying to guard that tier 2 goal zone, not letting anybody come across or just come even near it. Will not be just, giving any chance to the side of SATO Esports to make any kind of counter scores, though. It's the Slowbro who will be taking on the Snorlax on a head-to-head fight, while the Chandelier as well as the Delphox will be also popping up. But this time it's the Regirock. And this time, this is going to be a big cluster that might just happen. Well, the Eldegoss and the Machop will be still in the backyards, just trying to make an outward impact from a different angle.
Yeah, the clash is going on, and you can clearly see in the bottom lane Hydro Spin once again gets utilized, but not a lot of output to be precise with that. Snorlax is again trying to create a lot of hindrance, but Glaceon finds the Regirock in their favor, and with this kind of advantage they can easily go ahead and approach and get some good KOs, and that's exactly what they're trying to get. Look at that, Chandelier has been taken down, I believe. And that's Machamp, the heavy hitter, has been taken down. 2 good Pokemons of SCTL Esports are already out of equation. Now this could be the opportunity, but Delphox down. Glaceon, that's interesting. That was a very good pick coming in. I thought for a second that indeed Griffin has got the advantage out of it, but seems like that things are changing rapidly. But Delphox also gets taken down by the Blastoise. At the same time, we do have a lot of damage coming in from SCTL Esports onto Griffin's perspective, but now shields are up. Snorlax is trying to just push back the players. And let's see. Will Griffin will be able to just score those goals? I don't think so it's going to be easy, because yes, the hindrance is there. And indeed, the Dojo could be the one which can actually go for the bottom lane goals. And that's exactly what he's trying to come up with.
Triple KO!
That's interesting. Multiple KOs coming in from Chandelier.
Chandelier, Machamp, this is the right moment. SATO Esports, they're striking back at the crucial time. 1 minute time is still remaining. Glaceon needs to get the steal. Glaceon has got a big responsibility. Well, SATO Esports are quite aware they are in the lead. They don't need to melt down the Rayquaza, and the timer is just ticking. Griffin needs to step up. Glaceon cannot survive for a longer period of time. They need a support, but the Glaceon will eventually be taken down. The Chandelier is making wonders for the side of SCTL Esports at this point of time. The Machamp will be competing with that Unite move. The Barrage Blow will be coming up. Will might just get another one, but the Chandelier gets the Snorlax as well. The Fireworks have been activated. Delphox will be getting the Clippable down again. SATO Esports just killing the time. They're getting the KOs, and this time the Dodrio falls as well. The Blastoise won't be sustaining this amount of damage, and this is a complete team KO that we are witnessing. But SATO Esports, with a rain of scores, they have crossed the 500 limit without even securing the Rayquaza.
Oh man, that's kind of fun, and at this point I believe the aggression coming from SCTL Esports at the later stages was absolutely amazing. They were quite opportunistic. They waited for the right time period and eventually then were able to hit both Glaceon and all the Pokemons that were the heavy hitter for the Team Griffin, and at the end I would love to say that score could actually lead to 650, and yes, indeed, in the best of 3 SCTL now have got the advantage in this particular matchup. Remember guys, at this point the aggression from SCTL Esports is helping them a lot, and yes, exactly, the situation was there where SCTL didn't even focus on Rayquaza. They were able to seal the advantage just by getting the KOs on both Miram and also on Wolf at the same time. So it was kind of good. Vixen on the other corner, the Blastoise worked its way. He is the MVP for the team that defeated team to be precise, that is Griffin. But on the hindsight, yes, Snowy the Chandelier worked its way very good because he had 9 KOs and 8 assists as well. I am just looking forward to see how much of a damage he was able to dish out.
You got to say this match was definitely a really brilliant. But talk about Snowy, the one with the Chandelier, 83,770 damage. He's taking 33,875 in a damage taken he has received. But for now, Badsha with 93,000 of total damage dealt. These two has got so much attention from the side of Team Griffin. You have to just admit it. Snowy changed the game just by being in the back and getting those KOs in the final stretch one after another. It was definitely not a streak, but definitely it was not less than any streak. But on the other hand, I'm a bit sad for Vixen, you see, because even after taking the Blastoise, is just getting like almost a 1 lakh damage on his side. 1,09,974 total damage he has dealt.
Yeah.
Good effort, but it did not work out in the favor of Team Griffin, as Acituel played a very better role than what we expected it to be. So it's a 1-0. Acituel Esports are in lead. They need one more round to secure it and go through to the next round, to the lower bracket semifinals. But will they be able to do it, or is it going to be Griffin to make a bounce back?
It could be a bounce back, because indeed Griffin is one of those teams which is not going to let it go that easily without a fight. But at the same point, if I talk about Acituel Esports, you can clearly see that initially they didn't have that kind of momentum, but after 2-minute marker, they were able to score quite a few goals. And at that point, they had the lead of like 170 points was already there in the favor, and eventually the other team, Griffin, was stuck at just 36 points. And on the hindsight, at the later stages, if I talk about 8 to 10 minutes, at that point, Griffin was not able to secure even a single goal. And on the hindsight, if I talk about Acituel Esports, they were able to reach out the maximum amount of goals at that same exact time period. Not even the Rayquaza in their favor, but still Acituel had the decency, the audacity to actually push forward. And in the highlights, you can clearly see how the whole situation went out. Initially, the attacking formation from Griffin was also quite good. They were also getting multiple KOs, but slowly but surely, after the 2-minute marker, Acituel gradually started attacking, gradually started putting up the strategies right, and the Delphox with Machamp combination that was there was absolutely fluent and quite fruitful for the team, to be precise, and through which they were able to get multiple KOs both in Dodrio and Glaceon, and eventually Blastoise. He was the hardest player to get, but eventually, yes, at the end, Blastoise was also taken down in the later stages.
Man, you got to say this at this point of time, and from the very start, eventually those exact moments of using the Unite, Team Griffin were definitely trying hard to just get those KOs one after another, but Acituel Esports, the way they were countering all the attacks, especially when you talk about the Blastoise were completely trapped. They knew that Vixen was making so much disadvantages for their situation, so it's better to stack up and get that one down as first. And just after the fire stretch got activated, the Blastoise were the one who was completely stacked with 2 to 3 more Pokemons, and he was put to rest as at very first to just stop any kind of hindrances from the side of Team Griffin, and it worked out so pretty well that you cannot even imagine. Acituel Esports, they executed all the plans so pretty nicely. The Team Griffin had no clue what to do next, but now as the first round has already been completed, we are seeing a 1-0 score as Acituel. They're taking good lead, but right now, when we move down to the second round, that is going to be Team Griffin. Either they need to win it, or they have to just say a goodbye to this WCS 2023 India qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, this challenge for Team Griffin is going to be quite tough, because obviously, as you said, Nekroz, that the path for their exit is actually very clear at this point. If they are actually going to lose the next round, it is going to be done and dusted. But on the hindsight, if I talk about Acituel Esports, they do have a one more chance, I believe, where they can actually make a mistake and still be on the safer side, because they can fight back in the decided round of this BO3. Because this, the BO3 is going to give them 3 opportunities, out of which Acituel is nailed the first opportunity in their favor without getting the Rayquaza. Well, we will emphasize that particular term, because yes, getting the Rayquaza has been a vital part of this game in the past, I believe. But yeah, all in all, let's move on to the details of Team Griffin as well, so that we can have an idea of how that particular team actually performs, and how Vixen, to be precise, the guy who loves to go with Dodrio and Blastoise, is going to had performed in the initial stages as well. If I talk about the average damage dealt, it is kind of 25% of the whole team's effort, which is actually quite good. And if I talk about average damage taken, that is also huge. I mean, well, when we talk about the pick of Blastoise, we definitely see that how he is actually taking that much of damage. Average recovery is also kind of decent. That is 14,690. That is again 30% for the team. Frequently used Pokemon for him are obviously Blastoise and Dodrio. We did saw in the previous battle that Vixen was using Dodrio, if I'm not wrong. Blastoise was picked up by some other guy from Team Griffin. But yes, this is the information that we were trying to relay. We were trying to relay for Vixen's perspective. I would love to see how Vixen is going to perform. He's very good at his speedster type of pick, but again, his favorite is Blastoise, a defender. I would love to see how that is going to help them to nail the second round in their favor.
Well, that's for sure. See, we have seen Vixen playing with Dodrio, generating values, getting those KOs, pushing his team to the victory line. But on the other hand, when we just talk about the other team, Acituel, it's Snowy. Frequently used Pokemon, it's definitely Chandelier on the very top, 30%. We are seeing Zoroark is there for the 25% as well. But I believe he's going to stick with the Chandelier, and for sure, if Team Griffin don't want any kind of hindrances on this side, they will be banning the Chandelier for sure in the next round so that SHL Snowy doesn't get it. Though, for now we can say the Zoroark, there are some counter strategies to get Zoroark under control as being an opponent. But Chandelier is just going berserk at this point. All with those overheat and those imprison, it's just unstoppable. But for now, if you just talk about what will be the counter strategies, I am expecting a Chandelier ban for the side of Team Griffin as well. I am really expecting a Glacian ban coming up from the side of SHL as well, because even when you talk about Team Griffin actually played the Glacian pretty well, and it was generating quite a good amount of values. If I were from the side, I'm just going to go with the Glacian as well as the Chandelier for sure.
Let's see which are the two particular Pokemons which are going to get banned, because yes, indeed, in the previous one we did saw Hoopa and a Lapras, if I'm not wrong. So that was also kind of good ban coming in, but eventually, as you said, in the previous round we saw that it was Chandelier which was quite good. But moving forward, let's go into the draft phase so that we can have an idea what will happen in this particular ban phase. And along with that, yes guys, an opportunity for the team known as Team Griffin, which is actually going to pick the first Pokemon pretty soon after the ban phase gets over. On the inside, ACD Esports is sitting on the orange corner, which will be waiting for Griffin's pick, and after that they will be choosing their own fruitful Pokemon to be precise. But yes, the Sky Ruins will be the battle arena that we are going to talk about, as said in the rules in the initial start of this particular stream. But moving forward, 4 more seconds. That's all we have. Let's see which other two Pokemons getting banned. Glacian could be there. Oh yeah, Glacian and a Hoopa. That's interesting. Now the opportunity for the Lapras is already opened up, and I believe Vixen will maybe snatch it out. Let's see which particular Pokemon Vixen is going to take there. And there we go. Vixen is already choosing the particular Pokemon known as Lapras, and yes, lifting up the ban from Lapras, giving the opportunity for Griffin to use it. I think maybe at this point Griffin is going to be a bit more strong, but we have to look what SHL is going to hold in their cards, because they have got the Slowbro and an attacker that is Chandelier, which was quite effective for them in the previous battle.
Only again getting a Chandelier in his hands. Hefty move. I have to say that not going to be that easy again. You're just giving one person that one Pokemon he desires to use, and he can create so much trouble to you, as you're all aware. But now breaking that deadly duo, Volt selecting with the Delphox is a good decision indeed. Not to let that Chandelier as well as the Delphox duo work it out again. Kyurem coming with that Eldegoss, Bacha sticking with that Sylveon again. Last two picks, Vixen and Tensai. Will be needing a defender. Might just go with a Snorlax again, Vixen. Sorry, my bad. I just stick with it's a Trevenant, and Vixen sticks with the Dodrio. Tensai will be sticking with the Trevenant. Might just go with that Bonkers again, as we witnessed in the previous match. Sam was telling, Lucifer was telling at that moment, whenever one Pokemon is just, coming up in front of Trevenant, he was going with the wooden hammer and just, like, bonk, you go back again.
And yeah, having Trevenant is obviously going to be one of those greatest assets coming into the play. Urshifu coming to the play, that's kind of interesting. We have an Urshifu, we have an Espion coming into the play from SHL's perspective. I would love to see how SHL is going to perform, because once again they don't have a speedster. Once again they are actually coming up with the double attacker approach along with an all-rounder. Previous matchup they had Machamp, and this time they are actually going to go with the Urshifu. On the other side, I believe if we talk about Team Griffin, they have got this decent play. They've got the similar play where they usually go with Blastoise. This time they have got the Lapras, and the Trevenant is also there. And Delphox definitely is going to be the asset for the team. I would love to see how Griffin is going to perform with that. But yes, Vixen again shows his the speedster, that is the Dodrio, the sneaky one to be precise. I would love to see that play coming in.
Well, this preparation phase comes to a very end, but it's now time for the match of the second round. Will be going on to go in a short span of time, but after just looking onto the picks, oh man, I'm really, wondering what Team Griffin is up to, because yes, they have broken the partnership, or you can say the deadly duo combination of what SHL Esports were carrying forward with the Delphox as well as with the Chandelier, but they've allowed Bacha to take the Sylveon, and if he's taking the Sylveon, we might be seeing, I'm really hoping to get a hyperspace, like hyper voice composition from his end moveset, but not a Mystical Fire, because as what we see in the Mystical Fire did not actually pretty work out for them in the previous time. The hyper voice did work out much more better than what we see, but now this round will determine whether Team Griffin will stay in the series and continue towards the decider round, or is it going to be SATL Esports who will make it up to with a 2-0 and will finish the things off right here, right now.
I would love to see how SATL is going to initiate their attacking formation, but at this point pretty much every single guy from both the teams are more than concerned for their level buffs, and they are just trying their level best to get the advantage out of it. And seems like that yes, SATL Esports is a bit more fast on that. On the hindsight capable, it was stuck at the level 2, but now fortunately both the Delphox and some of the Pokemon are already trying to level up to the level 4, which is again a good thing. But Trevenant gets taken down, that's interesting. First of the KO coming in. Griffin again a similar approach where they are a little bit more eager on scoring some good goals in the initial stage, but after that they really lack on that particular perspective. I would love to see how far that anticipation is going to go, but another KO could actually come in. That could be Vixen who is going to get taken down. Triple first of all gets taken down. Along with that, I believe Dojo was able to fall back from that situation. Delphox still trying to attack with the level 5 advantage. That can actually be the blessing in disguise for the team known as Team Griffin, but SATL still was unable to find even a single goal because Lapras, he is quite good with his effective defense mechanism.
Man, I just see it around. Oh, SATL Esports coming with some good stack indeed with the very starting phase. Might just start with the good scores as well. Oh, but still, if we just talk about not a great start, but the mystical fires being used by Bachonaut with the hyper voice will get a KO that is quite in need. SATL Esports starting with some good scores. They've got a breakthrough, but on the other hand, the Urshifu versus Dodrio contest remains on the top lane. Not just willing to make any kind of bad move for now. Have to see. 55 score have been done by SATL Esports. Not a fasting start, but yeah, this is a stack coming up against Dodrio, not allowing him. But the Lapras is barely breathing. Will get the Citrus Berry just to heal himself up. And the cost taking with the Urshifu is quite crucial. But this time Urshifu is looking quite nasty. He's up for some good KOs. He's up for some good outputs. Will be just hiding inside this long grasses. But yep, again Sylveon just trying to level himself up as fast as possible because it always plays a major role. Though they have not got the Slowbro. I believe if Slowbro was there inside of Griffin, that the things might have turned out to be a different way. But Chandelier again steps in the right moment. The overheat just dealing good amount of damage over to Dodrio so far.
Oh, that's good. Multiple KOs are coming in. It seems like that Sobro is already out of the equation. On the hindsight, if we talk about the Eastwind, definitely the Growls are working in, but has to go for the Citrus Berry so that he can repatch himself and eventually once again fight back. Ooh, the Woodpecker Thumb could actually come in once again. Trevenant is looking good. He's getting the Ultralian Swablu at this point. Pretty soon that can actually happen, but yes, once again Delphox attacking it and trying to actually get the level buff, which is good enough. And once again, Trevenant coming up as a savior for Lapras because he was quite led and was getting the attention of quite a few Pokemon from SATL Esports, but still the lead falls in the hands of Team Griffin with just 5 points in their favor. And now the focus might be shifting to the Regirock, and yes, it seems like that Regirock is going to get melted pretty soon, but yeah, the damage might actually come from Griffin's perspective and they might actually have the advantage out of it. But Slowbro finally gets it, and Slowbro is from Team SATL Esports, so yeah, SATL is going to have the advantage out of it. Chandelier finds a Cliffable. Not just that, another KO is going to come in. That is the defender Lapras who has been taken out from Griffin's perspective. Now this advantage is obviously going to give the upper hand to SATL Esports, and 135 with that. The goal zone has been taken down, and same does the Urshifu on the top lane. He's also trying to go ahead and secure some more goals. 140 is going to be the score that we are looking at from SATL's perspective. Other set of 2 goals are going to get dunked. 9 is the level where Might is actually residing at. But yeah, he has to fall back. Eldegoss comes in. The supporter for the team is obviously going to go there, and eventually Vixen won't be able to be that fruitful as he was trying to be.
Oh man god, this is not just going alright. SATL Esports, they're having the entire control over from their side. The Dodrio will be coming with some drill peck, but Urshifu wants to make the stun out of it. Urshifu is completely being stunned out of it inside those 3 to 4 areas, but will be getting a KO this time with the fireworks of Delphox. Oh my god, SATL Esports, they could have got a better outcome at this position. But the Urshifu went a bit, or like, if you just talk about All Might, he just got a bit more, overcommitment. We could have seen him. He could have just made a fallback from their end, but well, the Chandelier just trying to pick on to get the Regieleki done, but the Urshifu steps in the right moment. The Eldegoss will be there just to provide the heal, but the Delphox constantly just dropping out the support, but the Urshifu steps in and gets the Regieleki in their favor. Alongside, we can see the Sylveon coming with the Dodrio to sneak around the bottom lane. Will get some good scores around the corners. He's there in the tier 2 goal zone and will get the output for sure from their end, while SATL, they will destroy this tower for sure. But Dodrio, he's there to steal some buffs from the side of SATL's feeding pit. the mid lane will be getting into some serious trouble, but well, eventually Dodrio manages to just sneak out from that area. It's quite easy. I believe he might have got the purple buff in his favor.
I am surprised to see that Urshifu is still stuck at level 10 at this point. He should actually level up as fast as possible. But yeah, Reggie's seal has been appeared. I would love to see in the bottom lane goal zone what is going to happen. But without the Hoopa, I believe traveling to the top lane goal zone is not going to be that easy. Yes, you have to TP back to the base and then eventually jump back. But before that, the top lane goal zone has been destroyed. It is looking pretty much like a similar situation for both Griffin and SATL Resorts when it comes to their goal zones. But Lapras, will he be able to fall back? I really doubt that. But yes, eventually he's going to fall. Oh no, Chandelier finds him. Chandelier is going to pick him apart. And with that, another KO comes in. SATL Esports is still looking good. They have got their own meta to actually explore with. Urshifu will be safeguarding the top lane goal zone, which is actually there, which is on the brink of destruction, I believe. Espion on the other corner wasn't able to actually find that much of an output. I would love to see how far that kind of anticipation is going to go. But at the end, SATL Rex on the bottom lane goal zone is trying to defend the particular goal zone, but Urshifu with 40 goals is trying to push forward. Will he be able to take down the Dodrio? That was the biggest question in my mind, but eventually no, that's not the case. Nekroz and Urshifu, that's a good combination coming up in the top lane goal zone. But at this point, everybody is just waiting for the Reggie. It seems like that everybody is just concerned about the Reggie, because you can clearly see in the top lane goal zone there is a dash coming in. Oh, this could be it. Urshifu could be taken down, but no, the Nekroz is supporting him a lot. But finally, Cliffable finds him out of the equation. Not just that, Nekroz is also going to get taken. Now the complete control of the top lane goal zone is there. It's just all about the Slowbro and the Espion, which can actually change the tide for the team. Other than that, every single guy is just waiting for the right opportunity to strike on. Let's see what happens eventually. Yes, the 6th ally for the team known as Griffin is already here. SATL is looking a bit more on the bleak corner. They have the decency to fight back, no doubt in that. But yeah, the trouble is going to be there.
You cannot allow the Chandelier to run free out of this position. The Dodrio is still that the Regieleki needs to be stopped. The Mystical Fire being used. The Delphox is there making some hindrances. The Sylveon with this Mystical Fire trying to come up with some long range attacks from his end, because he's not willing to just go out with the Hyper Voice. It might be a good decision for himself. But for now, if we just talk about the Cliffable, sticking alongside the Lapras and the Trevenant, just trying to make some good moves and outputs at this position. Well, as we see, the final Reggie, the Regis have been appeared. Team Griffin will definitely look up to just getting this objective, but the KO of Delphox is quite crucial. 17 more seconds to go. Dodrio comes up with some good scores from his end. A big lead coming up from the side of Team Griffin. Not an easy one to just overcome for now. The final stretch is just going to start in 6 more seconds, but Sylveon secures this Regis. Might be difficult for Team Griffin to make the things work out for them at this particular position. They need the KOs of Urshifu and Chandelier at the very first. Team Griffin, if they want to win it. And for SATL to get a victory, they need to shut down the Delphoxes first. Delphox and the Cliffable needs to put to rest, but that's not going to be that easy. The final stretch fight, the fight for records, the fight for win is already here, because it's going to be the series point, and meanwhile Urshifu is being stacked.
But I believe I thought for a second that Dodrio is actually going to go ahead and seal some goals, and that's exactly what he did. Urshifu has been taken down. With that, the anticipation of this attacking formation coming from SATL is breaking down. Chandelier finds Delphox. That's interesting. We are looking at the change of pace of game, and yes, the players from Griffin are already getting pushed back. But yeah, they want to fight back. They want to retaliate, but no! Chandelier finds another one. This is interesting. Not just one. Triple trample coming in from his perspective. I mean, that's the ability coming from Dodrio, but no doubt. It seems like that Chandelier is actually getting the upper hand out of it. Now they really want to steal the
Urshifu steps in right now.
Yes, Urshifu is also there, capable, along with the other Pokemon is also in the close quarters, and Slowbro finds it. With that, I really believe this is the match for SATL Esports, until and unless somehow Griffin is going to destroy those shields and also get the advantage of getting the KOs done.
Oh, Trevenant is stopping it, but how can he just manage to get to the 50? The 100 comes up. SATL Esports marching with a rain of scores right now, right here, securing this game. Just completely taking the revenge of the May Tournament Grand Finals that we witnessed on the day that Griffin obliterated SATL Esports and won that May Tournament for sure. But this time SATL Esports are just throwing Griffin away out of this WCS 2023 qualifiers Indian Regional Playoffs. Oh my god, Griffin, they have been completely whitewashed, and it's completely a clean sweep coming up from the side of SATL Esports once again.
Well, Nekroz, trust me, I was not expecting a clean sweep coming in this particular matchup because both of these giants are actually quite well when it comes to their strategies and their meta. But yes, at the end, the result is in front of us. And it is Team SATL Esports which is going to go with flying colors in the next phase, in the next round. But on the hindsight, Griffin, the journey ends here.
Big mistake on the side of Team Griffin. They could have banned the chandelier for this side. They knew it that Snowy's playing so pretty well. Why do go for a hoopa? Oh my god, it's a big mistake. If they could have got up with that chandelier ban, it would have been much more effective. At least they would have got a chance, but look at the damage. 1,14,949. A single long-range attacker. The chandelier is creating hindrances for each and every one, and Snowy is just being unstoppable. The key player, the trump card for the side of SATL Esports for now. Though we can see Medium, Volk, both tried their level best, but they couldn't figure it out what to do next because the Dodrio, the Trevenant, as well as the Cliffable couldn't make it up. Though Cliffable provided with so good amount of heals, but yet it was not up to the mark. Kudos to the side of SATL Esports, but a best of luck for the future events and for the future upcoming tournaments to the side of Team Griffin, because the way they were playing, they were completely phenomenal throughout this entire WCS 2023 qualifiers India region. But it is the time we say a goodbye to the side of Team Griffin from this regional playoffs.
Yeah, man, the battle was interesting. Let's talk about it a bit more because yes, from the start, I guess slowly but slowly, SATL Esports was trying to catch up onto the Team's Griffin score. But yes, eventually after the 6-minute marker, there was a complete control from Griffin's perspective. They were getting multiple KOs, they were getting multiple goals as well. They had the lead of somewhere around like 70 to 80 points, but eventually after that, when the Rayquaza steal was done, then when the Rayquaza was melted by SATL's perspective, it was quite evident match for SATL Esports where they had the complete advantage. Revenant tried itself best. You can clearly see that the major share of the goals from SATL Esports came on the last stretch, in the final stretch to be honest, and it was Chandelier which actually came back with somewhere around 130 plus goals, which is again quite a good score. On the high side, Urshifu also came in with 128 plus scores, which is again a very good entitlement of the particular performance. But low bracket 4th round match number 2 is already in front of us. This is the replay, this is the highlights that you can clearly see. Initially a good control from Team Griffin was coming in. They were getting multiple KOs, they were actually leading with the goals as well. SATL in the middle areas like second to 4th minute marker, they had the control. They were trying to actually step up a notch, but still Griffin had the idea. They were getting the Regis as well, they were getting the KOs as well, but still at the end I would love to add on that SATL Esports was just waiting for the right moment to strike on, and they indeed were farming their unites till the last.
For sure, and when we just talk about this kind of circumstances, SATL Esports were in a control, if you see, from the very start, getting those objectives, getting the KOs right when there is a need, and especially the Chandelier's effect. Oh my god, this overheat, it burns you till you just get in completely drained out. But this final stretch, this triple KO streak from the side of Chandelier, it made the entire game for SATL Esports. They wanted a good breakthrough, and Chandelier slowly be like, let me just step in, let me just get it out. And they had overheat. Also, the Imprison was working so pretty well. I cannot just, justify in words, but yep, it is how it is. And talking about the brackets, it's just the lower bracket semi-finals. SATL Esports by beating Team Griffin will advance to the lower bracket semi-finals, and will wait for the results as FS Esports versus, it's Final Evolution versus Gauzy in the match of the lower bracket 4th round still waits, and the winner from there will advance to the lower bracket semi-finals to fight against SATL Esports in the lower bracket semi-finals to get a place in the lower bracket final. And they will also wait in the lower bracket final for the loser of the upper bracket final to just come down to that particular position. But well, still 2, 3 to 4 matches more to go, and I just cannot express what it's going to be, how much a roller coaster ride this will be.
I mean, definitely the championship is looking clear at this point, that there are quite a few amazing teams which are trying to fight for it, be it Final Division and Gauzy or SATL Esports waiting on the back ends in lower semi-final. And if we talk about the upper bracket finals, as you said, FS Esports and Revenant is going to face off each other, and eventually whoever loses is obviously going to go in the lower bracket final, where somebody from SATL Esports and XYZ team, whichever wins, is going to face them off. So yeah, definitely a long anticipating tournaments still left. I believe 4 matches to be precise is going to be there if the reset is not going to be there. If the reset is there, I believe the 5th match is also going to be there. 5th BO3 to be precise. So yes, a long journey is still awaited. So make sure to actually be patient and also enjoy the kind of aggression, enjoy the kind of strategies that is coming in from our masters.
Oh man, this is going to be really, really important, and I'm just really hyped up of what is going to lie up in the next 4 matches, because the next match, another decider, another team will be just going out. One more team going to the lower bracket semi-final, just waiting and fighting against SCTUL Esports again. SCTUL Esports, one bad match for now. If you just talk about one bad match in the upper bracket final, just pushed them down to the lower brackets, but out then one after another, clean sweeps after clean sweeps, we are just witnessing from the side of SCTUL Esports. And when we just see this kind of performances coming from a single team, it's really, really hard to tell and what lies in the next virtue. It has been so many times. In the previous WCS, we also witnessed in the previous year where SCTUL were very close but couldn't finish it up in the right market. Though we can see Revenant and FS, there's still one more match to go in the upper bracket finals to witness, because they're from there, only one team will advance to the grand finale and one will go down to the lower bracket final. So it's still a long way to go. Revenant, we can just witness some more action for sure. But before that, we're going to take a short break and we'll be right back with the next few matches. So stay tuned in the stream.
The scores, but they do not have the AO synergy on all of the players. Urshifu is back again into the game. Unite being committed, and they're letting him. Finally, he does get the stack through, but I think he might just KO. SCTUL trying to do damage along with the Chandelier also coming back out of its mid path, and now I think was wall. But on the other end, even the Decidia has stack. I'm not too sure if this got
SCTUL Esports to get this Regilik in their favor, though the Buzzwall is completely getting...
Unite was committed from the Blastoise but still hasn't found any value. They eventually make the Regilik push and even the goal was done, but there are numerous players. They were hiding in the tall grasses. They fell into the bait, but the slow beam on none other than the Glaceon overextension gets punished. Nice move, and this is the opening that none other than SCTUL needed, but the counter Unite coming in from that Trevenant cost.
Oh, this time the Icicle Spear again trying to make some good amount of damage, and Dream needs to step in right now. On the other hand, we can see that SCTUL is securing the Regilik for the side to make some counterattacks possible. The Dodrio steps in on the top lane trying to divert, but this time the pass is going to be a Unite dump, but now the serve being used. They're just trying to make it happen. They're just trying to stop the Buzzwall, but
means that we might end up seeing the bonks are also coming through. And yes, the first Unite, the slow bro. I think this Unite was none other than the Rayquaza. But looking at the troubles coming in, SCTUL
Dodrio
faintly have stopped, but now with the superpower, and then the Smackdown coming through, easily will be able to secure the Rayquaza.
Trying to make some impact, trying to get some KOs. Buzzwall is still trying to get some good scores in his favor. The shield has still not been breached. But eventually another KO faced by two Rippers.
This fight will just go on and on. Might will take those bongs again and again. Another slow beam coming in.
have caused a brilliant amount of damage. You see alongside Sylveon, this time it's really hard for Glacier to survive, and in order for that, the mystical fires.
Finally, as I say, True Rippers do the initial damage, but the fire spin coming in from Bacha trying to, but the Regirock's damage itself trying to push back the players, and they do find a KO. Their healer is out, and now they have to tuck tail and run away. Might is stuck, but the Surf, but the Buzzwall along with the Sylveon's help takes down the Urshifu, but the Urshifu takes down Buzzwall. First objective went to SATL, the second also looking like, but the Solar Beam on the be worried about, and then the Mystical Fire finding value on Glaceon. Cliffable is also out, the healer is Regirock. They have to watch out. Prod, can he find any value? Oh no, the Slow Beam. Slowbro finding the value. Mew in the meantime takes down Glaceon, but Mew, Dream trying to go for a 1v3. He gets his team's assistant. That's going to be Prod with the Unite coming. But Dream gets an 100, and now True Rippers back on the lead. But there's just 3 players surviving. Great in health, caught in the surf of none other than the Slowbro. Back again into the fight. Buzzwall right as now. Mew, the last and the lonely survivor. Everybody is another 100 to follow it up. 70-100. Back-to-back scores coming in from SATL, sealing the deal and walking to the next round in the lower bracket. Unfortunately,
representing the country in a global stage, but for now they have been stacked up quite nicely, as we just see.
The cover is here from the back end. Like Glacier is already there.
Faced with a good amount of damage, not to just make anything happen. The Raptor, oh, the Fire Spin will
maybe taken down, but a very beautiful clash is there. And yes, the hindrance.
That is, it seems the Glaceon is still trying to get some good values and just trying to make some good scores in order. The Glaceon is still trying to get some good values and just trying to make some good scores in order to just reach through this tower.
But seems like that Griffin is the attacker from Team SATL Esports known as the Delphox has been taken down. It's kind of good, but Blastoise is going to survive because yes, Blastoise is also coming in with Hydro Spin. He's trying his best to establish and approach and get some good KOs, and that's exactly what they're trying to get. Look at that. Chandelier has been taken down, I believe.
Delphox down.
Glaceon, that's interesting. That was a very good pick coming in. I thought for a second that indeed Griffin has got the advantage out of it, but seems like that thing so it's going to be easy because yes, the hindrance is there. And indeed, the Dojo could be the one which can actually go for the bottom lane goals. That's exactly
Clippable down again. SATL Esports just killing the time. They're getting the kills. The Blastoise won't be sustaining this amount of damage, and this is SATL Esports with a rain of scores. They have crossed the 500 limit without even securing the Rayquaza.
Oh man, that's kind of vulnerable. It was stuck at the level 2, but now fortunately both the Delphox and some of the Pokemon from that particular perspective, I would love to see how far that anticipation is going to go. But another KO could actually come in quite good with his effective defense mechanism.
Things might have turned out to be a different way, but Chandelier again steps in the right moment. The overheat just dealing good amount.
There will buff, which is good enough. And once again, Revenant coming up as a savior for Lapras because Regirock is going to get melted very soon. But yeah, the damage might actually come from Griffin's perspective, and they might. And Slowbro is from Team SATL Esports, so yeah, SATL is going to have the advantage out of it. Chandelier finds
drill peg, but Urshifu wants to make the stun out of it. Urshifu is completely being stunned out of it, constantly just dropping out the support. But the Urshifu steps in and gets the Reggie.
And SATL Esports when it comes to the goal zones. But Lapras, will he be able to fall back? I really doubt that. But Dash coming in. Oh, this could be it. Urshifu could be taken down, but now the Eldegoss is supporting him a lot. But finally, Cliffable finds him out of the equation. Not just that.
Meanwhile, Urshifu is being stacked.
But I believe I thought for a second that don't change of pace of game, and yes, the players from Griffin are already getting pushed back. Change of pace of game, and yes, the players from Griffin are already getting pushed back. But yeah, they want to fight back. They want to retaliate, but no! Chandelier finds another one. This is interesting. Not just
one steps in right now.
Yes, Urshifu is also there. Cliffable along with the other Pokemon is also in the close quarters.
Just completely taking the revenge of the May tournament. Won that a May tournament for sure, but this time SATL Esports are just throwing Griffin. They have been completely whitewashed.
Start happening while the Regis have spawned. All Might is caught further, but look at this All Might. Unfortunately, initially the Water Spout did the damage, then the Rapid Spin.
Kind of him, but well, get this Regirock in
from
the favor.
Slowbro.
But exactly right now might be useful to decide to find Evolution. They want to make a counter attack because they're quite sure if anyhow SATL manages to make a counter.
Isolated the Cliffable. Zorark is here. He's combining and jumping on every. Only reached 28 as of now, but not too sure what happened here. Cliffable had can he do the damage which is needed? Might dragging everybody out. Nice.
Some openings, but Rex is into some serious trouble. He needs the support, and Buzzwole steps in. All Might will get some of his moves. It's down to his skills, the Nekroz goes down.
Zorak tried to use his Unite but did not work out. Then the Blastoise steps in with the Unite, does work out, finds one. Now with the Rapid, two good riders now doing hefty amounts of damage, and the Blastoise also goes down. Now happen, the Surf is going to be there looking for the last hit. Can they get it? Yes, the Cliffable snatches it away. How can this happen? Because of his agility. Evolution are doing. They're pushing to the opponent's mid path. And now look at this. They're going to punish SATL. They're jumping, scoring, get a big 44 very early on in the game. The Rilpek is not stopping this. They wanted to push back SATL, and look at the Dodrio again swooping back in along with none other than pushing our mid path, trying to take away our buffs. We'll do the same. Might was very...
Yes, the scores are coming up right inside of the trio, getting a good output from their end. This might be a good comeback, but need to get KOs. Triple KOs have been completely done, but SATL Esports are completely clueless as this.
He's still surviving the blue HP and doing damage. Finally, there's a lot of damage. Find a couple more KOs on none other than the players of SATL, and
using the United right movements, trying to get some good output, but the knock has been activated.
Away. Walk has made his way down there, but can he go for a steal? He's getting the cooldown, comes back in. Will get the Reggie steal, is going to be there. That is 50. Can he help Crowley here? Tensai behind them. Will look forward to a block. Push them out of the goal zone. Yes, he's done on that 40 and destroying the goal zone. Walk trying his best, but the Blastoise jumped immediately off guard. For now, again, the Delphox Unite comes to Spirit Shackle from the backline from Sadao. It's ready to activate, try to do damage, but finally a nice Unite coming in, making sure that the Decidueye finds no Griffin, full in control, but Revenant immediately turn their gears to the top. Now, they're punching him with fire. Blizzard somehow is surviving right at the heart of the Rayquaza pit, and now they're jumping in to take away this Rayquaza. It's all about the last hit. Nobody's going to be able to stop it, but on the other end, they're trying to score 100 on their evolved Urshifu. Level 5, they're trying to do damage. He barely survived.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to World Championship Series 2023 qualifiers India Regional Playoffs, and this side, Nekroz alongside me is going to be Raider joining me live on the desk. But now it's time. Now it's time for the upper bracket finals to begin. The Revenant will be taking on FS Esports. The one who wins it will advance to the grand finals of the regional playoffs and will make a mark for the qualification and the flight to Japan, Yokohama, and will represent our country in the global stage. Which team will it be? The question arises in this team position, but well, one team that loses will go down to the lower bracket finals to face once again another match, and they have to win it in order to just come back to the grand finals again. So it's a long procedure as well, but still 4 more matches to go in today's day. So I'm really quite excited.
Oh yeah, indeed. The excitement is there. If I'm not wrong, 4 matches have already passed and eventually 4 more matches are left. So that really showcases us that there is a long journey to go, but there is a lot of evolution. Just like the Pokemons are evolving, just like the trainers are evolving, we are also evolving through the meta that is coming in from different teams. If I'm not wrong, Griffin was there against Revenant in the second match, if I'm not wrong. So in that particular matchup, yes, things were not that comfortable for Team Griffin, and that is why they have been pushed to the lower bracket, and currently they're out of the equation as well. Now SATL Esports do have the chance in the lower bracket at this point, but eventually, guys, remember, if you are in the lower bracket and if you want to win this particular championship, regional playoffs to be precise, obviously it's going to be a difficult one because that reset is going to come even if you win the first BO3. But yeah, moving forward, let's talk about the duos, let's talk about the teams to be precise. FS Esports is there, and against them we have Revenant Esports, which came in on the second place from April tournament. And if I talk about FS Esports, we have players like Pardesi, Scare, Blair, Berserk and Ruok. And if I talk about the roster, I'm actually quite excited to see how Pardesi and Scare, both of these are going to perform. On the hindsight, let's talk about the info card for FS Esports. We have 21,284 of a damage, that is average damage dealt. And on the hindsight, the average damage taken is 20,9,092. Average recovery is
2 lakh Raider. It's 2,10,000.
Okay, yeah, it's 2 lakh. I mean, I'm just doing what Sam did.
So it actually, comes up in a marginal point that we all are bad at maths. So yeah, it's something that confuses us with the digits, but that doesn't matter. We are coming up with the average recovery as well. It's around like 1,35,681. Not a huge margin if you just compare it with the others like SATL or Revenant. In that in a comparison, then it comes down to Revenant as well. It's like 2,43,108 of average damage dealt. That the pick rate from their side, it's the most it's clippable with 75%, and it's 50% from all the others like Blastoise, Glaceon, Slowbro, Sylveon, as well as Venusaur. But all the compositions, all these strategies does change with the change in teams and the change in matches and the change in rounds itself. This BO3 series will be very crucial for both the teams. If we just talk about the rosters, we have seen at the info card, we have already seen, but now it's time. Slowly and gradually we'll move on to the draft phase as well, just to get to know what is going to be the picks and the bans from both the teams. I'm expecting a Glaceon and as well as a Trio ban, though an Absol might also step in from the side of Scare. I'm really looking forward to that.
I'm also quite skeptical to see what type of ban is going to come in. Is it going to be, as you said, a Lapras or maybe a Dodrio coming in, or maybe a Glaceon coming into the pick, or eventually a Chandelier could also be there. But yeah, the bans can actually decipher a lot of story, and on the hindsight, when the ban phase is over, we have the big phase where other 5 Pokemon are going to get chosen, and those 5 Pokemon can orchestrate how the gameplay is going to go in the next 10 minutes, which is going to be quite crucial. To be honest, it's a best of 3, so definitely there is a room for mistake, but not a lot of room to be precise, because yes, things can change quite drastically. It's just like, I guess, the whole day is going on, like every now and then in every single match. If I'm not wrong, the clean sweeps are coming. Not even a single match is there where we saw a decider map come into the play. This could be the first one, because we are talking about the upper bracket at this point.
Well, it might be the first loss for any of these two teams. Revenant as well as FS, they have not lost a single match in the entire region playoffs so far right now. But now, without any further delay, we'll look into the draft phase of these two teams. First pick preference will actually be there in the favor of FS Esports. Revenant will be there. The ones who have got the second place in the April tournament might just win this region playoffs to qualify and fly to Japan to represent India in the global stage in the World Championships Series 2023. It all depends. That still there is a good amount of time to decide that. Chance that we are expecting, will it be? No, it's the Trio and a Lapras. There's no Glaceon ban from any of the end. So you have to just say that in this case, Lapras ban might just strike, but Blair straightforward blocks the Zoroark.
That's interesting. And Speedster coming into the play. Obviously, Dodrio has been banned, so he's going to choose another one, which is actually quite fruitful but clippable. Along with the Slowbro might actually come from Revenant Esports' perspective, and that's exactly what is happening. Swifty goes in for the cliffables. Esol might actually pick the Slowbro pretty soon, and yes, the confirmation is actually there. And now we're talking about FS Esports. Let's see what they're going to get. This is the upper brackets final, game number 1. We are looking forward to have a decider map also, maybe, possibly in the BO3 type of situation. But yeah, Scare and Pardesi, let's see what they're going to pick. A Hoopa, if that comes in, Hyperspace Holes can be quite prudent and quite, fruitful for the team. But on the hindsight, they do have an Espion as well for the attacking side. Glaceon coming in from Revenant's perspective, along with a Chandelier. Oh, this could actually make FS Esports run for their money.
See, we have seen a Chandelier usage from the side of Snowy or from SA2L. It was definitely something to worth watching. The performance that he delivered was really precise. But now this time, Scare, is he going with the Talonflame? I don't want to see that Talonflame. Might just stay with that, Goal Getter. But no, he's not going with the Goal Getter with that attack weight. He's just trying to get this out. But a Talonflame pick from the side of Scare, I don't know how much it's going to give you that, give them the value. But for sure, this is not the thing I believe they wanted it to be. Blizzard with that Last Choice again, trying to get good balance from still as well. But talking about the complete composition, there might be some few changes in the preparation phase. I don't see if there is any kind of changes though. Probably with that Chandelier, we'll trying to use it as better as possible. According to the composition, I'm really finding it out that Sylveon and the Zoroark combination might be good one for the side of FS, while the Glaceon as well as Chandelier duo might be an effective one for the side of Revenant.
I think that Revenant could be the most aggressive team at this point out of these two, but yes, on the other side, if we're talking about FS Esports, they have the Talonflame obviously, and along with that, I believe they have got the Espion and Speedster as well. So 2 Speedsters from FS Esports' perspective. Things can be drastic for FS Esports. I would love to see how Game 1 is going to go, because after that Game 1 gets over, we will have a clear idea of how FS Esports is trying to initiate their attack and how they are trying to revert the strategies coming in from Revenant Esports. On the hand side, as you said, Revenant and both FS Esports have not lost even a single matchup yet in this particular regional playoffs, and it should actually remain same. But yeah, we know one team has to go down to the lower bracket. It's double elimination, and definitely that team has to once again fight again and maybe get back in the upper bracket finals, grand finals to go precise. But it's not going to be that easy for sure. But yes, the contest is actually going to get started. 10 minutes marker has been hit, and the match, the game number 1 of this particular upper brackets panel is already getting initiated, and we can clearly see FSC Sports is just now trying to go ahead and level up as fast as possible.
They won this victory, they won this good start for themselves. Like, why not? You are just here to win, and you're just here to get the best output that is possible for your end. So now, playing on the Glacier needs to generate as much as value, but I'm really concerned about Scare. Just playing the Talonflame, yes, you can score some good quick and early scores that are required for your team. But in the end game, will the Talonflame be that much effective that we really look forward to? Because if you just talk about Talonflame can actually be valuable in the early games, but later in the end phase or maybe in the final stretch, it does not make that much impact as we are quite looking forward to. Though we can see that the Hoopa is there just trying to make some good moves. The Squirtle as well as the Cliffable is there with the Glacian steps in with the Icicle Spear in with himself. So now just trying to generate some value and get some good pretty scores on them. While the bottom lane, if you just talk about the Mr. Mime as well as the Ceylon, will be just sticking around. But alongside, it's not easy to score in the bottom lane as well, but there is a good amount of stack happening on the top lane. Blair, Scare, but they see 3 of them are just stacking and just trying to get those KOs, multiple possible. The Glaceon is still there sticking. But having been dealt with a good amount of damage, Zorak has been forced to make a fallback.
Yeah, he had to potentially fall back and eventually be ready with the counter strategy pretty soon. At the same time, if I talk about Scare, that the Talonflame is also trying to level up. Mime also comes in. He is again decent at this point, definitely in front of him. He has got the defender, but okay, the Speedster finds the supporter. With that as the game could have actually come in. The Squirtle finds its way to the goal zone and eventually is going to take the Citrus Berry as well. But before that happens, another KO coming from Zorara. That's absolutely amazing. The kind of picks that is coming in from Speedster's perspective is absolutely amazing. FSC Sports, well, they are aggressive, they are looking fruitful, and on the hindsight, Revenant Esports, we do know Crowley can actually punch back a lot in the later stages, so I'm waiting for that as well.
For now, even if you just talk about Mr. Mime, it has been a very long time that we've seen Mr. Mime in action. Might be a big gamble for the side of FSC Sports at this point, but it can also work out pretty well. You don't have a defender kind of thing. You don't have a Snorlax. Mr. Mime can be a useful one for in that case. Definitely it works pretty well, but Talonflame getting a KO of Glacier on the early stage is definitely something that they seek for. A 30 score coming in from the side of Lament will be evolving to the Chandelier, but the double kill streak coming up. The Talonflame is completely obliterating the side of Revenant Esports. The Chandelier just got leveled up, but just, it takes some good amount of time to get some good output, and he was completely trapped out at that position. Glacier is trying to make and generate some good value indeed, but the Talonflame is completely inevitable at this point. Might just face some good amount of chaos, but the hyperspace hole indeed might just help them to just bounce back at any moment. But well, with that, the Reggies have appeared, and Revenant Esports, they're all into the stack with that overheat, as well as might be Crowley using that imprison from his end.
Well, it just seems like that the focus has been shifted to the Reggie Rock as well. Let's see how Revenant is going to have the advantage out of it. But seems like that the melting down scenario is going to be a bit more helpful for the Espion. And with that, the Talonflame comes in. Was able to get one. Is it going to be a situation where Crowley is also going to get punched up? It seems like that. Yes, that could be possible. Crowley falls back. Talonflame might actually get KO'd. But yeah, he is also going to fall back. He's actually going to just be back on the back end side. And at this point, 2 good goal zones of the particular team known as Revenant Esports have already been destroyed. Hyperspace holes have been appointed. Now the focus shifts toward the Regieliki. So in order to approach that, I guess Revenant Esports have to TP back to the base. But Blastoise is also coming up very close. Along with Blastoise, there is going to be the Glaceon as well trying to defend it. But Talonflame is directly going to find that particular Regieliki. Hydro Spin comes in, and with that, another good KO coming in. And Berserk. I don't think so he's going to survive, and that's exactly what happened. Glacier now actually can go and secure 35 goal zones. And yeah, 35 AOS energies have been dumped. With that, definitely the advantage of destroying the first goal zone on the top lane is already done and dusted. 164 to 116. Yes, the buffer is still there in the FSC Sports' hand. And FSC Sports is not at all looking comfortable because now the Pokemons have leveled up. And Revenant Esports is answering back quite rapidly.
Revenant need to come up with some multiple KOs. They do have the Chandelier, they do have the beautiful Glaceon alongside them. But yes, the Celebion is still making some good difference with the Hyper Voice again and again. The Hyper Voice is already, have been proved to be the one of most vulnerable movesets that we can see from the side of Sylveon. Much more effective, much more efficient, and can drain your HP quite nicely. So it's better not to mess it with it around. It's 164, 116, still 5 more minutes to go. But when you just talk about Talonflame, he is just hiding in the tall grass, waiting for the right moment to strike him with the Zoro. While the Zoroark is into the pits of Revenant Esports, just trying to get some good values generated. Zoroark steps in, the Talonflame might just be there, just trying to open some room. He's quite aware that Talonflame might just come up with scores at any time possible. But FS Esports not letting the Registeel just go away. They want those KOs, but the Unite move being used by the Chandelier, who might just get that KO. No, Sylveon just shuts it down. The Hyper Voice being used. Zoroark also steps in. The Registeel might be just going in the favor of FS Esports, and Zoroark secures it pretty well.
Again, it seems like that at this point. Revenant Esports is trying to pick up the pace, but at the same moment, look at Clippible trying to just fight back, trying to actually just go ahead and push back at this point. But Swifty won't be able to survive, that's for sure. Yes, the KO might actually come in, but before that, every single utility from that particular Pokemon is already getting utilized. Swifty still survives. That's interesting. He's still surviving. The Hyperspace Hole is activated once again, but they are going to TP back to the base and then eventually fight back once again. The Regieleki key is now melted by Revenant Esports, and they are actually getting the advantage out of it. Let's see how far that situation goes on. Talonflame finds one, and that is going to be Snover, who has been KO'd. With that, another Sweet Spells find the supporter. That was the Cliffable, if I'm not wrong. So yes, the KOs are coming in from the other side, and that is FS Esports. They are getting multiple KOs, and also if I talk about the Registeel, I believe it was in the favor of FS Esports. So they do definitely have the advantage at this point. But now the goal zone has been opened up. This could be the moment where the opportunity for Revenant Esports could actually come in.
Well, you see the Hoopa as well. They're trying to get the buffs rather than just getting the KOs, so they want to focus up and level up as fast as possible. Mr. Mime just holding onto the grounds, not letting anybody go and come close. The Glaceon with the Ice Cold Spear. The Glaceon needs to level up. He's already on level 13. Still around like 1 or 2 minutes. 1 minute more left on the timer before the final stretch appears. Revenant Esports are not that behind, but they need to focus on leveling up because that will indeed give them some good buffs in the final stretch fight. The Talonflame might just be the one to steal the show because he's got to fly with himself. He can just come up at any moment and get the value generated. The Hyperspace Hole still giving so much problems for the side of Revenant Esports at this point. But have to come up with some good outputs. As the Sylveon goes down, Glaceon will get that KO just 35 seconds before. That will not be much effective, but still. 6 more seconds to go for the bottom Reggie to spawn up. Mr. Mime is just hiding into those long grass. But when you just talk about some KOs are definitely in a need. Oh!
What was that? Yeah, indeed, the survival is there, but eventually the Regieleki is now at the concern in the bottom lane goal zone. Every single guy from Revenant Esports is trying to have the advantage out of it, and yes, Glaceon was able to finally melt it down. And moving forward, yes, the Growl is working its way. The Hyper's Voice is actually looking quite lethal, but now the final stretch is already here. The Rayquaza is here. The boss Pokemon is working its way. I would love to see which particular team is going to melt it, but before that, there is a tussle between both the teams. So the KOs are something I'm actually waiting for. Let's see how the KOs are going to come in. Mime already getting attacked. The Icicle Spears are also coming into play. Still not enough to completely have the advantage at this point. Revenant does not have that kind of decency. But on the hindsight, look at Talonflame. That is going to be a massive 100, which is going to create a dent. But only if Revenant is unable to melt the Rayquaza. If they are able to get the Rayquaza advantage in their favor, that could be it. And yes, the contestment is way too close to the legendary pit. But they see on the other corner has got the ultimate to be used up. Talonflame finds another one. Glaceon has been taken down. Now Blastoise finds another one. That is Hoopa who has been picked up. Who gets the advantage? It is Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports has got the advantage of nailing down the Rayquaza, and with that they have got the advantage of the shields, but Chandelier, he is going to get KO'd, I believe, and yes, that's exactly what happened. On the high side, we do have Blastoise working its way with the 100, if I'm not wrong. He has got the shield, he can actually go ahead and secure that 100, but on the high side, look at this. Yes, the goals are working its way. Yes, the goal zone are actually looking a bit more vulnerable when we talk about FS Esports, but still there is a goal buffer of, I believe, somewhere around 18 points. It has to be compensated pretty soon, otherwise FS Esports will get this game as well.
Well, FS Esports, they do have a small lead, 35 more seconds to go from this position if we just talk about. But if we just talk about at this position, man, it's really important to get some good scores. The Revenant I don't know whether they are realizing it or not, but it's still a long way to go. They do have some scores and they need to make some more. Can't just wait. The Cliffable just holding 19 more scores. They can make the difference. 19 more scores.
No!
Oh my god, no! He just stopped it. Right moment, Swifty wanted to make something different, but no, it didn't happen the way. And FSE Sports will take this first round with themselves as the upper bracket finals, game number 1. It's got so close. Oh my god, that last goal could have turned the tables around.
Oh yeah, I mean that goal was of I believe 38 points, and that could actually help the team Remnant Esports to go to like 390 points, and that could have actually helped them a lot in terms of winning this particular game number 1. But at the end, it is FSC Sports, despite of not having the advantage of getting the requires in their favor, scare the speedster worked its way quite well. I'm actually quite surprised to see that Glacian was at level 15 and on the other corner Blizzard was at level 14, but still they were unable to find that kind of output that usually other teams can actually find with that kind of Pokemon. But moving forward, when it comes to the damage dealt, I believe at that point Berserk is definitely the Berserker for the team, because he was able to get 54,000 of the damage already destroyed, pretty close to 55,000 I believe. On the hindsight, if it talk about Remnant Esports, their star player was like Sadao, and he was also getting a lot of damage being dealt. On the hindsight, 50 also worked its way quite well. I don't know what is happening, but at this point, Remnant Esports is looking on a very bleaky corner. But yes, there are 2 more games, as I said in the initial pick, that yes, there is a room for a mistake to be done. There is a room for the understanding to be delivered. And I believe with that, the clean sweep might not actually come in for Remnant Esports, but they might actually get this particular game in their favor, the upper brackets final in their favor.
Well, the start is definitely fruitful to the side of FSE Sports. Well, Revenant will face a good setback after this one, because they thought that might be we do have a very close lead. One good score could have turned out the tables, but Zoroark steps into the right moment, uses the right timing to just make the bounce back possible. Though we can see even after getting the Rayquaza, Revenant couldn't actually, make the things work out in their way. But yep, FSE Sports a well much needed victory and deserving one as well. But still, one more round to go in the upper bracket finals just to secure this properly and finally, because if anyhow FSE Sports manages to get one more round, which is going to be the series point as well, they will win it, as well as they will advance to the grand finale of this WCS 2023 qualifier India, because from there, ladies and gentlemen, FSE Sports might just be the one team to make it up and get the slot confirmed for the World Championship Series.
Yup, that can actually happen, but at this point, if we talk about the replay, you can clearly see initially it was FSC had the momentum. Somehow, I guess Remnant Esports was able to step up a notch in the later stages as well. From the start, FSC Esports had a control. They were getting multiple KOs, they were multing the boss Pokemons as well, they were multing the objectives as well. So it was quite good to see FSC Esports the way they were actually performing with that Koopa also. A lot of advantage fall in the hands of FSC Esports, because they were able to TP back at the right time, at the right place. And with that kind of advantage, definitely that jump in the leaderboard, that jump in the point system was absolutely looking good for the team known as FSE Sports. But on the hindsight, Remnant Esports was also attacked quite a bit. They were also getting quite a few KOs in the later stages, like after the 6-minute marker, they were also showing their signs. They had the level buff, to be honest. 1 or 2 levels were on the upper side, like Glacian was already at level 11. On the hindsight, the Sylveon was stuck at level 10. And the speedsters were looking good from FSE Sports' perspective. Although I was really doubting that kind of pick where speedster would have not been that fruitful, but yes, speedsters were looking quite good, and eventually the MVP of this game is also the talent cream. So yes, I stood wrong, and I'm actually happy for that, because yes, FSE Sports was able to establish a very good dominance in this particular matchup.
Oh, this is going to be like, if you just talk about even the final stretch, it was just going the way they were planning. Remnant Esports got the Rayquaza, everything was completely under control, but then the factors, the players were just going on after one another. The results were not the way they wanted it to be. Remnant Esports, they wanted it to be a victory for their side, but couldn't actually finish it the way they desired. But it's still something that we can say there's still time. One more round to go, but yes, it's quite vulnerable. Revenant needs to win back-to-back 2 rounds to ensure their victory and get the slot confirmed in the grand finale of this World Championship Series 2023 qualifiers India. Otherwise, it's going to be FSE Sports to be the first team to qualify for the grand finals, as well as to qualify to take flight in Japan to just represent our country, to wave the Indian flag and get the trophy for their side. But you know, it still got some good amount of time. Though there is a clause that the first team, the team that will win this WCS 2023 India qualifiers, will be completely sponsored by the Pokemon company to travel and stay there. And the second team, those who will be there, will have to go on their own sponsorship, to be honest, and they have to go on their own to compete and get the things done from their end. But for now, if we just talk about the next game, it's going to be crucial, the second round indeed. But I'm really looking forward. What's going to be your pick, Raider? Like, what do you want? Which team are you going to pick for the second round? Is it Revenant or FS?
FS, I'm actually going for FS Esports, no doubt. I truly believe that Rowley, that kind of player, is absolutely amazing when it comes to Revenant Esports, but I was surprised to see, like, even after getting the Rayquaza, Revenant Esports was unable to get that kind of spirits high and eventually go ahead and push forward and get the goals done. No doubt Mime was able to get, I guess, 64 goals, but that was not enough because there was still the lead of 18 points, which was, again, a massive lead, to be honest, when it comes to this kind of victorious fights, because we have seen people losing with just 1 point or maybe 2 points, to be honest, in the previous fights of Pokemon UNITE. But at the end, yes, for me, it is FS Esports. I would love to see how they're going to perform in the next one as well. The bans are going to be crucial, that's for sure, but still, FS Esports could be that one fruitful team which can actually come up with a clean sweep. See, the thing is, Revenant Esports are not going to go home with without anything at this point. They are going to get pushed to the lower bracket, and at that point, they might actually push back once again. They might actually take down the players coming in from the lower bracket, and once again bounce back in the grand finals. Once again, they might add that revenge story in the grand finals. But for now, FS Esports could be the one. But yeah, let's see what the info card is going to tell us, because yes, we do have that perspective. And yes, from FS Esports, we have Berserk, who is quite keen on the Gardevoir, and on the other corner he has got another attacker pick, that is 20% for the Chandelier. Average damage that he deals is going to be 76,372, which is again quite a decent one. And the fact that he usually goes for the attacking formation, he is actually not good when it comes to the average damage taken. 32,870, and average recovery is also quite less, that is just 3,827, 33% for the team. Moving forward, this was the info card for the FS Esports. The star player Berserk is here for us. I would love to see who is going to be the guy from Revenant Esports. So yeah, all in all, the picks from Berserk is kind of amazing.
I believe, you know, we have seen Berserk playing on Zoroark as well, but this time from like past few matches, he's been playing with the Gardevoir and Chandelier as well. That's all fine. But we haven't seen a Gardevoir usage in the entire day so far. But are we going to witness a Gardevoir usage in today's the second round? Or from your side, when you just talk about, it's Revenant Esports Swifty who comes and steps in with as an info guard from their side. 17,813 damage dealt, 63,034 damage taken, and 83,911 of recovery, average recovery. You can see from his end, because he always plays a support role, especially Skippable or an Eldegoss. So it actually, you know, it comes up in that kind of way. But so, though we can see the 80% rate for the set of Skippable, 50 might be just going with one more Skippable again. But now if we just talk about the drop phase, it's just waiting, and just, you know, since a few moments he's going to appear on our screen, and we will get to know what kind of bans and what kind of picks are being decided by both the teams. I'm really expecting Glacier on ban for sure, and Lapras or a Dodrio might be the second one.
Alright, let's have a look at it as well. Pretty soon the draft pick phase is going to come in, and remember guys, the battle arena is obviously 3 Sky Ruins. But yeah, all in all, best of 3 is what we are looking at, so maybe Revenant Esports is going to bounce back in this win, and we might actually go for the decider as well. But yeah, as I said, draft pick phase is already going to come in. Let's see which are the 2 Pokemons getting banned, and FS Esports is going to be the one team which is going to pick the first Pokemon after the ban phase gets over. And after that, if we talk about Revenant Esports, they are going to choose the next 2 Pokemons. Swifty or Crawley in the line, Scare could be the one, and Scare, being the guy that he is, he might actually go for a Speed Sword.
Well, thus, like we could say, like at this position, it's really something that we're looking forward to. But well, with the counter of 3 more seconds, yes, it is the Dodrio, and it's a Hoopa that we're really seeing as a ban from both the ends. The first pick coming from the side of Scare, it's none other than Lapras. Scare is just taking with the Lapras, not just allowing any other one to take it. But the Chandelier pick, I'm really expecting from the side of Crowley again. It has worked out pretty well for him. Just need to step in and use it properly. Crowley not letting go the Glacier and the Slowbro away as well. Well, Blair has already decided from an early stage that he's going to go with the Zoroark no matter what it takes. So Zoroark with a good pick rate, that is what we are seeing. On the other hand, we just talk about last 2 picks left from the side of FS Esports, while Blizzard and Swifty will be deciding their own choices.
Alright, let's have a look at it. I would love to see what kind of picks is going to come in from Swifties and Blizzard's perspective, because Charlie goes in for the Glacian. That was interesting. Oh, Urshifu and Eldegoss, that's interesting. And all-rounder. And now we do have a supporter as well, just as piece of missing. I would love to see what Blizzard is going to put. Before that, Rook and Berserk are the two guys which are trying to actually get their favorable Pokemons at this point. Mime and a beautiful Chandelier coming into the play. So they do have an attacker, they do have a double supporter approach coming in. They are missing on the, I guess, all-rounder approach. But yeah, all in all, definitely looking good. FS Esports have got their strategy side at this point. On the hindsight, when it comes to Revenant Esports, they might actually go for a Blastoise as well, along with that Eldegoss that they've already chosen. So yes, every single Pokemon is now confirmed in the preparation phase. Now we are going to wait for these guys to just be ready and eventually engage in action for the next 10 minutes, which is going to be the final 10 minutes for maybe Revenant Esports, or maybe a new chapter is going to get written where Revenant Esports might actually bounce back, and then FS Esports will have to fight them back in the decider round. Upper bracket finals, that's what we have right now, and definitely the anticipation from the attacking formation is looking quite good. Yes, Skylands, as I emphasized, is going to be the battle arena, and yes, aggression from FS Esports, I would love to see that. If it is going to come again, things would be a bit more comfortable, but yes, we are missing on Hoopa, we are missing on Talonflame from the perspective of FS Esports. So yeah, things might change drastically.
Well, for sure, if we just talk about after the preparation phase comes to an end, Mr. Mime has been quite crucial for the side of FS Esports as well in the previous match as well. Could not generate that much value in terms of KOs or something, but the support that he provided, being a supporter Pokemon, it was tremendous. He just proved himself to be one of the most vulnerable ones as well, using the hyperspace hole in the right time to just get their teammates back from a crucial fighting situation and just getting them healed back, and then again sending them off in the same position is definitely a big responsibility that they need to take it. But for sure, this, as the second round starts, our expectation has already been increased quite higher, because right now Revenant don't want to lose, and if we just talk about it's definitely looking forward that FS are really in the mood to just seal off the series right now at this scoreline with a 2-0. They want to make it a clean sweep, but I don't think Revenant is going to allow them so easily.
Oh yeah, Revenant Esports really wants to actually have the advantage of this particular game, because obviously if they have it, they are going to get another chance in this particular upper bracket finals. Otherwise, they will be getting pushed in the low brackets, and from that particular perspective, they will have to face quite a few amazing teams. So I would love to see how that happens. But Revenant Esports versus Blizzard is there. That is the Squirtle trying to actually have the damage. People on the other corner is already getting damaged a lot, but Eldegoss and the Blastoise are not going to, the Squirtle WCS is now going to push forward. Lapras is already there, keeping the goal zone. Yes, the damage is coming in, and he's trying to avoid that guy to just go ahead and get the goals done. But finally he does it. 6 goals have been done and dusted, and now it might be a possible scenario where the Squirtle is going to get KO'd. Let's see, will Blair leave him? Not at all. A good KO coming in, but that definitely the leveling scenario for Blair is going to be a bit more easier. And let's see how far that anticipation goes on, because FS Esports still have the control from the start, but eventually Revenant Esports, they are a bit more focused on leveling up. You can clearly see Urshifu with level 5.
Revenant Esports are quite aware. They do have an idea that this kind of things do happen, and in this kind of situations we need to just focus on leveling up. But Zoroark gets a double KO streak, because at this point it's not that easy just to go and get the best out of it. But well, for now Revenant Esports still just the start, so it will take some good amount of time to reach the the marking position. But for now, FS Esports, they don't want to allow. Urshifu is trying his devil best, but the Eldegoss comes up and pops up with a good score, a decent score indeed. But for now, if we just talk about the scores, are just raining down, and Revenant Esports are slowly and gradually taking good lead. While if we just talk about the mid lane being completely if we just talk about that, this kind of situation does make some kind of serious situations. But for now, if we just see, it's 9:43. Revenant Esports definitely looking forward to get a good lead for himself.
Yeah, at this point, definitely the suppression is coming in from FS Esports' corner. They're trying to actually get the hold out of this particular matchup. But yeah, Nekroz gets taken now. That means the Shadow is back in the meta. But Urshifu finds the Speedster, which is again a bad thing to be watching at this point for Revenant Esports. Once again, another advantage cards opened up because Shadow has been taken down. With that, the massive goal zone advantage is going to come in. And yes, there we go. In a span of, I believe, 2 minutes and 45 seconds, already the bottom lane first goal zone has been taken down, which is again a good thing. In just 10 seconds or so, we will be seeing the Reggie Eliki and the Reggie on the bottom lane also coming in. And I believe Revenant is more than keen on having the advantage out of it. Let's see what particular Reggie is going to come in. Okay, we do have a Reggie Steel. Glaceon is coming up with some Icicle Spears on the Cliffable. Now that's good. The damage is coming in for sure, but Slowbro has to fall back. He's actually burning at this point, but still, let's see how Mime is going to stop this particular Glaceon. And yes, he was able to get him out. Lapras on the other corner was also taken down. Now the focus gets shifted on the Reggie Steel from the particular perspective of FS Esports. They might actually have the advantage out of it, but Urshifu can just go ahead and secure the Reggie Leaky as well. At the same time, few more goals are going to get destroyed in the top lane. It seems like that kind of anticipation could actually come in. But Slowbro is doing everything that is there possible so that he can avoid the melting down scenario of that particular Reggie Steel. But all in all, the advantage falls in the hands of Team FS Esports. At the same time, look at Revenant Esports. 164 is already there for them. That's a huge score difference now. And 2 good goal zones have already been destroyed. I don't know what is happening to FS Esports, but yes, they are struggling at this point.
You can see the Lapras on the top lane. They're just trying to make some leveling up and might just come in an off angle, but Urshifu is in a low HP, just trying to make the clusters possible. Mr. Mime being stacked right now. The Icicle Spears just dropped down. The Blastoise is here. Might just be trapped down. He will be completely melted down at this point. The Chandeliers Unite has got a good blow to all those Pokemon surrounding in that area. You can see the HPs of Eldegoss as well as you can see the HP of Urshifu. Now it's the time for the counter-attack. FS Esports looking forward to make something possible, find something good value out of this, but the Icicle Spears are completely damaging the Cliffable, which is quite crucial for sure. The Chandelier is there with the 40 score, might just try to go on the top lane and get the scores done, but the Zoroark, oh, that was quick blow, you see, at this point. But well, the scores are just coming. Lapras comes up with a 30 Blastoise, not being able to stop it right where. But the Mr. Mime is barely surviving in a low HP. One more good hit and he's completely going down. But no, it's not going to be possible. The Hydro Typhoon, the Unite completely being unuseful at this point. Revenant is still there with a good lead, but FS Esports needs to find some counter strategy at this point.
Yeah, I mean, Revenant Esports had the control in the initial stages, but seems like that at this point it is going to be Team FS Esports, which is also punching back and also getting the goal zone destroyed at this point. 2 good goal zones from FS Esports, as I said, has already been destroyed. Now Mime is once again going to TP back as they don't have a TP back type of Pokemon coming in. That is going to be the Hoopa, which was already banned as you saw in the top deck phase. But moving forward, yes, in the top lane goal zone, Lapras has to defend from both the Urshifu and the Blastoise. But seems like that Urshifu is a bit more concerned on the bottom lane goal zone. And yes, the clash is coming in. Blair once again wanted to attack, once again wanted to be a bit more fruitful. At this point, yes, the attacking formation of Blair is working out. But let's see how far that is going to help the team. Okay, the advantage from Shadiloo is going to come in. Reggie Ice has been I guess quite fruitful for the team maybe, and they are going to be a few more KOs pretty soon, but before that the goal zones are about to get destroyed. From the back end we do have the Urshifu coming in. He will be finding the Mime, I believe. He could actually come in, but still Mime is doing everything that is there potential in his favor. But Glaceon finds the Cliffable, Urshifu finds a Mime, and now it's the turn of Blastoise to get more. Chandler also gets taken down, so yes, 3 good Pokemons of the team known as FS Esports.
Oh, double KO from Glaceon.
So yeah, multiple KOs are coming in for sure at this point. Definitely FS Esports is trying to, I guess, diminish that buffer that is there between both the teams. But we are about to go in the final stretch pretty soon. I mean, in just 1 minute and 30 seconds, we'll get to see the Rayquaza coming in, and that is the only hope, it seems like that, for FS Esports.
They won this Regieleki badly. Lapras steps in with the Water Pulse. Might just get it. No, it's not. It's Glaceon who secures the Regieleki for his side. But this time they're pushing the low. Oh my god, this is going to be a good blow. Eldegoss goes down. Revenant Esports, they're not into the same position as they were standing just 2 minutes ago. Because FS Esports, slowly and gradually, they're making the comeback at this point. Even when you talk about the Lapras, just trying to make some counter moves possible. But if you just talk about the Glaceon, it's just trying to make the things happen right with Regieleki. It's creating some good problem, and it has to be Glaceon. Glaceon needs to fall back. You cannot rely on the Regieleki anymore. Yes, the job has been done. The top lane is still secured by the side of FS Esports. They don't want to get this thing out from their hands. 2 of their towers have been breached. But the Blastoise is just hiding in the long grass, not letting anybody just go around. Slowbro is there just getting the heals constantly from the side of Eldegoss. The bottom lane again being stacked. We can see the Chandelier, the Clefable, the Mr. Mime still holding on to the side. But the addition of Mr. Mime, I don't think that's really working that much well. But it's still, it's a so-so scenario. But yep, 2 more seconds to go. This bottom objective is going to be crucial. But I don't think that it can be melted in such a short time. And you also have to contest with FS Esports as well. But the Registeel being in a very low HP will be secured by Glacian again. And this buff can actually make the things happen. But the Chandelier will be getting taken down just before in the start of the final stretch. This can make the difference right here, right now, FS Esports. What will be the counter from their side as Revenant, they're just trying to make the moves right onto the track.
Yeah, I mean, multiple KOs could actually come in, but look at that. The fighting aggression coming from Clefable is also looking good, but let's see how the KOs are going to come in. Oh, another KO from Blastoise. That is going to be Mime, who has been taken down. With that, Lapras finds another one. Glaceon has been taken down. Okay, it seems like that channel is also back in the formation. Urshifu, if he gets KO'd, things will be absolutely dreadful for the team known as Revenant Esports. But now this is the opportunity. This is the opportunity which
the Chandelier finds
was waiting for. And yeah, picks are coming in. Definitely, I would love to see how far this team is going to push.
Oh, the Rayquazas are being melted one after another. Revenant Esports, they're here to make the steal possible. The Lapras gets it. The Lapras gets it. Urshifu gets KO'd as well. The Chandelier makes the roll. FS Esports, they're rolling out one after another. They're in the lead, and the rain of scores continues from the side of FS Esports. There is no way stopping here right now. The Zoroark will get another KO and will shut down the Glacian once again. The scores are not stopping, crossing the marks. FS Esports will be shutting out this game right here, as Revenant will go down to the lower bracket finals again. Though there is 34 more seconds of time, but I don't think that they do have the enough amount of scores or the timer to make the scores possible. And it's already done and dusted, as we see.
FS Esports is going to be more than happy to become the grand finalists at this point, because they were able to, I guess, get suppressed a lot in this particular matchup, but eventually they were able to pop off quite harshly when they had the final stretch in their favor. The Rayquaza was in their favor, and finally we can clearly see, not just the Rayquaza, if I'm not wrong, Urshifu was also KO'd at the same time. So that was a big opportunity for FS Esports, because they knew that there is not a lot of obstacle that is going to come in. And look at this Clefable, he is not even moving because he knows the deal is done. You may actually get the KO on me, but still, FS Esports is going to actually move on to the grand finals, and on the high side we have Revenant Esports, which is now going to get there and go ahead and secure some good points. I would love to see how that deliverance of the attacking formation is going to come in for him. 19 points, that's all, 9 energy, that's all he was able to dish out. No doubt that Chandelier was not at all fruitful, but on the hindsight, if I talk about Blair, look at him, 6 KOs, 4 assists as well. And if I talk about Revenant Esports, not a lot of KOs from their perspective, but Crowley, that Glacian, it indeed worked its way till the end.
I mean, this is definitely not what the outcome we expected it to be, but still, all the games so far that are being streamed live, all of those games are going with the 2-0 scoreline. But now, talking about the performances, definitely it was a tremendous one again from the side of Chandelier, coming with a 95,000 of damage from his end. Berserk, being a Berserk at this point, got the game from the side where we were witnessing that Revenant were just going on with a one-sided domination. FS Esports stepped up, got the performance what they wanted. But yep, Crowley, he tried his level best with the Glacian, trying to get the best outcome. 65,000 damage came up almost close to, at this position. He could have turned the things around. He could have turned the games around. But we have to say it, that Revenant couldn't make it up in the upper bracket finals, but they're still in this tournament, but they're still into the game. They will move down to the lower bracket finals. But this game will grant FS Esports the first slot of the grand finals of Indian regional playoffs of WCS 2023 qualifier, as well as, I believe, they're going to get the slot to fly off to Japan. But they have to win it. They have to come in the first place in order to just get through it.
Yeah, I mean, the journey is looking a bit more clear for FS Esports, but eventually it is not that easy for sure, because the grand finalist, the second grand finalist to be precise, is yet to come. But all in all, if I talk about the opposing team, that was Revenant Esports, they had the complete control in the initial 6 minutes, but after that, they lost it. They were not unable to get even a single points, because you can clearly see 217 in the 6-minute marker, and same goes for them in the 8-minute marker. And finally, in the final stretch, they were unable to do anything. They were able to get some KOs. That was good, but still, the KOs are not going to help you to win this particular game. You have to get the goals done and dusted in the right time period. On the hindsight, when we talk about the highlights, you can clearly see that even after I guess 4-minute marker, we had Revenant Esports having a complete control. On the hindsight, FS Esports was stuck with just 9 points. Revenant was with 164, 170 points. That is the kind of jump that they had. But slowly but surely, gradually, FS Esports started attacking, started destroying the goal zone, started figuring out how they can shut down players like Lobro, and even the Urshifu was getting tackled quite a few times.
Yes, like if you just talk about even the objective fights, in that case, Revenant Esports from the very start was having a good phase. They were getting the objectives, they're getting the KO, especially when you just talk about both the top and bottom lanes were completely engaged in the very same time, not letting anybody just take the entire control by themselves. But yes, the Glaceon, Crowley especially took a good control of it, but the Revenant Esports in the final stretch were completely obliterated, one after another. The KOs just came, and Chandelier's overheat actually did a plenty amount of damage that we really wanted to see. But ladies and gentlemen, as we see the brackets, the grand final awaits as FS Esports have made their mark. But in the lower bracket semi-finals, we are going to see God's Reign versus SA2L Esports, the lower bracket semi-final. The one who wins it will be facing Revenant Esports in the lower bracket finals, and the one who loses will be bidding us a bye-bye and just going and trying the luck in the next WCS for sure. But when we see, it's still a big clause. But yes, as we all are aware, if the grand final, like FS Esports, if they lose the grand final, the one who wins from the lower bracket finals again have to beat, as the points will be reset, and there will be another BO3 series in that case. So it all depends on the situation, but the way FS Esports are playing, I doubt that we might be seeing that second reset.
Yeah, I mean, the way the performance is going on, we might not actually go for the grand final reset, but eventually, yes, in the grand finals, FS Esports is eagerly waiting for their counterpart. But yes, God's Reign versus SA2L Esports. This is going to be a fun match to watch. Indeed, whoever wins is obviously going to move on to actually fight against Revenant Esports, if I'm not wrong, and that is actually going to be a battle that will be mesmerizing as well. But God's Reign and SA2L Esports. If I talk about SA2L, they are just coming up with the clean sweeps. God's Reign on the hindsight have to do everything that is there in their potential hands, because now they are on that ladder. If they slip out of it, they are going to be completely out of the competition. So it's tough at this point.
Like, if you just see, this is a kind of WCS, like it is a kind of regional playoffs we all wanted to see. But yes, there are dreams crashing, there are fans, those who are a bit disheartened because of their favorite teams getting eliminated. It was definitely heartbreaking for them. But for sure, when you just talk about in this kind of circumstances, SA2L, they're still in there. God's Reign, they're still in there. That lower bracket semi-final will also break so many hearts, because you see there are fans of God's Reign's roster, there are fans of SA2L roster. They were praying, or I would say they're supporting for their win to come up, because as a player, when you just see it from a player's perspective, years after years you grind to just get one chance to represent your country into the global stage. I would say very few esports athletes or enthusiasts get a chance to do it. So, and these are kind of opportunities that you need to capitalize on. So in this kind of cases, all the teams, all the players fighting for those two slots have got one dream in order to bring the trophy to their own Indian country, in their own region. But it's just going to, take some time. Before that, we're going to take a look onto the head-to-head competition that is going to be between SA2L Esports versus God's Reign. The rosters, if we just talk about, one team is there from the main tournament, second place. Another one was excluded, team rank 2. But as the roster sees, we see Goku, Scepter, Noxy, Omen, and Duck from the side of God's Reign. While All Might, Snowy, Rex, Pacha, and Kurim will be there for SA2L.
Yeah, that's good. It's good to see that God's Reign is already ready. We have Goku, Scepter, as you said, Noxy, and Omen. I would love to see how Omen is going to perform. On the hindsight, from SCPL's perspective, I'm actually interested to see how All Might is going to perform, because yes, eventually we have seen two good matches from SCPL's perspective today on this live stream. I've noticed SCPL Esports a lot, the way they are performing, the way they are looking quite aggressive and also quite opportunistic. It will be absolutely mesmerizing to see them performing the way they usually do against God's Reign as well. But yeah, the stakes are a little bit higher at this point, because it's all about the elimination and a ladder to actually go to the finals in the lower bracket. But moving forward, SCPL Esports has a decent amount of damage. If you can clearly see that 291,000 is going to be the amount of average damage that they usually are dealing. And on the high side, the average damage taken is 249,000. And if we talk about the average recovery, it is 138,332. If we talk about the frequently used Pokemons, we have a Chandelier pick along with then Slowbro also at 56%. Clippable also is used just like the Eldegoss. So that two supporters are actually quite lovely for the team known as SCPL Esports. On the high side, we have Lapras as the best defender maybe for the team. And Buzzwole, the all-rounder, that is preferred a lot. Like 33% is the pick rate for that.
Well, as we see the info card, SCPL Esports, they're quite getting ready and pumped up for this particular action. But as we just look up, they have to win it. God's Reign, they're also maintaining their own streak. SCPL Esports are also maintaining their own good streak. But it all comes down to this one last series of any one of those teams. Either it's God's Reign, either it's going to be SCPL Esports who will just end up in this phase. Might be in the top 5, might be, might not be. But still, they're into some good ventures. They're just trying their level best. Yes, they're into the top 4 teams if I'm not wrong, because FS Esports is their Revenant, God's Reign and SCPL. These are the 4 teams left. So they're into the top 4. Eventually they will try their level best to just finish off with a good note. But God's Reign, if you just talk about the info card, it's 22. It's like 222,555 average damage dealt with a 16 or like 164,508 of average damage taken. Recovery 60,000. It's a little short, but if you talk about the pick rate, it's 69% for Dodrio and Blastoise, 62 for Lapras, 46% for Chandelier, Eldegoss and Hoopa. So we are expecting these kind of compositions from their end as well.
Let's have a look at it. Definitely would love to see how God's Reign is going to perform. Like, if I compare this particular info card with the SCPL's perspective, I believe at that point I can clearly see that there is a massive difference when it comes to the average damage and also average damage taken from SCPL's perspective to God's Reign. SCPL is a bit more aggressive when it comes to the average damage dealt and also average damage taken. On the high side, God's Reign is a bit more opportunistic. So I would love to see how their strategies is going to work against SCPL, because currently, for this day particularly, SCPL Esports is also looking very formidable. They're just moving forward, getting the clean sweeps in their favor. Whichever team is coming in front of them, be it Griffin or some other team, they're just completely nailing them out of the equation. So I would love to see how SCPL is going to perform against the team known as God's Reign as well.
I mean, God's Reign is definitely one of those tough opponents that SCPL will face some consequences and against, to face off them. But as we just talk about, SCPL are also going with a good form. We have seen their matches live on the stream. We have witnessed the matches exactly. Though we have not seen God's Reign's matches so far, because all the matches that they have played so far has been done offline. So this is going to be the first match we're going to see in today's day that God's Reign will face off against SHUL. It's hard to tell, Raider, because see, when the matches are being competed on an offline basis, the teams that they're going to face, it's like, especially if we just talk about SHUL, they won't have a knowledge or a chance to know that how are Team God's Reign playing, or what kind of new strategies they're applying just to get some wins in their favor. So it's quite difficult for them for sure, but in that case, we're just going to look forward at what is going to happen next. But for sure, I really believe that SHUL might be prepared for this one.
Even I think that, like, SCPL Esports could actually come up with the victorious fight in their favor, but it might not actually be a clean sweep. That is one thing I'm actually looking forward to, that like God's Reign could actually come back with some good, strong counter attacks in the games that they might actually win. But yeah, all in all, it's a best of 3, so we definitely have the format where chances could be provided to that team which is particularly losing. It's not like a BO1 where just one single round, one single game can decide your future. So definitely SCPL Esports and both God's Reign have got a strong chance at this point for the finals in the lower bracket. Obviously, it's not going to be that easy, but yes, have to underline the fact that whichever team loses in this one is going to go home without any slot, without anything, without any chances in the later matches. So yeah, that's one thing I believe God's Reign and SCPL Esports have to keep in their mind. And SCPL Esports, I believe they are a bit more I guess, advantageous, bit more aggressive at this point, the way they were performing. Yeah, the draft pick phase is also going to come in pretty soon so that we can have a clear idea how the picks are going to be there and the battle arena. Well, that's for sure the TSK wins. In next 25 seconds or so, we'll get to know what Esirili is going to ban and also what Virgin is going to ban for the Asia team. And yes, have to remember that Esirili is going to be the first picker, so they might actually go for their own choice of Pokemon. Although I'm expecting a ban coming in for like Lapras and maybe a Glaceon as well. I would love to see what happens eventually.
Looking forward to the bans. I'm expecting it to be a Glaceon again. Definitely should be, but nowadays it's really hard to predict. Though it's a Chandelier ban coming up from the side of SATL Esports, because they were quite aware if they're going to pick the Glaceon at first, then definitely God's Reign won't be just leaving the Chandelier in their hands, so it's better. But Rex comes up with a Slowbro, allowing Noxian Duck to come up with the Glaceon pick as well as a Clefable for sure. I'm really expecting those two picks from their end. I don't know if there will be any kind of changes or not, but Duck probably trying to get a Blastoise. They might be just deciding it later on, but Scepter picks up the Dodrio, not allowing, but this time they will allow All Might and Kyurem to come up with those Glaceon pick, as SATL Kyurem will be just there, but Bacha comes up with that Ninetales, a lot of Ninetales. After a long time we are seeing Bacha just picking up this one. Shirem stays with the Clefable. Two more picks, Goku and Omen just patiently waiting. I really believe that we are going to witness some different kind of composition in this particular semi-finals.
I mean, when the stakes are that high, that we are talking about the eliminations and a second chance. So definitely I believe we are going to see some rather unconventional approach coming in from these particular teams, because they don't want to be predictable at this point. They want to be quite effective, but at the same time quite surprising can be the meta for this particular team. But yes, if I talk about SLE Esports, they have the Defender, they have a Speedster as well right now. So yeah, every single type of Pokemon is there in their backpack. Either it could be the attacker, they have the supporter, they have the all-rounder, they have the Speedster as well. Ninetales coming into the play, that is kind of interesting. Hoopa, okay, God's Reign might just be a bit more prepared this time. It feels like that at this moment, because they have got the Hoopa, they've got the Buzzwole, they've got the Delphox as well, along with the Blastoise and a Dodrio. Let's see how far the situation goes on.
This composition looks pretty well, and it looks pretty promising at this point of time. Goku is just, there with that Hoopa. Might just be the game changer, might be the one to, come up with some good kind of dicey movements, like especially when you just talk about it actually helps others, as we all know. Just using the hyperspace hole can be much more effective to travel up, get those healings done as fast as possible. But now is the time. The countdown of 4 more seconds, we're just going to witness the match getting started, because it's just something that we're looking forward to. Every time we are seeing Hoopa making some good impacts in their own game, but SHUL, the composition that they have built, a Slowbro, Ninetales, or Shifu, then you've got a Zoroark and a Clefable. It looks really, really strong. But alongside, on the other hand, you also get to see a Dodrio, you also get to see a Delphox as well. You also get to see even a Buzzwole as a strong hitters in the front line. So we cannot say that in a one-sided way, it's just going on a one way. But well, the lower bracket semi-finals, the round number 1 is already on the go.
Yep, it has been started, and eventually the leveling scenario is going to be the main cause of the game. And at the same point, if we talk about these Speedsters, they are approaching the top lane along with some of the Pokemon that could be Clefable if I'm not wrong. And on the hindsight, we have in the mid lane a lot of composition coming in. Doduo is also there in the mid lane. That's interesting. Buzzwole is now going to take up a fight in the top lane. I would love to see if the goal score is going to be there. And yes, the goal score, like 4 goals have already been done by SCTU's perspective, and they are already starting off quite well when it comes to their aggressive stance. But yes, they might actually get ahead and get the KO done. Snowy, I don't think so is going to survive till the end, but definitely at this point, KOs are not the major concern. They have to start, they have to get some good advantage out of it, and that's exactly what they're trying to get. Hoopa is about to receive a fight with Kyurem. Maybe there is going to be a fight, but yes, he is not at all concerned with the goals that are being dumped at this point, because God's Reign do really know at this point that the initial leveling up scenario is going to be very, very important, and that's exactly what is happening. You can clearly see Delphox getting formed at the point, and pretty much, I guess, the aggressive stance that might actually come in from God's Reign is going to get formed very soon. And all in all, Ninetales is also ready. Let's see what happens.
Well, at this point, if we just talk about not a good start for SCTU Esports. Because, yeah, not a good start. It's very early to say because it's just the start, getting some early KOs, getting some good scores. We can see the stacks happening around the corners. But well, this time, Buzzwole shuts down Zoroark on a very early stance. We'll be also getting the clippable down as well. But as we just see, at this position, the Urshifu is just there around the corners. The Urshifu will go down. Multiple KOs have been registered by the side of God's Reign. But yes, Zoroark steps in, will get the Hoopa down.
That's
right
good.
time, right moment, and right outcome coming from the side of Snow indeed. But when you just talk about God's Reign, looking forward to get some good output for their end. SCTU Esports, they are quite accustomed with this kind of start. They are quite aware that yes, in this kind of circumstances, we need to step in the right moment. Leveling up is going to be the good option that they actually have at this position. Looking forward to the hyperspace hole. Just trying to get it out on a different direction. But yes, definitely. From this position, if you just talk about the Ninetales, the Blizzard and the Avalanche can actually create some good hindrances for God's Reign.
Yeah, that might actually happen, but SCTU Esports and also God's Reign are pretty much in a tussle in the top lane goal zone. On the hindsight, if we're talking about Ninetales and the Blastoise, they are working its way. I mean, there's Water Turtle is working its way in the bottom lane goal zone. Yes, the taking back scenario is going to be there. The hyperspace hole is obviously going to be a very good asset for the God's Reign. But yes, the KOs are coming in, so definitely those KOs are going to be tremendous enough. Hoopa on the other corner has been taken down with that Buzzwole. Might actually find another one, but yeah, KO comes in and a goal zone in the top lane, in the bottom lane goal zone. To be precise, for SCTU Esports has been taken down. Look at the score; it's pretty much similar, 121 to 121, and the Regis have already come in. And before even the Regi gets formed, the attacking formation from God's Reign is already coming in. They're trying to melt it out. Slowbro might actually have the upper hand out of it, but no, Delphox finally nails it, and with that advantage, definitely God's Reign is going to be a bit more aggressive, and they might actually take down the defender, and that's exactly what happened. The defender, known as Slowbro, has been taken down. SCTU Esports is now trying to figure out how they can actually enact in this particular matchup, but the top lane goal zone has already been destroyed, as we can clearly see. Hoopa with that particular hyperspace hole can actually be advantageous, but Dojo, will he be taken down? That's a big question. Okay, he's fleeing back from the mid lane to the top lane goal zone, and maybe there could be a fight in that particular stance as well.
But now if you just see, you know, you need to get some good objectives in the favor. The Regieleki has been secured by SCTUL, while Delphox and the trio sticking in the mid lane, using the Amnesia. You can see the Slowbro just trying to get some good info, but well, in that case, the trio has been put to rest. But the Delphox Fireworks will get the clippable down. The Fire Spin also making some good moves indeed in this case, but well, this damage is really immense. As the Delphox will go down, the Citrus Berry has been collected, but that doesn't matter because the Zoroark as well as the Urshifu, they have already stepped in, both in the right moment. The Unite being dumped by the side of Ninetales. We can see the Triple Trample also being activated. The Buzzwole will be getting put to rest. Ninetales is getting some good KOs at the point where it's quite needed, but needs to just make an exit. The Cliffable comes up with some good pretty scores. Urshifu just trying to make some good output, but still it's really hard to stop. But we can see that the Slowbro might just turn out to be and get some good scores. 22 plus scores coming in from the side of SCTU Esports. Zoroark is still trying to level up himself, feeding onto the neutral Pokemons. But yes, it's going to take some good amount of time. Well, God's Reign that not much far behind, might just catch up anytime soon. But SCTU Esports has to be quite aware of what they are trying to do right now.
Yep, SCTU Esports 172 points. On the hindsight, God's Reign is stuck with 133. Definitely God's Reign is also trying to go ahead with the level buffs, but eventually, if you look at SCTU Esports' players, they've got their attacker at level 11, they've got their speedster also at level 11. On the hindsight, there is no one from God's Reign with level 11, so that is going to be a messy story for God's Reign. I would love to see how far God's Reign is going to evolve, and the Ninetales has got both the orange and the purple buff, which is obviously going to give him the advantage on the other players. But yeah, Unite has been used, and the Rings Bound coming into the play is obviously going to help the particular team of God's Reign getting the KOs and getting the job done. But Urshifu finds Buzzwole. On the hindsight, Delphox with the Firebox will be able to get the Ninetales. Not just that, Cliffable has been taken down. That is absolutely amazing. And Hoopa finds the Slowbro. But look at Urshifu. He's not at all concerned with this approach. He's going to go ahead and just get some good goals as well. There were triple KOs coming in from the Delphox, but still the focus now will be getting shifted. They are trying to approach and do as many goals as possible. But at the same time, the I guess cavalry has been revived and the Pokemons are now trying to take down the Dodrio, and that's exactly what happened. Dodrio has been taken down. Urshifu also gets compromised by the Blastoise. With that, God's Reign has got the upper hand at this point. They might actually go ahead and get more and more KOs, but no! Blastoise also gets picked off, and Delphox finds the Cliffable, but you won't be able to fall back a bit because the Speedster will be able to take you down.
Well, the double KO streak indeed might have just managed to get some good output, but as we speak it up, Goku is still there with a score of 40. Might just try to get this thing done. Regieleki has been completely not a contested, but being melted by the side of STU Esports. We can see the Dodrio just lurking around the corners in the bottom lane, trying to make some good scores. He's got a 40 score as well. The Ninetales will secure this Regieleki. The Slowbro is still there. Will try to just stop it out. But yes, a plus 13 indeed cannot be stopped from there. And but Hoopa also comes with a plus 40 on the other hand of top lane. While the others are being distracted. This is the right moment to strike in. Might just make some breakthroughs as well. The Unite moves are being used. Urshifu has been put to rest. Buzzwole is trying to make some hindrances. But if you just talk about Ninetales is getting good amount of KOs. Kyurem will get some good shots as well. But the Hyperspace Hole being activated doesn't matter because the 50 score will not be stopped. Though it was a KO coming up from their side. But still, indeed, we can say that SCTUL are coming up with some successful attacks from their end. And just trying to make the best output that they can come up with right now.
I mean, we did saw that initially God's Reign was actually having a lot of control, but right now it seems like that as it really is trying to revert everything back. They have got the level buffs as well. Pizza at 14, the attacker at level 13, which is obviously going to give the upper hand, but Blaster is not going to let it go that easily because the Cliffable has been taken down. With that, Hoopa is also bouncing back and getting the KOs as much as that's possible. Regice is already formed on the bottom lane goal zone, so they can approach that, or they can just wait for the legendary boss Pokemon Rayquaza to come in. And yes, the final stats will be coming in. The final stats is here, and let's see how Goku is going to deal with that. Goku and the other guys like Skeptor is there, Roman is there. From God's Reigns perspective, they're trying to fight back at the same time. And the KO comes in. The Speedster versus Speedster triple rample was not fruitful. I mean, it didn't came in, to be honest, and now the approach could actually go for the steal of the goals. Zorara can actually go ahead and do that. But yeah, another KO from his perspective. Delphox has been taken down. Buzzwole also gets taken down. This is a complete controlling situation coming in from the team at STL Esports. Another KO, that is Blastoise, has been taken down. Now the focus should actually actually go towards the Rayquaza. But it seems like that STL Esports is going to have a complete different approach. They're just going ahead and trying to get as many goals as possible, and that's exactly what is going to help them a lot.
Oh,
yes, the players will be back in the formation, but let's see. Dodrio going in with the 88 goals. Okay, will he be able to do that? Yes, indeed. The 88 goals has been dished. 290 for God's Reign, 450 for STL Esports, and still the Rayquaza is surviving. Okay, Delphox now finds a Cliffable. Now things can change rapidly for STL Esports.
Oh, not this time. Delphox gets a double KO. This hour, this minute can be a game changer. There's a good amount of difference with the triple KO streak, and the 4 KO streak comes into the position. Urshifu being that one person surviving, he needs to go for the scores. He's not having the scores itself, but can't let the Rayquaza go into the favors of God's Reign. It might just turn the tables, still the tables around, but Blastoise secures it. God's Reign, they're moving forward. They're just going for the scores, and there's nobody to stop it. Cliffable cannot make it up. He cannot just do anything with it, and this is the tables turning moment. God's Reign. Oh my god, SATU had the entire control, but it's God's Reign who tilted the entire show flow. It tilted the entire game plan that was just going through at the right moment. In the very end, few seconds, and this is how God's Reign opens up their account in this BO3 series of lower bracket semi-finals. Game number 1 that goes into their favor, and with a 1-0 lead with themselves, they do have a good start, and as per the matches are all going Raider, yes, just witnessing 2-0, so will it be again one or... Oh.
See, the only thing I have, the only complaint from SATUL's perspective I have is that why they were not willing to actually go ahead and melt that Rayquaza, because they had the complete advantage. They were able to take down 4 good Pokemons of God's Reign. They had the complete advantage, but they decided to go ahead and go for the goal zones. It was fruitful, but until the opportunity came for God's Reign, because God's Reign was able to have their Unites, and they were pretty much ready with the right levels as well, and they were able to bounce back. Indeed, initially SATL Esports had the level advantage, but look at the later stages. Omen with level 15, Duck with level 14, Noxie with 14, Skeptor with 15. On the hindsight, players are still stuck at level 12. So that was one of those amazing things where SCTL Esports was on the back end. And yes, answering back to your question, it could be a 2-0.
Well, now if we just talk about this, the BO3 series is more heated up as SCTL. You can see the damage. It's not like it was going on a one-sided way. You can see 82,000, 85,000 damage. But at the very moment when you just talk about the God's Reign side, last moment hits, I would say the mistake, to be honest, and a better game from the side of God's Reign in the last moment, just getting multiple KOs, just getting the KO streak. Delphox, Omen, oh my god, this player is out of, even when you just talk about it, he's out of appreciation. We can actually, give that guy. The guy deserves so much respect from his team, because it's already the one man who just changed the entire game just by playing it with a 3 KO streak in the final stretch when everybody thought that it's all done and dusted. Omen stepped up and turned the entire game, and it's already 1-0 scoreline. You can see the graph. It was really a close call until that final Rayquaza came into the hands of God's Reign.
Yup, God's Reign was able to seal it, but eventually it was quite late. I believe at somewhere around 9 minutes and 35 seconds, the Rayquaza came in the hands of Team God's Reign, but eventually whenever it happened, it was actually quite advantageous. You can clearly see from the start, SCTL Esports was getting some good KOs. They were having the controls. Yes, there was a tussle going on between both the teams, no doubt in that, but yes, SCTL Esports still was looking a bit more comfortable while they were performing, because they had the clear control in the previous 2 BO3s as well, so they were thinking like they can actually do it in this one as well, but God's Reign had some other plans for them. The only mistake, I still kind of think that the only mistake SCTL Esports did was not going ahead and melting the Rayquaza. If the melting down scene of the Rayquaza could have actually happened, things would have been a bit more fruitful for SCTL Esports, and after that the complete control for SCTL Esports would have been there. But yes, all in all, at the half-minute marker as well, at the halfway of the game, it was SCTL Esports again setting up the goals, and God's Reign was just trying to chase it. Yes, Hoopa was quite fruitful for God's Reign, but still not enough to completely shut down SCTL Esports at many moments. Multi-utilities coming from the particular guys of SCTL Esports were looking good. The fireworks for Delphox was also quite decent. They were getting the Regi's advantage quite a bit. Still, Blastoise was not that fruitful. I would love to add on that.
Yeah, that's for sure. But if we just talk about it's 242, 149, that was the score time, and we just thought that God's Reign might just not be coming up at any moment. But then, one after another, from this moment, the first starting of the final stretch, KOs after KOs, SCTL Esports, they had good scores, everything was going on point. But then, when this happened, the hyperspace hole being activated, everybody got healed up, came back, and then Omen, from a very off angle, he just came and got every KO that was possible with that fire spin. And rest was exactly coming on the screen, and we just witnessed the best of the best action that we could have asked for from the side. And the entertainment, it was not less even for 1%. But we'll just talk about God's Reign, some obliterating performance from their end, but still one more round to go and decide whether they're going to just, eliminate SCTL Esports from this WCS 2023 India qualifiers, or we still have to wait for one more round to decide which team is going to face off Revenant Esports in the lower bracket finals.
I mean, the decider could actually come in, but the thing is, SCTL did everything that they wanted to do. They had the control. They were able to get multiple KOs as well. They were able to take down Blastoise and some other Pokemons from the particular team of God's Reign. They had the complete control initially in the final stretch, but at the end, it was their decision which backfired onto them, and it was the right choices of God's Reign, like using the Hoopa at the right time, and teaming back to the base, getting the HPs back, and 1 second bouncing back. It's quite good. Let's move on to the info card so that they can have some more info about this particular pick and this particular formation coming in from SCTL Esports. We have Snowy, about whom we're going to talk. Like, he was able to give out the average damage of 72,250, which is good enough. If we're talking about the average damage taken, that is 39,279. Average recovery is also kind of decent, which is 5,914. But the choice of Pokemon that he usually goes with is, again, quite a squishy one. He's got the Chandelier, which is again a very good ranged attacker. On the other corner, if we talk about the Speedster, that is going to be Zorak, and he usually uses 40% for Chandelier, 30% for the Zorak. But now let's move on to the God's Reign as well. I would love to see which guy is going to be there in the info card for God's Reign. All in all, SCTL Esports did impress us a lot in the initial 9 minutes and 30 seconds, but at the later stages, it was God's Reign putting us in awe.
Well, that's for sure. It's Noxy. He has done a good amount of things. See, he's playing Lapras as much as he can, and He's just dealing damages, he's just getting some KOs whenever it's needed, because being a defender, you can consume a good amount of damage for yourself, and then also you can, sometimes when you're playing Lapras, you can also make some counter attacks with the Water Pulse and the Bubble Beam. Though the Water Pulse have been nerfed from the start, what it was in the previous time, but it's still a bit of effective. It's still quite effective that it can grant you some good KOs as well. But well, for now, as the score is going on 1-0 again, Raider, I'm just going to ask you again, which team are you going to pick for the second round? Is it Gods? Is it SATUL?
I started with SATUL Esports, I'm sticking with them. So yeah, SATUL Esports could be that team. Although I'm also going to doubt some more decision that is there from the corner. But yeah, for me, SATUL Esports is the team.
Oh man, it's SATUL Esports. So well. Without any wasting a single moment of time, we're just moving forward to the draft phase, and eventually it's going to be crucial because you see 18, 17 more seconds, expected bans to be precise. I'm really expecting a Dodrio. Might be a Glacier as well for the side of SATUL. Not quite sure of it, but expecting it as a Glacier and a Chandelier. Probably I'm expecting 2 bans, but we'll have to see. But yes, Chandelier indeed, but not a Glacier, but the Lapras ban coming up from the side of God's Ray in this round. It's a do or die for SATUL Esports, and All Might is quite aware of it.
Again, a Slowbro getting picked off. I guess they could have actually gone for the Glacier or maybe the Hoopa as well. Goku and Duck is not going to lose that particular chance to actually have the favorable Pokemon. Maybe a Glacier coming in, or maybe a Hoopa as well. Oh yeah, Hoopa is for sure going to be... Oh! Both of them are actually there. Both the Hoopa and Glacier are there that I was thinking that they might actually go with. But yeah, Godsrain once again is looking a bit more strong when it comes to their pick. But I don't know why Slowbro is the choice for Rex. On the hindsight, if I talk about All Might and Huram, both of them are also ready with their own picks. Cliffable might actually come in along with some of the Pokemon that could be an all-rounder or an attacker maybe. All Might may actually go for the Machamp. And we remember that All Might was actually quite good with the Machamp in the previous BO3 that they played against some of the team. But yes, Noxie on the other corner, and along with that Scepter is here. A Blastoise and a Slowbro, double attacker, double defender and an attacker with the supporter is already there. Missing a speedster at this point from Godsrain's perspective, but now we have to talk about SATUL Esports. Let's see what they have in their capabilities. Oh, for a moment I thought that Venusaur is going to come in, but no, that's not the case. Gardevoir could be there for Badshah.
Last pick for Scepter, what it is going to be. Don't tell me it's a Lucario. Don't tell me it's a Lucario, dude. What? He's going with a Lucario, and we don't even often see these kind of things. Might be, is it a wrong pick, or he's just intentionally going up with, I believe it's going to be a Lucario pick indeed. I won't be surprised if thing is just getting restarted, because I believe this might not be a good choice to be an all-rounder in this kind of crucial round, Scepter. But if he has a belief on his own pick, might work out, might not. But it is a big gamble for the side of God's Reign, and for sure if it is just what we're looking forward to, SATUL might have a chance to bounce back, because this time their strong front foot hitters might just not work the way they desire it to be.
Yep, things have changed quite gradually for SATUL Esports as well. I mean, SATUL is trying to have that ticket to the finals of the low bracket. It won't be that easy because Godsrain has already got the upper hand in this particular matchup. I would love to see how far SATUL Esports is going to push those buttons and maybe actually go ahead for the decider. It won't be that easy, but for sure SATUL Esports has no other option at this point, because yeah, they will be eliminated if they are not going to perform in this particular round. But yes, game number 2 has been started in the lower bracket semi-finals, and Rex and their teammates are already pushing forward to the bottom lane goal zone, I believe, and bottom lane will be the concern for them. Cliffable along with another Pokemon is going to push forward in the top lane goal zone. Similar kind of approach is coming in from Godsrain, and yes, we do have the Lucario. I would love to see how that Lucario and Slowbro composition in the bottom lane goal zone is going to work out. Eevee trying to just evolve as fast as possible because the Glaceon is there, and I'm so excited to see Hoopa once again from Godsrain's perspective. This can change tides for the team known as SATUL.
Has to be a very needy match, a very needy round. It's a cliffhanging position in which SATUL Esports are just hanging around. Godsrain have got one game in a very dominative manner in their side. Omen not willing to give up at this point. due to the scoreline that tells WCS it is very, very dicey pick the side of Scepter, I would say. Might just work out. If it works out, it might just work in a pretty good manner. But eventually, when you just talk about it, it's just the starting phase. We can see a good stack happening on the top lane. Zoroark being stagnant for now, just trying to make some good move in the right moment. Could be a better choice. But it has to generate some good value for themselves as well. Being the Hoopa, activating the hyperspace hole, just trying to help your teammates get the heals possible. The Glaceon just leveling up himself. Godsrain wants to settle the score right here, right now, with the Zoroark steps in and gets this Squirtle down. Might just get some few more. The Hoopa is in a very low HP. So the Glaceon comes up. Will use the Icicle Spears to diversify something. But still not the way things are turning around.
Yeah, man. It really feels like that SRT Esports is once again performing the way they were performing in the previous matchup. I mean, they had the complete control in the initial stages, and just one wrong decision, and eventually the whole match backfired onto them. So this could be the game where they're just going to perform like the way they performed in the previous one, but now they won't make those mistakes. 21 goals coming in from Godsrain. With that, the score is looking a bit more on the equalizing standpoint. All Might actually just get KO'd by Hoopa. That can actually happen, but Cliffable comes in so that the support system for the team is going to work in. But Lucario once again gets KO'd by the speedster of SRT Esports. Now this is looking good. SRT Esports is getting both the KOs and also the goals in their favor. That is again the approach that everybody should actually go for. Snowy with 30 goals, 30 year synergies in his favor. He can actually go to the top lane goal zone, but right now the contestant might actually be in the mid lane because the alternate Swablu is already going to be there. So they can actually have the approach and maybe advantage out of it.
They need to grab the values at this point. When you see Zoroark, he's just trying to get the KOs right at this point. Trying to make the capitalizations, because you see, when you're just playing a crucial match, you need to focus on the KOs and leveling up as well. It isn't that easy to get the better output always, but yes, the serve being activated. Regirock has already appeared, and this time Godsrain not willing to give up that easy. The Icicle Spears will create some good hindrances as well for Slowbro. Zoroark steps in, might just get the KO of Glaceon and will get it for sure. As well as Lucario manages to get the Regirock in their favor, but will be pushed back by the side of SRT Esports and will eventually get some good scores in their side.
It really feels like that is at this point that the control is actually going to be there from SRT's perspective, but now let's see how many KOs are going to come in. Look at this guy. Well, again, a set of 30 goals has been diminished from Godsrain's perspective. That is kind of good, but bottom lane goal zone is full of focuses, and we might see some more KOs, and that's exactly what has happened. Hoopa and the Snorlax has been taken down, so two good Pokemons are already out of equation. Another set of 10 goals has been diminished. Machamp once again comes in, trying to actually, Machamp to be precise, is trying to actually just get the advantage out of this particular Pokemon, but it won't be easy initially. But yes, the damage is still coming in. 155, that's what SRT Esports is looking at. I mean, goals are definitely looking decent. Godsrain now finally is going to use their Hoopa. I would love to see how that advantage goes on, but look at the level buff. Look at SRT Esports. Already their Pokemons are at level 10 on the hindsight. The attackers coming in from Godsrain are stuck at level 9 and 8 and stuff like that. So that definitely is going to put up a lot of pressure onto them. But Regieleki now is main concern for SRT. They're trying to actually melt it down so that they can have the 6th alive Pokemon for the team. And I believe it is going to be possible. Yeah, there we go. Gardevoir finally actually nails it. And yes, advantage falls in the other team's hands. Now, bowling down in the bottom lane goal zone won't be that easy, but Skepta and his teammates are doing everything that is there in their possible hands. Bottom lane goal zone is about to get destroyed. Omen is the one which is left with the goals to be done. If he does it, that could be it. Lucario finds a good KO. That was amazing. Now the goal zone has been destroyed. 119 points coming from SRT's perspective. 148 for Godsrain. SRT is just trying to set up the goals, and on the hindsight, Godsrain is just trying to match up that score.
Well, for now, we just talk about Zoroark. Will be stepping in, will be getting the Hoopa down as well. And for now, if we just talk about it, it's like Godsrain, they are into that same kind of trouble. I won't say the trouble, but in the situation in which we were witnessing Godsrain not in getting a good amount of lead in points, but yeah, Machamp still trying to level himself up, might just try and find some good scores in top lane, but this time the Regirock again, this time being secured by SRT Esports, will be trying to focus on the KOs again, one after another. Zoroark, he's just hungry for the KOs, but the Icicle Spear will get him some good amount of damage. Hoopa is still he's still being KO'd one after another, facing multiple problems for now. But the Machamp Especially if you talk about All Might, he's quite a clever guy. He knows what he wants to do and what he has to do in this very round itself. 219, 148 the scoreline. That doesn't matter for now because they need to, you know, come up with some good scores. They need to come up with some good KOs as well. But Hoopa coming up with the Unite move, just trying to make some good scores. He's not having the scores for now, but will he be helping his teammate to just come back? But the Hydro Typhoon being used, not being able to use it properly with the Machamp, will be getting KO'd for sure. It's a double KO streak coming in from the side of Blastoise in order to just get this output done pretty well. The Zoroark still trying to make the moves, but yes, the Icicle Spear will deal a good amount of damage. Lucario has been put to rest by Gardevoir. He might just be the one to change the game and change the tide for the side of God's Reign, but the Hoopa wanted it for a good strategy, but it did not end up the way they wanted it to be, with Snorlax just trying to hold it up but won't be able to do it for a longer period of time, as he will be KO'd by Gardevoir one after another, as SATUL, they're back into the form and they're just coming and thrashing down the players of God's Reign one after another. It's still a bit something that we really need to look after, but the Regieleki has been completely taken over by the side of SATUL Esports. Multiple objectives being secured by them. That might just cause a bit of trouble for God's Reign at this point, but the Glaceon just trying to make the moves. The Icicle Spears being used, trying to just stop the Regieleki, but well, again, might just not generate that value, and then by taking a decision of taking Lucario, it's not working. The Zoroark will get the Glaceon down as well. A counter score of 50 coming up from the side of Blastoise. On the other hand, God's Reign is just trying to make it leveling up, but still multiple KOs are just making the difference for the side of SATUL Esports. This is a very, very good chance for SATUL Esports to steal the buffs. 20 more seconds to go for the final stretch to begin. 372, 234 is the score, and there's not much of a difference. It can be overcome with two good scores is enough to make the things in the favor either of God's Reign or either in the favor of SATUL Esports. I'm expecting it to be a 2-1 series, because this might be the equalizer that we were waiting for from the side of SATUL Esports. Gardevoir is still looking onto this situation. The Unite moves are being dumped in a single position as Lucario goes down. Snorlax will go down as well. Hoopa will be going down as well. And it's a triple KO streak coming up from the side of SATUL Esports. Gardevoir is the one. Bacha is the one making it much more crucial and much more deceiving for the side of SATUL Esports. There's no counter, but this is Gardevoir who secures the Rayquaza and will be marching with all the scores that they have. SATUL, they're marching towards the scores, and this time they are here to make all the things in the way. This can be the equalizer that we were waiting for. It's already 434. 200 points difference have been scored by SATUL. And this is all getting dusted. 1 minute, 15 more seconds to go. But I don't think God's Reign will have that much amount of time to make any kind of counter moves. Though we can see the Unite moves being dumped out one after another. But yes, we have to see that the Lucario's move, the Lucario's pick, did not work out pretty well for them.
I mean, at this point, SATUL Esports is having the complete control, no doubt in that. They have got 710 points, and it really feels like that the kind of anticipation that was there from God's Reign. They were trying their level best to get some good KOs, but the carry once again gets KO'd by the Gardevoir. This is looking quite unformidable for the team known as God's Reign, and yes, the struggle is there for them. And God's Reign is just trying to be confined in their own goal zone so that they are not going to let this particular team known as SATUL Esports come up with some more goals. That's the kind of game that they are trying to play with. Glaceon once again wanted to fall back, but Gardevoir finds him and eventually he was able to get a KO. Slowbro is going to be the next in line, I believe, in the terms of KO. Hoopa could be again getting KO'd. At this point, SATUL is not concerned about the KOs because they can actually go ahead and score more goal zones. They're just trying to confine this particular team known as God's Reign in their own base goal zone so that they won't be able to sneak up on and maybe get goals. Maybe get some good goals. At the end, it's done and dusted. God's Reign and SATUL Esports 1-1 in the lower bracket semifinals. The best of three is finally going to have the decider. Finally,
we are seeing the first decider. Oh my god. 710, 234. SATUL Esports made the comeback possible. We were witnessing, and we know it, All Might and his teammates. There's some of those players or the trainers, if you just talk about, who are not that easy to give up their position. They know that pretty well, that they can come up with any kind of bangers at any time. They've proved it. The Zoroark, especially Bacha with the Gardevoir. Phenomenal performance by these two. and God's Reign were completely obliterated while Goku and Duck tried their level best. Even Omen from this match. Scepter 33,091 damage gel. Not at all performance that we expected from Scepter, but he could have gone with better picks. He had a call with he could have played Urshifu. He could have played any other, like a Dodrio would have also worked out pretty well in case of this Lucario, I believe. But it was their call, it was a gamble. God's Reign couldn't make it up, and we will be moving forward to the decider round to see which team will it be to face Revenant Esports, as another 10 minutes marker is just waiting for us.
Yep, in the back end, I believe SATL Esports and both God's Reign are going to prepare for themselves for the final battle, to be honest, in between themselves. Like SATL Esports, if they lose, they are going to go home. Same goes for God's Reign as well. So, yes, the stakes are way too high. Before the start of this BO3, they were anticipating that there could be a clean sweep, but no, it is going to go to the decider. But let's talk about the whole score details at this point. You can clearly see that SATL Esports was trying to set up some good controls in the initial stages, but eventually after that, Rayquaza steal in their favor. They was just unformidable. God's Reign was unable to just even put a full stop onto the formation that was coming in from God's Reign, from SATL's perspective, which was quite good. But yes, one more fact that is there is that in the final stretch, God's Reign was just not fruitful, to be honest. Not even a single goal was run down from their particular perspective, and the highest goal scorer was the Blastoise for the team, which is again quite surprising for me. But at the end, yes, God's Reign had something to learn from this particular fight, because they lost it due to their picks, to be honest.
Well, we gotta say this. From the starting phase, if you just talk about it, was not, I wouldn't say that it was God's Reign who was taking the control. Yes, SATL had a good start. They were also coming with, especially when you talk about the Zoro arc, was, in a very, very deceiving manner. He was getting all the KOs. He was hungry for those KOs, especially. Not a chandelier, doesn't matter. Snowy knows how to get the KOs converted by just playing a Zoro arc even. And he was just proving it quite nicely, that he can just get whatever he wants. God's Reign, one after another. They couldn't manage it up. They couldn't make it up to the side of SATL Esports. Some attacks, some stack attacks were planned by them, especially when you talk about the Snorlax was trying to hold up so pretty well, but couldn't manage it up. All the times objectives being secured by SATL Esports pressurized God's Reign to fall back, and eventually could not make any counter moves, especially Zoroark being on the front line. He was creating so much impact that God's Reign were helpless at this point in how to stop them. And in the final stretch, it was all just going in the vein, especially when you talk about this Hydro Typhoon. It all went to a vein. It was not at all effective at all from the side of God's Reign. It was a complete waste of that Unite move from the side of Blastoise. If it was effective, it might have turned out to be a different manner. But yep, it was indeed a great battle between both the teams, and we are really, really pumped up for the next round to come abroad, because as it will be coming up, it will create a 50-50 situation for both the teams. Which one will get the title, or might just say which one will be the one to take a lead and will go to the lower bracket fans to face our Revenant Esports and the lower bracket fans.
And indeed, pushing forward for the lower bracket final is going to be the goal for both SATL and God's Reign, but we know only one team is going to push forward for that. They've already dropped down from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, so there is nothing else about it at this point. The only thing that is going to be there for the loser, that is going to be the elimination, plus the experience that they've gained from this particular kind of battle in the championship series. It was quite amazing to see both SATL Esports and God's Reign fighting with each other, but right now we are coming up at the last 10-minute marker, as you said, Nekroz, because this 10 minute will decide which team is going to move forward and which team is going to stay back, and also figure out what they did wrong, to be honest. What was interesting for SATL Esports was their choice of Pokemon, and also the way they were able to dish out that kind of anticipation was absolutely amazing. The way they were able to just come up with some good plays was absolutely amazing. But now moving forward in the info card, we'll get to have an idea of Badshah. This guy is actually quite keen on using a lot of attackers, to be honest. You can clearly see 27% is going to be the pick rate for both Alolan Ninetales and also the Dilfox, which is again a very interesting pick. The average amount of damage that he usually deals is going to be 83,364, which as an attacker is absolutely prudent and absolutely, respectable. And on the hindsight, if we talk about the average damage taken, is again going to be 32,857, and as a squishy Pokemon, the recovery is not going to be that much. From God's Reign perspective, we have Duck, who is either keen on picking up a Blastoise, or should I say a defender approach, or maybe a Buzzwole when it comes to the all-rounder approach. So he is quite a heavy hitter, and you can clearly see when it comes to the average damage dealt and also the taken one, to be honest. We have a buffer of like 50,000, pretty close to the 50,000 point is there in average damage dealt, and average damage taken is 41,676. If we talk about the recovery points, that is 8,975. Again, a good statistics, to be honest, but yeah. Godstain, be ready, because SATL just was able to have a very good lead onto them. And if SATL Esports is going to have that momentum in the next match as well, in the next game to be precise, the game number 3 of the lower bracket semi-finals, things won't be that good for the team known as Godstain. So this time, Godstain has to figure out which particular Pokemon they should actually pick. Should not actually go for Lucario. And on the hindsight, if I talk about SATL Esports, they're every now and then, even if they are the first picker, they're going for the Rex. Rex is going for the Slowbro, if I'm not wrong, which is again a good Pokemon, but I believe they can actually go ahead and approach for a bit more fruitful one.
I mean, this round, you just talk about, this is the final draft phase between both the teams of this lower bracket semi-finals. The third round it is going to be. If the score settles up with a 1-1, Godsrain will have the privilege to come up with the first pick this time. SATL Esports. Will there be any change in bans? I really do expect there should be, but well, it's really early to say whether those kind of things are going to happen or not. But for now, if we just talk about, it's the Slowbro and the Chandelier ban. Oh my god, this is going to be a new thing that we're going to see a Slowbro ban after a very long period of time. But Noxie comes up with the Lapras pick at the very first stance.
Let's see what the other guys are going to choose. Okay, we do have a Glaceon, and along with that, it's a Clefable coming in from Curium side. That's interesting. Now, Scepter, I can actually go for the Hoopa, along with some of the Pokemons like maybe a Speedster coming into the play. Let's see what Omen and Scepter is going to pick. Well, there we go. Dodger is going to come in for sure from Scepter's side, because yes, that particular Pokemon is actually quite good when you talk about the stealing down scenario and also sneaking up on the gold zones of the enemy territory. Along with that, Ninetales is also going to come in, which is usually quite a good pick for Badsha, if I'm not wrong. But yeah, on the other corner, we have a Trevenant coming in. Pretty much the confirmation will be there. Both the Trevenant and a Blastoise could actually come in. That means a double defender approach is going to be there from SATL side. So this time, SATL is not going to hold any guns, and they are looking strong. But let's see what the other guys are able to come up with, because now Omen and Goku has to decide which particular Pokemon they're going to come up with. A Hoopa. That's interesting. SATL could have actually got that a Hoopa, but they missed the chance, and Goku is going to just completely snatch it out. Hoopa with another interesting Pokemon that's going to be an Espion. That's absolutely amazing. Double attacker approach, missing the all-rounder, and on the hindsight we have a double defender approach, missing the all-rounder and a Speedster at this point. Let's see which is going to be the final pick. Okay, we might have a Delphox from Snowy's perspective as well.
But this time, if we just talk about the composition, looks pretty amazing, and it's really hard to tell which team is going to win it, because SATL, they've got Glaceon, Delphox, Trevenant, Blastoise, Clefable on the other hand, Lapras, Dodrio, Hoopa, Espion, as well as a Ninetales. So indeed, coming back, like a comeback of Espion, it's something that I'm really looking forward. And the Psyshock, after it was nerfed, the usage of Espion was a little bit of completely denied by the players. They don't want to play with Espion anymore because the Psyshock is not working pretty well. But this time, when you've got a Ninetales alongside yourself, you've got a Lapras just to hold out your front lane, you can actually take a risk, you can actually take a dicey pick. But now this time, I hope this dicey pick does work out for Godsrain, because the previous one, the Lucario one, did not actually work out pretty well. But this time it's Omen who picked the Espion for his side. So I'm really looking forward to that. Sometimes we just call it, when Mr. Crowley picks any kind of Pokemon, we are quite aware that yes, that guy can actually play it pretty well, and same goes for Omen as well. You give him any Pokemon, he can play it pretty well, and he's quite master in it. So I'm really expecting some good amount of gameplay from his end as well. But this decider round, ladies and gentlemen, just be ready, fasten your seatbelts, because the one team out of these two big giants will be taking a departure, while the one will go and move forward to face off against the pack of wolves. Those are waiting in the lower bracket finals. The Revenant Esports.
Yeah, That's exactly the team I was trying to talk about. Like Revenant Esports is already waiting quite eagerly. They must be watching on the back end, sitting like, which is the opponent that we are going to face? Is it SCTL Esports or Godgen? But seems like that SCTL Esports is once again stepping up a notch, getting some good goals. But yeah, that is not a lot of buffer. It can easily be compensated, and I really believe it is going to happen pretty soon. On the high side, Kyurem, All Might, and I guess. Also, the Snow is going to come in. The Icicle Spears could actually come in pretty soon, but the Growls coming in from the other guy is also amazing. Creation has been taken down. Dodo finds that beautiful KO, but that SCTL Esports is also going to get stepped back. At the same point, the top lane goal zone is looking filled with the players on Gaussian, and they are trying to take the advantage out of it. Let's see how far they are going to push that back. But 13 goals already done dusted from Gaussian. That's exactly why I said that there is not a lot of buffer. But at this point, both Ninetales and the I guess Glaceon coming in from each individual team are trying to level up as fast as possible. You can clearly see Ninetales is already at level 5. Both the Espion is also there at level 5 along with that Speedster. But yes, SCTL Esports might struggle with their level buffs.
Well, so now if we just talk about at this position, Godtrain looking forward, like whenever the match is going on, Godtrain, if they do have a decent start and they're just closing up with SCTL anyhow, they are just managing to take things right onto the track. Squaddle just trying to just pull off and just push back Duck where he belongs to be. But well, Rex not into some serious situation. He needs to fall back, needs to heal himself up, cannot guard this tower at this position because you see the Espion is just stepping up, and there's a Ninetales and Lapras, 3 of them stacking on a one tiny Trevenant. It's not going to work out in that way. Same goes for Wartortle on the top lane as well. It is difficult, but yes, due to circumstances, they need to step in, and SCTL, we have seen them tilting the game in such crucial moments. They do have the Glaceon as well this time to make the things turn around for their side. But what's going to be the verdict? What's going to be the virtue? It's still something that lies within. As the trio has been put to rest, the Wartortle will be using the Water Sprouts to get this thing done with the Icicle Spear. Will also deal some good amount of damage for them.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is coming in for sure. Godzilla is starting off quite well. They have got 64 points. As usual on the inside is still trying to get the level buffs. Algerian Swablu is once again going to get concerned, and I believe the advantage once again falls in the hands of Godsrain. They are looking good when it comes to their level, and on the hindsight, SCTL Esports is doing everything that is there possible. Hyperspace Hole once again gets activated, and with that, obviously, taking back to the bottom lane goal zone is going to be much more easier because the concern is about the Reggie ice that is forming in the bottom lane goal zone. And yeah, Eastman is already trying to attack it. The girls might actually come in pretty soon. Noxie, the Lapras, is also trying to have the advantage out of it. Yes, Trevenant comes up with a beautiful hammer, and that actually can give the advantage. But Glaceon, I believe, just right now had a beautiful KO. Fireworks also working its way. Let's see how far the situation goes on. Lapras also gets KO. A double KO streak coming in. Not just 1 or 2, but 3 KOs. Or 4 KOs coming in. Where's the 5th guy? Where's the 5th guy? I'm waiting on it. Okay, that's going to be Dodrio. The triple trample could actually come in before that happens. Delphox is going to have the advantage of the Reggie Ice. And seems like that the advantage that Goldstein had, the level buff that they had, the goal buff that they had is completely going to get diminished because the goal zone and the bottom lane goal zone is already destroyed. Blastoise on the other corner, that is the Wartortle on the top lane, already is able to get some good goals as well. Level 8, pretty soon he's going to become the Blastoise, the giant we actually love. Yeah, there you go. He's back.
Now getting the KOs will be much of a priority work. SCTL Esports, the way they have made a comeback, it's really prominent. Trevenant holding the bottom lane precisely. It's quite important, though we can see Godsrain will face some difficulties. Espion is trying to get some good values in a level 9 situation. The Psy Shocks can make the stunts for sure, but the Avalanche and the Blizzard, the counter moves are making the effect. The Regieleki needs to be melted down. The Icicle Spear will do the work, will do the wonders, but eventually the Unite move dump will get the Blastoise down for sure. The Regieleki has been pushed down to the side of God's Rain. It's really something that we need to look for after, but yes, Dodrio is coming with some counter scores. The Glaceon is there in the bottom lane. The Lapras is there in the bottom lane alongside the Trevenant, just trying to fight the outback. Double KO streak coming up from the side of Delphox as well. Capitalizing the situations is really precise at this point, and SCTL Esports is doing that pretty well, and they know how to make the things work out for them. Bacha has been very prominent in this kind of crucial games for any of the teams that he have played under, or the teams they have played with. So he has to be precise and accurate this time as well, but this time the trio won't have an escape route.
Yeah, he has been KO'd, so he's going to sit and relax on the base and trying to spawn back once again. And on the high side, if we talk about All Might, Yes, he's looking good. Has got the level buff. He's trying to completely defend the top lane goal zone from Lapras and the other Pokemon that might actually approach. Like Dojo is also upon that particular area. Ninetales is also coming up in the top lane goal zone. So pretty soon that I guess shift should actually come in. But look at Clefable. He's about to go ahead and score some good goals. That can actually happen. But yeah, the damage is coming in. Dojo finds another set of amazing goals coming in. Hoopa is there to attack. Hoopa is there to get the advantage. But Glaceon is still going to find the advantage of the Regis for the team known as SCTL Esports. Another KO is going to come in. That Hoopa has been taken down by the Trevenant. Rex is now going to move forward with the 40 years of Regis in his favor. He can actually have the upper hand at this point. Let's see what happens. Let's see how far he's going to push back the players. But at the same time, he saw Lapras, Ninetales, and also the Hoopa coming back, so he had to fall back, and that's exactly what he did. Right now, the major focus for SCTL Esports is going to be that to stop the team Godsrain by advancing and also getting a lot more KOs that is possible. But yeah, moving forward in the Legendary Pit, there might be some more fights coming in. Delphox is pretty close to Hoopa, and these Pion Clefable is trying to approach the top lane goal zone. But before that happens, Rory has already spotted him, and now Rory is going to punch him. And I would love to see how this supporter is going to work its way back to the safe areas.
Well, for now, if we just talk about right now, even the Phantom Forest is not making the mark. Another time, the Resiliki has been pushed down to the side of God's Reign. The Fire Spin is working pretty well. The Trevenant along the side. You know, it's not even possible for one defender to just hold it up with the Glacial Stage being activated again. Dodrio being KO'd one after another. The cooldown is getting increased. The God's Reign being completely shattered away. Cannot make the mistakes at the end moment. The scores are coming as well from the side of SCTL Esports. They're taking lead one after another. But when you just talk about Blastoise gets Ninetales down, the strategies, the composition, the working out is not working for God's Reign anymore. The trio will get the Glaceon down for sure. But for how long is this even possible? Because when you just look back and see towards the side of SCTL Esports, it's completely pure domination that's reflecting on our eyes. It's 350, 140 for now. 27 more seconds to go eventually when you talk about God's Reign are really planning to stack up in the Legendary Pit, while the Regirock will be completely melted down by the side of SCTL Esports. 16 more seconds to go. Have to melt it as fast as possible. Glacier needs to step in, but probably they have decided not to invest more time on the Regirock, but rather than just try to get those KOs as fast as possible, because God's Reign otherwise might just take a lead. This final stretch, this final 2 minutes will be the crucial one for both the teams.
I mean, there are multiple Unites missing from SCTL's perspective, and God's Reign can actually capsize on that because he can. Okay, the Unites are back, that's interesting. Now, if we talk about the other guy like Giorgio coming in, that is known as Duck from God's Reign, he was quite fruitful advantage type of thing from his corner. Like, he was able to retreat back to the top lane goal zone and was able to just get a few amount of amazing goals. But now moving forward, let's see how far that situation is going to help them, because now maybe the Rayquaza melting down scenario is going to be the main concern for these two teams, God's Reign and SCTL. They are both paving their way to the Rayquaza, but in order to do that, they definitely have to get some good KOs, otherwise it is going to be a complete rampage. Oh, look at this Dodrio. Nobody is concerned about it, and Dodrio is doing everything that is possible from his corner to get as many goals as possible. Pretty soon, the KOs might come in, and the concern for now is going to be the Ninetales. Yes, Ninetales has been taken. At the same time, Lapras could be picked off. Lapras is just running for its life, but can he survive at this point? That's a big question. Duck and the other guys are still surviving. Let's see how far they can go.
And at this position, it's really hard to tell, but there is 2 KOs already down the line. God's Reign, if they want to make an impact, they have to come up right now. SCTL Esports are aware that they do have a good lead, almost around 100 points. They don't need to stack up on the Rayquaza, but yes, there might be counter scores. We can see the trio just prevailing in the bottom lane, just trying to get a scope when they can make the score happen. The Glaceon holding on to the top lane goal zone, not willing to just give up at this point. But this time, the Unite move dump being activated. Ninetales will get one after another. The KOs have been done. Espeon goes down. We also get to see the Dodrio getting picked up as well. All Might into some serious trouble, but the Ninetales can make some good impact at this position. The Clefable is still there to provide the healings, but the timer is running out, and there is no way that anybody can make the scores possible as it is, as SCTL will be defending and defeating God's Reign and will be getting this series in their pocket, as well as will move down and above to the lower bracket finals to face off against Revenant Esports. Oh my god, SATUL, what a match, what a journey it has been so far.
Well, man, I'm so impressed at this point coming from SATL's perspective, the way they were able to fight back. Indeed, Godsend had the capitalization in the first game, but after that, SATL completely changed the pace of the game. And look at Snowy. That Glaceon, 116 is the AS energy that he was able to dump down, but on the hindsight, if we talk about the KOs and the SS, that is also quite decent. But if we talk about Doug and the other guy, they were also trying their level best to come up with some good advantages, but that was not easy. Skepta, the 9 tails for the team, was also not that fruitful. Yes, the damages were coming in, but still, at the end, I would love to say Godsend, Skepta can or should have done more. But on the hindsight, SATL Esports, Rex, the Trevenant worked out its way very good. All Might on the other corner was unable to find that many kills, but yes, Rex and the Lil Fox was also quite good.
Well, overall performance you can already justify it by Junior Unai, 74,000 by Scepter. He tried his level best to make a comeback, but from the side, Snowy with 62.50 for All Might. Not a very huge, big, dominative performance, but it's still quite enough. It's still, I would say, enough to make this win possible. Not a kind of final game we expected it to be, but still, in the favor of SATL Esports, they defended it pretty well with a double defender composition, and it worked out nicely by their side, getting all the objectives, getting the early scores. Everything was already on point, and I believe that's how you see the things getting rolled up from their end. So yep, one after another, the things, well, it just went the way they wanted it to be. SATL Esports, they will be happy, but it's not the time to celebrate because they do have the pack of wolves waiting for them in the lower bracket finals. They also need to defeat them in order to make it to the grand finals. So we have to look forward to what is going to come up next, and really, like, they're waiting eagerly what to do. What will be the next move? What will be the new strategies that we can witness? But again, taking a replay, watching it all over again, we can see and witness how the games actually turn and how things are actually went in the favor of SATL Esports from the very start.
From the start, SATL Esports was struggling on the corner, but yes, Godsend, they were coming out with some good points. They were using a lot of the utilities, to be honest, and also the abilities. And at the end, I would love to say that the multiple KOs that Legion was able to take down, like 4 KOs, to be honest, that is absolutely amazing. From SATL's perspective, to be precise, we did saw today a lot of ups and downs, but eventually every now and then SATL is the one which is laughing at the end, which is surviving till the end and moving forward to the next phase, which is again a good thing. But yes, in this particular matchup, in the game number 3 of low bracket semi-finals, we did saw that SATL Esports was also trying to establish a dominance, but Godsend every now and then were able to compromise with that score and also bounce back. But Trevenant, as I said, in the damage dealt type of scenario, was also quite good. Both the Trevenant and the Glacier worked their way along with the Del Fox. So I believe at this point I would love to add on that SATL Esports was also quite aggressive, and their aggression actually worked out. There was no counter-attacks whatsoever coming in from Godsend's perspective. The only counter-attack that was there was coming from Ninetales' perspective. Lapras was also not that fruitful, and the hyperspace holes coming from Hoopas were also quite fruitful for the team known as Godsend. But yes, at the end, it was SATL Esports in the final stretch as well. You can clearly see how beautiful they were trying to trace down the players and get the advantage out of it. All in all, SATL Esports didn't have the requisite advantage, and they tried the level best so that they can deny the requisite advantage for the other guys as well. And now in the tournament bracket, you can clearly see that we have a grand finalist, and that is FS Esports. Well, FS Esports is just sitting back and trying to, I guess, wait for the opponent for them. But on the lower bracket, we do have a request coming in because Godsend just faced SATL Esports, where they had the initial game 1 in their favor, but SATL Esports came up with a ultimate sweep, I believe, and that was a 2-1 coming in. SATL Esports is now going to move forward and fight with Revenant Esports in the lower bracket final, and that, my friend, is going to be a very interesting battle.
Waiting for the next 2 matches. It might be 3 matches as well, but might be 2 as well. So it all depends one after another. Revenant versus SATL, a big contest for sure. But when just talk about this kind of circumstances, it has been so wonderful and contesting tournaments that we are seeing from the very starting phase of the day, and we are witnessing it on a huge level manner. All the performances, all the matches, and all the series, they were all going into 2-0 until we moved down to this lower bracket semifinals, which turned out to be a 2-1, which came on the stream with the 2-1 score line. Now it's time for the lower bracket finals, in which Revenant will be facing off against SATL again one more time. It's just something that we're looking forward to get a bigger output. Which team will it be to make it out to the grand finals? Because the one who will go to the lower bracket, from the lower bracket finals to the grand finals, will have to defeat FS Esports. But if they defeat FS Esports, they will also go for a reset again. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, those who are watching us on Facebook, there's a short announcement to make that due to time limitations on Facebook live streaming in certain regions, there is a possibility that the stream may exceed the allotted time. So therefore, we will soon stop the current stream and start a new session shortly. After the stream is stopped, we kindly ask you to either wait for a while and join the new stream on Facebook, or watch the ongoing stream on YouTube and Twitch, as the program will continue. So please continue to enjoy it. And that's how we are going to just say. But for now, we're just going to take a short break, and we'll be right back onto the other side as the lower bracket final awaits us.
I believe I thought for a second that would change the pace of game, and yes, the players from Griffin are already getting pushed back. And change the pace of game, and yes, the players from Griffin are already getting pushed back. But yeah, they want to fight back. They want to retaliate, but no! Chandelier finds another one. This is interesting. Not just one
steps in right now.
Yes, Urshifu is also there. Capable, along with the other Pokemon, is also in the close quarters.
Just completely taking the revenge of the May tournament. Won that May tournament for sure, but this time SATL Esports are just throwing Griffin. They have been completely whitewashed. It's definitely something that they seek for. A 30 score coming in from the side of Lament will be evolving to the Chandelier, but the double kill streak coming up, the Talonflame is
focus has been shifted to the Raging Rock as well. Let's see how Revenant is going to have the advantage out of it. But seems like that the Melting Down scenario is going to Lesion as well, trying to defend it, but Telvin is directly going to find that particular Hydro Spin comes in, and with that another good KO coming in, and was done and dusted. 164 to 116. Yes, the buffer is still there in the Esports' hand. Still not enough to completely have the advantage at this point. Revenant does not have that kind of decent placement, is way too close to the legendary pit. But they see on the other corner has got the Elfine, finds another one. Creation has been taken down. Now Blastoise finds another one. That is Hoopa has been picked up. Who gets the advantage? It is Revenant Esports. Revenant Esports has down the Rayquaza, and with that they have got the advantage of 30. What happened on the high side? We do have Blastoise working its way with the 100. If I'm
We have an idea that this kind of things do happen, and in this kind of situations we need to just focus on.
Suppression is coming in from FS Esports' corner. They're trying to actually get the hold out of this particular match. Now that means the Shadow is back in the meta, but Urshifu finds the Speedster, which is again a battle back. He's actually burning at this point, but still, let's see how Mime is going to stop this particular.
Bicycle speed just dropped down. The Blastoise is here. Might just be trapped down. He will be
finding the Mime, I believe. He could actually come in, but still Mime is...
The Water Pulse might just get it. No, it's not. It's Glacier used to fuse the Regieleki for his side.
Could actually come in, but look at that. The fighting aggression coming from Cliffable is also looking good, but let's see how things will be absolutely dreadful for the team known as Revenant Esports.
Oh, the Nekroz are being melted one after another. Revan Esports are here to make the steal possible. Lapras gets it.
Knowing, I don't think so is going to survive till the end, but definitely at this point, KOs are not the main.
Well, at this point, if we just talk about as the start, getting some early KOs, getting some good scores, we can see the stacks happening around the corner as well. But as we just see, at this position, the Urshifu is just there.
Water is working its way in the bottom lane goes on. Yes, the impact scenario is going to be there on screen, but yes, the KOs are coming in. So definitely those KOs are going to be tremendous enough. Koopa on the other bit, but no, Delphox can nails it, and with that advantage, definitely Gaussian is going to be a bit more aggressive.
In the mid lane, fusing the Amnesia. You can see the slow fireworks will get the clippable down. The fire spin also making some good moves indeed in this case, but well, this damage is really immense. The Delphox will go down the citrus berry. Still, it's really hard to stop, but you can see that
slow KOs and getting the job done. But Urshifu finds Buzzwole on the hindsight. Delphox with the Firebox will be able to get the 9 tails. Not just that, clip it as many as goals as possible. But at the same time, the I guess cavalry has been. Urshifu also gets compromised by the Blastoise. With that, God's Reign has got the upper hand at this point. They might
to strike in, might just make some breakthroughs as well.
United back. They have got the level buffs as well. Teacher at 14, the attacker at level 32, and the other guys like Skeptor is there, Roman is there. From God's Reign perspective, they're trying to fight. The approach could actually go for the steal of the goals. Sora can actually go. So Fox has been taken down. Buzzwole also gets taken down. This is a complete controlling situation coming.
This time, Delphox gets a double KO. This hour, this minute can be a game changer. There's a good amount of your teammates get the heals possible. The Glaceon just leveling up himself. God's Reign might just get the KO of Glaceon and will get it for sure. As well as Lucario, man.
Again, a set of 30 goals has been diminished from God's Reigns perspective. That is kind of good, but that's what SCTL Esports is looking at. I mean, goals are definitely looking decent. Once bottom lane goal zone is about to get destroyed, Omen is the one which is left with the goals to be done. That could be it. Lucario finds a good KO. That was amazing. Now the goal zone has been destroyed. 119 points coming from SCTL's perspective. 148 for Paul. That's cool.
Well, for now, we just talk about Phil trying to level himself up. Might just try and find some good scores in top lane. But this time, the Regirock again. Good scores. He's not having the scores for now, but will he be helping his teammate to just come back? But the Hydro for now, but will he be helping his teammate to just come back? But the Hydro Typhoon being used, not being able to use it, did not end up the way they wanted it to be. With Snorlax just trying to hold it up, but won't be able to do it for the equalizer that we were waiting for from the side of SCTL Esports. Gardevoir is still looking onto this situation. The Unite moves are being dumped in a single position as Lucario goes down. Snorlax will be the one making it much more crucial and much more deceiving for the side of SCTL.
SCTL Esports come up with some more goals. That's the kind of game that the next in line, I believe, in the terms of KO. Koopa could be again getting KO'd at this point.
Side. But what's going to be the verdict? What's going to be the virtue? It's still something that lies.
This man is already trying to attack it. The girls might actually come in pretty soon. Now see the Lapras is also trying to actually can give the advantage. But Glaceon, I believe, just right now had a beautiful KO. Fireworks also is also trying to have the advantage out of it. Yes, Revenant comes up with a beautiful hammer, and that actually can give the advantage. But Glaceon, I believe, just right now had a beautiful KO. Fireworks also working its way. Let's see how far the situation goes on. Lapras also gets KO. A double KO streak coming in. Not just one or two, but three.
The moves are making the effect. The Regieleki needs to be melted down. The Icicle Spear will do the work, will do the wonders. Or the teams they have played with. So he has to be precise and actually not making the mark. Another time the Regieleki has been pushed down to the side of God's Reign. Along the side, it's not even possible for one defender. The scores are coming as well from the side of SCTL Esports. Taking lead one after another, gets 9 tails down. The strategies, the composition, the working out, the Unite move dump being activated. 9 tails will get one after another. It's really hard for Glaceon to survive, and in order for that, the mystical fires.
Finally, as I say, True Rippers do the initial damage, but the fire spin coming in from Bacha trying, but the Regirock's damage itself trying to push back the players, and they do find a KO. Their healer is out, and now they have to tuck tail and run away. Might is stuck, but the Surf, but the Buzzwole along with the Sylveon's help takes down the Urshifu, but the Urshifu takes down Buzzwole. First objective went to SCTL, the second also looking like, but the Solar Beam on the be worried about, and then the Mystical Fire finding value on Glaceon. Cliffable is also, the healer is Regirock. They have to watch out. Prod, can he find any value? Oh no, the Slow Beam. Slowbro finding the value. Mew in the meantime takes down Glaceon, but Mew, Dream trying to go for a 1v3. He gets his team's assist, and that's going to be Prod with the Unite coming. But Dream gets an 100, and now True Rippers back on the lead, but there's just 3 players surviving. Great in health, caught in the surf of none other than the Slowbro. Back again into the fight, but Buzzwole right as now. Mew, the last and the lonely survivor. Everybody is another 100 to follow it up. 70-100. Back-to-back scores coming in from SATUL, sealing the deal and walking to the next round in the lower bracket. Unfortunately,
representing the country in a global stage, but for now they have been stacked up quite nicely, as we just see.
The cover is there from the back end. Like Keshav is already there.
Faced with a good amount of damage, not to just make anything happen. The the fire spin will even
Maybe taken out, but a very beautiful clash is there. And yes, the hindrance
that is, it seems the Glaceon is still trying to get some good values and just trying to make some good scores in order. The Glaceon is still trying to get some good values and just trying to make some good scores in order to just reach through this tower.
But seems like that Griffin is the attacker from Team SC release post known as the Delphox has been taken down. It's kind of good, but Blastoise is going to survive because yes, Blastoise is also coming in with hydro spin. He's trying his best to establish and approach and get some good KOs, and that's exactly what they're trying to get. Look at that, Chandelier has been taken down, I believe. But Delphox down. Keshav, that's interesting. That was a very good pick coming in. I thought for a second that indeed Griffin has got the advantage out of it, but seems like that thing I don't think so it's going to be easy because yes, the hindrance is there. And indeed, the Dojo could be the one which can actually go for the bottom lane goals. That's exactly
Level down again. SATUL Esports just killing the time. They're getting the kill. The Blastoise won't be sustaining this amount of damage, and this is SATUL Esports with a rain of scores. They have crossed the 500 limit without even securing the Rayquaza.
Oh man, that's kind of fun.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series. It has been one heck of a day, Raider. Again, quick introduction. My name is Lucifer. Joining me on the desk is going to be Raider. I was taken aback. Even though I was sitting on the back lines and watching it, I was myself taken aback because what a game. Best of the best teams here in India, one after another, are being eliminated or are fighting right at the edge. This is one hell of a roller coaster. Both mentally and emotionally, I'm unable to take it. I mean, from when we saw Team Griffin being eliminated out, right now seeing... oh wait, not Team Griffin. We weren't before that. True Rippers, then Team Griffin. Now seeing God's Reign. And even Revenant and SATL fighting for the last chance in the lower bracket final, Raider. Whereas FS Esports comfortably sitting in the grand finals. How did that happen?
They're just waiting. They're just chilling it out after beating Revenant Esports and pushing them down to the lower bracket finals. They're just waiting eagerly to see who is the opponent. Is it going to be the same story where they're once again going to face off against Revenant Esports, or is it going to be SATUL Esports becoming the new face for the grand finalists? I would love to see that. Indeed. But the thing is, there could be a reset coming in. I mean, if SATUL bags out the first grand final, the reset is going to come in, and then SATUL has to bag out another grand finals, another BO3 to be honest. Then only they will be able to be crowned as the champion of this particular regional playoffs. But in order to see that, we have to check out what happens in the lower bracket finals. Where SATUL and Revenant Esports are going to face off each other in a BO3 situation. This is again looking like a decider type of map coming in. But yes, I am excited. I am way too excited to see what happens now.
I agree with you. I am super duper excited as well, because finally we see a decider in a best of 3 of the entirety of the day. I was like, okay, we will see a lot more deciders coming in. It cannot be a clean sweep, but every team were intending on a clean sweep. God's Reign would also have done a clean sweep if not for SATUL pulling back into gear, resetting themselves. Right now, as you said, SATUL versus Revenant. Both the teams are second place teams in their respective qualifiers. In May it was SATUL, in April it was Revenant, and both of them right now fighting to become maybe the first or the second team, right, as they become the second grand finalist for the regional playoffs. Who is it going to be? Still to wait after this match. But before that, quickly talking about the data about SATUL before we jump into the game, and you can see their highest pick 2 Pokemons are Slowbro and Cliffable. That's the reason you can see their average damage taken and recovery are somewhere kind of on the higher side compared to the other teams.
Yep, I can clearly see that, but average damage result is also quite decent. 2,83,627 is going to be that, because Chandelier is also picked 50% of the time, and along with that 33% is the pick rate for the Delphox, along with like Lapras and also Nekroz. So yeah, I've seen Rex eventually interlocking that particular Pokemon which is known as Slowbro. Yeah, Rex usually loves to go with that. On the hindsight, if I talk about Revenant Esports, let's see what they have in their own corner, because their pick rate is also looking like the one which SATUL Esports had. They don't have the Revenant Esports pick rate, but yes, they have the Slowbro pick rate, and along with that 33% is the pick rate for the Delphox. So yeah, I've seen Rex eventually interlocking that particular Pokemon which is known as Slowbro. Yeah, Rex usually loves to go with that. On the hindsight, if I talk about Revenant Esports, let's see what they have in their own corner, because their pick rate is also looking like the one which SATUL Esports had. They don't have the attackers that much. They have got the Blastoise first of all with 67 pick rate along with Livable. Same goes for the Glaceon along with Slowbro as well. So we can clearly see that 60% pick rate is there for 4 Pokemons, and out of those 4 Pokemons, there is only one Pokemon that is the heavy hitter, and that is the Glaceon. Other than that, everybody is there as a tank or as a supporter for the team. Eldegoss on the other corner has got the 33% pick rate, and same goes for the Sylveon as well. Average recovery, that is 1,22,000. It's quite interesting to see how Revenant Esports is going to perform today, because indeed after losing against FS Esports, just like FS Esports, Revenant is also waiting pretty eagerly that which is that particular team that we have to face off. So yeah, after beating Goldstein, it is indeed Revenant Esports which is going to put up one hell of a show at this point. I would love to see how that happens, but for me, I really think that it is going to again go to the decider. But maybe a clean sweep also will come in.
It can. Because Revenant these days, as I did say when I saw their initial matchup as well, have been really good in terms of the final stretch fights. Let's jump into the draft pick of this lower bracket finals. Whether it's going to be Revenant or SATL Esports, this is the game to decide it all and to make do of who the second grand finals is going to be. Bans, I think, should come through, as we have seen, as you did also mention about the Slowbro. Rex picking up that Truebro has been causing a lot of problems, and Slowbro is one of the really good tankiest frontline defenders coming in as of now, so might be one thing. And there can be Lapras or Glaceon as well, because Revenant generally don't play those speedster roles a lot, especially in these metas right as of now after the recent patch. And I can see it is Glaceon, but on the other end, looking at the highest pick rates, Revenant decide SATL should not give or be having a chance to pick up a Cliffable, because if there is a Slowbro and a Cliffable at the same time, one is going to tank damage, another one is going to heal. But Snowy, right out of the gate, he's like, Chandelier is still there. If you've taken away Glaceon, they lock into it.
Yeah, there we go. Chandelier has been taken down, as you said, by SATL Esports. On the hindsight, we do have a Lapras coming in along with that. Okay, a Slowbro also coming in. That means Rex, you are going to be empty-handed with that Slowbro. I would love to see what Rex and Kyurem are going to pick. Yeah, SATL, let's see how they are going to revert with this kind of a meta that is there. Okay, a Delphox along with the Chandelier, that's interesting. Rex is going to go with the Eldegoss, that is the supporter for the team. Let's see what Crowley is going to pick at this point of it to go Swifty. If he gets the Hoopa, he can be actually quite chaotic.
As of now, as I've seen in terms of the composition that I'm able to see, it's just Revenant trying to separate or make sure SATL do not have their interested picks coming through. They have denied them the Slowbro. The Hoopa has also been taken away from them. They had to stick on to the Eldegoss, and I have always talked about it. From the time of India Opens, 50 picks up Hoopa, the game is going to change. Something to be watched out for. But on the last 2 picks on SATL's end, it's going to be a Trevenant as well as All Might coming in with Buzzball. And the last pick, Crowley. Is it going to be a Venusaur? Previously also teased us. It did come through, and yes, this time locks onto it with Sadao on the Dodrio. I did speak about it. There are very less number of times that we have seen where Revenant go for a speedster pick, and this time it was allowed, understanding that SATL will cause trouble, especially having 2 ranged attackers, right? They will make sure they keep oppressing or pushing the players of Revenant. They need a sneaky scorer, a scoring machine, and Sadao locks in this Dodrio. So let's see how this functions. Final preparation. Nobody seems to be changing any of their Pokemons, exchanging their hands. They're happy with the locks that they have made, the choices that they've made, and I'm looking forward to how Revenant make this work, because Revenant, they have only 1 ranged attacker, whereas double defender setup is going to be something that they have to heavily rely on. On the other end, looking at SATL, right, having 2 ranged attackers. In the recent days, we have especially seen, recent days, what I'm talking today itself, forget about the recent days. The Fire Spin and Fire Blast, recent matches coming in have been the OP moves that every player has been picking. Yes, there is the Flame Charge as well as Mystical Fire coming through as well at certain times, but those games have not been successful. The Fire Spin games, Raider, have been successful, and I still feel like Delphox coming in with the pick on SATL's end will carry the same moveset. As we jump into the game of this lower bracket finals round 1.
Alright, let's have a start at this point, and this is indeed, as you said, Lucifer, that lower brackets finals and game 1 is already getting initiated. So yes, quite a few Pokemon are going to push forward on top lane, few of them are going to go in the bottom lane so that they can level up as fast as possible. Dodo, look at him, already at level 3, trying to actually go ahead and steal some goals as well. Buzzball on the other corner, that's All Might, also with the level 3 advantage in his favor. Lapras is going to be the one which is going to concern with, is actually going to go ahead and secure 2 goals. Again, SATL performing the way they usually do, and they usually did against both the teams that they were able to beat in the initial particular matchup. But yes, SNL once again wants to go a bit aggressive and also secure some good goals so that they can level up as fast as possible. You can clearly see there is already a Pokemon with level 4. On the high side, Dodo is going to be that one for the team known as Revenant Esports. But Revenant Esports is one of those teams which is known to set up a score which is just uncanny, I believe. So yeah, things like that can actually happen in the later stages.
Heavy hitters is what they're known for.
Yeah.
Right as now, Revenant, yes, have concentrated on getting the wild Pokemons for themselves, having better levels, but level 5 Snowy Chandelier, level 5 All Might Buzzwall is going to cause trouble. Look at that, immediately as soon as they dump, the Dodrio decides to just walk back, and then the overheat coming through, causing trouble. Top paths, not great for Revenant as of now. We do have a quick pause. We should be jumping back in the game again. Early stages of the game, nothing to be worried about, nothing gone out from hands. I hope anything that is there, they corrected, but you can see, right, how much of concentration both the teams are putting into this game, understanding that one or the other player will look forward to a level differentiation that they might create, Raider. And once there is a level differentiation, right, that player or that Pokemon will jump and initiate the fights, or maybe ask his teammates to initiate the fight and make sure hit that last deadly blow to get that KO. And I think that's what teams need to kind of keep an eye out for, and SATL are doing that. They have 2 players of level 5 already pushing out of the top path, whereas that Dodrio, who was thinking maybe I can get to level 6 and then immediately go for a score, had to just run back to the goal zone.
I mean, yeah, I guess we did saw Revenant Esports using the Hoopa also and its peak, because yes, they were getting attached, they were getting damaged a lot due to that Hoopa. They were able to TP back to the base and also go ahead and maybe change some directions and then eventually fight back as well. But after that, we do have a pause at this point. So yes, things might change after that particular pause gets lifted. Maybe Revenant Esports is going to sit back and eventually figure out how that attacking formation from SATL is going to get reverted. Because yes, as you said, they don't have the heavy hitters right now. But yes, the game is going to get switched pretty much soon. I would love to see how they're going to perform in this particular one. 8 minutes and 40 seconds, that's all we have at this point. Pretty soon after, I guess, 1.5 minutes, we will be having our first Regis, and I'm actually excited about that as well. But before that happens, the level buffs, that's what we are actually eager to watch. Let's see which team is going to have the particular level buffs.
The only thing I'm worried for Revenant is making sure their front line is strong. And look at this, with the front line, they're pushing up, and the last deadly blow with that Dodrio is what they tried for. Hyperspace hold saves all 3 players on the top path. It's only Hoopa who makes an exit. Oh wait, Lapras also makes an exit back again. But Dodrio on the other end, as you said, switches lane, switches direction. Again a hyperspace hole coming in. All Might trying to survive. Had an eject, will run away from the opponent again. And as we hit a quick pause again. Early game here, Raider, no kind of momentum gone away from each other. They're just having a little bit of tussles, trying to get those initial scores, but at least you saw the bottom path, right? There is that Slowbro who's already evolved and trying to push already with his teammates and also getting the scores done. So right as now, the front line understanding they have a double defender composition. Until and unless their front line function on Revenant's end, the back line will not work out. Whereas on the other end, until and unless the front line start doing some heavy damage, the front line cannot do anything on SATL's end. So it's very reliant on one end backline attackers from SATL and another end from front line coming in from none other than hopefully Revenant. They do something better. So right now, top path from little bit of SATL and Revenant both going head to head, but bottom path, it is Revenant right now pushing players back, and especially Crowley also sitting there, Raider. We'll jump back into the game and we'll see what is happening. Might still survive, nothing to be worried. He takes that wild Pokemon, drags it in the goal zone, and he says, no, nobody is getting any Eos energy from that. And now, as we are already at the 8-minute mark, you could see the Altaria and Swablu also spawn at the center, but before we could glimpse there, all of them were taken away. Swifty hiding in the tall grasses, Might catches him, drags him inside, and his teammate helps with the overhit along with the Eldegoss as well. The first KO being found to open up the top goal zone, but look at that, Sadao comes in, but that's where the cooldown which was there on Might, it recovered and he got his moveset back, smacks them again one after another, and Crowley, he's also about to go down. Yes, a 2 KO streak coming in from All Might. The Almighty, and he's making all the players from Revenant to go down. He takes the Lapras and he picks it up like it's nothing. First with a superpower, then with a smackdown, and that's a KO.
He's just picking
Hello,
up the Pokemon.
Mike?
Oh, another one. Look at him go.
God.
And I believe Hoopa is not going to survive for sure. Yeah, the KO comes in. This time it was the Eldegoss getting the last pick out of it. But yeah, man, Buzzwole, All Might, he's just putting up a lot of pressure onto the players, like from Revenant Esports' perspective. Lapras still stuck at level 6. I would
He
love to see
picked
how
up
he's
the
going to evolve
Lapras
pretty
like
soon.
it was a kite.
Yeah, exactly. And just gave a smackdown with that. Lapras was already low in his SP and got KO'd. On the bottom lane, we do have anticipation coming in from both the teams, and they're trying to figure out how they can melt the Registine and also still be unscathed at the same time. Revenant Esports, yes, they're getting punched up quite a bit, but the Delphox Fire Spin might just be the one which can easily put full stop on Revenant's particular pressure.
Registeel was about to be captured or KO'd, and in the meantime, many players from Revenant started pushing up, so they let the Registeel reset. But with the last hit, Badshah secures it. The Slowbro did try, but he gets punished, and then Crowley gets punished to be a follow-up. And now the bottom goal zone, completely in control, will be destroyed, and the tier 2 will be opened. Swifty, not too sure what his intention was, but with the Phantom Force, will try to run away. But Snowy with his overheat is not letting them. Already at level 10 is what Snowy is sitting. Might also on that Buzzwole is sitting at level 10. Whereas on the other end, there are Pokemon which are still at level 8. This is again a 2-level difference that Revenant need to watch out for. If they don't, it's going to be troublesome. Snowy, one more wild Pokemon that he'll KO and he'll be at level 11. And there he goes.
11.
Red buff as well as level 11.
Oh man, at this point indeed Snowy is looking quite good, and eventually if we talk about SC release first, Snowy is that X factor which has helped this team getting a lot more KOs. Solar Beam also coming in. Crowley is definitely trying his level best to go ahead and get the advantage. Hoopa still stuck at level 8, same goes for the Slowbro, but yes, now the focus gets shifted to the Regieleki. They want to get the 6th ally for the team, but on the hindsight look, it's 50 and the other guys, they are also waiting for the right time. Oh, another punch in! Hoopa gets the Regieleki. That was amazing. Yeah. Lapras finds the Chandelier. With that, the advancements coming from Revenant's perspective is now looking good. But Buzzwole, he is that guy who just is unscapable at this point. He's just getting some points in his favor. Multiple KOs as well. Blizzard on the other corner wanted to go ahead and dump down those 35 AO synergy, which is again not that easy.
Even though they got the Regieleki, look at them. They were unable to do anything. Players are getting KO'd on the top path, and wow, a Trevenant also helping out All Might. I don't think Blizzard is going to survive. The last boink comes in and he goes boink to the base.
Again.
And Hoopa again being sent out. Ooh, with the Phantom Force barely escapes. Revenant with a Unite. Hoopa also out with a Unite. But I don't think there's any value. SATL are just peeling off. They understand, let it go, it's okay, it's fine. But a big solar beam to do a lot of damage. But Might, he's not stopping with that superpower. He's dragging them towards their goal zone. And there comes Snowy, finds one on Slowbro, looking forward to another. Crowley with the boing goes down. He does take Eldegoss, but it doesn't matter for SATL. Completely in control. Delphox was forced to use the Unite. But for, I would say, SATL, it doesn't matter. They'll be like, okay, our Unite did get used, not valuable, but we'll get the Unite back, we'll recharge it. I think he's also playing with the energy amplifier, nothing to be worried about.
I mean, yeah, SCTL have orchestrated the fight quite well. They are punching back the players, they are getting their domination at this point. And indeed, look at the level buffs, that is actually kind of huge. Every other guy from a team SN release is about at level 11 or level 12. Yes, the only one like this supporter is stuck at level 10, which is not going to be that much important to be honest at this moment. Swifty on the other corner goes and secures some goals. While SATL is a bit more concerned with the KOs, Revenant Esports is trying to sneak up on and eventually get the goals done. That is the kind of anticipation they're coming up with. Regirock is now going to get captured by the Chandelier for the team SATL Esports with that advantage. They can actually punch back a lot, but let's see what happens. Buzzwole once again keeps back to the base. He knows he has to have the control of the top lane, and that's exactly what Buzzwole is going to do. But as you said, Slowbro has been taken down. With that, Revenant Esports again is sitting back at this point. I would love to see how this purple buff is going to be advantageous for the guy. Delphox, Blizzard is just eagerly waiting. He knows there could be a punching back situation coming in, but Trevenant is there to safeguard that goal zone. Hacker Force has also been activated. So yeah, the fights are working out for both Revenant and SATL Esports in their own fashion.
Hoopa still was trying to go for a steal. They badly want to destroy this bottom goal zone and they will finally do it. Dodrio trying to do some damage is doing it, but level 12 and level 11, they're very close by, and therefore you can see not a lot of damage, and especially that wood hammer is going to stun him, so he cannot constantly keep making his moves and try to find value. As of now, even though Revenant are unable, like, it's not even seeming like they have any control in any one of the fights. they have constantly kept that score ongoing. That's the reason we don't see a heavy difference between the goals, 197 to 147. But 6 seconds on the clock, it's time for the boss Pokemon, the legendary pit, to be activated. Rayquaza. Let it respawn and there will be a fight.
Yeah.
Who gets it? Rex checks the tall grasses, but he does see with his open eyes that the Slowbro is just walking around the tall grasses. Nothing of value. Revenant waiting and buying time for themselves. Sadao on the Dodrio went to go for a score, but Snowy was keeping a check on that. Buzzwell is having a fight with Lapras. I'll not go far. Both of them will peel off from it. No value or no KO as of now. It's very early of a fight. In the meantime, let's hope Revenant have something. Fire Spin chasing the Slowbro. He gets caught. Because he's a Slowbro, he's able to tank up the damage. Uses Amnesia, heals himself, but the Lapras goes for a score, gets the 46 scored, now has to run away and will be able to run away. Again, as I said, both of them are full on health, so that battle will not go anywhere. It'll just go back and forth. But the fight has been initiated. Slow beam on Snowy. Can this fight be valuable? Crowley also used his Unite, but they all got pushed back because of the Trevenant, and this is going out of their hands. Sadao also very low. Lapras is also low. Lapras trying to do something with the slow beam, but look at All Might dragging them inside. The fire spin. He's trying to hold it off. This last fire spin might take down the Lapras, and it does. Sadao in the meantime trying to go for this big score. Does get close to 80 dunked, but is it going to be enough? 90 dunked. My bad. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Look at SATL. They're finding KOs one after another. Now it's only Crowley and Sadao breathing. Slowbro does find one before going out. But look at Sadao and especially Crowley. 1 HP chase. The Trevenant is chasing him. But the Solar Beam, last hit, it might be safe. Trevenant is looking left and right over the edge. But the last hit, no, there is going to be none. Dodrio as well as Stride. And it is going to be a secure as Trevenant also takes down Crowley. SATL seal this first game, or do they? There's 16 seconds on the clock. They're still lagging behind. Do they destroy the shields? One shield has been destroyed. Have they destroyed another shield? I've still not seen the score coming through. Finally 100 gets scored, and I think this does confirm that SATL will be able to win, and also another 100. This pushes the score to 300, and SATL, oh my god, right at the edge of the game, get this victory, the first victory. Otherwise Revenant could have taken it away.
I mean, see, Revenant had figured out that yes, SATL is looking good when they are getting the KOs and stuff like that, so we should actually go for the goal zones. And that's exactly what Revenant was trying to do. They had 293 scores in their favor. All of a sudden, if the Rayquaza advantage would have not been in the favor of SATL esports, then I guess it would have been Revenant's victory. But yes, at this point, victorious is the one known as SATL. Rex, the Trevenant, despite of not getting that much KO, but he is actually quite good when it comes to the goals zone. The goals that he was able to dunk down, 166 to be precise. The highest amount of KOs that was coming in from Mike's perspective was absolutely amazing. Although he was not that fruitful when it comes to the goaling down scenario, same goes for Kyurem as well. But still, look at it. 10 amazing KOs from All Might's perspective, and not just that, 5 more assists coming in. Blizzard on the hindsight was the most fruitful guy for the team known as Revenant Esports, all thanks to his goaling scenario and stuff like that. But at the end, I would love to add on that there was not a lot of KOs. Look at that. In 10 minutes, they were able to have just 5 KOs. That means not even an average of 1 KO in a minute.
On a whole, 5 KO as a team is nothing. All Might has 10, Rex has 5 as a defender. So, brilliant game that we saw, and especially All Might being activated so early, right? I think Revenant, it was just overextension in the early game, thinking that maybe the damage will not work out. But I think Might played really well. He stacked up in the early game, and that's the reason it worked out. Having an attack weight and then stacking is very crucial. He made sure that happened in the early game. And that's the reason whenever he was able to catch somebody, right, the damage was even more effective. Might be by minute mark, but that minute mark was enough to find KO, and that is the reason Blizzard couldn't find any value in the end game. And you saw Blizzard was having the intention to score on the top path. He was isolated from his team. Sadao having the intention to score on the tier 2 bottom path, separated from his team. That's the reason SATL decided we'll jump on the other players of Revenant, and they found all the chaos. Crowley tried to survive till the last, but it was not enough. His position was compromised. Trevenant was chasing him. Couldn't even use his solar beam properly for that last final hit snatch away. As you can see, the scoreline clearly states Revenant took a leap in the final stretch because of their extending goals, and that extending goals itself proved fatal for none other than Revenant for this loss.
I mean, yeah, exactly. At that point, those two guys which were trying to extend and go ahead and get the goals done, they should have actually been close to their teammates and eventually score some good KOs. And if that would happen, maybe SATL Esports could have been pushed forward and eventually the Nekroz advantage could have not fallen in the hands of SATL Esports. But at the end, those are the speculations that we are talking about. And the reality is that SATL Esports was quite dramatic in the end, and they were able to get a lot of advantage out of the particular fight. They were able to get the KOs and stuff like that. But I was way too impressed to see this guy known as All Might, the Buzzwall, thumping down the players, picking them up with the smackdown.
Look at that!
It was so impressive.
Made it seem like Lapras is nothing.
Exactly.
Everybody knows Lapras is one hell of a tank. It's very difficult to make do of something about it. And he's like picking them up and throwing them down, thumping them down, breaking the floor with those players, making sure the steal doesn't happen. Even though when the steal happened, they found no value because All Might was catching those players, knocking them out one after another, and then scoring on top of it. What will you do? How can you stop that person? And on him, he had no Comfy or something where they had constant healing. The LD was also at many a times was not near All Might. All Might was just making the best advantage of the movesets that were there, and while the opponent was about to make a move, right, he was catching them. And things just fell apart. That's all I can say. Look at this. 50 again came for another steal, but this time it did not work out. This is a game I talked about. Blizzard came through trying to fight it out. As soon as Blizzard fell, understanding that Zadao is concentrating on scoring, they caught everybody, and especially when Zshal fell, right? The slow bro, that opened up the backline even further, and that's the reason easily we saw SATL taking control of this. But if SATL did not get control in the early game, right, this could have immediately cascaded in the favor of none other than Revenant, because Revenant in the early stages, like that 8-minute we were seeing, right, or if you would turn it around and you say 2-minute, 3-minute mark, it was them having control of initial scores, pushing them, especially on the bottom path. But it was Might who evolved, and then getting assistance from Snowy from the backlines. That just...
They waited for the right time period, I guess.
Yeah,
I mean, they were trying their level best to get the right fights in their favor. But now, moving forward to the info card, we'll have an idea of particular players coming from SATL Esports. And as I said, Rex every now and then chooses the slow bro, but eventually in this particular matchup, you guys remember Revenant chose the slow bro, which was again not that fruitful for the team Revenant. So I guess SATL Rex might actually get it back in the next particular game number 2. Average damage dealt from this particular guy is going to be 30,333. That is again 14% for the team. And if we talk about Revenant's perspective, the guy known as Blizzard is every now and then picking the defenders. He has Blastoise and Lapras as is one of those favorite picks, and that is why he has got a lot of average damage taken, and also the recovery is kind of decent, which is again a good thing. These are not just the defender, they are also quite a good heavy hitter. Like if we talk about the Hydro type one coming in from Blastoise and the Water Pulse coming from Lapras, it was absolutely impressive as well. I would love to see how Blizzard is going to use these two Pokemons particularly, or either one of those particular Pokemons in the next particular game, because as we know, now Revenant is maybe about to get eliminated from this particular situation, because SATL is already having an upper hand in the PO3, and if that capitalization, that momentum that from the start of this particular day SATL is having, if that momentum is still going to be sustaining in that particular SATL's meta, then I believe Remnant will have a tough time securing the game number 2. But if game number 2 is there in their favor, and we will actually go to the decider, which is again going to be quite exciting and thrilling, to be precise.
It has been thrilling throughout the entirety of this World Championship Series, Indian regional playoffs. Not too sure how further it will go as of now, Raider. As you rightly said, we might rightly see a decider. Revenant do not want to get eliminated. SATL do not want to get eliminated. Both of them want to go to Japan, but both of them know it is a tough journey. And especially how SATL have been playing games, they might be able to. Let's jump into the draft of the second matchup of the best of 3. Can they close it in their favor? As you said, SATL do already have the series point. They just need to get one final game under control. And SATL are a team which works on momentum. Every other team, they work, how would I put it, in terms of countering the opponent. But SATL, once they get that momentum, right, that's the reason we used to call SATL the team of reverse sweeps. In case they lose the first game, get that second game, they immediately close it on the third. There's no chance that the other team has. But now the ban timer is ending. Going to see the bans. It's going to be a Glaceon and a Cliffable ban coming in from Revenant, making sure that SATL do not have an AoE healing on the Moonlight coming in, as well as maybe Gravity. because maybe they might intend on picking up a speedster again. Revenant, what is their first choice? There is the Lapras also available. Blizzard, he quickly locks onto it.
Lapras has been picked off. I would love to see Slowbro. Yeah, there we go. Slowbro is coming in from Nexus perspective.
Look for anything else.
He's not even miss a breath for that. Yeah,
He's like,
Chandler
Lapras
coming in from Snowy's perspective. Yeah.
Pick Slowbro.
Okay, I'll go for Slowbro. That's good. Yeah, now Zisol and Sadao. These are the two guys who are going to pick up the next two Pokemons to be precise. Okay, Swifty coming up with the Eldegoss and a Trevenant. Now things can change. Revenant is actually quite good when they have the Trevenant. I guess that is rhyming, but yeah. Might and Badsha, both of them are also there trying to pick up the Pokemons. Might actually can go for the Wurzball once again because he impressed us a lot. But this time, he decides to go another way.
Now see, again, playing the same type of Pokemons, it can cause a little bit of trouble. So, we will see and wait. But as of now, the Delphox as well as Chandelier is still in favor of SHL. So now, as they did think about it, they want a speedster, so they bring in Zoroark this time. Crowley is still sticking on to none other than Venusaur. Not too sure what this intention is. Not very effective it was. The Venusaur evolved very late into the game, because of which not effective solar beams were being seen. But let's wait and watch. Last player here in question, All Might, picks up the Buzzwole. Previously there was just one small minute change. That was Rex was denied a Slowbro, so he had to pick up a different Pokemon. And on the other end, Kyurem, he played the game. Right now you see, he has moved into a Blissey. I still feel like this game is in control for none other than SHL. Their backline seems good. The front line is doing the damage, and Kyurem, he will be annoying them with the egg bombs coming through. Whereas on the other end, Swifty, even though they had the Hoopa, even though they got the steals, it was not enough.
Let's see how SHL is going to completely finalize the deal and eventually become the grand finalist and fight against FS Esports, or it is going to be Revenant Esports which is going to get the second chance, as a decider might actually come in if they bag out the game number 2 of this lower bracket finale. It is quite interesting. I mean, the goosebumps are already coming in because the kind of fight that is there between these two teams is really amazing. We do have a double attacker approach coming in from SHL's perspective once again. That kind of approach might just help them. Shadow and a Delphox, which was again the kind of meta that SHL was trying to explore throughout the day. And on the hindsight, if we talk about Revenant, they have got their Lapras, they've got their Trevenant. And Trevenant being in the hands of Revenant Esports, I think maybe that can be the asset which may boost up the performance from Revenant's perspective. But all in all, not even a single Pokemon can actually help them, because yes, it was Buzzwole which was quite good in SHL's perspective, but still SHL had a very tough time conquering the previous matchup. Reason being, the other guys were not that fruitful, to be honest. They were unable to just gel with each other. But yeah, at the end, we are going to move forward to the lower bracket finals, game number 2. So let's leave the game number 1 at the back end. Yes, we have to remember that game number 1 is in the hands of SHL, but now it's all about game number 2. This is the major game that we have to look into it, and this 10-minute marker is going to be very crucial for Revenant Esports and their fans.
Picking up a Zoroark might be a good choice. Does a lot of damage, causes a lot of trouble. Might wanted to get his early stacks, but now he's stuck. He's trying to run away with the the Whirlpool coming in. He's making sure Might does not get any early game advantage. And Lapras himself goes in for the score. Blizzard along with him, the Gossifleur, not yet evolved, will also get the stack coming through. And right now they're just annoying Kyurem. Get another 5 dunked in. Kyurem finally has to retreat back to the Flux, get that Citrus Berry and go back. In the meantime, they will again look forward to get that Eos energy stolen away, and they do rightly so. Might, he just tried to swoop out, and there's the player. Then Sadao coming in, already exiting the mid path. Damage being done with the punches. But will Sadao run away? No, he'll not. He'll make sure that the wild Pokemon which is there is taken away. Altaria and Swablu is going to be there, and SHL are nowhere close to it. They get nada. Not even a single wild Pokemon or an Eos energy on the top path.
So this time it's Revenant which is trying to set up the control at this point. I would love to see how far they're going to go at this moment. And yes, the only thing that might actually stop them getting this particular game, that is SHL Esports and their own meta. Look at those. Crowley is also coming up with some good attacking formation. Let's see how far that actually helps them. But SHL is now finally going to equalize, not just equalize, create a buffer against Revenant Esports. So yeah, the heavy hitters is going to be there. Well, Shiny has been picked up. That's the side to watch. Along with that, Blissey also gets taken down. what is happening to Might? Why are you that vulnerable? But I believe he's just waiting for the leveling up
He did
scenario.
not get his stack. That's the reason he's feeling weak right now. And he's unable to get any Aeos energy because the overextension that Revenant are doing. They went to SATL's mid path. They went to their red buff. And there they took down 2 players. Not just 1, 2. Revenant have a good start in the early game. But SATL still have control in terms of the goals. We'll wait and watch. We are about to get to that 7-minute mark where the Regis will spawn. Crowley also looking forward to evolving very early because previously it was a very late evolution. Right now he's already an Ivysaur. Before 5 minutes, if he evolves to the Venusaur, it is going to be a good game for Revenant. Otherwise, this game might also be lost. Zishal wanted to check the tall grasses. Fell a little bit short with his wood hammer. Nice fire spin coming in. Does take away a lot of the Aeos energy. But in the meantime, Zoroark, does he stop? No, he takes down All Might on the top path. Now they're trying to push back the other players from SATL. They might also go for a score. Kyurem is scored. And there's nothing he could do. He gets taken down and now they're going to destroy the goal zone. Oh wait, they actually do not. Are they? They do finally.
Now it is going to be. Yeah.
They were thinking, let's stack up more. Then as soon as they saw Might, they're like, let's destroy. Let's not give them any chance of moving up close to the Regieleki. Now the Regice is spawned on the bottom. SHL trying to take it away even before Revenant players are here. Zishal trying and buying time as much as possible. Finally goes down. Regice is surviving with 30% of its health. Fire spin chasing Zoroark and a solar beam to secure from Crowley. This is what they need. Kyurem again goes down. No healing of any sorts that SATL have seen till now. Slowbro barely surviving. They're chasing him. And yes, the sludge bomb takes him away. It's Noe's turn now. Trying to run away. He does safely make himself into the goal zone. But the Unite coming in. Oh, it misses. But nonetheless, they're not letting go of the bottom goal zone. They want to destroy it. The Unite being used from the Delphox, trying to push them away. And yes, it works out. Lapras is now caught in the opponent's flux zone. But it is a tank. They're all jumping on him. And I think finally the Lapras will go down. Revenant, a little bit of an overextension, not even looking at how their opponents are positioned or do they have Unites enabled. And with that mistake that they've made, they've given SATL the chance to push to the bottom goal zone, get closer to equalizing the score. But the Zoroark is swooping in. Kyurem again looking in trouble. There is the Delphox which can help, but the big solar beam again coming in. Badsha, the savior, Bliss assistance comes through. Kyurem also saves himself by using the Unite, but now Zishal, he's stuck. Fire spin chasing him. If the Fire Blast misses, yes. So I think Zishal should be saving and surviving. Nothing to be worried about. And he's going to the blue buff as well. As of now, Revenant have been able to retaliate, but not a lot. As you can see, 109 to 108. Meantime, Might finds and punishes a player now. 109 to 109. Even Steven on the goals. Kyurem overextension, gets punished on the blue buff. In the meantime, Zoroark had to retreat. Health not great. He knew he couldn't fight with All Might. Level 10 versus level 10. If he was level 10 and Might was level 8, could have been a different story.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if the level buff is of level 2 levels to be precise, then eventually the thing could have been a bit more comfortable for the guy. Blizzard now at level 10 is a very good tank for the team known as Revenant Esports. I would love to see how far this anticipation is going to go because look at the scorecard. 109 to 109. It's pretty much similar, but not when it comes to the best of 3. At that point, SATL Esports is still leading the charge. They are still feeling that kind of humping momentum in their favor. But let's see how far the situation goes on. Okay, once again, Revenant was on the brink of getting extinct, but still he fights back, still he's back in the scene. And the solar beam coming into the play, that Venusaur was unable to be that fruitful, but already Swablu once again it gets concerned. And this time again, it's Revenant Esports getting this huge chunk out of that Aeos energy. Let's see how far the situation is going to help them. Again, Slowbro getting damaged a lot, but still surviving at the end, and that's the best part. 4 minutes are now left. Reggie will be coming in. Regieleki is already there on the top.
Nice Unite.
On the Reggie Dog's perspective, that is coming in. Delphox finds another one. That is going to be the Trevenant who has been picked off. But Zoroark this time does what Buzzwole was doing.
Oh, again a steal on the Reggie. And Zoroark is swooping in. He finds one on Kyurem. Now they're chasing Badsha. The Fire Spin is going to be there. Fire Blast does the damage, but he's not going to survive. Gets KO'd. In the meantime, Might does find Lapras. But look at that. Might is also not looking that good. There's the big solar beam. And the last hit of a boink coming in on the wood hammer from none other than a Trevenant. SATL, a good push, a good fight to take the Reggie, but all gone in vain. Unite being committed from the Zoroark, doesn't find a lot of value, but he's chasing the players. Snowy with his overheat has been very fruitful. It's burning the players and then the Imprison to stop them from using any kind of moves. Revenant take away the lead again, but with just a score of 40, which the Zoroark did before getting the Reggie. Curem again stuck Fire Spin, trying to save him. Yes, it does. As well as the Trevenant backs off along with Zoroark. Now everybody should switch their eyes to the top path. Lapras is already there. Not too sure what Lapras is doing. Extended to the goal zone of tier 2 of SATL, and now it's just backing off as of now. Blizzard, he needs to be smart, and finally he calls in Zoroark to take the Reggie Aliki. Might is moving into the center and from there going to the bottom to get this bottom goal zone destroyed on Revenants, and at least one of the goal zone, if they're able to destroy, they'll be more than happy. But in the meantime, look at this, top objective will be taken away without any trouble. Last hit, and Sadao is at level 14 on that Zoroark. Might still trying to do damage, pushing them to their own flux zone, takes out Trevenant, and I think finally SATL should be able to score a big 40 and destroy the goal zone. And yes, with that, they take away the lead, 157 to 169. But look at that Revenant, they score, there is a chance of scoring 100, and Zoroark is waiting to score that 100. He's hiding in the tall grasses. As soon as we hit 2 minutes, he's going to jump to that 100 score.
And I guess Cecily does not have the slightest idea at this point. Yeah, there we go.
There's the 100.
100 is going to be there. That's it. 269 against 157. That means there is a buffer of more than 100 points right now. SATL Esports is going to have tough time equalizing that. But at this point, Solar Beams come into the play. Rex walked straight into it. But still is going to survive at this point. Trevenant and the Nekroz is working hand in hand at this point. Let's see how far they're going to go. Some more takedowns are going to be there. But Delphox...
Early slow beam on
that's
Unite.
That's sad.
Slowbro shouldn't have done that, but look at this, they're chasing Crowley. All Might, he is getting suppressed. The boings are too good right now. The sludge bomb also coming through, and finally the 1 KO. Snowy is gone down. They do take down Crowley as well. 1 for a 1 exchange. Oh wait, it's not 1 for a 1. It's 3 of them who are already down from SATL. This I did not look at, and it's only All Might right now. Slowbro is back into the game. But in the meantime, there are 4 players surviving on Revenant's end, and Revenant know that they have a lead in the score. They don't even need to start the Rayquaza. They have to just waste time as much as possible. Zoroark finds Curem as well. Make it more players from SATL falling apart, and finally Zoroark goes down. Unite being wasted, that too not on the Rayquaza or the legendary pit. It was away from it. They're trying to chase and find a KO on the Lapras. Lapras with the bubble beam might find one on Snowy, but the overheat doing the damage, and the Lapras immediately runs away. The water pulse coming in to annoy them, and yes, he safely makes it back. In the meantime, Zoroark still has a big cooldown, but might look at this, grabbing onto Zishal, punishing him one after another, but understands that he is on a reset, and that's a defender. Until and unless he gets assistance from his teammates, he'll not be able to do. Crowley is back into the game. Big solar beam. Rex, if he goes down, this is all out for it. But SATL, they're jumping already into the legendary pit here, Raider. Not too sure where it's going. Might grabbing this Lapras, not letting it do anything. Superpower as well as brilliant use of moves coming through.
Delphox!
And SATL, get it. Delphox secures 10 seconds on the clock. Just 100 difference in score. The 101 comes to. This is the second 100. There's nobody to stop it. And SATL, out of the hindsight, get this last second score to seal the deal as they became the second team into the grand finals and eliminate Revenant Esports. I'm not even going to look at the score. They make it happen. That 200 sealed the deal for them. If it was only 100, Raider, it would have been SATL who had to go to the decider. Might, I think, kudos to Might. The way he made sure Blizzard never got close to the goal zone and everybody else was jumping on the goal legendary pit. Man, what a game we just witnessed. SATL. All of a sudden, it did feel like SATL were like maybe out of it. We would have to go to the decider, Raider.
Indeed, indeed. I also felt like that SATL Esports is not going to make their way to the grand finals that easily. They might actually go for the decider, but the thing is, they were stuck at 157 points. And as you said, those 200 points in the last final stretch in last, I believe, 10 seconds was absolutely fruitful for the team. So yeah, I'm absolutely in love with this team particularly. And yes, they are truly the comeback kings at this point. I would love to add on, because Revenant Esports, unfortunately, they're going to go home. On the hindsight, SATL Esports, they are going to face off FS Esports, which is still now just lurking in the shadow, just trying to wait and trying to figure out who is their opponent. And they have got their opponent. Yes, SATL Esports was able to bag out the victory, but the lead is not that much. So that might be the thing where FS Esports can exploit it. But yes, at this point, currently, if I talk about the current scenario, Revenant Esports, they tried everything that is there, that was there from the possible ends. They were orchestrating the fight from the start. Look at this graph. From the start, they had the advantage.
They're
38 points, first of
fantastic
all, they were
game.
able to get. Yeah, I mean, initially they had the advantage. They were getting the Regis as well, if you guys remember.
Yes.
But still, at the end, Rayquaza. Wow.
Crowley was on point. Sada was just brilliant on that Zora arc. What else do you want? Blizzard, he was making sure they had no chances. And Trevenant, man, come on. The Wood Hammers were just so good. On point. Players were running away from the Wood Hammer. But SATL, they never lost hope. They were always pushing on other directions when they understood that Revenant are playing for objective. Especially when Revenant went for the top objective, right? That's when SATL pushed to the bottom goal zone and got it destroyed. And this is one thing that I always say. When you have all your goal zones, right, on bottom and top, all your tires still there, tier 1, tier 2, and then your base goal zone, it is one side boon, another side a curse. If you lose the legendary pit fight, it gives an easy chance for players to run to the top path or the bottom path and get that first 100 scored. As soon as they score the 100, the other one is in the flux zone, right? Players will not jump there. Player will push to the tier 1 goal zone. And by the time they push and that gets destroyed, tier 2 also gets scored in. There is no way of stopping it. Unfortunate. But SHL, they kept their game going. I think couple of overextensions coming in from Revenant, as you saw here. Lapras, it's not necessary. Missed the Unite. After missing the Unite, could have backed off. But again, these steals coming in was just phenomenal from Crowley. He was on point. Did talk about it. He had to be a Venusaur around the 5-minute mark, and this time he made sure he was that.
Those solar beams were absolutely quite
Oh, yes.
to be honest, for SATL Esports to deal with. And not just that, I believe Trevenant, those hammers, absolutely amazing. I mean, there were quite a few stances where Revenant Esports proved quite fruitful, but at the end, as we remember, like after the 30-second marker was hit in the final stretch, SATL decided that complete control of that legendary pit should be there from the corner, and that's exactly what they did.
At a point in this final stretch, there were only 2 players from SATL surviving.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, the entire team is respawned. And Revenant make the mistake of overextend. And you saw, Blizzard activated his Unite, but the game was already gone out of hands. This is your final bracket as of now. Grand finals. FS Esports versus SATL. Both the teams go to Japan. But there is still an advantage here. One is going to be the cash prize of 15,000 USD for the champions team here in the grand finals. And also an all-out expense-paid trip to Japan as they represent India on the global stage to fight for a world's trophy. The first team has a lot of things that they can walk away with. Revenant, unfortunate. They were the team which was there in the upper bracket finals, lost against FS, so they were looking forward to the Revenge Raider. But what happened? They were unable to compose themselves in the first game. Second game, I think they thought a little bit too early that they have the control of the game. They're winning it. And I think having that winning factor in their mind already caused this trouble. And they lost.
Yeah, I mean, the small slip-off in this legendary pit. That's all. That's all SATL wanted, and that's all that SATL got. Eventually, I remember, if I'm not wrong, Buzzwall was the one which was able to just completely push back the Lapras on the top lane goal zone, because he knew Lapras could be the X factor where Revenant might actually get the advantage of not even able to maybe steal the Rayquaza or also deny the fact that SATL is trying to get the Rayquaza in their favor. But yes, Buzzwall and their teammates, they were absolutely on point. They knew what they had to do, and they were able to just execute it quite fruitfully. And at the end, yes, SATL is going to face off FS Esports on the back end. But yes, again, I would love to add on that SATL was not able to win this particular low bracket finale with a huge margin. So that is the one miracle thing that maybe FS Esports is going to exploit in the grand finals. And if that happens, it will be absolutely mesmerizing to watch out as well.
Raider, this tournament by far has been the most upsetting for a lot of teams. Imagine Final Evolution beat SATL. SATL get pushed to the lower bracket. Final Evolution looked like a probable contender. FS Esports beat Final Evolution. They move ahead. Final Evolution go to the lower bracket and get eliminated. On the other end, Team Liquid get eliminated in the lower bracket. True Rippers get eliminated. Team Griffin eliminated. Last but not the least, Revenant, which were in the upper bracket final, they get eliminated in the lower bracket final. I was not prepared. SATL survived. They've brought themselves after a big long journey that they've had today. Upper bracket round 2. From there on, they've been playing from the lower bracket. It has been a long day for them, continuously playing. They're showing a composure which has never been seen. And now if they're able to push FS Esports to a grand final reset, my minds are going to be blown. I cannot... I'm wearing blazer. I'm pretty sure viewers cannot see the goosebumps. I have full goosebumps still here. I am unable to believe that we are seeing such an upsetting up and down roller coaster of a tournament, that every team is having trouble. Every team at the last second, at the last minute, it's kind of going up and down. You saw last 10 seconds in the previous game, I think, where Revenant played, right? It was almost at the last second, FS Esports clutched it out and got themselves that Rayquaza and got those goals dunked, whereas Revenant thought that they had won the game. Unbelievable. And right now, congratulations again. I would want to do that. I think I did not say this because we are so much right now overpowered by the games that we have witnessed. Congratulations FS Esports as well as SATL Esports for making it to Japan and calling yourselves the best two Indian teams. It's still a long road ahead. Still need to become a champion here in the Indian region. Who is it going to be? Very soon it's going to be unveiled in this grand final. This best of 3 can become a best of 6, but it's in the hand of SATL.
See, the thing is, like, SATL Esports was performing from the start of this particular day. No doubt they were actually pushed down to the lower bracket, and eventually in the lower bracket they played, I believe, 3 to 4 best of 3s, and due to this kind of performance they have already got a lot of momentum burst. As you said, 4 best of 3s to be honest, and now they're going to fight their another 5th or 6th best of 3 as well. If they're actually able to reset it, that would be absolutely amazing. On the hindsight, FS Esports had plenty of time to re-strategize and think and eventually get the idea how SATL is going to perform, how SATL, what kind of strategies SATL can actually build against FS Esports. But yes, all in all, I believe SATL is also pretty much ready with that, because they were performing in the past 4 BO3s. They have got that momentum, and if that momentum gets stressed in the grand finals as well, we might see them as the champion. We might see them going to Yokohama with all expenses paid by the game, and eventually, yes, I'm looking forward to see how all of that happens, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm right now just too excited of what's going to happen in the grand finals. Not too sure which end it functions here, Raider, whether it is in the favor of SATL or not. Let's go into the verses of the grand finals, the much needed, much demanded. And look at this versus, right? One team which has got an excluded team rank 1, meaning because of the May points table, right? In the Swiss draw format, there was some discrepancy. There were more teams added into this June regional playoffs, and this is one of the teams which got ranking 1, that was FS Esports. On the other end, SATL, which were ranked 2nd in the May qualifiers, right? They are the only team surviving. No teams from April qualifiers, no team from May qualifiers, and June LCQ as well, no teams. It is only SATL right now trying to fight after the fight that they've put up in both April, May, and right now playing in June. FS on the other end, yes, they've played April, May and June as well, but because of all the efforts and the amount of toils that they've gone through, Raider, we can see them that they're here being a grand finalist. Now they have a chance, an advantage, that if they win, they are going to be the team with an all expense paid trip to Japan as they represent India. Along with that, they also have a briefcase of $15,000 and also crown themselves as the best team in India.
I mean, they're just one step away. That's what we can say. I mean, let's see who is going to be that particular team. One step away for FS Esports, 2 step away for SATL Esports, because yes, they have to fight a best of 6 type of scenario. They have to bag out the first grand finals, and eventually the reset will come in. They have to bag out that as well. But for FS Esports, the journey is a bit more simpler because they were in the upper bracket. That's the advantage there. In the info card, we can clearly see that Zorag is that particular Pokemon which they love to use, FS Esports to be precise. And if I'm not wrong, SATL is the one which is actually getting troubled by this Pokemon a lot. Yes, Lucifer.
We saw, right, how much trouble Sadao did, and it was almost like SATL were about to be eliminated. But look at how different the info card for FS Esports is compared to any other teams that we have seen so far. Every other team that we have seen either have a ranged attacker or a defender. We rarely see the supporters as well as the speedsters coming in front. And also, FS Esports have been the only team by far to be using a Mime. Are you kidding me? Mime has died out of meta for a long time now. Even though I keep talking about it, rarely players make use of it, but we are finally seeing it. Talking at SATL's end, as you said, you can see there's a ranged attacker starting off Chandelier with the highest pick, then comes in the Slowbro, which Rex picks us up, then it's going to be the Cliffable, Delphox, Buzzwole, and last but not the least, if they don't get Cliffable, it's the Eldegoss that SATL go for. But I think FSE Sports, they have some very weird, unused meta which none of the teams have
Weird
been
but
able to
workable.
kind of work it out. Yeah, none of the teams have been able to counter it. They are working it, making it work flawlessly.
I mean, we love the way SATL perform, but we have to also consider the fact there is another team known as FSC Spurs, which has completely denied the fact of being in the lower bracket and doing all of that hard work and stuff like that. They just completely make their way to the grand finals all through to the upper bracket, which is again a very impressive feat to achieve. So that is why, even though SATL has got the momentum, even though as a fan we are also quite happy, but FSC Sports, they were watching quite keenly on the back end. They are ready with the strategies, and I would love to see how FSC Sports is going to turn up and how they're going to get the advantage out of it. We did saw today a very unconventional approach coming from Gaussian as well. They had Lucario, which is again just like Mike, out of the equation, but eventually they used that particular Pokemon. No, the round was not that favorable for them, and at the end it was SATL Sports laughing and pushing through the Revenant Esports' perspective, and then eventually Revenant also went out of the equation. They have also been eliminated, so a lot of big names are out of the equation right now. Two big Indian giants are here, that is FSC Sports and SATL Esports, and they are at the biggest stage that this Indian gaming community of Pokemon UNITE can actually happen and have, to be honest. And now moving forward, I would love to see how SATL is going to perform. This is going to be a very demanding fight for SATL Esports, but on the hindsight, FSC Sports, the way they were getting the clean sweeps, I guess maybe they're going to get another one. It can happen.
Yeah, it can. As of now, I've never seen FSE Sports being pressurized. Even though they see that they're falling a little bit less in terms of the goals that they've put in on the goal zones of their opponent, or all the goal zones of theirs, the tier 1s have been broken on both the top and bottom part. The opponents is still there. They never look like they're in pressure. They hold themselves until the final stretch, compose themselves, look forward to the right opportunity and the opening, and then boom, they get the Rayquaza shields. They have the AO synergy, score from a score of around 150 to 200 to 250, they immediately jump up to close to 600, 700 as soon as they get that Rayquaza. And all this they do around less than the 45-second marker, right? The 1 minute, we see the 2 minute marker where the Rayquaza spawns. The entire 1 minute gets wasted, and the next 15 seconds they take Rayquaza, and then in the 45 seconds they get those scores dunked in. Whereas the players of any opponent so far that FSC Sports have faced have been unable to kind of deny or destroy the shield. SATL again are known for reverse sweeps. That's what we talk about it, right, Raider? If there is a chance that if you give SATL momentum in one game, or even at least little bit inside the game when it's happening in the 10-minute fight, SATL will drive super fast. Let's jump into the game. The grand finals, the draft pick is going to be here. Let's see what are the choices as we also look forward to the bans coming in. With the ban phase, 20 seconds on the clock. Before I let go of you, Raider, I want to get your quick idea. What do you think is going to happen in this game and the bans?
The bans, like FSC Sports is actually quite keen with the Zorak as I saw in the previous info card as well. But for me, I believe the Glaceon along with a Lapras ban could actually come in.
Okay, I'll keep that. Glaceon is not going to be there. You're good at one.
Yeah.
It should be, because highest pick rate from FSE Sports has been on Zoroark, 83, and the entirety of the tournament as well, 83%. I mean, that's too much for me as well. I'm unable to believe it. Look at that, Blair has picked it up. Well, right as of now, I think we will also have a switch up as we are heading into the grand finals. I'll be respawning or recalling Nekroz back in for the grand finals. Thank you so much, Raider, for accompanying me. I had a lot of fun. We'll look forward to it again. But Nekroz, welcome back to the desk. What are you feeling, my friend? Blair has back again on the Zoroark.
Man, I'm really pumped up by seeing the previous match of the lower bracket finals. It was so much pumped up. SATL Esports, the momentum they're carrying through, the momentum that everybody wishes to carry forward just by stepping inside the grand finale. It's the dream of every esports enthusiast. They want to go and represent their country. But right now, the final stage, the final step it is, the first round in this very grand finale. I'm really looking forward to what is going to come up next. But talking about the picks, if we just talk about Batsha sticking with the Glaceon, Snowy with that. Oh my god, this picks and this composition is looking so much well built.
Double Speedster, a Talonflame as well into the game. FS Esports, what have you planned? The intention is clear for me right now. I can see right now their intention is to jump to the backline. Make sure that Snowy as well as Badsha on this Chandelier and Glaceon respectively take them down. Jump into the backline as soon as possible. Man, this is going to be troublesome for SHL. They need to watch out for the Talonflame. Blair might be seen, right when they're fighting it out. Blair might jump in on the Zorark, but I'm pretty sure Scare on the Talonflame, he'll be wandering around where nobody can see him. He'll be hiding, and everybody is going to get a big surprise coming in from him. And having no defenders, FS Esports, they do make brilliant stuff happen. Even in their info card, Nekroz, we never saw the defenders being in the early choices or the highest percentages. It's time. It's now. It's the grand finals of none other than Pokémon UNITE World Championship Series India Regional Playoffs. Whether it's FS Esports or SATUL who'll put them on a reset will all be decided here as we start and jump into round 1 of the game of grand final. Let's go and see the action.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on. Let's move on with the trainers. Those are in the grounds of the Thea Sky Ruins. As Badsha and Regs moves down to the bottom lane, and we really see the triple stack happening, and probably Snowy will be let go in the middle lane just to feed onto those neutral Pokemons and the buffs, just to level up as fast as possible, because the Glaceon will be in a need. While FS Esports, they've observed all the games of the lower brackets. They have got a plenty amount of time to witness and analyze all the mistakes and all the flaws that they can find out in the side of SATUL Esports, and this is the time to implement all the strategies that they have been working throughout all these time, because this is the final step that they need to put on to get the victory and to get their final results into their hands.
Everybody is busy in early stacks as of now. Not yet seen any kind of chaos. Everybody is able to safely return. Finally, the Pokemon which did go to the mid path have all gone to level 5, evolved as well, and now looking forward to the hits. Waiting for this wild Pokemon to spawn in between the walls. But Zorark, he swoops in early. But in the meantime, he's tagged. Does it find value? No. He doesn't have the Ice Shard available as of now. Only the Icicle Spear, and that's the reason is unable to rail down a lot more spears coming through. Blair gets caught off because of none other than the War Turtle. The stun coming in, and he eventually gets held up. He will be sent back to the base to respawn. In the meantime, the Alterian Swablu, also majority of it was taken away from SATUL.
You can see it off with a good start. We are expecting some great performances come from the side of SATUL Esports and FS Esports as well. FS Esports, if they manage to beat down SATUL Esports in this very BO3 series, then we will be seeing only one match. But if anyhow SATUL Esports manages to defeat FS Esports in this very first BO3 series, then the points and the score will be reset to 0 again, and we will have another BO3 series getting ready. I mean, there also SATUL needs to defeat FS Esports in order to win this title and get the first place tag for themselves. But yes, there are a lot of bragging rights. But for now, coming back to the game, as we see, Talonflame will be there in the top lane. Alongside, we get to see that the Eldegoss is sticking around alongside the Wartortle. It will be a really important stack on the top lane, while the Talonflame will need to just step in and just prevent all the scoring, though it's not that easy. But being a speedster, you need to just step in while Blair just pops in. Will be trying to get the KOs as possible. But shutting down Eldegoss will be one of the most important values that they can generate. But Blair is in a very low HP. Might just get Wartortle down right now before collecting the Citrus Berry. Might just get him a chance and will get the double KO streak for himself. And 30 more score into the pocket.
That is gotta hurt. Finally, the stacks are coming in. Scare was stacking from very early on. Now the goal zone will also be destroyed on the top. And look at this, without wasting any time, FS Esports are like, oh, we have players already on the top and nobody on the top from SATULs, and we'll take this Reggie from them. The Regieleki should be taken away easily. They take it away, and that's all gone. And on the same time, did they get a chance to take the bottom Reggie? No, it was taken away from none other than Snowy. They do secure it for themselves, but look at how they've been separated. One end, the Hyper Voice. Oh, nice use of telekinesis. but unfortunately doesn't find value. Hypervoice and the Zoroark with a Unite takes down Snowy along with his teammates Hell Berserk, and now they're looking forward to a lot more. Even the Eldegoss has been taken down. Now it's only Slowbro trying, gets stunned for a second, does use Amnesia, and wait, he doesn't have Amnesia right as now. The blue shield does not work. Now they're jumping on the Glaceon, and the Glaceon should be gone. Yes, it does, and the bottom goal zone will also be destroyed. There's nobody who can stop it coming in. Overheat from Snowy is going to be there, but it does not KO anybody, and FS Esports peel off after destroying that tier 1 at the bottom as well.
You gotta say this, those overheat did a good amount of damage to all the 3 Pokemons in that area of impact. But definitely in that particular area, they did not find any kind of KOs. But eventually, with the 2 double scores, the small scoring that we need to this side of Esports, but they need to get the KO. Blair, you gotta stop this Zoroark if you want to win this SATUL. FS Esports are prepared for your comeback, and they will hurt you as badly as possible. 2 of the towers have been taken down already. Still, more than 5 minutes of gameplay is ready. The buffs needs to be secured. Snowy is just trying to level up himself as fast as possible. This Talonflame will create some kind of hindrance. I'm really having those kind of feelings for it.
20 seconds. Again, we'll see Reggie spawn. But look at this. Being chased as of now. Might, top path is not working that great. Rook does get some trouble, but Player, look at him. He's getting his stacks. Distractions, brilliant coming in from FS Esports. Already at 208. Surpassed the triple digit mark. Pantomime Dance coming in, doing damage. Slowbro is also low, and then the Fly coming in to secure 1 KO at least, along with the Hyper Voice. And yes, they're finding KOs, even though they are also barely surviving over there. They're looking forward to doing the damage. KOs are going back and forth. Both of them have exchanged 2 KO for 2 KO, and finally the players are respawning. Top Regieleki this time not being paid attention from FS Esports. This time want to secure this bottom Regice. Want to indulge in a fight with SATUL. SATUL still stuck at just 57 goals. Telekinesis being used on none other than Sylveon, but it still survives. Unite being committed and it's still surviving. Finally, the Reggie, I think, has been taken away. And yes, with that last hit coming in from the Glaceon, they secure it. Scare is trying to run away. The Telekinesis brings them closer and also finds that KO. Hiding in the tall grasses, Blair tried to make it work, but it was not enough. Will survive because of his teammates' help. No overextension, but this is where SAT will also get themselves to the triple digit mark to 149 as they destroy the tier 1 on the bottom path. But look at Pardesi. He's like, let them do it. I will also keep my scores going, and he scores a 17. Now it's time for the top Regieleki fight as well.
The Regieleki fight will be really important, Lucifer, because if you just talk about it, it was a complete 5-stack happening from the side of SATUL, but when it's coming down, Zoroark needs to find the KOs as early as possible. Alongside the Sylveon, I don't think it's going to, create any kind of problem for them as of FS Esports if they're willing to go and come up for a stack. Though the Blastoise, we see All Might. Oh, this guy, he's really pumped up at this point. Back-to-back wins is something that a team and a player desires to be, just to boost up his confidence. But at this moment, you cannot just give up. This is a big Unite move down. Talonflame will go down. Eventually, the Glaceon has been put to rest as well. But there is a triple KO streak happening from the side as oh my god, the Chandelier will get some good KOs as well. Talonflame will trying to just come back, but the Hyper Voice is not just working out pretty well as it seems to be. Though this Regieleki will be pushed down to the side of FS Esports, SATUL, they're making the comeback in a different manner that nobody has ever imagined of.
Unite being committed, a nice one, but does not find value. Only gets hit on the defenders of SATUL and immediately sent back to base. Blair hiding, he might be able to take down the Slowbro, commits it, the hits coming through. And yes, he finds the KO, punishing Rex over there, level 13. But there are 3 Pokemons which are about to be level 13. I mean, 2 are already there. The third is going to be Might, and as soon as I'm about to say his name, he's also level 13. On the other end, FS Esports need to pay attention that not all their Pokemon is at level 13. They're all stuck at level 10, only level 12 on Sylveon. They need to start gaining levels, the experience. There's a Reggie at the bottom, but there's no time to take that Reggie Ice in because 3 seconds, we're going to see the Rayquaza, and FS Esports, they should be prepared. They have a difference right now of 41 goals in terms of an advantage, but can they take it till the last second and win this game?
Oh, it's really important at this point of time. Zoroark is just there, just trying to get the buffs out of himself, just not... I believe he's just trying to, come and
they want a flag.
The right moment out from a flanking angle. He wants to step in and gets a surprise attack, but was that is that even possible? SCTUL, they're already in the process of melting down the Rayquaza, though the Chandelier's overheat as well as the Icicle Spears, those are making brutal damage to the side of FS Esports. Might just find some good KOs, but the Unite move dump has to be used. The Mr. Mime comes up with the Unite. The Hyper Voice has been activated as well. There is no sign of KOs, but there you go. 2 double KOs getting pumped up. Glaceon gets the double and will be just going for some more and more, but this time Chandelier gets Talon Flame. It's a 3 down.
Zoroark tried to go for a steal, did Unite after using the feint attack, but it was just Blastoise being better on the rapid spin. Secures not only the Chaos, but also the Rayquaza shield. And now look at this. First pushing in Rex because he has less Eos energy, and then behind him scores 100, pushing SATL score to 487. Looking at how SATL are playing, they want to make this reset happen. What a game coming in from SATL. They've been playing since afternoon. It's about to be night. It's already around past 6. It's about to be 7. And SATL are not leaving any team to survive. This momentum that they are getting one after another, every team is falling short against them. They're falling prey to them. And look at this again, finding value inside their base goal zone. Still having shield on 2 of their defenders. They're unable to destroy it. Unite being committed from Snowy. There is Zoroark finally destroying the shields coming through, but he also gets destroyed, sent back to base as the Pokemon fades. There is Pantomime Dance again being seen, but is it of any value? No. Players are still stuck from SATUL's rigid as ever at the opponent's goal zone as they conclude this game in their favor. SATUL with the first point.
You gotta say this, all the hard work, all the dedication, all the grind for so long time is just paying off one after another. SATUL Esports, they're on a winning streak one after another, defeating each and every team those are coming to their way. But this time the series starts off with a 1-0, much needed one. The grand finale is just getting more heated up. FS Esports, they were prepared with the composition, maybe with some counterattacks as well, but they were not prepared for the SATUL momentum that they have built throughout the past few matches, and this time they're proving it so in such an insane manner. So I believe it's going to be tough, but the next round it's going to be the series point for sure.
It was a good game coming in from FS Esports. It was just that they were not prepared for the late game that SATUL were planning for. All their Pokemons had to evolve, they had to get their Unites up. Until then, they kind of seemed like okayish. You talk about Snowy, until he got his Ice Shard, his Icicle Spear would kind of not find much value. Talk about Badshah, until and unless he unlocks Impression, his overheat is okayish. And that's the reason they waited for the right opportunity, and once they start getting their Unites unlocked, FS Esports were unable to hold themselves off. They were fumbling, especially their Speedster was the first one to fall down. And I did mention, right, Blair and Scare, with picking up Speedster, their intention should be jumping to the backlines and finding value. But SATUL were playing in a cluster such as where if they jump into the backline, right, Rex and Might immediately would reposition like a jigsaw puzzle and cause chaos. And because of that, the Speedster were like, wait, where did they go? And for all of a sudden, both those Speedsters are knocked out. So great game coming in from SATUL to hold their players.
That's for sure, and each and every time you see SATUL stepping up, it was literally the moment they were deciding to attack, they were getting the KOs, they were getting the value, they were getting the scores, everything was perfect at the time whenever they're trying to attack. And that's how slowly and gradually they made everything possible. And those KOs, the Glaceon, you gotta say that you have to ban Pokemons according to the strategy, otherwise FS Esports won't be standing a long-term chance. You're allowing them the Glaceon, you're allowing them the Lapras. I don't know what kind of bans can we expect in the next round, but I'm really looking forward to what can stop us.
As of now, even though they had Glaceon coming through, they had the Blastoise, they had the Slowbro, that was not the problem. It was just the late game playstyle problem. Early game, you see, they were jumping into their goal zone, they were jumping into their flux zone and KOing them. Only 2 players were enough. Look at Sylveon also finding value here. Unite coming through. Sylveon finds KO. They're again jumping to their goal zone. Look at how well they've pushed back the Glaceon. Even though Glaceon tries to connect its move, it's still surviving. Blastoise, the Ivy saw War Turtle thinking with the rapid spin he can take down Blair. No, with the last hit Blair takes him down. But it is all where it started falling short was when we started seeing the 4-minute mark, and after them losing this Regice, right, it all fell away from them. That's something that they were unable to hold their footing properly. And also, unlocking telekinesis as a move rather than amnesia was a brilliant decision coming in from none other than the players of SATL. I don't know what Rex thought there, but him getting telekinesis was a big brain move. The slow beam, yes, holds them off from doing anything, but telekinesis brings them closer when they're trying to run away and also makes sure that they're unable to use any move, and that is the reason many of the fights, if you see, right, he was always catching the speedsters who were trying to run away with the telekinesis and causing trouble to them.
Yeah, that's for sure, and that's how he actually managed to get all the KOs, and eventually even in the last few seconds you can see not even like they were inside the spawn and still he was using all the telekinesis moves just to stop them right there right now, not allowing them to even come out of the spawn. So it was you know, what would have been done if you were in the position of FS Esports? What will be your plans? Like, I cannot even go outside of my spawn. How am I supposed to stop?
I think their intention, which should have changed, again, I wouldn't have the right advice at this moment because they had a different strategy, but how it did seem to us, as you rightly asked, is that their front line could have been a little more proactive, take up those telekinesis or anything being dunked or dumped, the rapid spins coming through. Well, they did not have a very proper stable front line. They brought in two supporters, right? Two supporters are not great tanks such as proper defenders, and that is the reason it went a little bit back and forth. And I'm not too sure the mime moves as well, right? It was barely being kind of valueful, and I think that's where this time Rook's mime was not that effective. I hope they're ready for that. Let's jump into the info card and maybe try to see what better, as you asked, right, can they do. There's going to be FS Esports Blair. As you can see, his average damage has been 42,000. Not that great. But again, FS Esports play as a team together. His percentage in terms of Zoroark pick is just going ahead and again. It was 83 in the previous game. Now it's gone to 86. It might just reach 90 if FS Esports go for a reset.
Well, I really look forward that Blair, I believe I will prefer him to be playing with the Zoroark rather than with the Dotrio, because the way he was playing and, you know, dominating the way was something on a huge scale. Like, Blair can actually make so much trouble for any of them. On the other hand, if you talk about Snowy is good with Zoroark, but yeah, better with Chandelier, as what we have seen this match as well. He was also,
he played Glaceon in this match.
Providing.
Again, ranged attacker,
he
works. I feel like one thing which was like the movesets, right, not very well efficiently used from the side of FS Esports. That's what they fell short of. On the other hand, SCTL played very smart. Even though they were getting KO'd, right, they were not feeding themselves as experience because they were always short of the level advantage which the other team had. And once they understood that the fights are getting a little bit easier for them, they started jumping together as a team. Once they started jumping together as a team, those speedsters, both of them couldn't do anything, and them having the defenders, right? The supporters, again, I never saw a barrier properly being used or a confusion damaging from that mime. I think all of a sudden maybe FS Esports, that late game after the 4-minute, right, once they were unable to get themselves the Regice, that caused them trouble. They've got panicky. Let's jump into the second game, the draft pick right now in front of our screens, and let's see if FS Esports will be able to reset. Now, if they don't, they are going to go for the grand final reset, which will be finally seen throughout the World Championship series here for the India region.
This second round is going to be the do or die for the side of FS Esports, though they will have another chance if they even lose it with a score of 2-0. The entire series will be put to a reset, and we will have another BO3 series lined up exactly after this one. Though if you talk about the bans, it's going to be a slow bro as well as a hoopa. Well, the hoopa ban came up from the side of SCTL Esports, while FS, they determined not to allow SCTL to take that slow bro this time. Scare coming up with the Lapras pick on the very first hand. All Might, what will be his pick? I'm looking forward for the Urshifu, and Rex might just stick with Snorlax maybe, but Kyurem comes up with a Cliffable, and Snowy takes this Chandelier for himself, for his side.
As of now, Chandelier has been very crucial because of the imprison and then the overheat. Right, if you have a level advantage, the overheat is too good of a move. It just doesn't do damage to you, but also has the after effect where you're still burning. So even if you're trying to run away and if you're out of your goal zone and you're almost around like 5 HP, if it's not an after effect damage Pokemon, you easily survive, teleport back to base. But with Snowy's advantage, you burn up and you get KO'd. Right as now we see the Gardevoir coming back into action. You were asking from when we started in the afternoon, right? That Gardevoir has not been seen. Players have been constantly picking Delphox. Now we see, but All Might also understanding that this game, the first game, could have been back and forth. It could have gone to FS Esports as well. They made mistakes, they got punished. So this time he doesn't want to make. He picks up none other than Buzzwole and Trevenant coming in on Rex. And the last two picks coming in as Eldegoss and Rook coming in with a Snorlax, a double defender from... Till now we were seeing double support moves coming in from FS Esports. Now they make a double defender setup. Whereas on the other end, SATL from the starting they've been sticking on to this double ranged attacker. This time as well, they go for the double ranged attacker.
We have seen the Delphox and the Chandelier being the best long-range attacking duo for now, because the impact they are making, it's tremendous. And especially when you talk about the fire spin, as well as the overheat, just side alongside. It can make serious amount of damage, but FS Esports, they need to win it to be inside the series. They need to win this one as well as the next round as well to win this grand finale and take the first spot. But otherwise, the way SATL Esports is playing, they're not going to allow it so easily. But as we see the picks, as we have seen the draft, I really want to see Lucifer, what actually lies behind this next round. Like, just a 10 minutes of span and we'll get to know whether we're going to decide or we're going to reset. Because, oh my god, these picks are...
I have zero clue if you want to kind of get idea. But in terms of composition, right, having a Gardevoir, I still feel like can be more valuable compared to the Chandelier and the Delphox. If it's a fire spin, then Gardevoir is going to be in troubles. We'll jump into the game, we'll see if it is a fire spin coming through or anything else. But on the other end, it looks like Blair. Oh wait. All of a sudden, I kind of got confused and then forgot that he has Illusion being on the Zoroark. But I thought maybe Blair changed. In the final preparation, he gave away his Pokemon. Nothing like that. Right, Ember and Nightshade being used from SATL on the mid path to get those buffs in their favor. But there is an invade coming in from the Gossifleur on FS Esports' end. The red buff is trying to be stolen. And looks like they have no idea about it. Can Gossifleur steal it and run away? Gossifleur is walking back, not too sure if the steal has happened. In the meantime, he's getting access to free stacks. And he's stacking. He's already gotten, I think, 2 or 3 stacks done. He'll be more than happy. And yes, Gossifleur has gotten the red buff from SATL's end. SATL will not be happy. Might is trying to catch him. Can Might catch him? No. Because the Gossifleur has evolved as well right as now and gone to none other than the Eldegoss. Finally, with the Whirlpool, they'll be getting the second tier bunnies, where they'll be taking away their Eos energy and the experience. Blair hiding in the tall grasses with a feint attack, tried to connect, but then on the other end he saw Snowy hiding in the tall grasses and tried to retreat. Altaria and Swablu as well, he gets nothing. The Whirlpool coming in from none other than Lapras. They tried best of it, but still were unable to. SATL on the top path, at least majority of the Eos energy were taken away from them. They're going ahead. Might and his teammate Kyurem hiding in the tall grass. Now they're trying to jump in. Nice superpower to throw him out. Did not work out. He will try to still deny, but still the score coming in from Kyurem was still there. Finally, the Gardevoir has already unlocked the Psyshock, which will cause trouble, and you can see they're pushing back the players, especially because the Trevenant has also not evolved. Still on the Phantom is not going to be enough. Might still trying to stack, and I think finally he gets his 4th stack, I guess. And he's again going for another 5 stack, but in the meantime, Blair, he gets KO'd. He went and extended into their mid path to try and steal away the blue buff, and he'll be stolen away from his life as he gets respawned.
Well, we can see the stack happening in the bottom lane, Lucifer. You can see that the Chandelier is there, the Delphox is there, both of them sticking with each other, while All Might will have the entire privilege of the top lane, just trying to have the control in level 7. Scares KO will be in a need, and right now All Might, he's trying to make things right in front of him because he needs those KOs, and alongside you can see the Chandelier has already been there. Lamed actually is here just to provide some support, but with this, the overheat will actually eventually give them a good amount of damage. But well, if you just talk about the Delphox, he's just trying to make some difference, but on the top lane there is a good amount of stack happening from the side of FS Esports.
FS Esports trying to take control of top path, but it's not working out. Finally, the Gardevoir is going to be there. Can they make value with the Gardevoir? But still, it looks like Might is not stopping. He wanted to catch Psyshock. After the cooldown comes back in, Curem gets taken down. Nice use of the feint attack coming in from Blair. The Regis have spawned right now. Let's see what happens. The bottom has already been started from none other than SATL. It's only Rook here trying to go for a steal. Can he make it? The heavy slam comes through. He's looking forward to it. The fire spin, but the Zoroark, he actually steals the Regice in the team's favor. Now they're all trying to fight together. SATL, they're about to run back, and on the same time as they get the Regice, there is none other than the Gardevoir who takes the Regieleki on top, and the top goal zone will be destroyed without any trouble. And now FS Esports take away the lead.
FS Esports are just slowly and gradually taking their control, while Chandler, you can also get to see, just trying to get some KOs, maybe just trying to target the Zoroark, as well as the Lapras. The overheat will actually, gives him a good amount of damage. At this point of time, the Lapras is dealing with a amount of after effect damage from that particular moveset, but well, Buzzwole is still there on the top lane, just trying to not lose any more goal zones on the top, because he's the one. The bottom lane has been completely been under control Unite from their side, but Snowy's Unite doesn't actually work out like that.
There were players close by, but unfortunately they all moved back using their defenders in front. Even though SATL have not lost the tier 1 at bottom, but how long can they hold off? How well FS Esports are pushing it is not going to be long. And look at the chase as well coming in. They've understood where Curem is going to be there and who are the players at the bottom path. In the meantime, the top path is also being controlled. Lapras is still there. Might will not have an easy chance to score.
They're taking the time, and obviously they want to observe what kind of movements is FS Esports just trying to do. The futures, if we just talk about the future side being used.
Psyshock.
Not an easy job. Oh my god, this time Buzzwole is trying to make the difference. The Chandelier will be also there alongside the Delphox, will get the KOs as well. Eldegoss has been put to rest, but the Lapras is running.
Shouldn't have done that.
From now.
Nonetheless, they at least score a couple more scores. Unite being used. Might gets hit by the Unite, but the Delphox commits the fireworks of its own. Blair being chased down, the fire spin catches him, and now look at Might throwing none other than the Lapras like it's nothing. And I think Lapras might go down, but with the Water Pulse and Bubble Beam trying to survive, not for long. Might is not going to make sure they survive. One after another, he's making sure he takes everybody down. One Lapras, then the Eldegoss, and after that they destroy the top goal zone. Tier 1 of FS Esports finally being destroyed. On the other end, quickly FS Esports have concentrated themselves on none other than the Regice in their favor. Look at that, there is going to be the Unite being committed just to take the Regice in their favor. A counter Unite coming in from none other than Trevenant, but it's not going to be valuable. And then a steal from Blair on Zoroark on the top path. What a game. FS Esports on all four fronts oppressing. They are pressurizing SATL as of now.
You have to say this at this point of time, Lucifer. The way FS Esports is just counter-attacking all the movesets that are being implemented from side of SATL, it's really phenomenal. But if you just talk about All Might, he's giving his 101% at this point of time. It's not that easy to play back-to-back matches and to win consecutively to make it to the grand finals, as well as to play the grand finals in a single flow. But this team, these players, all of them are putting so much efforts to just win it. But if you just talk about another Unite move being used by Delphox, that will get the Snorlax down as well. But collecting Citrus Berry, Buzzwole, he's just going berserk at this, but he's into the flood zone, won't be having that much allowance to move. But well, his teammates are there and will get this tower down for them as well. And still having some bit of time. SATL Esports just trying to make the controls, while Chandler also gets the Zoroark down.
Might previously in the late game on Blastoise, this time from early game, this guy has been functioning like he's been a machine. Like he's been tuned. It doesn't look like he's a human anymore. That's how he's functioning for his team. And he getting early stacks, right, has given him the confidence that he doesn't need any stacks now. I'm pretty sure all his attack weight 6 stacks are done. And that's the reason he's making sure his teammates score and he is going in for the heavy hits. The Gardevoir was in their flux zone. Might was able to catch this Gardevoir and find a KO on that. That's how well Might has been playing as of now. And you can see how much scared Scare is. He's worried that they might be hiding in the tall grasses. He's checking every tall grass. We have just 8 seconds on the clock. Snowy hiding, he understands that somebody will score, and I think that illusion should give away that he converted into a chandelier, meaning somebody is near in the goal zone, but still tried to go for a commit. Blair then gets pushed back. Final stretch, Nekroz is spawned.
Right now, the difference is not that huge, Lucifer, but now at any moment, any sort of a small mistake can cost it out. But well, Buzzwole, he's looking forward to some KOs. He's been stacked by the Zoroark as well as the Lapras. It's not that easy. He needs some cover. He will get some covers. Lapras goes down. Trevenant pops in at the right moment. They're still in a need. Gardevoir is still there. Might be just trying to melt down and just trying to use some good particular angle in order to get some good KOs. Delphox is being in a very low HP. The Snorlax might just not survive. It's a double KO streak. It's a triple KO streak, to be honest. If we just talk about Zoroark, is barely breathing as well. The Unite move being used on the side of Rayquaza. It's really important, but eventually Gardevoir will get the Chandelier. But still, he's just going. He might as well fall down, but SATUL, they will get the Rayquaza and they will eventually go for some scores.
Not some, a lot. They're all running to the goal zone. They're trying to destroy their shield, but it is not happening. Right in their faces, the scores are coming in. Buzzwole might trying to push ahead, but players are annoying him. But his shield, it's still not destroyed. And with this, confirmingly, as we see the second 100 coming in from none other than SATUL, we can say that we are going for the grand final reset for the first time after all the 3 qualifiers that we have seen, April, May and the June LCQ. Finally, the first reset here in the Indian region playoffs. What a day we have had. It has surely been a long day, and in this long day, SATUL are the ones who are coming out on top. FS have nothing. They are unable to find any value. Look at Might. The early stacks worked out really well. Understanding that he has the muscle band advantage, even though he was going low, his muscle band got activated. He got the blue HP and even survived, and in the final stage gave his teammates a couple of KO streaks, and that's where we see SATUL confirm this second victory in their favor.
It's a 2-0, it's a 2-0, and that actually means, Lucifer, this game is going to go for a reset. That means another BO3 awaits for us, but what a game, what a flow that SATUL esports are having right now.
Full in the driver's seat. SATUL played 4 consecutive matches in the bottom, in the lower bracket. In the top, they played 2, 6, and this is the 7th. And once they play this reset, 8 matches back to back is what SATUL have played. What kind of sheer determination is driving them? What is this driving force that we are seeing? Snowy with 75,000 damage, Might going berserk, 108,000 that we are seeing on Buzzwole. Phenomenal stuff. Kyurem with his healing always made sure his teammates survived, 96,000. They were unable to reach close to Badshah on this Delphox. At least they were able to catch Snowy a couple of times, but Badshah, forget. They were unable to do or anything in terms of close. This time Blair was outright shut down. Early game he tried to do something, but there also he got shut down. None of the moves worked. Berserk tried his best. The Gardevoir was helpful, but as a team, it felt like FS Esports were different pieces in this game. Everybody was segregated. Everybody was trying to do different stuff. All their movesets didn't come together to find value.
Well, I have to see for what lies next, because this time it was an obliterating performance from the side of SATUL esports. But now with this, you can see the graph. Not a big, huge lead from the very start, but when they started to get the lead, nobody was near about them. You have to see, as in a replay we can get to see, and we can actually witness what actually happened in this previous round from start. The Zoroark was looking really fearsome, was getting all the KOs, just trying to capitalize on each and every objective as well, and everything was going all right for FS Esports. But then slowly and gradually SATUL Esports, they made the comeback.
I feel like it's just brilliant decision making from SATUL. The right fights that they picked, right decision making. But look at this, FS on the other end, overextensions. If that did not happen, I think FS Esports had this game in control. This time FS Esports, they did give feed. They did give away their level. They did give away the experience, the AOS energy. And SHUL easily took it away. Might wouldn't have had that chance. He was still around level 11 if they would not have pushed to the tier 2 on the top path. And from there on, we have been seeing him using his Unite multiple times. He's like, oh, there's Unite available, let's use. My teammates are using Unite, I'll also use Unite. He as well used the Unite at least 3 times in this game. Look at this. Here, All Might was like barely surviving. Muzzle Band gets activated, he survives, gets more health, and immediately he fights and finds the KO on both the players who were chasing him. The Lapras as well as one more, I think it was Blair, yeah. Nonetheless, on the other end, KO gets found from the Gardevoir, but was it enough? No, because the Gardevoir was immediately KO'd on the other end, and this is the grand final reset that we are about to witness in the Pokemon Unite World Championship Series of the India region. I'm loving this. I'm enjoying this. I am on cloud 9 right now. The way this entire day has unfolded was out of my thoughts, out of my beliefs.
Well, you got to say one thing I really want to say at this point. Just being in a perspective and sitting in the just standing in the shoes of SATL. If you just talk about from the very start of the day, one after another, the matches came, the matches went up and down, all went maximum except the lower bracket semi-final. Every match went in the favor of 2-0. It's not that easy to win each and every match, that too consecutively, just fighting against or playing against the best of the best teams in your own region. But
I need to correct myself. SATL with this match are playing the 9th match of the day. 5 matches in the lower bracket, 2 matches in the upper bracket. They just played the 8th and this is the 9th.
Hard work, dedication, and all the grind is just paying it off. That's
9 matches in a day, and all of them best of 3s. Wow. And again, let me quickly calculate the number of rounds that SATL have played. 3, 5, and then
it's around 19.
8, 10, 12, 15, 17, 17, 19, and now this is going to be 20 plus, depending on how it goes.
I told you it was 19.
I had to be sure. You told me previously you're weak in math, so I couldn't take your word for it, Nekroz. That is your fault, okay? You cannot blame me now for that.
See, I'm not that much, the weak in maths. I can do some, simple multiplications. It's quite that easy, but okay, never mind with that. Yeah, I know this kind of issues
Once
happen.
Once the trust is lost, it is lost, my friend. But now, SATL fans' trust has been built to next level. Let them keep this trust going on. Let the SATL's journey keep going on, as we will jump to the reset. But just after a short break, don't go anywhere. You shouldn't miss this game. We'll catch you after this break.
tiny aggression coming from Cliffable is also looking good, but let's see. KO'd, things will be absolutely dreadful for the team known as Revenant Esports.
Oh, the Nekroz are being melted one after another. Revenant Esports are here to make the steal possible. Lapras gets it.
Knowing, I don't think so he's going to survive the game, but definitely at this point, KOs are not the main.
Well, at this point, if we just talk about the start, getting some early KOs, getting some good scores, you can see the stacks happening around the corner as well. But as we just see, this position, the Ushifu is just there. He's working his way to the main board.
Yes, the scenario is going to be there soon, but yes, the KOs are coming in. So definitely those KOs are going to be tremendous enough. Hoopa on the other bit, but no, Delphox Cunning nails it, and with that advantage, definitely Gaussian is going to be more aggressive.
In the mid lane, using the Amnesia. You can see the slope of fireworks. Will get the Clippable down. The fire spin also making some good moves indeed in this case, but well, this damage is really immense. The Delphox will go down the citrus berry. Still, it's really hard to stop, but you can see that
KOs are getting the job done, but Ushifu finds Buzzwole. On the hand side, Delphox with the Firebox will be able to get the 9 kills. Not just that, if it is as close as possible. At the same time, the I guess cavalry has been there. Ushifu also gets compromised by the Blastoise. With that, Gaussian has got the upper hand at this point.
to strike and might just make some breakthroughs as well.
Back, they have got the level buff as well. Pixel at 14, the attacker at level 32, and the other guys like Skipper is there, Roman is there. From the first range perspective, they're trying to find what the approach could actually go for the steal of the goals. Zora can actually go. So Fox has been taken down. Buzzball also gets taken down. This is a complete controlling situation coming.
Understand, Delphox gets a double KO. This hour, this minute can be a game changer. Though there's good about your teammates get the heals possible. Glacian just leveling up himself. Coltrane might just get the KO of Glacian and will get it for sure. As well as Lucario, man.
Again, a set of 30 goals has been diminished from a Coltrane's perspective. That is kind of good, but that's what SanatSam Esports is looking at. I mean, goals are definitely looking decent. Once bottom lane goal zone is about to get destroyed, Omen is the one which is left with the goals to be done. That could be it. Lucario finds a good KO. That was amazing. Now the goal zone has been destroyed. 119 points coming from SanatSam's perspective. 148 for ball. That is cool.
Well, for now, we just talk about him trying to level himself up. Might just try and find some good scores in top lane.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Pokemon Unite World Championship Series, where we are at the almost end, but SATL did not want to give chance for FS Esports. We are going to witness the grand final reset, and for viewers wondering, what is this grand final reset? Why did we stop and take a break and look forward to another BO3? For all the viewers who did not join us in May and April and are joining in now, this is going to be a quick info for you, where any team that progresses in the upper bracket, they never get to use their safety net, Nekroz, and that has always been something that I was thinking about. Why don't the upper bracket teams get a chance to use their safety net? And that's where Pokemon jumped in and said, any team that reaches first from the upper bracket finals to the grand finals becomes the first team as the grand finalist. They still have a chance to use their safety net. So if a team from the lower bracket final defeats them in the grand finals, that grand finals in its entirety will be reset, meaning the lower bracket final team, whichever became the second grand finalist, would have to defeat them again in the second grand finals. That's why we are seeing the grand finals reset happening, meaning if this was just the grand finals that usually happen, right now it would have been SATL who had been crowned the champions. FS Esports have gotten their second chance here. Hope they make use of it really well, otherwise SATL are walking away with 15,000 USD, calling themselves the best team in India, and also an all expense trip where they'll be going and representing India in the global stage at Japan, the home of all the Pokemon that we watched and cherished from our childhood. I don't know, as soon as I say Japan, Pokemon, I'm having goosebumps. I'm feeling like they are going to be so lucky. Let's go into the info card as we talk more about the teams, but on the other end, I do also want to mention this before we come back into details, that any team, whichever, whether it's FS or SATL, who come up second, they would have to put down the expense themselves to fly to Japan and represent India on that global stage. So you understand, benefit of being the champion and the best team and the first place team here in the regional playoffs compared to being the second.
Well, you gotta see this. This one man in this SATL esports lineup, All Might, is one man we have seen for a very long period of time, sticking to this lineup, sticking to this roster, and this time in this WCS 2023 India qualifiers, he have built a new lineup bring up new players, made a new roster, and now he's here standing in the grand finale, defeating FS Esports once, but now is the time he has to come up with again. But talking about FS Esports chart again, the mostly picked rate is for Zoroark, then Mr. Mime. We're going to see, well, 63% of pick rate, another 50% will be there with the Eldegoss, Gardevoir, as well as Lapras, and at least it's going to be Cliffable as the last choice.
You could see again, FS Esports, highest pick rate, Speedster, and then the supporters. Whereas on the other end, SATL, which we saw, they have first the ranged attacker, which has been Chandelier. They're always go-to Pokemon, and then comes in the defender, then another ranged attacker, then comes in the supporter around the last second. And I think that's what tells you that backline is what SATL are concentrating on, and on top of it, also one of the only teams, right, always having an all-rounder. Most of the teams have moved into this double defender compositions along with double range attacker compositions coming through, where they don't generally use an all-rounder. They bring about a supporter coming through as a heal, and they've done with all the 5 Pokemon that they need. Whereas SATL have been that only team throughout the journey that they've always looked forward to having an all-rounder in their 5-man squad, and that has been Might, who has been taking up that responsibility. And his Buzzwall has been, I don't know, bounds, out of bounds. There's no proper explanation that you can give it to it. And the upcoming days, right, it's going to be even better for Buzzwall in the Pokemon Unite. So if this keeps going, as SATL, yes, they are going to represent India on the global stage in Japan. That is confirmed along with FS Esports. Whether it's the first seed or the second seed will be decided here. That's what we are waiting for. And depending on that, by the time they go there, it might just be that the Buzzwall might get even more stronger from Might. Whether it's not Buzzwall, if he picks up even Blastoise in the first game that we saw in the best of 3, he played a Blastoise. The late game, next level, amazing. Nobody could take him down, and his Unite on point always was taking the Speedsters KO.
I mean, you just talk about, if anybody has seen WWE, then we can say that Buzzwall was definitely the Brock Lesnar. There's no competition to it. That Brock Lesnar, the slams were literally something which is going to give them a lot of pain. Suplex City, yeah, that's for sure. That's going to give, I would say that's not dedicatedly Brock Lesnar, but also a combination of John Cena giving those F5s. But yeah, for sure those.
You would
those
make us
moves.
dive in that universe. We'll come back to our Pokemon Unite universe or the Pokemon universe. And I agree with you. It has been the wrestling champion that we have been seeing in the Pokemon Unite, and as of how Might has been playing it. I would have never thought about it. I had my speculations and doubts as well, because we did see, right, SATL, where they had a game where they had to go all the 3 rounds. Their Might was shut down. He got nothing. He got 0 stacks, and they did lose that round. But after that, they reset, got back into the game, and Might activated the usual Buzzwall he plays, got his stacks, got the victory for the team. We are at a point right now where FS Esports, as I did say, right, when I started the game, are a team which don't get pressurized. They dissipate the pressure and move away. But it's not here. They have been pressurized from SATL here in the grand final. Just jump into the grand final reset draft pick of the first round between these two giants, where SATL have proved themselves why they need to be the first seed and the champion, and walk away with 15,000 USD, being the best team of India.
We have to say, at this point, I'm looking forward to the picks. The first pick privilege will be there for the side of FS Esports this time. Scare will be there, but the bans are quite important. A Buzzwall ban should be there for the side of FS Esports. But if they're not doing it, I don't know what it is, but the Chandelier as well as a Hoopa ban coming up from both the sides respectively. But Scare with the first pick might be going with the Lapras. Yes, it is. And giving a privilege to Rex, going with the Slowbro, as well as Kyurem with that Cliffable.
SATL got the Slowbro that they needed. They're true, trustworthy, true bro on Rex. Blair still committing on Zoroark. Still has that belief. I'm not too sure. Berserk again walks back in the Gardevoir. In the previous game, yes, it did work out. They made that mistake of taking a 1v2 duel it should have been a defender and a ranged attacker who should have fought with Might. Rather, it became a speedster and a defender. Defender is unable to do a lot of damage. Speedster is able to do a lot of damage but cannot survive, and Might coming back with a Buzzwall, having the muzzle band previously as well, that proved better and worked for him. But this is a pick I want to talk about is Badshah. As we started today's day, I was talking about India's best players in the roles and the Pokemon that they used to play, and Badshah is one of the best Mew players. Comes in very close to how Crowley also plays. Crowley is right now let gone of Mew. He plays the other ranged attackers for his team. But this Mew from Badshah is going to cause trouble. No Glaceon picks coming in. Oh, I called it a little bit too early. Snowy is like, Glaceon is going to be picked. Don't worry, my friend Lucifer. We're going to bring it back into action. Double supporter, one defender, ranged attacker and a speedster on FS. SATL on the other end. A double ranged attacker which has been ongoing from their choices. All-rounder, defender and a support. Let's see what or how this will work out. FS, early game, I think it will still be SATL having control until and unless Berserk evolves completely from Ralts to Gardevoir and unlocks the Unite to make it a game-changing second half. I will wait for it.
Well, at this time, Lucifer, it's really something that we're looking forward to. The way they, SATL played the previous two rounds in the very first grand final round of the first BO3 series of grand finale, it was really something to scare FS Esports a lot. It should be enough to scare them off. And now if they're coming again to fight up in another new set of BO3 series, I believe they're mentally prepared of how to make the counters possible for the side of SATL. If they're not, the same result is going to go up for a repeat. Let it be the reset or something, but the same result will happen if they don't, rectify their mistakes.
I hope they do. Let's jump into the game. Grand final reset is what we are witnessing. Or you can call this as the actual grand finals between FS Esports and SATL. Round 1, we kick it off. Can FS Esports regain or make use of this second chance? It's a boon for them here in the grand finals. If they don't, SATL, they will be calling themselves the champions of the Indian region for the World Championship series. Right now, mid-path as known, it should be the Glaceon. On the other end, it should be the Zoroark. Having a special attack specs, even the Clefairy, right as of now, Clefairy. He's going for the stacks. On the other end, Buzzwall, right? We did talk about its muzzle band, we did talk about the attack weight, but one more thing that players need to worry about is the weakness policy that Might is carrying. Meaning, you do a lot of damage to him, he will do double the damage, taking that weakness policy with himself and making the players from your team getting knocked out. So if you are fighting with Might, instantly KO him. Don't let him survive. If you do, his weakness policy will make sure you get KO'd.
Oh, you can see the stack happening on the top lane. This is a 2v2 contest. It's not the usual. We really used to get to see that bottom lane being stacked by multiple Pokemons, but this time it's a 2v2 happening in the bottom lane, while the other three, it's a 3v3 happening on the top lane. But now Pradesh, he's in a very little, you might say an initial stage. He needs to level up, but Mew gets the Zoroark down for now. Needs to get some good scores on the line. There is a bit of cluster happening in the mid lane, but there is still a chance that SATL Esports are looking forward to get some KOs. The Lapras is still trying to make some good impact, but as the Scare is just holding onto this tower, it will be difficult for SATL to make any kind of move.
Special attack stack is still going on. Special attack specs from Kyurem. Might saves Kyurem, and with the Moonlight, Might is running right to the center where his teammates are all going in. Scare still needs to make sure his Lapras evolves, gets the moves, because he's still playing on the Ice Shards. He's still not unlocked his Bubble Beam. Mew was about to get KO'd, had the eject, runs away. Slow game from both the end, but still SATL in control. Just 17 more AO synergy on the top path, and the first tier goal zone will be broken of FS Esports. Something to pay attention. Scare is unable to find any wild Pokemon. Might is denying everything. Level 7 Might, level 7 Zoroark. But there is level 6 Kyurem. Nice gravity, making sure if that Zoroark jumps in, will get caught. Feint attack will not work very efficiently.
Now if we just talk about this time, it's going to be, the Solar Beam will affect and will get Eldegoss down at that position. The Icicle Spear also does the work, but still again, it's a triple KO streak happening from the side of Mew. He gets all the 3 by just himself, but there is another, as we just talked about, the Reggies have already appeared. Lapras will be there on the top lane alongside All Might with the Buzzball, with the Icicle Spears, and Mew. Both are enough to get this Regice in their favor, and eventually SATL Esports will get the Regice as well as go up with the counter attacks. The Mr. Mime is trying to make those effective moves for sure, but this Icicle Spears, oh my god, these are dealing so hefty blows. It's really not possible to make any kind of counters at this point.
Both the goal zones, top and bottom of FS Esports, are on the verge of being broken. Rook, I think Rook needs to play with his teammates a little bit more. We are seeing his barriers, we are seeing his confusion being used, but his teammates are not there to find value. I hope they figure that problem out. Bottom Reggie was taken comfortably from the players of SHUL. We did not even get a proper glimpse. That's how quickly they took away. This time Unite being committed, Might jumps right to their goal zone, attacking them. He's not letting them go. Bacha is providing them the support. And look at them. They get pushed so deep back in their flux zone that they cannot even recover or hold off from the top goal zone being destroyed. And now after destroying that, look at how comfortably they take the Regieliki also in their favor. And FS Esports, they have nothing to say in this. All the 5 players are on top, and look at Rook! Hello, where is the team FS? Rook alone, putting barrier, putting confusion. But nobody was there to help him out. And gets KO'd. Now followed up is going to be their another supporter. Eldegoss is down. It's only up to this Lapras, and Lapras is being smacked on top of it. It's a Gardevoir that gets KO'd in between all these fights. And Regieliki gets pushed.
My god.
And the top goal zone gets destroyed. Tier 2 also gone. 320. SATL, what plans do they have?
Lucifer, it's just not normally destroyed, it's completely shattered into pieces. If we just talk about the amount of scoring we just saw in just few seconds ago, it was so hefty, it was so heavy that I don't think there is any counter available. FS Esports, they're just completely out of any kind of moves and any kind of counter attacks at this point. It's a team game. You need to step up as a team. You need to come up with a team game plan rather than just playing on a solo. It's not working the way FS Esports were playing the previous matches, but SATL, they are just unstoppable at this point. There is no way to counter each and every move. You can talk about they're being pushed back one after another. There is no literally any move that they can do. But just see it, SATL Esports, they're just going all out at 350 and night, not even into the double digits. And there is just 4 minutes on the clock right now.
Nekroz, as you said, 4 minutes. There are already Pokemon who are about to be level 13 on SATL's end, whereas FS, their Pokemon is still stuck at level 10. Lapras and Zoroark at 10, everybody else at level 9. Just now is when their Unite unlocked, and it looks like Gardevoir has already used its Unite. This is causing problem. There are going to be 3 Unites available on SATL's end. Might activates his Unite. Gardevoir should go out. Somehow, I'm not too sure how Gardevoir survived. Saisha coming in. Might finally gets KO'd. This is what I said. If you see Might, KO him instantly. If you let him play, his muzzle band will activate. Then his weakness policy will be used, and you are done for. Attack weight will already keep doing damage. Badsha wanted to try and go for a steal with his teammates. Slow beam being used, and top of it, Snowy helps out to find a KO on the Gardevoir, but they counter with a KO of their own, punishing. And now Rex is still not letting players go. He's like, I'll still find KO. He finds on the Eldegoss, punishes that. Rex right now is just running around, but finally the feint attack helps in taking down none other than Rex. SATL might have given a little bit of feed right now, but look at Might. Where is Bodhas Regieliki? Are you taking him to the legendary pit? Might, hello. Can you please tell me what you're doing? He's playing with it like it's a toy.
This man, take a bow to this man. What he's doing, I don't know. Literally, he's just going berserk at this point. He, whenever sometimes, we call it an adrenaline rush that happens sometimes now, and we're completely boosted or something like that. All Might is just putting out all of his stress and all of his anger through the buzzwole smackdowns at this point. He's just not letting anybody survive, but this team, the entire team of SCTUL, they're just moving just on his fingers, on his instructions, and they are just destroying each and everyone that comes in front of them. There's a big stack push. They're trying FSE Sports, but will they be able to execute it? The Rayquaza has already appeared. We can see the Zoroark just trying to flank it out and get some good scores, but will it be possible? Yes, the Zoroark slowly and steadily is just trying to go forward to that area, but there are some clusters that are happening in the bottom side of the Legendary Pit, while the Eldegoss is just moving down. Will be getting some good scores for sure, but they need to find the KOs as SCTUL Esports. They're way far behind, out of the reach of FSE Sports for now.
I'm not too sure what they can do. FSE Sports commit for a score. Blair is going for 100. He gets caught. The boosted attack coming in.
Not now.
I think he's gone. There's no way he's going to survive. The Icicle Spear is going to put and shut him down. That Zoroark has fainted. And now it's time for Scare. A big solar beam. The gravity is not letting him run. That's going to be a 2 KO streak coming in for the Glaceon. Is looking forward to a lot more. Snowy is hungry right now. This level 14 Glaceon might just reach level 15 as soon as this Rayquaza is taken. And look at this, they're not wasting time, and the last hit coming in from Badsha. That's the level 15 Glaceon. Badsha finds an instant KO, none other than my Berserk is super low. The boosted attack was enough. Takes down the Gardevoir. Make it a 3 KO streak coming in from Badsha. This is why I said this man is one of the best Mew players in India as of now, and he wrecks the opponent with his teammates' help. There's nothing. SATUL show who the true monsters are in front of FSE Sports. You might have had a flawless journey in the upper bracket, but SATUL are breaking them apart like they're just small pieces of paper, tearing them and sending them back into the goal zone. 858 are we seeing in the grand finals, close to 1000 score being put down. It looks like that evidently Unite being committed from Might, not even letting them in exit, and SATUL start off this grand final reset with utter domination.
I'm out of words, Lucifer. I'm really out of words. 878 and 112 SATUL. They have become monsters right now. They have become monsters. 20 consecutive rounds, if you see, they have played in today's day. 20 rounds, and they are here.
Only 2.
Only 2. 18 consecutive wins. It's not a matter of joke. Not at all. Oh.
Look at the amount of
I really don't have words at this point to say, but you can just see the damage. 93,198 for the side of Snowy. Might with 52,720 for his side, 86,844 from Badsha. These 3 pillars executed the entire protocol, but Kyurem, the way he provided the healings in the right moment, the Rex, the way he defended all the towers and managed to deal 50,000 of damage for himself, it was phenomenal. It's a complete team game that we can call it off.
SATUL riders now giving their heart and soul to get this victory. And I know where they're coming from. I feel for SATUL because previously in the Asia Champions League they were right about to be qualified, but they get kicked off in their last few matches and they get eliminated from reaching the Asia Champions League stage in Malaysia. They were unable to represent India on the global stage, and that is the hunger, that is the wound from SATUL right now answering. They're beating every team. I think as soon as they went to the lower bracket, right, it felt like somebody scratched that wound from that long time back, and that just kind of ignited fire in them. Look at this. What is the scoreline? They destroyed both the goal zones when we reached the 6-minute mark, the tier 1 on top as well as bottom. Oh wait, no, they destroyed the entire top goal zones in the early game. Later they pushed to the bottom, destroyed the tier 1 of the bottom, but they didn't over-aggress and push to the tier 2 of the bottom. 6 minutes and 6 to 8 minutes, what did they do? Wild Pokemon. If there is any overextension from FS, punish those players, get the KOs. That's what they did. The way SATL played, their early evolution, unlocking Unites very early, having a level advantage, looking unstoppable. Look at this. I don't understand what Rook was doing here. Whether he came for his steal, he should have made sure he was there with his teammates. He went down. One of the best tanks, I would say, that they have as of now, along with Lapras on a support role, is going to be the Mime. Mime overextended there. Nobody to support. Got KO'd. That could have been a situation where they could have turned the game around and brought back in their favor. Not happened.
There's nothing much more to say, Lucifer, but well, the Zoroark, Blair could have turned out the game. He was brilliant with the Zoroark, but couldn't actually make it up because SATL were way too better than what Zoroark would have done at this point. He was getting the KOs, but you have to see, not every time the KOs wins you the games, and that's how it is. Blair was KO'd at the very right in the crucial moment that SATL wanted in the final stretch. That actually turned out the tables. The amount of time, the cooldown period that he was serving, in between that, all the works were already done. And the time he came, it was all done and dusted, where even Blair couldn't have done anything much more better. But it is a 1-0 score line as SATL take the lead in this BO3 series as well. One more round, SATL will win this World Championship Series 2023 India qualifiers regional playoffs and will get the title of the best team in the Indian region.
I am short of words for them. Their commitment, their streaks of victories that they've had right now is out of par of imagination. I think how much ever we talk about it, let's quickly talk about a little more on terms of info, get an idea about what these players can do more. We'll quickly take a look at Snowy now, and we've seen Snowy as well as Bacha kind of switch roles in the range attackers. Sometimes Bacha does try to play Chandelier, sometimes he tries Glacier, and Snowy also switches, so back and forth it does happen. But on an average, all the games that they've played, 75,000 damage on a ranged attacker is good stuff.
I'm really looking forward to what is going to happen. SATL Snowy was, we actually need to learn the new aspiring players, the new aspiring esports athletes. These are your iconic heroes, or I would say iconic trainers that you need to learn from. The best long range attackers. Snowy, the way he's playing the Chandelier is really mesmerizing at this point. You cannot just have any better experience when you're learning from the best of the best players. If you are willing to join up, if you like, from the many teams that we have seen so far, many more new stars will be coming in the upcoming days, and same goes for Scare as well. Lapras, 56% of pick rate, and he was playing brilliantly.
Tried his best. As you can see, he has like the North Pole, South Pole kind of situation here. Has a speedster, then a defender in terms of the frequently used Pokemon, and that's the reason his average damage dealt and average damage taken kind of are close to being in sync, 47,000 to 48,000 damage. Recovery is something that you'll not pay attention to because both of these Pokemons are not your healers. They try to recover their own health, whether they have a muzzle band or with a bubble beam, with their move sets where they get a blue HP, but very little, nothing to be worried about. But I feel like, again, the synergy or the synchronization is something that is missing as of now. I'm not too sure, but we're waiting. We will jump into the game very soon and see what these players are going to cook. Now again, a quick info for our viewers in terms of how this roster of SATL is. Might is the only player who's not gone to an international stage and represented India as of now. The entire team from the other people in the SATL roster have gone to Malaysia. Previously, I think a couple of them, maybe even they went to London. I'm not too sure.
Yes, exactly.
Revenant squad did,
Bacha.
but along with them, not too sure. Yeah, Bacha, as I said. So only Might, and this might be the time. And also being the first seeded team, it's going to be round 2, game 2. Whatever you want it, you call it. It's going to be the second time where SATL are trying to defeat FS Esports after the reset as well in the second round. Can they make it happen? The bans, it's going to be Buzzwall. they take out the card which was causing them a lot of trouble, telling Might, please spare us. They ban that. But Might, that's not the only Pokemon that he plays. There are other Pokemon which he gets trouble with. Yeah. I'm not too sure if he's going to come up with a Machamp. He's going to come up with the Blastoise that we saw previously. You need to be worried about anything. But the early picks are there. Scare with the Lapras. Then we see Rex on another and Slowbro and Badsha coming in with what? Chandelier. But Blair finally changing it. He's been playing Zoroark so much that SATL had figured out a proper counter for the Zoroark. Knew how the Zoroark would play, but
I told you,
rightly said. And this, for all the view.
Oh no!
I think he's worried. Like if especially having a Dodrio, right? Now your Speedster, and if it's a Drill Peck Speedster on that Dodrio, it can move you away from your moves and can do a damage. So I think it is a better decision of having a Blastoise. But look at on the other end, it's a Sylveon and a Ninetales. Rook also finally changes his Pokemon of choice. Entirety of FS Esports making slight changes and nudges.
Snowy. Sticking with that, Delphox should be the better choice. I believe not to go. Yes, of course. 2 flame types, 2 fire type. If you talk about fire type, long range attackers, Delphox as well as Chandelier. There will be a switch for there. Badsha will be sticking with the Delphox. Chandelier will go for the side of Snowy. All Might with the Blastoise, Kyurem with the Eldegoss, Rex sticking with the Slowbro. It might be the decider. It might be the only 10 minutes of span in this entire day that can decide the entire day of hard work and the entire long day of journey to an end. But it can also go to another round, another decider.
Yeah. We are going to wait and witness something magnificent happening, unfolding in front of us. Viewers, be ready. We as casters will be ready for something unimaginable to happen. This can be the last round where this team wins and will be called as the best team in India. SATL, 22 rounds in a stretch. Not an easy job at all. They're making it happen here. With the last few seconds here, we are going to jump into round number 2, the grand final reset. The second time that SATL are playing against FS Esports. Can they close it here? Let's go.
A round to witness, a moment to witness. This is here FS Esports versus SATL Esports. Second round is already undergo to the reset of grand finals of this WCS 2023 India qualifiers, regional playoffs. This 10 minutes is going to count a lot of more, though there is a little bit of change in composition. But will this kind of small changes will affect the performance of SATL, or is it going to be FS who are going to come up with an equalizer and make it some more interesting? Though the Lapras has been pushed back to make a fall.
Early game going back and forth. FS have made slight changes, so SATL would have to get used to it. I'm waiting to see what moveset Blair is running. Is it a Drill Peck or a Tri Attack? Chandelier Snowy is also out from, and it's a Tri Attack Dodrio. I think Drill Peck could have been better, but I think Blair wants to play in range. He doesn't want to get caught. Does take away a couple of AOS energy and then runs away, but it's still one player being lost from FSE Sports. The Clefairy gets KO'd. No proper stacking as of now that has been done from SATL. They're still trying. Wait and watch. Let's see. The stats will eventually start happening. Might looking forward to the last hit. But in the meantime as well, they are invading the FSE Sports buffs, trying to steal it away. Rook just telling, hello, I'm here, with his avalanche. Rex is like, slow bro. He's fine with it. And he's taking small naps here and there. You're like, okay, throw your ice shards. No problem.
I'm here to take it.
I'll take a nap.
I'm going to enjoy. You know, it's already a warm climate outside, so some eye shots will help me to just cool down a bit. And I'm going to take a good nap. But this time, the overheat, the after effect is just giving some good amount of damage to them. But Blair, this time with those Dodrio, those goals are not yet to be, you cannot deny those facts, but definitely the Sylveon is staying there. All Might alone, it's quite difficult just being in the war turtle form. You cannot just give your 101% of potential. The double avalanche and the ice, Blizzard is going to give a tough time to the side of Rex. This time I'm really seeing that just banning the Buzzwole might affect a performance dip for the side of All Might. A little, but not much.
Early game.
Because we have seen
it will affect. Because they don't have the proper heavy hitter, the frontline attacker. And that's the reason. You can see Might is looking forward to an opportunity where he can go for a stack. He is equipped with the special attack spec, so he needs to also get that to level 6. He'll try his best. But finally, as they rotate, as the Reggie spawn, you can see, I think that is his first or the second stack that we are seeing. But he'll get at least 3-4 stacks right as of now and then move ahead. In the meantime, Snowy, I'm not too sure what he did. A little bit of an overextension, gets a little bit punished. But there is Badshah and Rex to help him out. Even though he gets KO'd, Badshah and Rex are still annoying them. Early Unite being used from Badshah to make sure that nobody goes in for a score. That is like a precautionary Unite coming through. But there is Registeel, which gets secured from none other than FS Esports, getting their attack boosted.
But at this time, if we just talk about, yes, the scores are coming. All Might, he has leveled up right now. It's the time that All Might needs to rise up with it. Blastoise once again, with the objectives of being secured one after another. Well, we just talked about this. Yes, but that doesn't actually make any kind of difference, though the level difference, level buffs are something to be worried of. But the Delphox alongside the Slowbro make some good impact out of position. Blastoise still holding on, just not letting any kind of tower fall down, but the Regilicky needs to be contested for now as the Dodrio is there, the Lapras is there, the Sylveon is there. Lone, it is going to be difficult, but
Might with the
just to get the steal. Oh, the Chandelier also pops up, gets the Dodrio KO, will get the Lapras down, and it's a counter attack coming from the side of SCTUL with a double KO streak. The tower will fall down eventually. The Ninetale also goes down, and now n number of scores are being done at this point. The triple trample.
Oh yeah, triple trample goes in vain. Everybody was in the goal scoring animation, and the top goal zone again gets destroyed. SATUL are at 192. And now they're rotating, they're even stealing the buffs as they're rotating from their mid path. Blair in the meantime, the scoring machine Dodrio does get
oh.
The fire spin is going to be there, but he's unable to connect the fire blast. But on the other end, SATUL, they're scoring in the tier 1 of FS Esports of the bottom path. Push the score to 231. And nobody is getting still KO'd because it's always the front line taking the damage.
Lucifer, if you just notice it, like the Chandelier and the Slowbro are working so pretty good together. He's using the Imprison, and it's suddenly you can see the serves coming up from the side of Slowbro, and it's making quite a nice move to give a lot of damage to the opposition. But it's 231-71. SCTUL Esports, they need to just stack up to the side of Regice as well. And now again, Lapras gets the Chandelier down at this point. Not a good move at this kind of situations. Delphox will get the Ninetales. Though we can see the n number of KOs happening, Delphox is still there with still good n number of scores, while All Might, he's just trying to hold it off and get as much as KO possible. Sylveon will go down, and Lapras just trying to, just escape from this position for just not facing any kind of knockouts at this point.
SATUL have in control, but FS Esports have made their way back in, score themselves the triple digit as well, 126. Still chance, there's 3 minutes 40 seconds on the clock. They have to fight for the next Regis, the objectives, and I think FS Esports might just get back into the game. It's SATUL have started, and look at this, for the secure, using a Cotton Cloud crash. Kyurem is like, I've been having my Unite for so long. Let me try and get it. As they secure the bottom Reggie, in the top they're looking forward to securing the Reggie Aliki, but Might is there. Can he secure with the rapid spin? No, the Lapras secures, and now Might is just moving away. Understanding, especially with the Draining Kiss that is going to be there, as well as the Mystical Fire, I think, is going to find him eventually. And yes, Might gets KO'd. it's not a hypervoice, it is going to be Mystical Fire. And the Express Taxi, Lapras Express Taxi does bring the players to the bottom part to score, but there is the Slowbro who's trying to stop them. But still FSE Sports continuously try and put their scores down, but a nice Unite to deny them from destroying the goal zone. Only 19 more AOS energy, but SATL deny them from doing anything. And then the rapid spin coming in from Might, he's jumping, the Ninetales might get KO'd, trying with the Blizzard and the Avalanche, does not work out, he does KO him. Bubble Beam tries to trap none other than Might, but Might walks away. Scare on Lapras, he's trying his best, but it's not working out. And look at this, the Regieleki was just right at the edge of the goal zone, but still was unable to go and sit inside to make it vulnerable.
There's a good amount of difference if you just talk about 12 more seconds to go for the Rayquaza to come up and show himself in the legendary pit. This next 2 minutes will be one of the most crucial moments of the entire day. The last might be the last in the final round, but still many more tales to tell. As we just see the rapid, you can see the fire spin just walking.
Oh, Ninetales.
Barely breathing in a very low HP right now, and it's not that easy. Another rapid fire spin just goes in the direction of Sylveon. Just try to trap them out in that position might be a better decision. But yes, the heals are coming of the serves. Will just keep them busy and buy some time. And that's how SATL are just trying to stretch it out. But they need to melt down the Rayquaza as fast as possible.
They're not intending or thinking about it right now. They know they have the lead.
Sylveon.
All they're thinking is to push back the players of SATL. Berserk comes in. Snowy is guarding the bottom goal zone, but as you said,
Sylveon is going for the score.
And there is nobody from SATL who can stop that. But what will SATL do? They will jump on the players right now as this 100 is getting done. And if SATL find one KO, I think SATL will get the entire team KO'd. And they found
they have got one.
is out. They will look forward to another. Who is going to be the second one? There is the Cliffable who's super low, but they find it on Dodrio. Cliffable does run away. Now it might be Lapras who might just get stuck, but Lapras is a little bit further, scoring 100. Delphox comes in with the fire spin, stops that 100 from happening. 2 players have been KO'd. 3 players are still surviving from FSE Sports, but entirety of SATL is still surviving. They might have lost Snowy, one ranged attacker, but they still have another ranged attacker, which is going to be Delphox. But score is too close, 286 to 295 because of that 100.
Cliffable is going.
Might. His teammate helps him out. They do take down Ninetales. Now they're going in for a score. Cliffable tried, as he said, but it was the home base goal. They immediately respawn and deny that from happening. Might get caught, he might even get cured. Nice play coming in from the Dodrio, was waiting for that. 10 seconds on the clock. Pardesi needs to get this score or SATL will win the game. SATL are guarding all their goal zones. The Dodrio is coming in. Can they stop the Dodrio from doing anything? A 19 was about to be scored. They stopped the Dodrio as well as SATL by merely 10 goals. Did SATL win? We did not see any scores. And I think SATL have confirmed their victory. And they have, by just 9 points, SATL are going to be the champions of the India region for the Pokemon UNITE World Championship Series. Will be called the best team in India. And finally, Might's dream of representing India on the global stage will come true. Entirety of SATL will be flying to Japan with all expense covered, along with 15,000 USD. Approximately close to 12 lakhs is what they're going to be walking away with. 12 lakhs INR currency.
A huge win for the side of SATL. They are the champions of India. They are the winners. They have everything that they wanted. I'm really super proud for the one man that is All Might. After so many days, after so many long journey, the one man who desired to be on the world stage, he has done it finally.
Synergy changes. There's been so many changes that Might has gone through, but he's stuck with SATL. He gave the commitment, the grit and determination. He made sure that yes, we will go to the global stage, represent India, and also try to get in a trophy. As I said, everybody from SATL that you're seeing the roster, except for Might, everybody has gone abroad and represented India. Might's dream previously did get denied, but this time he says that we are going to be walking in. And look at how close this match came in. FSE Sports were really good in this game. They brought it very close, toe to toe. But that first elimination of Rook, him getting knocked out as the Ninetales, that's where things fell apart. Then Pardesi, it was not Pardesi, then we saw Blair getting knocked out. If those two knockouts wouldn't kind of have happened, FS Esports did have a slither of a chance because of that 100 coming in from Scare. Unfortunately, there was the bottom goal zone, which was tier 1. It was not destroyed. Therefore, you could see how quickly SATL were able to defend it as well. If that 100 was done from Scare, oh wait, it was not Scare, my bad, Berserk, he did have 50 AOS energy. If he did put down that 100 AOS energy, 50 to 100, that would have been 386 and SATL would have been the ones who would be in the back foot. Such a close game. You can see Scare has 73,000 damage, Snowy has 73,000 damage, Berserk has 51,000 damage, 70,000 on Bacha, Rook also has 51,000 damage. I think Blair with a try attack was something that was missing, but Might, look at him, 84,000 damage on the Blastoise. At all times, as I said, one of the best top path players in India region is All Might, and he is the almighty for the SATL team.
You have to see this man. He did whatever he could. Not a Blastoise. He haven't got a Blastoise in this very final round. That doesn't matter. We've got a Buzzwole, but yeah, we've got a Blastoise, and it's enough to just showcase my skill. And that's how All Might actually played it. No Buzzwole, doesn't matter. You give any Pokemon, you give any strong hitters to this guy, and he can just make wonders with it. And it's a so phenomenal performance.
Oh,
The graph.
what a game. Such a brilliant show coming in. Again, we have to commend FS Esports as well. They have defeated all the teams in the upper bracket, had a clean run. But this is just the aggression that SATL got. And as you said rightly, the adrenaline rush that they had, understanding, oh no, we are at the lower bracket, we might be eliminated at any point if we make a small mistake. That put the team in hyperdrive, and that hyperdrive just drove SATL to victories. 21 consecutive rounds, out of which 2 rounds is just lost. 19 victories consecutively back to back is what SATL have done and shown us and proven their mettle here in the World Championship Series in the Indian regional playoffs. Unbelievable determination, grit that they've gone through. Even to make this happen, right? The amount of energy that they've been putting. Like, it's not easy, I said. This is not just your team strategy, but also the mental game. Just imagine, Nekroz, the amount of mental semblance that this team of SATL had to go through hectic 21 rounds and finally also make the grand final reset happen and then win and become the champions. How much they had to put forth to just get here.
It's pure domination that we can actually ask for at this position. Back-to-back wins, back-to-back rounds getting cleared after being pushed down to the lower brackets, not even losing a single match. Yes, they might have lost 1 round in the lower bracket, that is against God's Reign, but we have to keep the chins up because they were also one of the best teams of the Indian circuit. Beating all the teams, coming into the line, SATL Esports. The name has again flourished. The flags, I believe, all the bragging rights are just waiting for all the 4 to 5 players that actually gave all their hard work, dedication, passion into this game, into this stage. And it's just outstanding performance that we see.
Yeah. Outstanding, unimaginable, unbelievable, out of the world, unthought of. How many words you can find it and you put forth, and you will still be unable to justify what SATL have gone through today to call themselves the champions. Imagine all the way from April, May, June, and today the regional playoffs. They've given it their all. They've gone through too many hectic situations, and especially after falling to the lower bracket. I'm pretty sure the viewers are also right now ecstatic seeing SATL win, because they've been waiting for them. Previously as well in ACL, they were waiting for them. It did not happen. Even I remember in the India Open, they were so close. Almost about the time for a reverse sweep. But it did not happen. Let's wish SATL again warm congrats. But first, it's going to be for FS Esports, who will come in second. And yes, they will be advancing to the next stage where they will be going into Japan, representing India. Pardesi, Scare, Blair, Berserk and Rook, congratulations, you've made it to Japan. The world of Pokemon is ahead of you. Give it your best and make our nation proud. Take India and get the trophy home. Wishing for both the teams, FS Esports as well. As I said, they've given so much. For them to even go to the grand final reset, change their strategy, put up a toe-to-toe game in the last round was not easy for them as well. So again, congratulations to FS Esports, congratulations to SATL Esports. What a phenomenal day we have had. We said it's going to be a long day, and what a long day to also end in the grand final reset. I was not ready for that, Nekroz.
I believe it's the first time in the entire WCS 2023 India qualifiers that we are seeing a reset happening. Let it be April, let it be May, but this time it's in June that we're going to see this first time happening. We haven't seen this reset in the previous 2 times, but oh man, this performance. FS Esports, they do deserve a big appreciation because of the hard work, the amount of gameplay and the skills they have showcased throughout the WCS, all the formats, all the phases. But as they have arrived here, there's nothing to lose hope, because there's a big new and fresh start awaiting for them, because there's a big stage waiting for all of these players.
Yeah. Let's welcome Pardesi, our run-up or second place, who's going to be representing India on the global stage from FS Esports. Pardesi, welcome. How are you feeling? I want to know, you've come and put up so much in terms of fights. What's going on through your minds?
We are really excited to represent India, actually.
Yeah.
And
how was the entire day today as well?
The entire day, it was like very nerve-wracking. We saw the brackets and we knew like to reach grand finals we have to beat few tough opponents on the way, and we tried our best to clean swipe them every game, every strategy. We read their picks, draft, ban, rotations. We tried to outdraft them, out-rotate them. But in the end, we were a bit short to win the trophy.
You still have a chance. You're still going to Japan. You still have a chance. The way you have come out with a different Pokemon meta, right, compared to all the other teams, I think that you guys have a lot more. I want to understand, now that you've qualified to Japan, what are your plans? There will be international teams coming through from various regions, 31 teams that you have to go against. What are your plans for that?
After the Indian qualifiers, I think in world stage there will be more different hero picks, more vast rotations. Like we have to catch up to them, and yeah, we'll try our best what we can do with our own picks. We'll see.
Nekroz?
Well, I just want to say one thing, Pardesi. You deserve a lot of appreciation in the way you guys have played throughout this WCS. It's really phenomenal, and I really wish very best of luck for the upcoming WCS finale that you're going to play in Japan, and best of luck. That's it.
I have one last question.
Yes.
Pardesi, before we let go, you have shown what newer teams who kind of had different rosters come in and put up a challenge to these big name teams. So what are you going to tell to your fans who were rooting for you from the day, and especially the journey you have had? It was a clean run for you. It looked like there was no challenge. So what are you going to say to them as you're going to Japan and going to fight out in the global stage?
Just believe in yourself and try to give your best at every game. That's it, I guess.
Thank you.
Keep believing in yourself.
Thank you so much, Pardesi, for that kind message. This goes out for all the viewers. You can also get to this place. That's what he intends today. Thank you so much, Pardesi, for joining us. Congratulations once again for becoming the second best Indian team as you qualify and head over to Japan. We'll look forward to your world's performance.
Thank you for inviting.
Thank you. Man, you can see, right? They had written down to the core. They had everything noted down. Pardesi mentioned that like we had taken down their picks, their rotations, everything, but fell a little bit short, right, for the day. it happens. But you could see he still had that aggression and emotion that we will go to the global stage, we'll steady those teams and take them down and make sure that we get something back to India. And I think that's what I'm looking forward to. Like, give your best. And as he mentioned, right, we spoke about it. It's not like your usual big name teams that we are seeing. Pardesi mentioning not only from his perspective that give it your all, never kind of have a disbelief, give it your all, play your best game. Anybody, you will be able to make it. That tells you that at the end of the day, it's about how much of an effort that you put in, and you will reap those rewards at the end of the day.
That's how it is. That's how all the games are is. But let's just head on and wish one of the best teams right now, the current best team in Indian circuit, SATUL Esports, a big congratulations as they advance to the WCS 2023 Pokemon UNITE Grand Finals in the division, and they will be going flying straight to Japan and will represent our country in the global stage as well. Super proud of the boys like All Might, Snowy, Rex, Butch and Kurem, and I'm really pumped up to see what kind of performance we are going to witness in the upcoming days.
Yeah, it is going to be a tough road ahead for them as well. They have shown us one thing today, that irrespective that they have to take a long road, it will take time for them to get to where they need the destination. They will reach it. That's what they've proved. It will take some time as well when they head over to Japan. But I'm pretty sure the viewers as well as us, they've given us belief. Just like how Pardesi mentioned, like till the end, you don't give up. You give it your all. That's what SATUL did. That's what FS also did. One team had to fall short, one team had to take advantage, and SATUL were the ones who had the advantage of their aggression, their belief that they controlled in themselves. So I don't know how much more I can in terms of keep complimenting SATUL, because I myself am in awe. And also I've spoken with Might. I know how much he wants to go to those global stages, represent India. He's always fallen just a little bit short. Snowy, Rex, Badshah, Kurem had the chance. They did go. They did put up a brilliant fight. And when Indian teams went to the international stages, right, this was the international players saying, Indian teams are outright heavy hitters. They will really give you very less breathing space. So you would have to snatch that breathing space from them. And they were worried. Let's call in Might, the mighty man All Might with us, calling in for the interview. The first thing, I'm not too sure if Might can see us, but a big bow down to you, All Might. A big bow down to you. 21 rounds. You tell me, how did you go through with your team 21 rounds in a stretch to become champions?
Hey Lucifer, hey Nekroz.
Hello.
How are you guys?
Yeah.
We are good. Tell me how you are.
Well, we are kinda almost down, you can say. It's been hard, but it's been a fun day.
No,
Well,
you say fun.
Yup.
Oh man. Nekroz,
well,
yeah.
All Might, the dream that you were talking about in the previous time, in the very, like, we know each other for a very longer period of time, and he dreamt of just going to the world stage, but finally it's here. The dream has come to as a reality check. So how's it going in there? He was just telling me he was just surviving on Monster Energy just few minutes back. So how's that energy pumped up right now?
Yeah, I think I'm down finally. But yeah, I feel like, honored to be honest, because all the other 4 teammates, Rex, Kurem,
Yeah.
Snowy and Batch, have represented internationally. And I'm the only one remaining, so I feel like it's, kind of like I have to gain some respect for India now in the international stage. And we hope we give it our all now.
I mean, you will. After showing us what you were capable of, I want to know what happened. Like, after you lost that initial upper bracket match, jumped to the lower bracket, what said activate SATUL, we need to win it? What was that?
Well, it was like kind of nothing. All of us are like, hyped up people, just needed a little boost. And I think after, when that lower bracket run started, we barely, I think, lost one match, right? Against, I think...
Yeah,
we
just
didn't
one
even lose
round.
one. Yeah, again, against God's Lane we lost one.
God's
And,
Lane, yeah.
Yeah, it didn't matter much. Like, the morale was all the way to the end, fully pumped up. And, yeah, the results, man.
Yeah, the results are in. I can feel it from your voice that how much you've put in. You're at a point, you're excited or also tired. So I'm not going to waste a lot of time. The one last question I have is for your fans. They've constantly been on the chat. They've been supporting you, the entire team, the performance you've been putting up. What message do you have for them?
I can only say like thank you for supporting us, guys. This was my, to be honest, first achievement, which I feel like it's an achievement, and without your support it would have been nothing, and it's kinda the best birthday gift for me today. Thank you.
Yeah,
all.
I was coming
Means a
to
lot.
it. Happy birthday, All Might.
Happy birthday,
I was
All
waiting-
Might. Happy birthday.
Our viewers told us, happy birthday, very happy birthday, All Might. What a way to
Thanks a lot.
conclude the day for you. And also after going to a grand final reset, you got your chance to win. So it is one of the best birthdays. I am going to wish you again a very happy birthday, and also congratulations. You're the best team in India. And again, I've said this, you're the best top path player in India, Might. Keep it going. We are looking forward to you in the world stage as you represent us and bring a trophy back home. Congratulations once again, champion.
Thanks a lot, guys. It wouldn't have been possible without all your love and support. Yeah, sorry, little tired.
Oh, I know. Always full on support, full love for you guys. I know how much you've been through, mate. We've been talking, and I've seen you from India Open, Asia Champions League, and now I know how much this means for you. And I wish you all the best and many more from here on.
Thank you all. Peace.
Thank you. Cheers, man. See you again soon. We are going to talk again. But what a day it was, Nekroz. I mean, you can see Might as well. Like, excited, tired, going so much on a stretch. It wouldn't have taken short of the world's energy to make this happen for SATUL. And Might said is like, short of words, not too sure. With that constant support, he's done it. Not only for himself, for his teammates as well. And now they're looking forward to the world's title.
No more #2, no more #3, not anymore.
Champions.
SATUL are the winners, are the champions, and now they're the #1 team of the entire Indian region. That's a really, really proud moment, and that's for sure. All the changes, all the hard work that this player have done, it actually came into the mind, and they actually flourished themselves on. But yes, $15,000 into the pocket of SATUL Esports. Then we can see FS Esports will be there in the second position, but these two teams will advance to WCS 2023. And I just can't wait for the day that I'm going to see all these lads just walking into that stage and facing all the international teams and representing our country and just, flaunting the Indian flag.
What a day it has been. The birthday boy gets his gift. I was waiting for it, deep down, did not say about it, did see that people in the chat were also mentioning, but I was waiting. Let him get this victory, and it has happened, right? Certain times in other titles as well, I've seen the players who were playing on the birthday kind of get this. That is also the driving force, but also it's also kudos to his teammates to make this happen. At the end of the day, this is a team game. One person cannot do it all. He might put all his efforts. He might be the one who we kind of see in the spotlight doing damage, but he's done a lot. EV Apilorama. It is the introduction of new EVs to the fray. Umbreon as well as Leafeon. Umbreon is already in the fray. Leafeon is going to be the next one joining as Nekroz. You did see a brilliant set of cute EVs all around the map running around, right? And then even voices like the movesets. Very cute small sounds coming through, but they do a lot of deadly damage. That's what you have to watch out for. You cannot be okay like it's a cute sweet Eevee, not going to be something to be worried about. When it's an Eevee, you can take it lightly, but once it evolves, that's when the trouble starts. To Umbreon, Leafeon, Espeon, Glaceon, Sylveon, and I'm waiting for the OG ones also coming through. But along with these quick battles that you can do every day, there is also the Swiss style battle that's going to be held on June 17. That is Saturday, coming in, I think, in 2 weeks. So make sure you're ready for it. Everybody can play it. It's going to be a best of one. Up to 4 rounds you can play. Individual entry up to 3 players. It's going to happen only in Japanese as well as English in terms of the language. But I think everybody should be able to do it. You saw the timings also was mentioned, Nekroz. But what a day it was, man. I cannot believe the day is done. That's the point I am in right now. Like, I still feel like, wow.
It's just a blink of an eye, you know. You open it up, and the second time it's all done. In just a blink of an eye, the day got past. We saw n number of matches, n number of exciting climax matches, to be honest, where we were not expecting the results. That's how it came, like elimination of God's Reign, Revenant, then one after another, True Rippers as well. But now it's time that we sign off, because it has been a tremendous day. It has been a tremendous journey of this WCS India qualifiers, but we have got the final results, Lucifer.
2 teams, SHL as well as FSC Sports, are going to be our Indian 2 teams. We will see them in Japan. Until then, you don't hold off on battling out in Pokemon Unite. Pick up your team, go play the EV Apilorama. The new Pokemons are joining the fray very soon. Put your best and we will join them in Japan, and we will see you guys as well on the desk very soon. Until then, take care, see ya, have a great evening.
The Delphox will go down the citrus berry. Still, it's really hard to stop, but we can see that
the KOs and getting the job done. But Ushifo finds Buzzhole on the hindsight. Delphox with the Firefox will be able to get the 9 tails. Not just that, Cliffable back. They have got the level buffs as well. Pizza at 14, the attacker at level 13, Goku, and the other guys like Scepter is there, Roman is there. Also gets taken. Now this is a complete controlling situation coming in.
your teammates get the kills possible. Grisha just leveling up himself. Godwin might just get the KO of Nation and will get it for sure. As well as Lucario, man.
That could be it. Lucario finds a good KO. That was amazing. Now the goal zone has been
Close for now, but will he be helping his teammate to just come back? But the Hydro Typhoon being used, not being able to use it, did not end up the way they wanted it to be, with Snorlax just trying to hold it up but won't be able to do it for the equalizer that we were waiting for from the side of SCQ Esports. Carter was still looking onto this situation. The Unite moves are being dumped in single position as Lucario goes down. Snorlax will be the one making it much more crucial and much more deceiving for the side of SAQ.
Come up with some more goals. That's a kind of game for you have trying to have the run into the mid. Yes, Revenant comes up with a beautiful hammer, and I think he can get the advantage. The face one, I think just right now had the KO. Fireballs are working in play. Let's see how far this goes on. Lapras also gets KO. A double KO streak coming in. Not just 1 or 2, but 3 actually can get the advantage. But Nation, I believe just right now had the beautiful KO. Fireballs also.
The scores are coming as well from the side of SCQ Esports. Taking lead one after the Unite move dump being activated. 90s will get one after another.
First KO being found to open up the top goal zone, but look at it. So now that's Revenant to board on. He takes the Lapras and he picks it up like it's nothing. Right?
Oh, another one. Look at him. Look at him go.
God.
And I believe Deepa is all going to
see enough 90 down. My bad. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Look at it. Last hit, it might be safe. Revenant is looking left and right over the edge, but the last hit to run away to the how the work will coming in. He's making and this till now Slowbro barely surviving. They're chasing him, and yes, this one, oh, it misses. But nonetheless, they are not letting go of the bottom goals and they want to destroy it. The Unite being used from the Delphox, trying to push them away. And yes, it works out. Lapras is now caught in the opponent's clutch zone, but it is a tank. They're all jumping on him, and I think finally he's swooping in. He finds one on Kyurem. Now they're chasing Baksha. The fire spin is going to be there 14 on that Zoror. Might still trying to do damage, pushing them to their own clutch should have done that. But look at this, they're chasing Crowley. All Might, he is getting suppressed. The boings are too good right now. The sludge bomb also coming through. And finally the 1 KO, Snowy is gone down. They're already down from SAPL. This I did not look at, and it's only All Might right now. Snow here, and that's the reason he's unable to rain down a lot more spears coming through. Blair,
One of the most important values that we can generate with Blair is the very low HP. Might just get board ordered down right now before collecting the Citrus Berry. Might just get moved out of it.
the Hyper Voice. Oh, nice use of telekinesis. But unfortunately doesn't find value. Hyper Voice and the Zoroark with the Unite.
So with the Unite, the Hyper Voice has been activated as well. There is no sign of KOs, but there is Chandelier gets Talon Flame. It's a 3 down.
Zoroark trying to go. They want to make this reset happen. What a game coming in from SAPL. They've been playing since afternoon. It's about to be this momentum that they're getting one after another. Every team is falling short against them. They're falling prey to them from Snowy. There is Zoroark finally destroying the shields coming through, but he also gets destroyed, sent back to base as the Pokemon fades. There is Pentamine that still it looks like Mind is not stopping. He wants to catch Psyshock.
About which side to use Psyshock. Not really sure. Oh my god, this time having that much allowance to move. But well, his teammates are there and will get this tower. He's been stacked by the Zoroark as well as the Lapras. It's not that easy. He needs his down. Trevenant pops into the right moment. Yes, still in the lead. Gardevoir is still there. Might be using some good particular angle in order to get some good KOs. Delphox is being in a very low edge. He's very breathing as well. The Unite move being used on the side of Rayquaza. It's really
That Might is carrying. Meaning, you do a lot of damage.
now if we just talk about this time.
Bottom red was taken from clearly to the players of Unity also in their favor. And FSC Sports, they have nothing to say in this. All the fights that Zoroark has fainted. And now it's time for show who the true monsters are in front of FSC Sports bracket. But SAQL are breaking them apart.
There, Lapras, there's a Singron is there. Lone, it is going to be difficult.
The bottom part to score, but there is the Slowbro who's trying to stop them. It's still not doing anything. And then the Rapid Spin coming in from Might. He's jumping. The Ninetales might get KO'd, but they still have another ranged attacker, which is going to be Delphox. But score it was the home base goal. They immediately respawn and deny that from happening. Might
He
get
just